CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Trust. To trust someone. What does that mean? I suppose that in simple terms it means you feel sure that a certain person will not let you down, that you can put complete confidence in him or her. Assuredly, trust ranks among the strongest expressions of the human psyche. Yet it is also the most delicate and vulnerable, as Claudia Hammond found out. Our mystery drama, Trapped, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Nina Foch. Well, now, this thing, trust, it's as strong as tempered steel, yet as delicate as, a piece of porcelain. Strong because it grows slowly, deeply, in the compost of unselfish deed. Example, you would not trust me on brief acquaintance, but if I did several unselfish things for you, you would say, I trust E.G., because my welfare means more to him than his own. Yet, should I do one selfish thing, for whatever reason, and your trust, your confidence in me would crack, perhaps even shatter.
No, Claudia. When you want to sit up in bed, you let me adjust the pillows. That's what I'm here for.
Dear heaven, Mary, can't I exert myself at all?
Not if you want to recover from your heart condition. Bed rest. That's what Dr. Stein ordered, and that is what I am paid to see you get.
Money can never repay you for all your care.
Oh, now I'm rewarded in other ways, in watching you get better.
Huh, better?
You are getting better. Oh, it's slow, but you mustn't despair.
Mailman.
Todd, darling.
In person. How's the most beautiful wife in the world doing today?
She's very well, Mr. Hammond.
Oh, looks it, too. Rosy cheeks, bright blue eyes, shining gold hair. Give your actor husband a kiss.
Mm. Speaking of my actor husband, shouldn't you be at the theater?
Oh, I'll make it. Jerry kept me on the phone talking over the new film contract, and I wanted to sort the mail before taking off. Here's your batch.
Thank you, darling.
One more kiss. And I'm off. Take good care of her, Mary.
You know I will, Mr. Hammond. Well, now, let's see what your handsome mailman has brought today.
Now, let me open some, Mary.
All right, you can open these while I... Well, what's this?
What?
It's a letter addressed to Mr. Hammond. He must have overlooked it when he sorted the mail.
Huh?
Shell pink envelope. Perfumed. Woman's handwriting.
It's not a mash note. Todd gets them by the gross. Open it, Mary. Let's see what it says.
Oh, should we?
Of course. Todd shows me all his fan mail.
Oh.
Well, you know, proposals of marriage and offers of love and, I don't know what all. What's the matter?
A matter?
The way you look when you open that letter. Mary, what is it? Now, let me see that letter.
No, Claudia. I'll just give it to Mr. Hammond when
Mary, please, let me have that letter.
All right.
What? Mary, did you read this?
Well, I glanced at it enough to...
Todd, dearest, of course I love you as deeply, passionately as you love me. And you're right. Claudia does stand between us. So, dearest heart, I've changed my mind. I will go along with your plan to put her out of the way. Signed, Margot.
Margot, whoever she is, could use the services of a psychiatrist.
You think this is just one of those crank letters?
Oh, what else could it be? Claudia, you don't think it's anything but that?
If it is, he'd have good reason.
What are you talking about?
I'm not a wife anymore. I'm a burden.
Now, I will listen to no more of that. That husband of yours doesn't just love you. He adores you.
Or acts as if he does.
All right. All right, have it your way. Now, it's time for you to take your tonic and have a nap.
I don't want any tonic.
You've got to have it. It's the one thing that really builds up your strength.
Strength? For what? To go on living?
Of course. Oh, Claudia, honey, what makes
If Todd doesn't love me anymore, I'd just as soon be dead. Todd? That you?
Sorry, sweetheart. I didn't mean to wake you. Just to look in on you.
Turn on a light.
No. Go back to sleep.
What time is it?
It's 2:30.
2:30? Where have you been till this hour?
Well, with Jerry, talking film production this time. I'll be glad when he gets that picture deal straightened out. But come on now, back to sleep.
Aren't you going to kiss me goodnight?
Of course. Oh, hey, down, girl, down.
Oh, Todd, I love you so much.
Oh, no more than I love you, sweetheart. But you know what Dr. Stein said about
I don't care what he said. Oh, Todd, I want you. I want to be a wife to you. The wife I used to be.
You are a wife to me. The dearest, most adorable wife any man could have.
I'm an invalid. A millstone round your neck.
If that's the case, you're the prettiest millstone I've ever had around my neck. Good night now. Sleep well.
Todd?
Yes?
Who is Margot?
Margot? Margot who?
Just Margot. Who is she?
I don't know. I mean, why do you ask?
Nothing.
You must have a reason.
No. It's nothing. Good night.
Good night, dear.
A friend. No name. It's just signed a friend.
Oh, now this is getting to be... May I see that letter, Claudia? Thank you. Dear Claudia Hammond, you don't know me, we've never met, but I happen to know that your husband and a woman named Margot, he has been seeing for months now, plan to kill you. Oh, really?
Now, read the rest of it.
Guard yourself. Be careful what you eat. Above all, don't take any of the tonic your doctor prescribed unless you trust the person who gives it to you. Signed, a friend.
Mary, I'm scared.
You have nothing to worry about as long as I'm here. I feed you. I give you your tonic, and I take care of you. So what do you have to fear?
What about your day off?
Well, Mrs. Gates comes in then, and you can certainly trust her.
Oh, I don't know.
All right then. I won't take any days off.
But you can't.
Of course I can. At least until this whole silly, stupid thing is cleared up. And believe me, Claudia, that is what it is. It's silly and stupid.
I wish I could believe you.
Claudia, please.
I want Mary back. Get Mary back, Todd.
Dearest, I told you it's impossible.
I don't believe it. I don't.
Now, stop that. Stop it.
What?
Oh, I'm sorry, sweetheart. But you can't go on letting your emotions run away with you. It could kill you.
It could.
You know it could. Now, calm down and listen. Mary came to me this morning and said she had the offer of another job, nurse companion to an elderly and wealthy woman. I asked her what salary she'd be paid, hoping that I might meet it. But I couldn't. It's 3 times what we're paying her. And I can't...
I don't care. I want Mary.
Honey, I'm sorry, but you just can't have Mary.
Tell her I want to see her. I'll talk to her. I'll persuade her.
You can't talk to her. She's gone.
Gone?
She left an hour ago.
Left? Without saying goodbye?
She said to tell you she couldn't bear to face you.
Oh, I can't believe this. I simply can't.
Look, the world hasn't caved in. Mary was good. But there are other practical nurses. In fact, I'm going to run over to the agency right now to interview several.
Leaving me alone?
You're safe enough for an hour or so. You've been left alone before.
Never as alone as I am now.
What?
Nothing.
I won't be more than an hour, I promise.
What are you doing?
Giving you your tonic before I go.
No.
Sweetheart, you've got to take it.
No, I said no.
Okay. Won't hurt you to skip it for once. It isn't exactly a matter of life and death.
Isn't it? Who's there? Who's there, I say?
Don't be scared, Claudia. It's only me.
Oh, Mary.
Yes, I saw Mr. Hammond leave and took the chance. He forgot to ask me for my key.
But, Mary, why have you come back? Todd said you didn't want to see me. Didn't want to say goodbye because it would upset me.
Oh, now, why would I say anything like that? How could I possibly upset you more than he did by firing me?
He fired you?
Well, yes. Why do you think I left? Claudia, what did he tell you?
Well, that you had a better offer with some wealthy woman or other and that he couldn't afford to keep you as my nurse.
I see.
Mary, what is this?
Oh, honey, there was no offer of another job. He fired me. He told me to pack my things and get out and never come back.
Then he's getting ready to...
Now, it looks that way, Claudia. But I'm going to call the police.
The police?
There's no other way. With me out of the house, you need protection.
But what can the police do? There's no proof Todd means to kill me.
There are the letters. You still have them, don't you?
Yes. But do you think they're enough, those letters, to convince the police? Won't they think what you thought at first? Crank letters?
Very likely, but they're all we have. Now, you keep them until I need them. And I'd better leave. He could come back any minute. Oh, here. I wrote it out for you. It's my telephone number. And you call me. You just call me any time you need me.
Oh, Mary, I can't let you go.
I know, honey. I don't want to go. But we have no choice. But don't you worry. You are going to come out of this. Believe me.
Question is, will I come out of it alive?
Hi, darling. Here I am, bag and baggage.
Come in, sweetie. I'll show you your room. Mary's former room.
You got rid of her, I take it.
Fired her this morning.
Good.
But I told Claudia she'd left for another job, one that paid better. So careful you don't give the show away.
You don't have to worry about me, darling.
No, but just be careful what you do or say. The last thing we want is Claudia getting suspicious.
Leave it to me.
Well, this'll be your room.
Nice.
And now, I'll introduce you to Claudia. Oh, did you decide on a name?
How does Catherine Brent suit you?
Not bad. Okay, let's put this show on the road. Catherine?
Trust, as I said, is both strong and delicate. I might also have said that it can be misplaced. As it virtually goes without saying, Claudia misplaced hers. It's a mistake to misplace one's trust. A serious, indeed a dangerous mistake. For Claudia, it may be the last mistake she'll ever make. I'll return shortly with Act 2. Our theme is trust. Abiding faith of one person in the honesty of another. Yet who of us has not at one time or another been duped by a person in whom we reposed complete confidence? Or did we dupe ourselves? Did our very faith in another place too much of a burden on him or her? In sum, did we have the right to impose our trust on another?
Claudia, this is Catherine Brent, your new nurse. She's replacing Mary.
Hello, Mrs. Hammond. I'm delighted to meet you.
Well, aren't you going to say hello to Catherine?
Hello, Catherine.
I'll leave the two of you to get acquainted. Got to get to the theater. We're rehearsing a new second lead for tonight's performance. Goodbye, sweetheart. Take good care of her, Mark. Catherine.
Trust me, Mr. Hammond. I mean to take very good care of her. Well, now, Mrs. Hammond, what can I do for you?
You can leave me alone.
Very well. But there are some things I must do. See that you take your meals, your tonic. Oh, by the way, where is it? Your tonic. Oh, never mind, I see. This bottle here. And it's just about time for you to have it.
I don't want it.
Oh, tastes bad. Well, does it?
No.
Well, then why don't you want it?
Don't you know?
I'm not a mind reader, Mrs. Hammond.
Neither am I. But I can read yours.
Well, in that case, you must know that I intend to give you your tonic whether you want it or not.
You can't force me to take it.
True.
Well, then?
I said I intended to give it to you whether you wanted it or not. I didn't say that I'd succeed.
Clever, aren't you?
Matter of fact, I am. Yes.
I'm impressed. Does it help you, your cleverness, to steal other women's husbands?
I beg your pardon?
You heard me, Catherine.
Well, it must taste bad. That's it, isn't it? Won't answer? Well, find out for myself. Well, it doesn't taste bad. Tastes rather like a nice red wine. You sure you won't change your mind?
You drank some.
Oh, I hope you don't mind. Just a small glassful.
Oh.
Here now, won't you? That's it. That's better.
What?
Well, it looks like I succeeded, after all.
You are clever. Very clever.
And thank you, Dr. Stein. Thank you very much. Good night. Well, you heard what he said, Claudia.
Yes?
If you continue to refuse to eat, to drink, to take the tonic, you'll find yourself in such a weakened state that I don't know what'll happen to you.
I'll die. That's what you want, isn't it? Well, don't just stare at me. It is what you want.
Sweetheart, Dr. Stein said, he said if you don't keep your strength up, you'd begin to think all kinds of crazy things, delusions like that. And, well, damn it, sweetheart, I'm beginning to think you are.
It's no delusion. You do want me to die, to put me out of the way.
Claudia.
And I don't blame you. How could I? I mean, look at me. An invalid, so weak I can't even leave this bed. A useless woman. A useless wife.
Oh, Claudia.
You think I don't know how it must be for you? You're a man. Not just any man, but a Broadway star who could have any woman he wanted. And all you've got is me.
All I want is you.
Don't lie to me. Oh, please, don't do that. I couldn't bear that. You remember our promise to each other.
Promise?
You don't remember. And it isn't so long ago. We were so in love then. So in love. We promised we would trust each other. We sat in that little garden by the side of St. Bartholomew's Church on Park Avenue.
Oh, yes. I remember the promise now.
Have you kept it? Have you?
Claudia, you're weak. You're worn out.
Have you?
What are you doing to me? To yourself?
Have you?
Claudia. Claudia!
Pop, what is it? What's that?
Another heart seizure, I think.
Phone Dr. Stein.
He's not back in his office yet.
Phone anyhow. Get it on record that you phoned.
Yes.
Yes?
You decent? Can I come in?
Decent? You have got to be kidding, darling.
Stein just left.
And?
She'll be all right for a time. But he made it plain if she goes on refusing to eat, to take the tonic, It's curtains for her.
So?
What do you mean, so?
Just what I say. So. I'm sorry, Todd.
If she hadn't been ill all these months, if I hadn't had needs, a man's needs,
You'd have had no need for me. Is that what you're saying?
I guess maybe it is.
I thought I was something more than the fulfillment of your needs. I thought... never mind. If you want out, you say so. You say so now.
It isn't as simple as that.
It is to me. You're putting me through a hell of a time. The deal isn't worth it.
Oh?
Todd, I'm still willing to go through with this, but I just as soon get out right now. What do you want me to do?
We'll go ahead with things. Claudia, dearest, it's a simple, clear broth.
Oh.
You're wasting away.
Well, if you're so worried, let me go to a hospital.
Why in heaven's name a hospital?
You know why.
Claudia, I don't. Why a hospital? What difference would that make?
At least I could eat without fear.
Fear of what? Hello. Oh, yes, Dr. Stein. No, she's still refusing. Oh, I don't know. Doctor, she wants to go back to the hospital. Oh. Mm-hmm. Well, that's the way I see it, too, but... Yes. All right, Doctor. And thanks very much for calling.
What did he say? Can I go back to the hospital?
No.
No?
He doesn't see what good that would do. He said it's simply a matter of your taking food, the tonic, to build up your strength. And if you refuse to do that here...
You're lying.
Claudia...
He said no such thing. You want to keep me here. You and Margot.
Margot?
Oh, don't act as if you didn't know.
But I don't.
Hope I'm not interrupting. I just came to see if Claudia's taken her broth.
No.
Oh, now, look, Claudia, I am knocking myself out trying to take care of you, and that includes cooking. And, sweetie, if you're not going to eat, I'd just as soon not cook.
Don't, then. Don't cook. What does it matter how you kill me? By poison or starvation, just so you do it.
Kill you?
Claudia, what in heaven's name are you saying?
You know what I'm saying. The two of you.
Oh, Claudia. I said this before, but I'm saying it again. You're imagining things.
Am I? I'll show you. I've got them here on my pillow.
Oh, Claudia, don't exert yourself. Whatever it is, I'll get it for you.
Get away from me.
Darling.
I'll get it. Here. I'm imagining things, am I? Is this letter a dream? And this?
Let me see.
Oh, no, you don't get your hands on them. They're the only evidence I've got of what you're up to.
Evidence?
It's all here in this letter you sent Todd, but he never got because it was mixed up in my mail. I'm sure you'll remember it. Todd, dearest, of course I love you as deeply, passionately as you love me. And you're right. Claudia does stand between us. So, dearest heart, I've changed my mind. I will go along with your plan to put her out of the way. Signed, Margot. Well, what do you have to say now, Margot?
You think that I am the woman who wrote that letter? That I am Margot?
That's incredible. I had no idea, none whatever, that this was why you were refusing to eat or drink. Oh, Claudia, sweetheart, darling, whatever you've been thinking is wrong. You're wrong. You're all wrong.
You're certainly wrong about me. My name is not Margot.
It isn't Catherine either. Well, is it?
Well, of course it is.
No.
Todd.
No. It isn't. Catherine isn't her name, Claudia. It's Margaret. Margaret Sutton.
Margaret Sutton? Why do you think I was born yesterday?
Claudia, believe me.
I saw Margaret Sutton on the stage often enough. She was slim and dark, and this woman is... She's...
All right, say it, darling. A fat peroxide blonde. I'm afraid I've got a bigger appetite than you.
If this woman is Margaret Sutton, why did you say her name was Catherine Brent?
I thought it would be best not to remind you of the past. You were so jealous in the early years of our marriage. I never dared even mention Margaret's name.
What is she doing here? Why did you replace Mary with her?
I needed someone I could trust to take care of you.
Well, if you needed someone you could trust, why did you fire Mary?
I told you. Mary had the offer of a better job.
That's a lie. Mary told me you fired her. You did, didn't you?
Well, since it's all coming out, I guess you'll have to know.
You fired her.
Yes.
Why?
Claudia, I don't want to hurt you. I know how fond you were of Mary.
And always will be. She was the most devoted, dedicated person I've ever known.
No, Claudia. It was all an act. The simple truth is that Mary was in love with me.
In love? With you?
Almost from the first day she entered this house, she started doing everything she could do to, well, get me to fall in love with her.
If you expect me to believe...
I don't expect you to believe it. But what I'm telling you now is the truth. Things went from bad to worse over the months. She got more and more difficult to handle, and finally, I couldn't take it anymore. I fired her. Claudia, that is the truth.
Go away and leave me alone.
Claudia, look at me. I swear I'm telling you the truth this time.
Leave me alone, please. Please leave me alone.
Better do what she wants, Todd. Or she could die right now. Come on. I've got to hand it to you, Todd. I always knew you were a good actor, but not that good.
I told her the truth.
But not all of the truth. By no means the whole truth.
What is the whole truth? What game are these two playing with Claudia as the pawn? Todd has lied to Claudia again and again. What lie or half-truth has he told her this time? I'll return shortly with Act 3. The very foundation stone of trust is truth. Accordingly, since Todd Hammond has lied to his wife Claudia repeatedly, she can scarcely be expected to trust him. So far as I'm concerned, she'd be a fool if she did. Apparently, she feels as I do, for as we rejoin her now, a helpless invalid, trapped in her bedroom, we find her telephoning the police.
Detective Bureau, Detective Jackson.
This is Claudia Hammond.
Claudia?
Hammond. Hammond.
Yes, ma'am. What can I do for you?
My husband and a woman he's in love with are trying to kill me. I need your help. Please, I need help.
Certainly, ma'am. We'll give you all the help we can. Who is your husband?
Todd Hammond. Todd Hammond, the actor?
Yeah, sure. You say he's trying to kill you. Him and this woman.
Yes.
And what's her name?
She's trying to palm herself off as an actress named Margaret Sutton, but I know better. Her real name is Margot.
Margot who?
I don't know. I'm an invalid, helpless and bedridden, and he wants to get rid of me.
How's he trying to do this? What's he doing?
He's poisoning my food, everything I drink.
Are you on any kind of pills like that?
You think I'm high on pills? That I'm imagining things?
No, ma'am, I didn't say that. Maybe just a little excited, a little hysterical?
I'm not uptight. I'm not hysterical. I'm telling you the truth. They're trying to kill me. Hello?
What's your address, ma'am?
1219 Park.
Apartment house?
Yes.
Apartment number?
Penthouse B.
Okay, we'll check this out. In fact, I'll check it out personally.
What do you mean you'll check it out? Oh, there's nothing to check out. They're trying to kill me, Todd and Margot. Only she doesn't call herself Margaret. She calls herself Margaret Sutton. And I can prove it. I tell you, I can prove it. I've got the letters to prove it.
Letters?
A letter from her to him, saying she was willing to help him kill me, and another letter from a friend warning me against them.
What friend? What's your friend's name?
You don't believe me.
I didn't say I don't believe you.
I shouldn't have called. I should have known I'd only be wasting my time. I should have known you wouldn't believe me. Oh, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? Mary. Mary, of course. Why didn't I think of her before this?
Hello?
Mary. Mary. This is Claudia.
Oh, Claudia, I've been so worried about you, but I didn't dare phone you.
Yes, yes. Listen to me. It's happening. What the two of them planned, Dodd and Margot. That she replaced you, and he pretended she was a nurse from the agency. He lied. Even gave her a different name. Called her Catherine Brent, and then... Well, you won't believe this. You really won't believe it. She tried to palm her off with an old flame of his, Margaret Sutton, who was slim and dark, and this woman, this Margot, she's fat and...
Claudia.
Yes?
Now, you must control yourself, dear.
Yes.
Because of your heart. You're putting a terrible strain on your heart.
Yes, yes. I'll quiet down.
That's my girl.
Mary!
Now, hush, hush. Just listen to me. They're not going to harm you, because I'm not going to let them.
The police?
Yes, I went to the police as I said I would, but I could see that they didn't take me seriously.
No, me neither. I was just talking to them, and...
What is it? What is it? Is there something wrong?
If you can't send the books over today, then send them when you can. Goodbye.
Bookstore?
Yes.
You ordered some books. I'll be happy to go and get them for you if they can't send them over today.
Do you dare let me out of your sight?
Just to go around the corner? 10 minutes at most. Which is why I don't understand how they can't deliver today. Who were you talking to, Claudia?
That's none of your business.
Suit yourself.
Uh-oh.
That'll be Dr. Stein, I guess.
Dr. Stein?
He's going to give you your vitamin injections. Oh, and, darling, don't waste your time telling him Todd and I are killing you. He thinks you're off your rocker as it is.
You were supposed to monitor all her calls, but you let her phone the police.
I'm sorry, Todd, but even you will have to agree I have only 2 hands, 2 eyes, and 2 ears. I can't be everywhere and do everything at once.
A detective coming to see me backstage.
I'm sorry.
Oh, I guess it's not that important. What's important is not to let her get in touch with Mary. Or Mary with her.
What happened with the detective?
He didn't believe her, of course. Just checking up was all. But she did manage to get past you, and that worries me. Mary could start an awful lot of trouble. And that's the last thing in the world I need right now.
Take the phone out of her bedroom.
No. We don't have to go that far. There's an easier way. Just take this extension off the hook.
You're kidding.
No, it was a gimmick used in a play I was in years ago. That way she can't call out and nobody can phone in. But watch her. Watch her like a hawk. One slip up in it. It could mean the end. Believe me, the end.
Mary's number now. Where is it? Here. Funny. Something's wrong. Oh, no. They're taking the phone off the extension. It's like in that play he was in. I can't phone out, and nobody can phone in. Oh, God. God, help me. Please. I don't want to die. Please. Oh, please. I want to live. Could I possibly? What time? 10:35. He won't be back from the theater till after 11. And she's... I'll take my chances. If I can only get out of bed. Walk. Crawl if I have to. Everything's swimming. Dizzy. life. Now, step. Open the door. Quietly. The living room. The phone. The phone was... Yes. On that last table. They took the phone off the hook. Reach the phone. Replace. One more step. Only one. Oh, dear Lord, no. Oh, put my phone back. Hang on. Put this one back on the hook and then get back to my... Get back to that room. Now, just one step.
What in the name of Claudia? Todd, you can't help her. Sitting here by her bedside all night, it does no good. You've got a matinee. I'll sit with her.
You're dead on your feet, too. Dead. What a word to use now.
She isn't dead, and she may not die.
No. She lost so much blood. Wrists cut when she crashed through that table. So much blood they didn't dare move her to a hospital. And now look at her. White as a sheet.
Go and get some sleep, Todd. I'll stay with her. And Todd...
Yes?
Forget the deal.
I don't get you.
I agreed to play nurse because you needed somebody you could trust. You know something, darling? You trusted the wrong woman. You wanted me to protect her against Mary. And I said, okay, in exchange for that character lead in your new film. But you know what I was really after, Todd?
Oh, no. Not you. Not after all these years.
Afraid so. I'm a woman. I love you. Enough not to envy you your happiness with her.
I love you, too. But I love her a hell of a lot more.
Claudia? Claudia?
Mary?
Shh. Now listen, dear. They're asleep. He in his room and her in that chair. I still have my key.
Oh, Mary, you came at last.
Shh. Now quiet, dear. I'm going to take you down in the service elevator. I jammed the door. And then into my car and home to my place. Where you'll be safe, honey. Really safe. Now, can you walk?
I can't even get up.
Oh, dear. And I can't carry you. Honey, you've got to find the strength to walk. The tonic. I'll give you a glass of the tonic. That always gave you quick strength.
No, it's poison.
Oh, no. They wouldn't have dared to do that. If they succeeded in poisoning you, the coroner would have impounded the bottle. No, they'd have poisoned the glass, not the bottle. Here, now you drink this right down.
Yes.
No.
Awake. You're awake.
You bet I'm awake. And waiting for you. I've been waiting for you to give yourself away. So Mr. Hammond and I could turn you over to the police with the evidence to convict you.
Evidence to convict me? You're crazy. She's crazy. This woman's crazy.
Claudia, Todd told you the truth about Mary being insanely in love with him.
What?
Of propositioning him, the whole scene. Todd put up with her insane nonsense till she said something one day that made him realize she intended, one way or another, to kill you.
Oh, you're lying. That isn't true. It can't be true. Not of Mary.
It's all too true of Mary. And I can prove it. By what Mary just told you.
What? What did Mary just tell me?
That if Todd and I wanted to kill you, we'd not have risked poisoning the bottle of tonic. Only the glass.
What?
Well, I never poisoned the bottle. And so I'll drink it straight off. There.
You drank the whole bottle.
It's quite delicious and healthy.
So you drank it. What does that prove?
It proves that what you poured into the glass, Mary, could not have been poisoned unless you slipped the poison into the glass, which you did.
No, I did not.
In that case, Mary, drink the glass.
Well, go on, Mary. Drink it.
Mary.
I hate you. I have always hated you, you sniveling little invalid. A man like him needing a woman, needing a wife, the kind of wife that I could have been. That's why I wrote those letters, to prepare you for the death that you had coming to you, and to play it smart. Yes, smart. Because if anything had gone wrong, he would have been blamed for your murder, not me.
You're crazy.
I am not crazy.
She's stupid, too.
Todd, stupid? I was stupid?
That letter from a friend. Only 4 people knew Claudia took that tonic. Claudia, Dr. Stein, me, and you. Marge, call the police, will you?
Trust. Truth. Trust, it would seem, can be many things, or at least a thing of infinite variety. As for truth, well, the evidence seems clear that one man's truth is another man's lie. The answer to this complexity? Surely the answer lies in the complexity of you, of me, of all mankind. Where else? I'm sure you'll want to know that Claudia is now fully recovered from her illness and that she and Todd are very happy together. As for Margaret Sutton, would you believe that the role she played in Todd's film revived her acting career? Well, it did. Our cast included Nina Foch, Charles Aidman, Leslie Woods, Joan Tompkins, and Joe DeSantis. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News, energy and the price of oil were the subjects of discussion on two sides of the world Wednesday evening. I'm Jim Kilpatrick reporting on the CBS radio network. President Ford journeyed to Philadelphia to address a Republican fundraising dinner. He plugged his economic plan and emphasized again the need for U.S. self-sufficiency in the field of energy.
If we are to grasp successfully the problems of energy, we have to do something affirmatively to find other sources. We have to develop and produce those resources at home, whether it's oil or coal or geothermal or solar or any one of the other alternatives, nuclear included, that will be a substitute. So we cannot be held up by others who come from lands across the oceans.
President Ford speaking Wednesday evening in Philadelphia. Across the ocean, Secretary of State Kissinger is meeting with leaders in the Middle East. Marvin Cowell reports from Cairo.
The Ford administration is hoping to reduce fuel imports by as much as 18% this coming year. That is a cut of 1 million barrels of imported crude oil a day. The U.S. imports a bit less than 6 million barrels a day, a third of which comes from the Arab oil-producing nations. Secretary Kissinger did not come here to discuss the high price of oil, But it would be surprising indeed if the topic did not come up during his current swing through the Middle East. Part of America's policy now is to restrict food shipments to those countries which harm the United States by restricting fuel exports or charging too much for them. This is a highly selective and delicate diplomatic program. A basic part of Kissinger's policy is to organize the consuming nations into a cooperative unit able to defend their interests against the oil producers. He hopes to complete this process sometime before next March. Marvin Count, CBS News, Cairo.
More after this. Time Magazine. What's in it for you this week? Cover story. Gerald Ford trying to fight back. What the administration proposes as solutions to America's three biggest problems: inflation, recession, and the price of oil.
A nationwide report on how big the problem really is.
Why it may get worse.
And which of the president's programs seems most promising.
Time also looks into who is hurting and who is not, as inflation and economic stagnation hit nearly every family.
And in the economy, Time reports on what might happen if the countries that use oil could unite as solidly as the countries that produce it.
In the world, a first-hand look at life under Cuban socialism.
In behavior, a character study of Lyndon Baines Johnson by a young psychohistorian who once worked at the White House.
And in art, new knowledge about one of the most enigmatic geniuses in history, Leonardo da Vinci.
It's all there in Time.
Pick up a copy today.
For Time makes everything more interesting,
including you. Nelson Rockefeller has agreed to supply a written explanation of financial gifts he has made to aides and public figures. The Senate Rules Committee may reopen Rockefeller's vice presidential confirmation hearings after the November election. More on the Rockefeller gifts from Connie Chung.
Last Christmas, Nelson Rockefeller gave Steuben glass figurines costing a total of more than $32,000 to members of the National Commission on Water Quality. Rockefeller is chairman of the 14-member commission, which includes 5 senators, 5 representatives, and 4 public members. A spokesman for Rockefeller described the figurine as a trout leaping out of a mountain brook to catch a fly. Each costs $2,300. Some of the senators, concerned about any appearance of impropriety, gave their gifts away. One senator said he saw nothing wrong with the gift, but he said, "It's just that Rockefeller gives Steuben glass the way others give away neckties." Connie Chung, CBS News, Washington.
The 7 guerrillas who gave up the Venezuelan consulate in Santo Domingo and released their hostages have arrived in Panama. The guerrillas were picked up by a bus when they left the plane. It is not known where they were taken. The freed hostages are reported in good condition in Santo Domingo. More after this.
You've seen the Budweiser commercials on television, and maybe you've wondered how long people have been putting that famous Bud label on things. Well, not as long as the brewers of Bud have been putting things on the label. Things like a list of Bud's most important ingredients. Quote, brewed by our original process from the choicest hops, rice, and best barley malt. And things like the following statement. This is the famous Budweiser beer. We know of no brand produced by any other brewer which costs so much to brew and age. Our exclusive Beechwood aging produces a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. Unquote. Yes, brewing beer right does make a difference. Read the Bud label. Taste the king of beers, and you'll agree, when you say Budweiser, you've said it all. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
Massachusetts Governor Sargent has ordered 400 extra policemen into Boston after a federal judge refused to send U.S. Marshals. 300 state police and 100 district officers were ordered to aid in quelling disturbances related to court-ordered busing to achieve integration. The action comes after another day of disturbances in the city, mainly in the predominantly black Roxbury section of Boston. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, CBS News.
For the first time in history, the World Series will be played entirely on the West Coast. The Oakland Athletics Wednesday became the American League champions, and the Los Angeles Dodgers won the National League crown. They'll meet for Game 1 in the series Saturday afternoon in Los Angeles. Oakland got the American League crown by coming out on top in the playoff series with the Baltimore Orioles. The A's clinched it Wednesday with a 2-1 victory over the Orioles. The Dodgers likewise won their playoff series, embarrassing the Pittsburgh Pirates with a 12-1 victory. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story I bring you is one of the most curious I've ever encountered. For what happened to pretty little Amy Prentice shouldn't happen to, well, to you. Put yourself in Amy's place. You arrive one day at the home of your fiancé, Jack Morton, and...
Jack, darling, I'm here.
I beg your pardon?
I'm here. I mean, here I am.
You're here, all right, but who are you?
Who am I?
Look, if you're some kind of saleswoman,
Jack,
we're really not...
Please stop kidding. I'm Amy Prentice, your fiancée.
You're crazy. That's what you are. I've never seen you or heard of you in my life.
Mystery drama, The Bride That Wasn't, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by George Lothar and stars Janet Waldo and Ann Seymour. We've all had odd, unexplainable things happen to us. Sometimes we put them down to tricks of memory, a curious combination of circumstances, or an occurrence that was simply inexplicable, and have then dismissed them from our minds. Perhaps Amy Prentice should have done that, but alas didn't. When she arrived at the home of her fiancé, Jack Morton, all set to get married, only to have Jack tell her,
I've never seen you or heard of you in my life. Goodbye.
Wait a minute. Now, wait just a minute.
You heard me, sister. Beat it.
Sister? Beat it? Jack Morton, I don't know what this is all about.
What is it, Jack? What's wrong?
Yes, what seems to be the trouble?
Well, this girl claims she knows me.
Claims I know you. We're engaged. Engaged to be married.
Married? Oh, my dear young lady, you're suffering from some sort of delusion.
That, or you're playing some sort of game. Now, you just get along out of here.
Oh, now, Mother.
I mean it, Florence. I'll call the police if she doesn't.
No, the poor girl, whatever her problem, looks terribly tired.
You'd be tired, too, if you'd come all the way from Midvale in a day coach.
Come in. Come in and at least have a cup of tea.
Oh, I don't think so. Not now. Not after this reception I just got.
Well, that's just fine with us. Take off.
Jack, how can you act this way? Oh, honey, I don't know what this is all about, but you come on in and have a cup of tea with us.
No, you get out of here. Go away or I'll call the police.
Now, Mother, you know you'll do no such thing. This young woman is obviously in some sort of trouble, and it's up to us to help her if we can. Jack, you pick up her bag and bring it in. And, honey, you come on along with me.
I don't know.
Oh, nonsense. Come on, dear. All right, Jack, bring the suitcase. Close the door. And now let's all go into the dining room and have some tea. You too, Jack. And you, Mother. Now, what's your name, honey?
Amy Prentice.
Well, you sit right there, Amy, and I'll pour tea, and you tell us what this is all about.
Tell you. You all act as if you'd never heard of me.
We haven't. Anyway, I haven't.
This is some kind of trick. Confidence game.
Mother, please. Here we are, honey. Nice cup of tea. Now, there's milk and sugar right there if you want them, and a plate of cookies. Now, let me introduce ourselves to begin with. This is Mother Morton, that's him, Jack's mother, and I'm Florence Morton, his wife.
Wife?
Yes, dear. So, you see, you're thinking he's your fiancé. Well, you see, that just can't be so.
Is she your wife?
Of course she is. Let me tell you once again, I don't know you. I never saw you before in my life.
You did. You did. We met just 2 weeks ago at the conference at State Teachers College.
Now, what in blazes would I be doing at Teachers College?
Well, you're an English teacher, aren't you?
English teacher, my foot. I'm an insurance salesman.
But you can't be. You can't be. Unless you don't have a twin brother or a double or something.
No, Amy, he doesn't.
As she very well knows.
Mother? Amy, why don't you tell us what you think this is all about? I mean, start at the beginning and, well, tell us the whole story. Perhaps we can help in, I don't know, in some way.
But he knows what happened.
Whether he does or not, you just tell us in your own words.
Well, I'm an English teacher, Midvale High School. And I attended the conference of English teachers at State Teachers 2 weeks ago. On the third day, when I was having lunch in the cafeteria.
Look, excuse me. There seems to be a shortage of tables. Do you mind if I sit down here?
No, of course not. Please.
Thanks. I'll just put my tray down here. There we are. Or rather, here I am. My name's Morton, Jack Morton.
Amy Prentice.
Where are you from?
Midvale.
Newark. High school English. You know, Chaucer, Shakespeare, and all that.
Well, we have a lot in common.
Mm-hmm. Including food. I see you got a BLT on whole wheat, toasted.
You too.
Mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise.
Hey, are you enjoying the conference?
Oh, yes and no.
Well, what's the no part?
Well, quite honestly, I don't go for some of the new teaching methods they're recommending.
Yeah. Like letting your students read what they want to read instead of holding them to the curriculum.
You too?
Me, too.
Well, we do have a lot in common.
Yeah, I should say we do. Sure glad I asked to sit at your table.
So am I.
Amy, do you mind if I call you Amy?
No.
And you call me Jack, okay?
All right, Jack.
Well, what I was going to say, it's kind of early to ask you for a date, but, well, look, the barbecue tonight. I'm not looking forward to going alone, and I sort of wondered...
I wasn't looking forward to it either, for the same reason.
You talk about two minds with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. Well, how about it?
How about what?
Going to the barbecue with me. Look, the steak is going to be New York cut, my favorite.
Oh, mine too. I'd love to.
It's a date then, Amy?
It's a date. That was the first date. We saw each other from then on every chance we got, every day. And just before the end of the conference, Jack asked me... Jack, you know you did. You asked me to marry you.
Look, will you make sense? I'm married to Florence. I've been married to her for 10 years. Would I ask you or anyone else to marry me?
But you did. What do you think I'm doing here? We arranged for me to come today to meet your mother and stay here till we got married over the weekend. Why, this is the engagement ring you gave me.
Now, wait a minute. Cool it, lady. You could have gotten that anywhere. You could have bought it yourself.
Amy, I know you're sincere in thinking you met Jack at that conference and that he asked you to marry him, but, well, it's got to be some sort of delusion.
If it is, how did I know his name and address?
That you could have got out of any phone book. I don't care what you say, Florence. This girl is playing some kind of game.
I don't think so, Mother. I think she really believes what she says.
I believe it because it happened.
No, Amy, as I say, it's some sort of delusion.
Is the rose garden a delusion?
Yes. The rose garden?
Your rose garden, Mrs. Morton. Jack told me you love roses and that you're an expert at growing them, that you even exhibit them and have won prizes. Is that true?
Well, yes, but...
That window there, that picture window, does it look out on the backyard where the rose garden is?
Why, good heavens, it does, yes.
I'll describe it for you. Just as Jack described it for me. There's a brick walk down the center, dividing the yard in half. You enter the walk through a white trellis that's covered with red and white roses. At the far end of the walk, there's a tall French fence to screen you from the neighbors. And in front of the fence, there's a fountain with a large statue of the god Pan. Is that right?
Perfectly. unbelievable.
I don't see anything unbelievable about it. She could have gone out back and looked at my garden before she rang the front bell.
Well, yes, that is true.
How would I know that Jack's mother exhibits her roses, wins prizes?
Oh, that's true, too, Mother.
Well, there are plenty of ways she could have found out.
Name one. You just named me one.
I could name you half a dozen. You could have asked questions around the neighborhood. And there is a record book of prize winners with stories of their backgrounds, their lives. You could have just made an educated guess.
Personally, I don't think this poor child did any of those things.
Then you explain how she knows.
I can't. No more than she can.
I have. Jack told me about that garden and all about his mother, but, well, it doesn't matter now.
Well, what do you mean, Amy?
I mean, I don't understand it, but obviously Jack doesn't want to marry me. Can't marry me. And regardless of what I think, what I believed happened, and it did, I know it did, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, where are you going?
Back where I came from, of course, Midvale. Thanks for the tea.
I'll be happy to take your bag to the door.
Now, just 1 minute. Just 1 minute. Amy, you can't go back to Midvale today.
Why not?
There's only one train from Newark to Midvale. I happen to know because I have a friend I visit in the asylum there. And that leaves at 9:30 in the morning.
Well, I'll stay somewhere. At a hotel.
You do no such thing. You'll spend the night here. With us.
I can't have that. I won't have it, Florence. I'm not letting some tricky little character like her stay the night under my roof.
Mother, we can't put her out. That simply wouldn't be decent. Human. No, I insist. She's got to spend the night, have a good, refreshing sleep. And then I'll drive her to the station after breakfast in the morning.
I really can't put you out like this.
Not another word, Amy. I won't take no for an answer. Now, let me show you to the guest room. Bring her suitcase, Jack.
Okay.
You come along, too, Mother.
You don't need me.
Oh, yes, we do.
What for?
Why, I think it's going to be a chilly night. And you know where the extra blankets are.
So do you, Florence.
Please.
Come on, Mom.
I'm really sorry to bother you like this. And, look, you needn't trouble about an extra blanket. The weather's warm, really.
Here we are.
Oh, wait. Wait, before you open the door.
Yes?
Jack described the room where I'd be staying, the guest room. I can tell you exactly what it looks like.
Oh, you couldn't possibly.
There's a big dormer window, like all old houses have, and chintz curtains.
Good heavens.
A big easy chair with an ottoman. The bed has a canopy, and the rug, it's a woven rug, oval, with a design of roses.
But this is incredible. Oh, Jack, you didn't meet Amy at State Teachers, did you? You didn't propose marriage?
Oh, come off it, Florence.
Well, this is the strangest thing because, well, Amy, you've described the room perfectly. Now, here, see for yourself.
Yes. Just as Jack described it.
Well, there's no understanding this. I just can't fathom it. You must have second sight. Or something.
No,
No more talk now. You're tired and upset. And what you need is a good nap. Dinner won't be for several hours. I'll call you when it's ready.
Thank you.
And you can look forward to dinner. We're having steak. New York cut, no less. Jack adores steak. New York cut.
Quiet, Amy.
Jack.
Quiet, I said. Just listen to me, darling.
Darling?
The dearest, most darling girl in the world.
But,
Look, there's no time to explain. It's 2:00 in the morning, and I've got to get you out of here fast. I can't take a chance on my wife waking up and finding me gone.
You are married. Florence is your wife.
Yes, but we did meet, you and I do love you and want to marry you.
Oh, marry me when you're already married?
Please, stop talking. Get this robe on. We've got to move fast.
Where are we going?
Out of this house.
In Robin's slippers?
Look, I'll explain later. Come on now, let's go.
Where? Go where, Jack?
Florence.
Your wife, standing in the door with an axe in her hand. Oh, Jack. Jack, what does this mean?
What, indeed, does it mean? Why does Jack want to get Amy out of that house as fast as he can? What is Florence, his wife, doing with an axe in her hand? One thing is virtually sure. However incredible events for Amy have been up to now, they are as nothing to what lies ahead. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. G.K. Chesterton was fond of saying that an adventure was merely an inconvenience viewed in the right light. Perhaps, then, one may say that the incredible is merely the credible viewed in the wrong light. However that may be, to come to the home of a man you expect to marry and to discover him already married, and on top of that, to find yourself facing his wife at 2 a.m. with an axe in her hand.
Really, Amy, Mother was right about you after all. You are playing tricks.
Oh, no. No, I assure you.
Then what is my husband doing in your room at 2 o'clock in the morning, and you in your nightgown?
I can explain.
Do that, Jack. Please do.
First, give me the axe, Florence.
Tempted to ask where you'd like it. Just explain your presence in Amy's room, Jack.
Well, I thought I heard her cry out. I thought she might be in trouble. I came to see if she was all right.
Just a nightmare, Florence. I had a nightmare.
That's hardly surprising with all you've been through.
Well, I guess so.
Could I have the axe now, Florence?
Oh, of course. Here. You see, I heard you cry out too, Amy.
You did?
Yes. And I thought there might be an intruder in the house. Burglar, something like that.
You keep an axe in your bedroom?
Well, it's an old house. Very old. Our bedroom, Jack's and mine, has a fireplace in it. We keep a small supply of wood there. And sometimes it has to be split. You didn't think I was going to chop you, did you?
No.
Well, Jack and I will go back to our bedroom now. Come, Jack. Oh, and Amy.
Yes?
Try not to have any more nightmares. More toast and marmalade, Amy?
Thank you, no.
Coffee, then.
No, frankly, I'm anxious to get started. Get that train for Midvale. I don't want to miss it.
You won't miss it. Plenty of time.
Well, there really isn't, Florence. There's just under half an hour, and it takes 15 minutes to reach the station.
I know.
So, I think we'd better get started, Amy. Your bag's packed and in the hall, so let's go.
You?
Well, I'll drive her to the station.
I was planning to do that.
No, I'll do it.
No, Jack, no. Waste of gas.
I mean, waste. You take her or I take her. What's the waste?
I have to go into town, shopping to do for the weekend. And you don't.
I see.
I can do my shopping at the same time.
Yes, I see.
So that'll mean only one round trip instead of 2.
I said I see, Florence.
Saves gas.
Yes.
Well, if we're going to get started...
Oh, but first you must see the rose garden.
No,
yes. I mean, how can you even think of leaving without seeing it? In some unaccountable way, you do know what it looks like, but, well, if I were you, I'd want to see it for myself.
Well, there isn't time.
Of course there is. Take a moment. Let's all go to the rose garden. And aren't these lovely? Hybrid teas.
Yes, but, time...
And this rambler. Isn't it gorgeous?
Yes. Oh, yes, you're certainly to be complimented, Mrs. Morton.
Thank you. Oh, but this isn't her garden, you know. It's mine, really.
But Jack said...
Jack said? Jack couldn't have said anything. How could he? Since you didn't meet him till yesterday. Or did you? Did you meet her at State Teachers, Jack?
I've told you I never saw her before in my life.
Yes, but I've been thinking. You know how I am? Always thinking. Sometimes my head aches terribly.
Oh, please, we were going to miss my train.
I think about so many things. Now, you take this rose garden. She gets the credit for it. Always has got the credit for it. But I'm the one who designed it, created it, planted it. Even your father had to admit it was beautiful, Jack. Remember?
Yes.
Oh, how that man hated me, reviled me, scorned me. But even he admitted that my rose garden was a thing of beauty.
Florence, we've got to go. Now, if Amy's going to get her train.
Yes. Oh, yes. But first, I wanted to see these floribunda. Aren't they gorgeous?
They are, yes.
Note the deep, dark red of the blossoms. Very dark, very deep red.
Lovely.
Do you know why?
Cultivation, I suppose.
Blood.
Blood?
Mr. Morton's blood. Jack's father's blood. This is where we found him. Hacked to bits.
Oh, Jack.
Easy,
I
Mom.
can't
Easy,
bear
Mom.
Blood had
Florence,
poured
Florence.
onto the soil, into it, saturating it. Would you believe that before that day, these roses had been rather weak, skimpy, subject to all sorts of diseases? But afterwards, they'd literally burgeoned with health and beauty. Would you believe that?
Now, look, whether I believe it or not, we can't stay here another second.
Why not?
My train, that's why not. The only daily train to Midvale. Are you deliberately trying to make me miss it?
But of course not. What a thing to say. I only wanted you to see the rose garden.
Well, now that I've seen it, let's go. Please.
Whatever you say, whatever you say.
I'll go along too, Florence.
You, Mother? Whatever for?
Some shopping myself.
Well, why not? We'll all go together. You too, Jack.
Well, no. I'll stay here.
Not a chance, Jack. Not a
Oh,
chance.
excuse me, but while we're doing all this talking, time is slipping by. I don't want to miss that train.
Of course you don't. But before we go, I do want you to know, Amy, what a pleasure it's been having you stay with us.
Thank you.
Of course, you haven't enjoyed it. Poor dear. But never mind. You're sure to find a husband so attractive, so pretty.
Could we go now?
Come on, Jack, Mother, Amy, get in the car. We just have time to make the Midvale train. Luckily, as you see, Amy, the garage fronts on the street.
Luckily.
Well, we can drive right out into the street and not waste time. Drive right straight out.
Yes.
Now, if the garage was in the back of the house, waste time, a minute or two, and we don't have it to waste.
Could we get started?
Oh, you are in a hurry.
Well, you said yourself we don't have any time to spare.
That's why you don't have to tell me.
I'm sorry.
I should think you would be. Well, here we go.
Something wrong?
Damp, I guess.
Suppose you let me drive, Florence.
How can you drive, Mother, if the car won't start? No time to spare and it won't start.
Look, I'll get a taxi.
By the time a taxi gets here, your call and everything, you'd miss the train.
But we're certainly not going to get anywhere this way. The battery's wearing down.
Correction. It's worn down.
Oh, no. Well, that means I'll never make the train to Midvale.
Well, now, I resent that, Amy. You sound as if spending another night with us here would be most unpleasant to you.
Oh, no. No, I didn't mean...
We did try to make everything as pleasant as possible for you. Back in the house, all.
Look, if I went down to the corner and got a cab...
Amy,
Yes?
do as Florence says.
Of course, Jack. Of course.
Out of the car. Back in the house, all.
Oh, look! A taxi! A taxi pulling up right in front. Oh, good heavens, I forgot. Joe!
Joe? Who's Joe?
My brother. All the excitement and all, I forgot. He was coming to give me away.
Okay, driver, thanks.
Oh, no, Joe, wait! Keep that cab! Driver, don't drive off! Wait!
It's all right, driver. Go on.
No, wait! Please, wait! Joe, hold that cab!
Amy.
Driver, wait!
Go on, driver. Go on. We don't need you.
For criminy sake, go stay. Go stay.
He's gone. He's gone.
Amy, baby, sis, what is this?
Oh, she's all upset. All upset. I'm Florence Morton. How do you do?
Oh, Joe Prentice, Amy's brother. Amy, what?
You understand, Joe. I may call you Joe.
Oh, yeah.
Amy's all upset. You know how it is, getting married for the first time. Nerves.
Oh, sure.
Joe.
You Jack Morton? Yes, I am. Oh, glad to meet you, Jack. Great pleasure. And you're, Jack's sister, huh?
Let's all go into the house. Come on now, come on. Have you had breakfast, Joe?
I have something on the train.
Well, you want more than that. Eggs, bacon, toast, and marmalade, hot coffee. In the house, everybody.
No.
Amy, in the house. Hey, what's going on here? You're all acting like... Well, I don't know.
Wedding plans, Joe, wedding plans. Everybody uptight. You understand.
Yeah, sure. Florence, is it?
Florence. Everybody in. Everybody in. Well, now, here we are. All together once again.
Joe.
Yeah, Amy?
Joe, there's something crazy going on in this house. Something real crazy.
Now, Amy, honey.
Joe, listen to me. There's something wrong. I don't know what it's all about. I don't know what's happening, but Jack says he never saw me before in his life.
What?
And never proposed marriage to me, and then he did. And his wife, she came to my bedroom with an axe in her hand.
For chimney's sake, hold it. Amy, you're not making sense.
Oh, I know I'm not, because what's happening here, what's happened to me, doesn't make sense either.
Will somebody explain this?
I'll explain it. Mr. Prentice, Joe, a mistake of some kind has been made.
Mistake?
Your sister, well, I haven't wanted to spell this out in so many words, but since you're here now and can take care of her, Joe, I'm afraid your sister is crazy.
You're afraid my sister is crazy?
Well, she came here yesterday afternoon, arrived just out of the blue, out of nowhere, saying she'd come to marry my husband.
You don't mean him?
Yes, him. Jack. My husband.
He's your...
My husband, Jack, yes. Somehow your sister has got into her head that they met at teachers' conference, and he proposed marriage, but, well, it's ridiculous.
You, Jack. You say you never met Amy? No.
Jack, last night in my room...
Now, hold it, Amy, just hold it. Let me try to get this thing straight. You didn't meet her at a teachers' conference? State Teachers College?
Not me. I'm an insurance salesman.
This is plain screwy. Amy, if you say you met him and he asked you to marry him, I say you met him and he asked you to marry him. But he says...
I never saw her, talked to her, knew anything about her until she arrived here yesterday.
I see. Well, either you're a liar, Mr. Morton, or you're crazy. If anybody around here has lost his marbles, you have, not her. Now, Amy, what do you want to do about this?
I just want to get out of here.
And that's what we'll do. Where's the phone?
Over there, but I'm afraid
Let me just call a cab and we'll blow.
You can't.
You going to stop me?
The phone's out of order.
Now, we'll see about that. That's dead, all right. No wonder. The wire's been pulled out of the box on the wall. Now, what is going on here? Who pulled those wires out of the box and why? Come on, damn it, answer me. Who and why?
You're like Jack's father, all male. He was a Taurus, a bull. Strong, masculine like you. He thought like you.
What are you, some women's liver?
I'm me. I'm Florence Morton. And I don't take anything from you or anybody else. His father learned that the hard way.
What do you mean, the hard way?
She killed him with an axe.
Killed him. Killed him. Hacked him to pieces.
He had to be killed. I certainly wasn't going to live out my life with him dominating me. Stupid, he called me. Stupid. Like that. One day I said to him, "You call me stupid once more and I'll kill you." We're in the garden. Maybe you noticed there's a wood pile in one corner, Amy.
Yes.
And there was this axe he used for splitting wood. You know what he did?
No.
Guess.
Please.
He picked up the axe and handed it to me. "Go ahead," he said. "Kill me, stupid." Was he surprised?
Hacked him to bits. To bits.
Amy, come on. We're getting out of here.
Goodbye, Joe. Goodbye, Amy.
Goodbye. This door's locked. It's bolted on the inside.
Oh, I thought you knew. You didn't see me bolt and lock it when we came in?
All right, give me the key.
So you can unlock it?
What else?
Now look, you... Joe, please, don't cross her. Please, don't cross her. She'll kill us all.
Joe. Joe.
Take it easy, Amy. We're not dead yet.
Not yet, Joe. Not quite yet.
Ever been face to face with a homicidal maniac? With everything stacked against you? Happily, I never have, and hope you never have either. But Amy and Joe are. And so are Jack and his mother. What I can't figure out is why Jack, with a homicidal wife at home, ever proposed marriage to Amy. Well, we'll have the answer to that when I return shortly with Act 3. Terror can be a thing so palpable you can feel it, clammy to your touch, ice cold in your veins, a taste of brass in your mouth. Certainly this is what Amy Prentice feels, along with the Mortons and her brother Joe, as Florence Morton makes all too clear the fact that they are not going to leave the old house on Hilliard Street alive.
Look, Florence, I don't get any of this. I don't get any of it except all this hate you got in you. You can't blame my sister for it, and you can't blame me. So we're leaving now.
No.
Joe, she's got a gun.
I can see that, Amy. Question is, will she use it?
Yes, she'll use it all right. You better understand something, Joe. She's a killer, a homicidal maniac.
And what the hell is she doing here? Why isn't she in an asylum?
She was. She escaped just a day before I got back from the teachers' conference.
Jack.
Amy, I am sorry, so sorry. I pretended I'd never seen you before, tried to get you to leave before you set foot in this house because Florence was right there behind me all the time, and I knew she'd kill you sooner or later. Kill you.
9 years. 9 long years. They kept me in that place. But I knew. I always knew someday I'd get out.
But, Jack, if you're married to her...
No, I'm not. Not anymore. I had the marriage annulled a year ago. The authorities agreed Florence would never be cured.
So where are these authorities now? Didn't they figure she'd head straight for this house?
They telephoned to let me know she'd escaped. Asked me to notify them if she did come here. And all the time I was talking on the phone, she had a gun against my head.
You're going to die. You're all going to die.
Not if I can help it, lady.
You can't help it. There isn't a thing you can do.
We'll see about that. One thing I don't believe in is just standing here waiting for you to kill us. Me, I fight fire with fire.
Oh? And just how do you think you... fight fire with fire? Fire!
Florence, what do you think?
Be quiet, Jack. I'm thinking. Fire. You know, Joe, you've given me the idea I was looking for.
I gave you...
I've been wondering how to kill you all at once. And now I know. Into the kitchen.
What for?
You see, Mother. Into the kitchen, all. And now, Jack, dear loving husband, open the cellar door.
You're taking us down to the cellar?
Putting you down in the cellar, Jack. Open the door. Now, down into the cellar with you. You lead the way, Jack.
Look, Florence.
Don't argue, Jack. Just go.
No, we're not. My leg, all right?
Oh, Joe.
You may
Joe.
be able to fight fire, Joe, but you can't fight bullets. Now, Amy, help your brother down into the cellar.
Joe.
Take it easy.
Oh,
Pain is...
you're bleeding.
I'll be okay.
Oh.
She hit me in the side. Fleshy part. You better let me have a look at that wound, Joe, okay? Okay.
Let him bleed to death, Jack. It'll be easier for him. Sorry I can't make it easier for you all.
Oh, she's locked us in down here.
Is there another door?
No, there's not even a window. We're trapped. Absolutely no way out.
Is there any way of breaking that door down? Prying it open?
No,
maybe?
Joe, this is an old house. It's built when they really build them. Break that door down. No way. Oh. Look, try to hold still. It's not that bad, but it's bleeding quite a lot. I've got to stop the bleeding. Look, Amy.
Yes, dear.
Just around that corner, you'll find a desk.
A desk?
Yeah, I have my office set up there.
Oh.
In the bottom drawer on the right, you'll find a first aid kit. Now, bring it here, will you?
Yes.
Oh, Jack, what are we going to do? How are we going to get out of here?
Mom, if I had the answer to that...
Jack, there's a telephone here on your desk.
Yeah, with the wires pulled out of the wall box. Florence didn't miss a trick.
Oh, yes. Oh, they are pulled out.
Look, hurry with that first aid kit.
Here it is, Jack. Here.
Thanks. Have you patched up in a jiffy, Joe. Though, much good it'll do you, I'm afraid.
Don't lose your nerve. Me, I've been in worse binds than this. Vietnam, for one. My work for another.
What do you do, Joe?
I'm a cop, New York City Police Force. Well, I've been in spots that make this look like... Hey, wait. She's up there. That's not the kitchen.
No, it's the living room, right above us.
What was that?
She put something down on the floor. Something heavy and made of metal. What could it be, Jack?
I don't know, unless it's... Wait a minute.
What, Jack? What?
Metal? Fire? I keep a can of gasoline in the garage for the lawnmower.
How big a can?
2 gallons. Was it full? I'm afraid so, and I'm afraid I'm right. I smell gasoline.
It's dripping down through the floorboards above us.
She's going to set the house on fire. She's going to burn it down around our heads.
Kill herself, the poor crazy woman. Florence! Florence, listen to me! Florence, you'll kill yourself! Strike a match and the gasoline fumes! The fumes, Florence, they'll explode!
You're right. She lights that stuff. She'll never get out alive.
Florence, will you listen? Will you please listen? Oh, God, she's done it! A house this old. It'll go up like a haystack, a dry haystack.
We're all going to die. Burned alive.
Oh, no.
We gotta try that door. We gotta see can we break it down. Jack, give me a hand. We'll both get our shoulders against it. When I give the word.
What?
Forget it. The door's hot already. Flames on the other side. Even if we got it open, we'd never get out. There's got to be something we can do. There's got to be.
What is the neighbors?
Neighbors?
Well, they'll see the house burning, call the fire
Oh,
department.
what good'll that do us?
They'll rescue us. Get us out of
Oh,
here.
Amy, honey, they don't know we're down here.
Oh.
Wait a minute. Just one chance. Just one chance.
What, Joe? Telephone. No, I told you. Florence pulled the wires out of the wall box.
We gotta see can we connect them again.
You think you can? Or do you?
Jack. What? Thank God you set up your office down here with a phone. If we can reconnect those wires, let's get this wall box open. You got any tools down here?
Yeah, top drawer of my desk. One of those little kits. Here, what do you want?
Little screwdriver.
Here you go.
Now, get this lid open. Right. Easy. Yeah. It's coming.
Oh,
Right.
hurry, Joe, hurry.
There. Off of the lid. Oh, good. Oh, no.
What?
3 wires. Red, blue, and green. 3 poles to attach them to.
So attach them.
Yeah, but which wire to which pole?
Hey!
Oh, it's falling.
Oh, Joe, try something.
What do you think I'm doing? See. Red to this pole. Blue to this one.
Green here. All right, see, can you get a dial tone? No, nothing. Try again. Joe, move it. Let's see. Put the red here. Blue there. Green on this pole. Okay. Anything, Jack? That's it. That's it. I got a dial tone. We'll use it. Get the operator.
This is your operator. May I help you?
Operator, I'm calling from a burning house. 37 Hilliard Street. The fire department's just arriving, but they don't know we're in the cellar. We're in the cellar. Amy, here. Fire chief just gave me another thermos of coffee. Have some more.
Oh, thanks, Jack. Joe?
They've got Joe in the ambulance unit over there. They're really patching up his leg.
Isn't he wonderful? I think I've got the most wonderful brother in the world.
Well, I think he's got the most wonderful sister in the world.
I'm sorry about Florence.
Lord knows I am, too, but it's better this way. Mom, are you okay?
Even the rose garden's gone. The heat killed everything.
Maybe that's better, too, Mom.
Oh, how could it be?
How? I'm going to see to it you have another house. Another rose garden. Without the memories that went with this one. Memories we're all going to do our best to forget.
What began as mystery, created by Florence Morton, ended as tragedy for Florence Morton. And perhaps for the best, as Jack said. She is at peace now, and if in death she has not found a better world, as we very much hope she has, she's at least out of this one, which brought her so much unhappiness. I'll be back shortly. Jack and Amy Morton are happily married now. Amy no longer teaches, at least not in school, because she has two youngsters to keep her more than busy. The boy is named Joe, the girl, Florence. As for Mother Morton, she has another garden, but not roses, vegetables. Well, everything costs so much these days. Cast included Janet Waldo, Ann Seymour, Lorene Tuttle, Bill Quinn, and Bernard Barrow. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is your friendly music station, KIXI, dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. President Ford visited his wife Betty Tuesday evening and says she's making unbelievable progress recovering from major cancer surgery. I'm Jim Kilpatrick reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The story from Ed Bradley in Washington.
The doctors issued a very encouraging report. The medical bulletin earlier in the day said Mrs. Ford's vital signs were stable and she appeared to be stronger. The president arrived at the hospital with a handbag, a gift from the Italian president. And after his visit, the president's remarks reflected the doctor's optimism.
He was in great spirits. I thought she made unbelievable progress. She had a lot of things for me to do, reminding me of to do things that I had neglected around the house.
Is she anxious to get back to the White House?
Well, I don't think it's quite that far along yet, but the doctor thinks she has done very, very well, and this is, of course, very encouraging.
The president was in a very relaxed mood following his visit. He stopped for a few minutes to chat with reporters and discuss plans for a winter skiing vacation. Ed Bradley, CBS News, Washington.
White House News Secretary Ron Messon says President Ford still plans trips to Japan and Korea in mid-November despite the illness of his wife. Mr. Ford canceled his travel schedule for this week, but the White House says the president will meet an extensive campaign schedule starting next week involving 10 to 20 one-day trips. More CBS News after this.
Time magazine.
What's in it for you this week?
Cover story. The relentless ordeal of political wives.
Even before her present illness, Mrs. Gerald Ford has had to endure other psychological pressures. The all-pervasive tribulations of the wife of a politician.
This week, Time studies the lives of the women who have had to be wife, mother, cook,
chauffeur,
advisor,
campaigner,
and sometimes TV personality as well.
It's a revealing story of the physical and mental strain of life in a fishbowl.
In The Economy, summing up the summit. Who said what to whom and what it all achieved?
Substantively, not much, says Time, but it did give the public a much-needed lesson in economic reality.
This week, Time also takes you to Washington for the first shots of what observers are beginning to call the energy war.
To China for a sweeping survey of the 25 years of Chairman Mao.
And to Bonn and Paris, where the rapport between West German Chancellor Schmidt and French President Giscard d'Estaing brings new life to the old dream of a united Europe.
It's all in Time this week.
Pick up a copy today.
For Time makes everything more interesting.
Including you.
Authorities near Augusta, Georgia, have discovered the body of Mrs. Edie Revelle, kidnapped Monday by 3 gunmen. The body was found in the trunk of her car. Her husband, a local bank president, was found alive earlier Tuesday after spending more than 30 hours locked in the trunk of his car. The FBI says no ransom demand was made for Mrs. Revelle, but the gunman did force Revelle to take an undisclosed amount of money from the bank. In the Florida Democratic primary, Richard Stone has narrowly defeated William Gunther in the runoff for the Senate seat being vacated by Republican Edward Gurney. Senate House conferees have broken the deadlock over public financing of federal elections. Senate negotiators yielded to the House and dropped their fight for public financing of congressional campaigns, but tax funds would be available for campaigns of major party presidential candidates. The measure would put a ceiling on campaign contributions. A final conference is scheduled for Thursday to iron out any remaining differences. Treasury Secretary William Simon says President Ford will announce a new energy conservation program next week. Details are sketchy, but among the proposals prepared by the Federal Energy Administration are a 10 to 30 cent per gallon federal tax on gasoline. There would, however, be a tax rebate to compensate for what the government considers normal driving needs. Also under study is an excess use tax for natural gas and electricity. Former President Nixon's doctors say the blood clot in Mr. Nixon's right lung has apparently begun to clear up, and the latest tests show no new sign of a clot. Mr. Nixon is still undergoing a battery of diagnostic tests aimed at finding the basic cause of his phlebitis. The former president is expected to be released from the hospital Thursday or during the weekend at the latest. Senator Joseph Montoya says the federal government spent $316,000 to support former President Nixon in his first 42 days as a private citizen. Montoya says the spending rate comes to about $7,000 a day and does not include the use of office equipment. I'm Jim Kilpatrick, CBS News.
I'm E.G. Marshall. In the mythology of ancient Greece, Hypnos, the god of sleep, and Thanatos, the god of death, were twin brothers, and for good reason. When you turn out the light beside your bed and snuggle down under the sheets for a good night's rest, you finally slowly drift off into a form of unconsciousness. This blacking out, this easing into a soft and shapeless state of non-existence, gives you an inkling, a kind of preview of what it may mean to enter the doorway of sleep's shadowy brother, death. Our mystery drama, The Long, Long Sleep, was suggested by a short story of H.G. Wells and was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Arnold Moss. It stars Larry Haynes. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When destiny decides a man's time has run out, when a gaunt figure menacingly emerges from the half-darkness, his face cloaked under a huge black cowl, and his long, bony finger beckons you to join him, how can you be sure whether or not you are ready? By what signs do you recognize this to be the final eternal sleep, the sleep from which no one awakes? It's the night of December 31st, and Norman Hill and his wife Laurie, a couple in their middle 50s, are at home, alone.
New Year's Eve, the end and the beginning. For the first time ever, Laurie and I had decided to stay home together. Why? I wasn't really sure. But there was an unknown something that was bothering me. Only a couple of minutes to go, Laurie.
Oh, and another year will have gone by.
Mm-hmm. You don't feel bad about our not going out?
Norman, of course not. What we're doing makes the only sense. This is perfect.
Yeah. Just the two of us alone. In an apartment that's begging to be painted.
Well, I'll have the painters in any day now, I promise.
Okay.
Ooh, now let's get to that jar of caviar.
Right, and real imported champagne, the best that money can buy.
Now, when you get the promotion they've been promising you at the office.
Yeah, and the very good chance of my book being picked up as a paperback.
Oh, Norman, I'm a very lucky woman. And I love you very much.
And, Laurie, I love you.
Still, after all these years, you don't want to trade me in for a later model?
Not just yet, dear. But I'm delighted to be stuck with what I've got. For a while, anyway.
Well, thank you, darling. You're still very sweet and so romantic.
And this is it.
Oh, have some of the toast and caviar.
Yes, of course. Oh, it's great. Wonderful. Happy New Year, darling.
Oh, Happy New Year to you.
And with luck, to another 30 years together.
Well, at the very least, I'll drink to that.
To us.
What is it, Norman? What's wrong? Norman? What's happening? What can I get you? Norman? Speak to me. What is it? Norman? Norman, darling. Open your eyes. You're frightening me. Are you all right?
Where? Laurie.
Oh, everything's going to be all right. You started to drink your champagne. You began to choke. And suddenly you passed out.
For long?
5, 10 seconds, maybe. You all right now?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just fine. I think.
Has this happened before, Norman?
I didn't want to worry you.
Recently?
The last couple of weeks, 2 or 3 times.
Oh.
Once at lunch with a couple of the fellas from the office.
Have you been in pain?
No, not really.
Well, you've got to see a doctor.
Yeah, I suppose so. Maybe I will.
No maybes, Norman. Tomorrow morning you make an appointment with Forrest Hackett.
What, New Year's Day? It's a holiday, even for doctors.
Well, then the next day, Tuesday.
Yeah. Maybe Maybe it's not a bad idea. I'll call him at home.
Norman, you just scared the living daylights out of me.
Yeah, I guess I did. Anyway, Happy New Year, darling, to both of us. Laurie was scared, and I was, too. If you've made up your mind you want to go on living, then you make up your mind to follow the rules. The doctor's rules. Forrest Haddon, who was one of my closest and most trusted friends, put me through the most thorough physical examination I'd ever had in my life. Every test in the book. And then a few days later at his office.
Norman, I've never kidded any of my patients, least of all you. I don't see the point.
When, Forrest? How soon?
The operation? Yesterday, Norman. No. The longer we wait, the greater the chance we take.
We?
Do they suspect at the office?
No, of course not.
And, Laurie?
Laurie is something else.
Oh, what do you say?
I'm all yours, Dr. Haddon, I guess.
I've already called the hospital. They can take you Thursday morning.
That's day after tomorrow.
I wouldn't wait, Norman.
Okay. Then Thursday morning it is. And, the odds of my survival, of my, pulling through?
Oh, I'm a doctor, Norman, not a gambler. I don't give up.
But if you did?
All right, I'd say an even 50-50.
No worse?
No worse. You'll be at the hospital Thursday morning at 8, admitting room. Where are you headed now?
The office, then home. Think I'll walk. Clear my head a bit.
Do you mind if I walk along with you? You were my last patient.
No, of course not, Forrest.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm sure. You're afraid I'm about to dissolve into a huge mess of self-pity and despair, aren't you, Forrest? I might take it into my head to do something rash, right?
Could be.
And if I did?
Oh, that would be very foolish. Oh, what would be the sense?
None. No, Forrest, you're wrong. At this moment, I feel absolutely nothing. Not self-pity, not despair, nothing. Just a big emptiness. As if I were already dead. This afternoon, as I walked along with Forrest Haddon, facing the possibility of my own death, it was all very strange. Every deep, passionate feeling I might have had, depression, fear, resentment, anger, was in some curious way drained out of me. There was nothing left inside me except a bloodless, tranquil resignation to a 50-50 chance of the inevitable.
Now, there's no point in minimizing the danger, Norman. It's a very tricky, delicate procedure. Oh, I'm not an alarmist, you know that. I know what I'm doing, and I'll be working with a team
And as we trudged through the snow across from the park toward my office, Forrest kept on assuring me that my life was in the most capable hands. But I couldn't get over the feeling that here I was, living in the very real shadow of death, without my being able to do a thing about it, to control in any way what was happening to me. And what surprised me most was the fact that I was unmoved by the whole thing. I was cool. I was calm until...
Norman, look out! Move!
Well, what happened?
That big pot with a plant in it must have toppled off the roof of that penthouse. The wind must have blown it.
It's a good thing you saw it coming, Forrest, and pushed me out of the way.
Yes, just in time.
It missed my head by inches.
Split your skull right in two. Well, come on, let's not stand here, Norman. Let's move before anything else happens.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Forrest. Thank you very much. For a moment, I'd been brought back to reality. And then a minute later, that same dullness, the feeling of being isolated from the rest of the world, began to take over again.
I think that's wonderful about your book, Norman. You know, I don't see how you manage it. A full-time...
Forrest kept on talking about my work, possibly to get my mind off whatever was wrong with me.
Great.
We kept walking through the slush and snow.
What kind of scene do you think?
And I was oblivious to what was going on. I remember starting to cross the street, and then...
Norman! What are you doing? Come back here. The light was against you. If the brakes on that fellow's car hadn't held, you'd have been killed.
Yes, I suppose so. I'm sorry. I wasn't thinking, Forrest. My mind, on other things.
Of course, I'm aware of that, but for Pete's sake, Norm, what are you trying to do?
My office is in that building over there. I think I'd like to sit in the park alone, if you don't mind, Forrest, before I go up.
Oh, sure, Norman.
I appreciate your company. It was very thoughtful. I'll, see you day after tomorrow at the hospital.
8 a.m.
Admitting room. Thanks again, Forrest.
And whatever you do, you take it easy, please.
I sat down on one of the park benches, and I must have dozed off into a kind of dream. I thought I saw myself actually dead, withered, tattered, one eye pecked out by birds. Through the trees, I saw a vision of the resurrection. A flat plain of writhing graves and rolling tombstones. The rising dead seemed unable to breathe as they struggled upward through the frozen snow out of the earth. After no more than a minute, I came to and started for my office. Now, what was the sense of not quite being connected with what was happening? Was this some weird anticipation, a presentiment of my own death to come? The falling flower pot and my walking in front of that automobile, were they triggered by something that was making me withdraw from all reality, all sense, instincts, even of self-preservation? Before that cold and bony hand was laid on mine, I had no way of knowing.
A certain soothsayer warned Julius Caesar to be on his guard against a great peril, a peril that could lead to his death. On the day of the month, the Romans called the Ides of March. When that day came, and Caesar was on his way to the Senate, he passed a soothsayer in the street, and with a smile he said, "The Ides of March have come, and nothing terrible has happened to me." The soothsayer answered, "Yes, the Ides have come, but they are not yet gone." I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Death is the veil which those who live call life. They sleep, and it is lifted. That was written by one of our great poets. Do those words apply to Norman Hill, or are the words of Aesop, the teller of fables, more appropriate? He said, "Better die once and for all than to live in the continual terror of death." On a bitterly cold winter's day, Norman sits alone on a park bench, taking the measure of death.
The year was only a few days old, the beginning of things. I wandered slowly out of the park toward my office. Children were romping with their sleds in the fresh snow and the winter sun, gathering strength and experience for the business of life. And I kept thinking, I have been part of all this. And for all I know, I'm nearly done with it now. I walked through the doors of my office, and a curious thing, no one paid any attention to me. Not a soul even looked up from his desk to greet me. It was as if I weren't there. I couldn't understand it. Had I suddenly become invisible or what? I got to my own little cubicle of an office, and I felt a sharp jab of pain just below the heart. My office was bare, completely bare. The chair and the desk were gone, the carpeting, my books, the pictures on the walls, everything. My nameplate on the door, even that had been removed. And for the first time since leaving the doctor's office, I lost the feeling I'd had. That feeling of numbness. Now, what's been happening here? Where are my things? Huh? Will somebody talk to me? Talk to me!
Hey, easy. Norm, take it easy. Relax.
Now, Mr. Lewis, what is this? Just look at my office.
Surprise!
Surprise? Now, for Pete's sake, what on earth are you talking about? That... I'm sorry, excuse me for shouting. I didn't mean to yell.
Oh, that's perfectly all right. We may have overdone things a bit. We had no idea you'd take it this way.
Take what? What way?
Your promotion.
My what?
Oh, my boy, the way you handled our new account, that was absolutely brilliant. No one in the office could have done it the way you did. And so the board and I decided to kick you up to an executive vice presidency. Congratulations.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Wonderful, Mr. Lewis. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That's why we had them clear out your old office. The big one in the corner, over there. That's yours. All new furnishings. Your personal things are already in.
Well, you know, for a minute there with nobody in the office even looking at me...
That was part of the act. Part of the surprise.
Yeah, well, I must say you threw a real scare into me. I had the feeling maybe I wasn't really here, that none of those things was actually happening.
Oh, they're happening all right, Mr. Vice President. I hope you'll be with us for a very long, long time.
Well, that, Mr. Lewis, at the moment is a little questionable.
Questionable?
Well, I'll know better on Thursday morning.
Now, look, we're ready to match any offer anyone else is making you.
No, I doubt that you could match this one, Mr. Lewis. Anyway, I wouldn't call it an offer. Not exactly. On my way home, I found myself lost again in a shifting maze of thoughts about death. I felt more and more certain that on Thursday morning, I was going to die under the operation. Laurie? You home, dear? It's me. My wife wasn't home. She was shopping, of course. Shopping. At this time, something very odd was going on. The chairs, the sofa were all covered with big white sheets. Every surface of every table had been cleared. The drapes had been taken down. And that dull stab of pain hit me once again in the pit of the stomach. I started for the bedroom to change my clothes. Hello?
So glad to find you in at last. Been trying to get you all afternoon.
Who is this? Who's calling?
About the arrangements. The director wasn't quite clear about one or two of the details.
What arrangements? Which details? Who is this?
First, he wasn't altogether certain how many limousines you had ordered.
Limousines?
The remains will be properly embalmed, of course, as ordered. But was it your desire to have the lid of the casket of the departed left open or closed?
Now, would you, for heaven's sake, tell me who this is?
Sir, you are not answering my question.
Now, before I hang up on you for the last time, who are you? Who is this?
Golden Rule Funeral Services, of course. Serving families, as you know, with dignity and sympathy at all modest costs since 1898. This is the secretary of the director speaking, Mrs. Havencastle.
Funeral Services? Why are you calling us?
Well, isn't this Mr. Yamashita? Mr. Shizuki Yamashita? Or have I, by some mischance, got a wrong number?
Oh, sister, have you got a wrong number?
Sorry, terribly sorry.
I drifted back into the bedroom.
Is that you, dear? Oh, what a surprise. What a big surprise.
Laurie? Have you been home all this time?
Of course, in the other bedroom, trying on a couple of new dresses I bought. I had the door shut.
Is that one of the new dresses?
Mm-hmm. What do you think? And what are you doing home? At this time of day, that is.
Well, it's been a long day. A pretty full day, too. I saw Forrest Haddon this morning. He had the x-rays, lab reports, everything.
And?
And he's operating on me Thursday morning.
That soon?
Yeah, my chances of getting through the operation are no better than 50-50, Forrest says. Laurie, at the office, I've been promoted. Executive vice president. New office, new everything.
Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah, vice president. Maybe for one whole day.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I could be dead day after tomorrow.
Norman, dear, worrying about it isn't going to help. Now, both of us, we have to think positively. And feeling sorry for yourself won't help.
You know, a strange phone call as I came in. Funeral parlor.
What?
Yeah, it was the wrong number, they said. Now, Laurie, what on earth is going on here? Now, what's wrong? Tell me what's wrong.
Norman, you're hurting me. Let go of me, please. What's the matter with you?
Why have you got sheets all over the furniture? Why is everything cleaned up and put away? As if we or you were going on a long trip someplace, as if I were making arrangements to close down the place. Now, why?
Darling, you know as well as I do. The painters are coming in to do the apartment tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow?
Now, try to control yourself. I know the strain you've been under. It's not been easy for me either.
I don't know. Your whole attitude since I came in, like I was speaking to a stranger, the way you look at me, the way you talk.
It's all in your mind.
As if for some reason you were frightened of me. As though you were looking at a ghost. Somebody who'd come back from the grave.
Norman.
That dress you're wearing.
What about
Well, when you take it off, that's what a widow wears, isn't it? You're in mourning for me already.
Oh, Norman, you can't mean what you're saying.
That's a black dress. It's black. Out of respect for the dead.
Let me turn on the lights. Now, what color is my dress, Norman?
It's blue. It's blue, isn't it? Kind of a navy blue. I thought it was black. I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Laurie, what's wrong with me?
Oh, you're upset, Norman. Terribly upset. And you have every reason, every right to be. Oh, look, darling, why don't you lie down for a bit?
You know, when Forrest told me about my chances of pulling through, my body, my mind, everything seemed to go numb, lifeless. As if this were about to happen to somebody else, not to me. And then it suddenly hit me. This is happening to me. And I'm afraid.
A nap before dinner will do you a world of good. Put all those dreadful thoughts out of your head. And in the morning...
In the morning, nothing will have changed. Nothing. But in the morning, after tossing frantically in my bed all night without even a minute's sleep, I had an idea that I thought might put my mind at ease. Laurie, let's drive up to Avalon.
Avalon?
Uh-huh.
The cemetery?
Yes, exactly.
You want to drive to the cemetery in this rainstorm? We'll be drowned.
Darling, I'd like to go. I'd just like to walk around and look at the family gravestones. You know, the whole families. I don't know why, but I think it'll make me feel better.
Well, if that's what you want, dress warmly. Oh, it'll be freezing up there. And we'll take 2 umbrellas.
Thank you, Laurie. In less than an hour, we were at Avalon Cemetery, where my family had been buried for over 100 years. And we stood there before the big family plot while the wind almost tore our words away and the rain drummed down on our 2 black umbrellas.
Oh, keep your coat buttoned tight around your neck.
Yeah, that's Grandfather Curtis over there, my mother's father. Christopher Curtis, born 1859, died 1911.
That big headstone over there?
Yeah, my father's father, my great-grandfather, Charles Robert Hill, born 1838, died 1863, only 25. Killed at the Battle of Chickamauga in the Civil War.
The lettering on some of these stones is so worn you can hardly read them. This is your father's grave over here, isn't it? And next to him, your mother.
Yes, that's right. And right behind them, over there... No. Oh, no. I don't believe it.
Oh, Norman, what is it?
Next to Grandfather Hill's. That's impossible.
What are you talking about?
The letters are badly worn, but you can still see the name. Norman Hill. Laurie, the grave we're looking at is mine.
At this moment, it would seem that his fear of death has led Norman Hill to the point where he questions whether or not he is still alive. With Shakespeare's Prince of Denmark, he may be thinking, for in that sleep of death, what dreams may come when we have shuffled off this mortal coil must give us pause. There's the respect that makes calamity of so long a life. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Norman Hill, under the dark shadow of a fate he sees as fairly certain, death has suddenly become definable, perceptible, real. So much so that he's beginning to doubt whether he is still alive. Or perhaps he has fallen into the kind of deep sleep that is death without dying. Living, but not life. He and his wife, Laurie, on a windy, rain-swept morning, stand in a corner of a cemetery looking at the cold, gray headstones over the graves of Norman's family.
But you see, right behind those other gravestones over there. Oh, no, I don't believe it.
Norman, what is it?
That headstone next to my grandfather's. It's impossible.
What are you talking about?
The letters are badly worn. You can barely make out the name, but look closely. It says Norman Hill. Laurie, the grave we're looking at is mine.
Norman, be sensible. Now, get closer to it. Look again.
No, it's so hard to see in the rain.
Well, look at it. Look at the letters. Look at the dates.
Born 1859. That's Grandma Hill. That's my grandmother's grave.
Of course. And her name?
Her name was Norma. I was named after her. That's what the headstone reads. N-O-R-M-A. The extra N, I thought I read. It just isn't there.
Darling, it's cold.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be more sensible to go back home now before we both come down with pneumonia?
Next morning, I was up at dawn. I'd been awake and hot and thirsty all night long. The glow of pain under my ribs seemed more massive than ever.
We'd better go, Norman.
Sure. On the dot of 8, I checked into the admitting room at the hospital. I kissed Laurie. Was it goodbye? After what seemed like an eternity of details of preparation, I was finally placed on a table and wheeled into the operating room. Forrest Haddon, in his operating greens, was standing over me.
Good morning, Norman. How do you feel?
All right, I guess. Will it hurt much?
No, not a bit. You'll be out cold under a general anesthetic. And your heart's as sound as a bell, so we don't have to worry about that.
Oh, that's good.
All right, now, Norman, start counting backwards. Begin with 100.
Backwards.
100, 99,
98, 97.
very good, Norman. Excellent.
96.
Mm-hmm.
95.
Mm-hmm.
94.
Just breathe normally.
93.
It's fine.
92.
Fine.
91. I knew I'd never come out of the ether. Just as I was going under, I think I heard Forrest say to one of his assistants,
"We've got to be extra careful. One little slip of the knife into a branch, any branch of the portal vein, and we're out of luck."
I could still make out his words. This was my last moment of awareness, my last act of consciousness. 73, 72, 71. And then, great silence. A monstrous silence. An impenetrable blackness came over me. There must have been an interval of absolute unconsciousness, seconds, maybe minutes. And I realized I was not dead. I was still in my body. But all the sensations that make up the background of consciousness had gone. I do not think I saw. I do not think I heard, but I was aware of everything that was going on. Forrest was bending over me. The lower part of his face was masked. Behind his glasses, his eyes were intent, unmoving, glued onto whatever he was doing.
Stand by the suction. Scalpel.
I saw him reach for the scalpel, a large one. I saw him slice into my flesh with swift dexterity. It was interesting to see myself being cut into as if I were a drum of cheese without the slightest bit of pain. I was looking into Forrest's eyes, into his mind, his brain. I could see that he was being extremely careful, afraid of cutting a branch. What do you call it? Oh, yes, a branch of the portal vein. And ending my life right there and then. I could read his thoughts in his eyes.
You're right, Norman. Absolutely right. I'm struggling between the two possibilities of either cutting too little or cutting too much. And I'm afraid.
And then, suddenly, like an escape of water from under a floodgate, I could see a great swirling uprush of horrible realization in Forrest's eyes.
Damn. The vein. I've cut into the vein.
The brown-purple blood gathered in a swift bead trickling over my side. Forrest flung the scalpel aside and began to shout,
"Ice! Ice! Quick, ice! Lots of it! And hand me that clamp!"
Thoughts rushed through my mind with incredible speed, but with perfect clarity. Even though my body still clung to me by the merest thread, I knew that in spite of all his skill, Forrest had killed me. I was aware of a growing pull upon me as though some huge magnet were drawing me out of my body. The doctor, his assistants, the nurses seemed to have vanished. And I was in midair, flying swiftly upward. And the circle of scenery beneath me grew wider and wider. And the sky became deeper and richer in color until in no time at all, it had become a terrifying black, as dark and foreboding as no blackness I had ever beheld before. An innumerable host of stars broke out upon the sky, and then as from nowhere, the sun suddenly appeared, wiping out the darkness, an incredibly strange and wonderful disk of blinding white light, rimmed about with a fringe of writhing tongues of red fire.
Turn away, Norman. Don't look at it. Protect your eyes.
How do I do that?
Put your hands over your eyes.
Just a minute. Who are you? Where are we?
I'm here to help you.
Why, I can't see you. I have the feeling that I've not left the Earth, but that the Earth is pulling away, leaving me.
It's interesting that you should notice so soon.
Well, not only Not only the Earth, but the whole solar system seems to be streaming past me. I wonder if scattered in the wake of the Earth there must be others like me, maybe millions and millions of them floating through space, the same as I am.
That's altogether possible.
Well, suppose I should collide into some of them.
Oh, that's not very likely.
Why not?
The space through which you're all traveling, you and they, is infinite. It has no beginning. It has no end. Plenty of room for all of you.
Look, the North Star. Over there, the Little Dipper. And isn't that the Southern Cross? It's so clear, so big.
You know your stars.
Well, you see, in my latest book, Lost in the Stars, I called it.
Yes?
Oh, I shouldn't be talking about my book, not now. Oh, my. Such color. As though the light were coming from a world of sapphires and that big red one down there, like a brilliant ruby rushing up to us.
That's Mars. And that one is Venus.
Oh, yes. And the one with the little moons around it and all those rings.
Saturn, of course.
Oh, yes.
And those rings are all crystals of ice. Now, with luck, we get to the interesting part.
Oh, and what's that?
Outside and beyond your solar system. Past all the planets you know.
With luck? What does that mean? Where are we? Where have we come to?
To the edge of the outer universe.
It was hard to believe what I was seeing. Faster and faster, one galaxy after another rushed by, a hurry of whirling fireballs speeding into the endless void of space. Countless unfamiliar planets and constellations circled about me, catching the light in some ghostly fashion, and then vanished into non-existence. I had at last reached the complete wilderness of space. And now, at last, I knew what happens when you leave this earthly life. The long, long sleep. Now I knew what it felt like to be dead. Suddenly, I was no longer a detached observer. I was terrified, thrown into an intolerable darkness, horror, and despair, because I knew now I didn't want to leave the earth so soon. I knew now I wanted to live. And again, I heard that same voice.
Norman, you see that little speck of light?
Yes?
Keep your eye on it.
It's growing bigger. It's more distinct, like a pale brown cloud of some kind. Yeah, it's funny.
Funny?
The shape of it, I think I've seen something like it somewhere before. It's like,
Yes?
Like a clenched fist.
Do you see anything else?
Yes, the fist, the hand, is holding a stick. A shiny white stick of some kind, but nothing is very clear. Nothing is in focus. And above the hand, there's a little circle of light, sort of phosphorescent. The stick and the hand are just below it.
You'll be all right, Norman. Everything's going to be all right.
All right.
And there will be no pain, Norman. No pain ever again.
Why?
You may live to be 115, Norman, and able to eat and drink almost anything. The operation, I'm happy to say, has been 100% successful.
Forrest Haddon, my doctor, was standing beside me. I was in a hospital bed. The circle of light I'd been looking at was the face of a clock on the wall. And the white rod was the railing at the foot of the bed.
Norman, darling. Oh, thank heavens it's all over.
Laurie, I'm alive.
Of course you're alive. How do you feel?
I'm not sure. A little weak. See, I've been away for a while. Far away. On a rather long trip.
I know, dear. I know just what you mean.
You know what? I have a wonderful idea for my next book.
Oh, you mustn't talk. You must rest.
It's about this fella whose doctor starts to operate on them. A 50-50 chance of his making it. The doctor's knife slips. The patient sees the accident, realizes he's dead, goes off on a journey into space, sees all kinds of strange phenomena.
If a writer of science fiction envisions his passage to eternity as an eerie odyssey through space, how do you suppose another person would see it? A coal miner, for example. Would he perhaps find himself digging down, 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 forever, until he reaches ink-black oblivion? Or a carpenter? Would he be building an unending stairway of steps and risers leading to a perpetual, everlasting nothingness? We'll never know. I'll be back shortly. In recent days, there have been many heated discussions over the true definition of the word death. Biological death, where there is total and permanent cessation of all vital functions. Legal death, where many of these vital functions continue, but where there are no other signs of life as we know it. We leave the resolution of this question to the theologians, the scientists, even the lawyers. One thing we're almost sure of, along with Norman Hill: the journey to death may not only be terrifying, but it will also be very interesting. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ann Williams, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to the world of unbridled imagination. You know, man is a curious creature. Most of us settle for routine and habit. 8 hours on the job, another 7 or 8 in bed, and the other 8 on some hobby that is neither too physically demanding nor asks for too many mental gymnastics. Few of us stretch ourselves beyond a reasonable limit. We coast through life. Our mettle never really tried. But some of us, through harrowing experience, are stretched to the full capacity of our beings. It's then we find out what fiber we are made of. Our mystery drama, The Thing in the Cave, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Terry Keane and Marion Seldes. I don't don't suppose many of us ever plan to grow up to be speleologists, since most of us are subject to claustrophobia to at least some degree. For the very few of you who don't recognize the Latin terms, let me add that a speleologist, of course, is someone who studies and explores caves. And claustrophobia is that suffocating, pervasive dread of being shut in. This tale concerns itself with 4 young spelunkers. Those are cave explorers who do it only for fun, and their gruesome experience of being cave-bound, literally buried alive.
It's just around the next bend in the trail, Hank.
It's funny being born and bred in these mountains, and yet I've never been inside Choctaw Cave.
Well, I'm not sure I want to myself.
You get claustrophobia too, Barbara.
David, I never even dare close the door in a phone booth. Darling.
Yes, Eve?
We can forget all this, you know. I don't have to have my childhood revisited.
No, thanks. Right on. If I refused you this little memory trip, I'd hear about it for the rest of our marriage. If you ever decide to go through with the wedding.
Oh, just you try to leave me at the altar, David Towers. Well, here we are.
Are we here?
Yes, sir, General Custer. Cavalry dismount.
Oh, I don't see any cave.
It's right behind that scrub oak there. Listen, what do we do about the horses?
No, here. I'll hitch us all to the aspen here. My old Baldy, all I gotta do is let the reins trail. He won't budge more than 20 feet till I get back. Hey, you know, it's kind of clouding up over in the northwest. Maybe we ought to be getting back down the mountain. Ah, come on, give Eve her kicks. What's this? Oh, just my old faithful knapsack with some of the remains of lunch and a flashlight. Meet an old Boy Scout. Be prepared. I brought a water bottle, too.
Hey, come to think of it, if Eve wants to get up to the ledge, which she says goes to the back cavern, we ought to bring along a rope.
Fetch my lariat, too, while you're at it. Will do.
Where are you fellows? Come on. Bobby and I have found the entrance to the cave. It all seemed a lot bigger when I was a kid.
Barbara and I can make it all right. Crawling, but Hank comes in the giant size.
Hank, can you make it?
It's just about as tight as a cork in a bottle. If I get stuck, you can be sorry if this is the only way in and out.
With just a moment, we can all stand up. You'll see.
Maybe we should all forget it.
You scared?
No, but I'm not exactly happy either. I don't know if Hank can...
We're here. In the cave. I can stand up. Oh, come on, everyone. It's just beautiful. It's just as I remembered it.
You're right, Eve. It's breathtaking. Like a cathedral buried at the bottom of the sea.
Oh, hey. It's all green like Saint-Chapelle in Paris.
Saint-How in Paris?
Oh, it's a marvelous chapel near Notre Dame with all stained glass windows that make you feel as if you're scuba diving and looking at it through water.
Hey, I could hear water, too. Somewhere.
Come on. I'll show you where. Listen, look out for the, what do you call them?
Stalactites, if they hang from the roof.
And the ones from the floor are stalagmites, right?
What makes them, Professor?
My degree's in English, Hank. Water dripping, calcium in the rock, something like that. They build up or down, drop by drop over the centuries.
Here it is. Here's the waterfall.
How about that?
Oh, that's beautiful.
But where does the pool drain?
Well, nobody knows. But some say it's bottomless and it goes right through the earth. Well, where does the river that makes the waterfall come from? Up there? Well, the kids I used to know climbed up to the ledge there and then went in through the cleft. They say it comes from another chamber behind this. Where it comes from before that, I guess nobody knows.
What's that?
Maybe it's him. Him? Or it.
What are you talking about?
I know, I'm crazy. Oh, but it's such fun to remember how we kids used to come here together and talk about the thing. The thing.
Well, what was the thing?
Oh, it was just something we made up, some
country legend. Someone had heard about this creature, this monster that lived in this underground river, whatever it is.
What kind of monster?
Well, you know, slimy and slippery and all the blob, with one great red-rimmed eye and long, snaky tentacles that crept and crawled along the rocks until suddenly they pounced. What was that?
Sounded like thunder. I bet that storm broke outside. Come on. We better get going.
Oh, just wanted to get into the cave behind us, where we are. Just once again.
Oh, no, count me out. This place is giving me the heebie-jeebies.
Yeah, I'm getting a little tight in the throat myself. Come on, darling.
You're right, David. I must have been a little crazy. I don't know what it was, but something seemed to draw me here. Almost as if it was something calling.
Come on, Eve. Run!
Yes!
Eve, come on! It sounds like the whole mountain's caving in.
No, go back! Go back!
Come on! All of you! Under the ledge! Louie, hurry! Hey, Barbara!
Barbara, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Hang in there, Eve. Now, we mustn't lose our heads.
So dark. So pitch dark. What happened to Hank and David?
They've gone to see about clearing the entrance.
If we only had some light.
The boys had the only flashlight. Wait a minute.
What is it? Is it the...
No, cool it, Eve. Just Hank and Dave coming back with the light.
Oh, any luck?
You both all right?
We'll make it.
How's Eve?
Oh, I'm okay, David. Can we go now?
Well, it isn't going to be that easy.
Well, can't we help to clear?
Eve, Barbara, I don't know. The landslide we heard, it may have covered over the cave entrance outside.
You mean that even if people came looking for us, they might not be able to find the entrance to the cave?
But that's why we have to start clearing out from inside here.
Eve.
Well, what is it? I mean, at least we know where the way out is. We can crawl back through the tunnel,
Eve,
and then we'll...
we don't know where the way out is anymore.
What do you mean?
The whole area where we passed along the stalactites and the stalagmites has collapsed. Even if we could guess where the tunnel going out began, the rocks blocking it are so large, it would take a bulldozer to move them.
Oh, good Lord. Then we're trapped.
We're sealed in like a tomb, and it's all my fault.
Oh, Eve, don't. Come on, darling, baby.
David, let me handle her. Eve, stop it. Stop it.
Take it easy, Barbara.
Now, Eve, come on. You've got to get a hold of yourself.
Oh, I'll be all right.
Sure you will. Hank, have you any ideas what we can do?
Well, I guess the first thing to do is not to panic. Now, we've got water. I've got some chocolate bars and a couple of sandwiches left over from lunch in my saddlebag. Now, we've got light, as long as the batteries last. Which reminds me.
Do we have to be in the dark?
Well, there's no sense in using up the batteries when we don't need it.
David.
Right here, Eve.
Hank, what are our chances of being found?
Oh, it's hard to answer, Barbara. Of course, they'll miss us back at the ranch by tonight.
Oh, we didn't say where we were going.
But when they find the horses hitched right outside...
That's always supposing they weren't buried in the landslide. Is there any other way out of the cave you know of, Eve?
No, not really. Like I told you, some kids got up on the ledge at the top of the waterfall, and they went into some kind of a chamber behind there. But they claimed that...
That what?
Eve, please, we've all got to keep our heads.
Well, it's just that the thing came rising out of the water, hissing and snarling, so they just took up and ran.
Well, I don't guess four of us grown-ups, as long as we stick together, are going to dream up any boogeyman out of the shadows. I've got to turn the light on for a minute. 20 after 4.
They won't miss us till dinner time. By the time they started any kind of search, it'll be dark.
Yeah, and with the thunderstorm and the Pacoda River running high as it does at the ford, they may figured we holed up at Halfway House.
That's this side of the river?
Yes, and there's no phone, right, Hank?
That's right. Look, it's only about 20 feet up to that ledge.
It'd be easy to climb.
Dave and me could go in through that cleft and have a look around. Maybe there's a way out that way. You girls wait here.
Oh, no way. I'm not sitting around in the dark.
We'll all go, Hank.
Well, okay. You climb first then. David, right behind you. Then Barb, and I'll come up last. Let's go. Bingo. We're in the second cavern.
How big is it?
This must be where the waterfall comes from.
Is there any way out?
Hold it, everyone. Hold it. Let's see. Let's start to the left here.
The walls are so smooth, like they've been polished.
Once upon a time, I guess the whole floor was underwater. Shine the light higher, Hank, so we can...
Let's see. If there were any clefts or passageways at ground level first.
But it's so small. You're over halfway around and nothing.
Maybe where the water comes in?
We'll be there in a minute. Nope.
Try along the right-hand wall.
The water runs along against it.
And back through a hole in the floor, down to where we came from.
Shine the light back again where the water comes in.
Why? The batteries are getting dim.
Thought I saw something.
Wait a minute. You may be right. The water doesn't come quite to the top of the archway.
It isn't that. It's something else. It's calling me. The thing.
Wait a minute. Wait.
Oh, Hank, are you all right?
Damn, I turned my ankle. David, the flashlight.
I know. I'm looking for it.
David! David, help me!
What is it? Where are you?
Help me, quick! Stop me!
Where's the damn light? I have it, Mike.
Pulling me under. What is it? What is it? Thing! Pulling me under the...
Where's Eve?
Thing! Oh, he dragged her under the arch there.
Oh, God, no. I can't swim.
I can't. Look out. Hold the light steady. Toward the arch. I'm going after her.
Can you see anything?
No. The water's only a couple of inches under the roof. Hank's gone.
The thing. It's the thing again. And he's coming back for all of us.
From ghoulies and ghosties and long-leggedy beasties and things that go bump in the night, good Lord deliver us. The quote is from an old friend, Anon, or to give him his full name, Anonymous. But will he deliver our four young spelunkers, or any of them, from this thing that haunts the cave? I'll return in a moment with Act 2. There's a creepy, crawly feeling about the very thought of being shut in anywhere, without doors or windows. Confinement of any kind is as foreign to the human animal as it is to his fellow beasts. And as for caves, I know I wouldn't be found dead in one. Though, I hope that figure of speech isn't a prophetic one for one of our four young friends who are cave-bound.
What was that?
Column of water. I don't know.
But didn't you see something inside it with great arms reaching out like a tree?
It was just a geyser, a water spout, some freak of nature.
Eve said there was a thing.
Oh, what does it matter? Eve's gone. She's dead, drowned. And it's my fault. And Hank hasn't come back either.
David, you can't help it if you can't swim.
Hasn't helped Hank that he could. He's disappeared. She was my girl. If anyone had to die with her, it should have been me.
Maybe they've gotten to another cave. If they hadn't, their bodies would have come up to the surface.
Look at that vortex there, Barbara. Where the spout, or whatever it is, came from. Just before the archway.
Spins like a whirlpool. It could have sucked them both down to the bowels of the earth. Oh, David, what are we going to do?
I don't care anymore.
Well, I do. Give me that flashlight. It's getting dimmer. Maybe there's a hole or passage higher up that might... What's that?
Bats. The lights to them. Put it out.
No, I can't. I don't want to be in the dark with them.
We'll have them all over us.
One brushed against me. Please, help me. Please, help me. Help me.
Take it easy, Eve. You're all right. You'll be all right.
The thing pulled me under the water.
You're out of the water now.
Where?
I don't know. Dry land, anyway.
Thank you. How did you get here?
I went into the water.
Try to save me?
Oh, it's an Eagle Scout. You know, trustworthy, loyal, helpful.
What about David?
He can't swim.
Oh, but how did you...
I don't think I could explain.
What do you mean?
It just doesn't make sense. The stream was flowing out of the arch. So I was swimming against it, but suddenly, something just pulled me along against the current. What about you?
Oh, don't you see? It was him. The thing.
Oh, if it was, why did he save you and me? You thought it wanted to drown you.
Yes, I did at first, but then it seemed so kind, as if it wanted to help. But Barbara and David, we've got to get back.
Take it easy. Too tired.
Oh, yes. Some lights that we can...
Nothing but matches. Soaking wet. Maybe dry out. Can't even see the time.
David?
Yes, Barbara?
Would the light disturb the bats again? They make my flesh crawl, but anything's better than the dark.
Well, it must be night outside by now. I have a hunch they've taken off to the outside cavern.
Well, are they in for a surprise when they find there's no exit anymore?
Maybe they know of one out of here. Let's try. So far, so good.
It's getting so dim.
Isn't all that high. Let's see.
Well?
Can you see anything?
No. It's like the inside of an egg. Oh, David, what are we going to do?
Get back. Get back near the arch. The rock's flat. Maybe if the water goes down or something, we can figure a way... Battery's gone.
Oh, no. No, there's got to be light. David, I can't take it.
Barbara.
I'm joking.
Barbara.
I'm joking.
Hold it yourself. Wait a minute.
Oh, thank God. Some light.
It's only a lighter. It won't last long. Now, we've got to save it. Sit down.
Just don't turn it off.
I have to. Just keep thinking it's there if it's needed.
It's there if it's needed. Oh, David, hold me. Please.
Okay.
Oh, Hank, I got you, all of you, into this.
But Eve, that won't help. What we need to do is move around and try to get warm. Oh, at least we're dry. Try those matches again. Oh, no good. If only we could see to...
What is it?
Look up, Eve. Way up there. What do you see?
It's a shaft of light.
Sunlight. That's coming from outside. It means there's a way out.
But it's so high up. But it's so little.
With any luck, as the sun rises, it'll give us more light. Then we can explore.
How far up to where that light's coming in?
Oh, must be a good 60 feet. Hard to tell in this light.
Could we climb up there?
Oh, Lord, no.
We've got to think about Barb and David first, anyway.
Oh, I've been thinking about that. Trouble is, I was groggy when I fetched ashore here. I've no idea how long the underwater swim is.
But with the current going with you...
Well, there's a good chance I could make it through, but making it back's another problem. Especially since David doesn't swim. We can't count on Mr. Thing to be around to help us out again.
But here, we have a chance, and there, they don't. There's got to be some way.
I've got a notion. Eve, you got anything to write with?
No, haven't got a pocketbook or any kind of pen. Wait a minute. Pocket of my jeans. Lipstick, any good?
Famous! Now look, I'm gonna take my canteen and empty it. Now, the one sure thing we have is plenty of water. You think we could write a message with lipstick on that?
No, not so good on that canvas cover. But if we just strip it, we could write on the metal.
You don't think water would wash it off?
I don't suppose you've done much dishwashing.
Well, even a bachelor does his share.
Well, then you know how tough it is to get lipstick off a glass.
I sure do.
But how do we get this message?
Look, with the stopper in this canteen, it won't sink. Now, I'm going to tie it to the end of the rope and let it float on down far as I can.
Supposing the rope isn't long enough.
Oh, there's 30 to 35 feet of rope here. It better be long enough. Now, let's put our heads together and figure how much of a message we can get on this canteen.
David?
Yes, Bob?
Is it me? Or is it getting hard to breathe in here?
It's all in the mind.
You know, it's funny.
What?
I used to be kind of jealous of all the big brains. Me, I was just, fun and games and the action girl. And no ties, strictly let it all hang out loose. I wish I'd the chance to find just one fella. Oh, David.
What, Barbie?
You're not kidding me. The air's getting heavier and heavier. Please, can't we have a little light?
There's not much light if you...
What is it?
There's something floating in the stream. Here, hold this up for me.
Can you reach it?
Yeah, I have it.
What is it?
It's a canteen. It's tied to a rope. Looks like Hank's canteen. The water bottle he brought in without the cover.
Hold it closer. Oh, look. There's writing on it. Oh, God, I'm blind without my glasses. It's in lipstick. That means Eve. Here, can you read it?
Hold the flame steady.
Okay.
Eve, Hank. Safe, tug, rope 3 times if found. Way out. If writing materials reply, send all in flask.
How much do you measure?
About 20 feet.
And how far can
Wait. 1, 2, 3. They've got it. Now all we have to do is wait for one tug, and we can bring back the message.
There's so much more we should have told them.
Not the time. The lighter's almost out of fluid. Thank God my watch has an illuminated dial. If we miss their return instructions, well, we can't, that's all. Hold the lighter. I've got to be sure this bottle's tight to capped. Okay. Here goes. One tug and Geronimo to the light.
Oh, if I ever get out of here, I'll write for special dispensation during the energy crisis. I never want to spend another moment in the dark again.
What does it say?
Oh, we could use a better reading light.
What's it written on?
Pencil on a handkerchief. Dearest Eve, Hank, light only for one more message from you. Air supply failing. Trapped here. Give instructions. Expect answer 5 minutes. Pencil enclosed. Can you imagine? The 20th century, a little less than 20 feet away, and we communicate like the Stone Age.
Never mind. At least we communicate. Let's just get them here so we can communicate face to face.
It's silly, Dave. You know you can't swim. If anything goes wrong and you panic, I'll at least be here.
And if I leave you here in the dark, alone?
I
Now, look, let me slip the rope around your shoulders like Hank instructed.
I know how to handle a sling like this. Will you remember?
Yes. Now, go on. Get in and tug. Let's get out of here before my lighter gives out.
Oh, it's nothing. I could have swum it alone. I didn't hold my breath more than half a minute.
Oh, Bobby, it's so good to see you again.
Let's get that sling off and float it back on the bottom of the David.
Yes, hurry. You think you'll be able to manage? Oh, sure, a cinch. Oh, here you are, Hank.
Oh, I just hope your boyfriend isn't jealous.
You mean the thing?
No, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. It should be right on the mark now.
What's the matter? Hasn't he tugged yet?
Give him a chance.
I hope the lighter hasn't run out of fuel. But if he can't see, then how can he get...
Watch it. There's the tug. Come on. Let's all pull fast.
Should it come as easy as that?
Something's wrong. He's lost the rope.
Oh.
He's lost the rope, all right. But it's something worse than that. Get back, everybody! Get back!
Once again, some malign influence interferes in the tantalizing possibility of escape for the four young people whose mettle has already been tested unbearably. And for the lovers, the tables are bitterly turned. It seems that it is Eve's turn to mourn David. We'll return shortly with Act 3. Instead of David appearing from the tunnel, secure on the rope, there is an empty sling tied to the canteen for a float. And behind it, a boiling spout of frothing water spewing from the narrow opening of the channel like a huge fire hose, reversing the normal current till the opposing forces drive a seething lake over the floor of the cavern.
Hank, what happened?
I don't know.
It's that thing David and I thought after you went in to save Eve. David said it was some sort of a water spout, a geyser, or... Look!
What?
Floating in. It's David. Help me.
Right with you. Easy. Eve, let me get him.
Don't let him go.
It's all right. The water's washing him ashore.
Is he...
He swallowed a lot of water.
Let an RN and an old lifeguard handle this one. Get him on his back, Hank.
Yeah.
That's right. Now, help me pull his jaw forward.
Okay.
What's that for? Free his tongue so he doesn't strangle. Okay, now let's get the water out of his stomach. And then we'll start mouth to mouth.
But what happened, David?
Lighter gave out, so I had to lie there in the dark, feeling with my hands for the bottle to come through. Suddenly, I felt it, but it slipped out of my hands, and I fell in the water, grabbing at the rope.
That must have been the tug I felt.
I don't know. I lost the rope, and I was floundering when suddenly the water began to literally boil all around me.
The water spout.
Yeah. It lifted me half out of the water and flung me against the arch. I guess it knocked me out.
You've got quite a bruise on your forehead.
It's what happened to us, Eve.
What do you mean?
There's some fault right below there. And every often, enough cold water hits the molten lava way down, and... Well, you're the professor, Dave. What happens?
I don't know. I suppose it forms a steam explosion that blows a whole column of water back up into the small cavern in part of the tunnel. It creates... sort of a whirlpool that's momentarily strong enough to hit the normal current like a riptide and drive it back. Best I can do.
I can do better than that. It's the thing that wants to help us. It's saved 3 of our lives already.
I owe at least part of my thanks to Barbara.
And me to Hank.
And if it hadn't been for David, I'd have ended up a raving maniac in the dark.
I guess we all have turned up a little short, one way or another. Except Hank.
I'll say one thing. There's only one best man in the group.
Only at your wedding, mister. Because, well, Hank is about to exhibit his private white feather.
What do you mean, Hank?
Well, if we're going forward, there are only two ways to go. Eve and I have looked at the other end of the river here where it comes in, and there's no way out there.
How about the cleft up there where the light comes from?
Well, looks to be the best bet, only, Davy, old man, that's 60 or 70 feet up there. And I want to tell you, heights turn my belly to water. Even that first 20-foot climb we made, I'd like to die. I didn't dare look down after we got there, so what do we do now?
We climb. Just let me look it over. Now, shouldn't be too tough.
Are you sure you're up to this, darling?
Eva, I may be an egghead, no muscle boy, and I can't swim. But one thing I do know how to do is climb mountains. This one's my baby. Now, just let me go over a few points once again. I lead, Eve follows, Barb, and then Hank.
What if I fall?
You're on a sling. The rest of us can hold you, and if you don't lose your head, try to relax. And as you swing back to the wall, grab hold again. But you're not going to fall.
Yeah, but...
Okay, it isn't a tough climb. The main thing is, don't look down.
All right.
Just keep your eyes up. And each one follow whatever toe holds or hand holds the one before is used. I'll test each one of them first. Most of the climb, we can follow ledges. If they feel narrow, face the wall and move sideways. Don't look down. And no hurry. Don't anyone try to play hero. If you're tired, let me know, and we'll rest, okay?
I'm not worried, darling. I trust you, Dave.
Well, if we don't get started, I may never move.
Here we go. Well, we're halfway up now. Anyone want to take a rest?
No, I'm all right. Let's just keep going.
I'm afraid to stop.
Next part's going to be a little tougher. Hang in and keep your eyes up.
Dave!
Hold on, anyone. What is it, Hank?
Dave, I can't! I can't! My knees, it's so far
Hank,
down!
Hank, damn it! Look up here at me! Now that's better. Now you listen. We only have about 15 more feet to go. There's a nice wide ledge we can settle on while I explore the cleft we're heading for. You lose your head, you can take all of us with you.
Just cut me loose and let me...
Don't be a fool, Hank! We're a few feet from getting back in the world. Come on, don't let us all down.
All right, I'll try!
Easy does it, Hank. Just hook your weight forward over the ledge.
I can't. I'm stuck.
Now, when I pull, get your knee up. There. All right. Now, slide yourself back against the rock. Yeah, that's it.
Oh. I never get out of this. I'm moving to Kansas, where it's as flat as a pancake. What are you doing?
I'm tying the rope. I need it.
It was all for nothing, wasn't it, darling?
What do you mean?
That place where the light's coming from is behind that big rock in the ceiling. We can't climb up there. It would take a fly.
I can get there, darling.
How?
I just need some knots in this one lariat. Then you see that spur that sticks out? I toss the noose of the lariat over that, and then I can shinny up the rope and over on top of the rock.
But you'd swing like a pendulum.
If I took off from here without any break. But I'll tie the other rope to this one for a trip line. And the rest of you can let me swing over slowly and steady me as I climb.
But how do we get across there to join you?
See that other spur higher up between us and the rock I'm going for?
Yes.
After I get across, I'll sling a line over that and secure at my end. You can all swing across.
Oh.
Like we used to do when we were kids and played Tarzan. It's only about 10 feet.
I don't think I could do it.
You've got to, darling. It's the only chance we have left.
Oh, thank heaven. I never thought he'd make it. Did you find the rift?
Yes.
Does it lead outside?
Eventually. It's a sort of long chimney.
Could we climb it?
Yes, if we were gremlins. It's wide enough all right one way, but the other, it's not over 6 or 7 inches. None of us could get through.
Oh, no.
Well, that blows it.
But what can we do, David?
There's nothing to do except lying down again.
Not me! I haven't the guts!
I don't think I have the strength. You have a mutiny on your hands, Captain. I couldn't make that climb down again either.
Okay. We'll do what I told you before. Swing all of you over here. There's plenty of room for all of us.
I got you, Eve. Back on good old terra firma.
Just like riding down an elevator. Oh, thanks, Hank. Oh.
So we all got down easy. How does David?
He's got away. He sort of takes a hitch around himself and he lowers himself down.
Oh, here he comes.
Oh, man, that's some kind of guy you're marrying.
Everybody all right?
We are.
A few rope burns, that's all. Sorry I put you through all that for nothing.
I wasn't much help, but it was worth a last chance.
You have to harp on it.
I'm not giving up yet.
What else is there to try, darling?
Faith. Trust in God. I don't think he'd have put us through all this much and not planned to save us.
He certainly tried to see what we were made of.
Yes, and look at us. We all came through, and none of us is whimpering anymore, thinking of himself. I still think there's something there. Oh, maybe not a childhood picture of a thing.
Oh, good Lord.
What did... Coming out of that other tunnel. It's hard to see in this murky light.
But it's the thing. I knew all along he didn't mean us harm. It's the thing.
I reckon I must have thrown quite a scare into you folks. Jim Trimble here, Deep Sea Diving and Ocean Bed Recovery Incorporated, ex-frogman in the Navy. You got a mess of folks mighty worried about you on the outside. They're going to be some relief once my boys bring in scuba tanks and gear to get you to the outside there. Just, let me give them the go-ahead. Hello, Praise 2, this is Jim. All 4 missing persons alive and well. Proceed with plan as outlined.
But how did you find us?
Well, sir, my daddy was quite a diver in his day. Free diving, that was. Not with gear like today. And he always had a notion there was a back way into Choctaw Cave through the underground river. And he found it one day off Chippewa Lake here, and I was about 16, and, well, he went down and he never came back.
I wonder if he ever made it to the caves.
Oh, no doubt about that, ma'am. After I got out of the Navy, I went down myself with scuba gear and a motor outfit just like now. And I found my daddy, or his skeleton. I figure he got down just holding his breath, but trying to make it up again at that angle, the current was just too strong. And after it got him, it brought him back to rest here, you know. I brung him out and buried him proper.
I'm sorry, Jim.
No need. He died doing what he wanted to do.
But how did you find us?
Well, Hank's old horse, Baldy, was smart enough to outstep that landslide, and when he turned up downhill, folks got alerted, but there wasn't a hope of digging you out, and they sent for me, and I got flown in from San Diego, and that's how I come to scare you into thinking I was that old legend I guess my father started. But the thing...
It isn't a legend, Jim. Your father never really died. He was the one that saved us.
Deep in the Choctaw Caves, the fountains of hot water still spout. The vortexes swirl. The long double lariat still hangs swinging from that high spur. But no living creature will ever enter them again. For even the bats are gone, smothered in the first 2 caverns where air forever was shut off. Perhaps all that is left is one thing, with a small t now, for it has become the pleasant ghost of a simple, kindly man. I'll be back shortly. So, for this time, a happy ending. And let's write the epitaph to this tale of suspense in Milton's words. Hence, loathed melancholy, of Cerberus and blackest midnight born, in Stygian cave forlorn. For myself, I equate cave with the Latin word spelled the same way, C-A-V-E, but pronounced cave. It means beware. Our cast included Marion Seldes, Terry Keane, Michael Wager, Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Let me tell you, I have never met a living soul who did not claim to abhor violence, hate war, despise bigotry, and condemn cruelty. If we are not all of us liars, then why is our world ravaged by wars, infected with violence, rife with bigotry, and pockmarked everywhere by cruelty? I merely ask the question. I do not really expect an answer. Our mystery drama, The Pretend Person, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Terry Keane. Everyone is horrified by the murderer. Whether we should take the life of anyone who has taken a life is open to argument. But I submit that the essential reason we are so horrified by the murderer is that perhaps his dreadful deed arouses in us the dark desire to go and do likewise. And so the curtain rises on the first act of our play, The Pretend Person.
Doctor, I wanted to ask if...
You want to ask the doctor something?
It's all right, nurse. Never mind.
I'll see if he's still there. Too late. He's gone. Oh, what was it you wanted to ask him?
I wanted to ask him what he did with that flashy red and green sports jacket. He never wears it anymore.
That's all you wanted to know?
That's all.
What a thing to ask. Anyway, the doctor seems very pleased with you.
I'm very pleased with him.
You should be.
Maybe he and I could get something going before I leave here.
You know, open heart surgery is a very delicate operation, and he's the best. He's tops.
Listen, isn't it about time you went to lunch?
Just about. But I can't leave you until somebody gets here.
I can hear your stomach growl clear across the room.
I can't leave till somebody gets here to stay with you.
My father and mother will be here. Go on.
Well, I'll get ready. Then I can leave as soon as they show up. I'll just remove my dignity.
Your what? Your dignity?
Yeah, that's what I call my cap, my dignity. You probably noticed. I put it on first thing when I get here in the morning. When I'm through for the day, I remove it.
You remove your dignity. That's nice.
I also remove it for lunch. It makes lunch more enjoyable. Your friend been here to see you lately?
Who's that? What friend?
Well, I've never been privileged to meet him. Or is it a him?
Is who a him?
Your friend. You talk about him as if he was a him.
I do?
Oh, not that you talk about him much, but every so often you say, my friend's coming to see me. Or, my friend's been here. Well, I was just wondering. Are we late?
Oh, come in, Mother.
Oh, your father's parking the car. I hope we're not late.
That's all right. Nurse, run along. You look divine without your dignity.
How are you, anyway?
Anyway? Well, let me count the ways.
Oh, you know what I mean. Oh, look, I brought you a plant.
Oh, thank you, Mother.
I was going to get tulips because I know they're your favorite, but then I thought, no plant will last longer, so I bought a plant.
You're right. It will last longer.
Hey, you can take it home with you when you go.
Yes, I can do that, and I can talk to it.
Has your husband been to see you?
My husband? Oh, yes, my husband. Yes, my husband's been to see me.
Oh, that's good. I wonder what's keeping your father.
You said he's parking the car.
Oh, yes, that's right, he is. Now, sweetie, is there anything you want, anything you need?
I have my plant.
Oh, you know what I mean.
I wonder if the plant speaks French now, not that I do.
Have you got enough nightgowns?
I wear hospital gowns.
I'm nervous about your father. He's probably driving round and round looking for a parking.
There's a garage just up the block.
I know, but they're so expensive. They charge a minimum.
That's all right, Mother. You run along.
Oh, you sure you don't mind?
No, that's all right.
Is it okay to leave you alone?
The nurse will be right back.
Well, if you say so.
You go wait for Daddy downstairs.
I'll stand out on the street.
You do that, and give him a kiss for me.
Yes.
You run along. I'll be fine, really.
Maybe your friend will drop by.
Maybe.
But you never want to tell me who your friend is.
Nobody you know.
I thought you were only supposed to see members of your family till you're better. How come your friend...
My friend sneaks in.
Is that all right? What if they find out?
They won't. Don't worry.
Well,
Mother, it's all right, really. It's all right. Now, run along.
Well, okay. Probably your father will get down to see you tomorrow, or the next day, or the end of the week.
That'll be fine.
Bye, sweetie.
Bye, Mother. Take care.
Oh, I will. Never fear. Don't you have any fear about that.
Where are you? Where are you, my friend?
Your brother's on his way up.
Oh, fine. Why don't you run along?
I'll wait for him.
I'll be all right.
I'll tell you the God's honest truth. I want to get another look at him.
You do?
So handsome, so distinguished.
He's married, girl, and his wife's pregnant.
Oh, I didn't mean that. All I meant was, is that a vicuna overcoat he wears?
Yes, it is.
My goodness. Real vicuna?
You want to get really depressed? He has 2 of them.
Oh, you don't mean it.
Would I lie to you about a thing like that? What's more, he has a fur-lined raincoat.
Good grief. Oh, there he is. Look, I'm going to try and touch his overcoat.
He doesn't like to be touched.
I'll be careful. Come right in.
Thank you.
Is that a speck of lint on your coat?
What?
Oh, no, I was mistaken. See you all later.
Well, how's the heart patient?
Me? Oh, yes, me. Well, I'm all right. How are you?
Fine, everybody's fine.
Pull up a chair.
I got some news for you.
I haven't had any news for a long time. Tell me.
It looks like twins.
Twins? Really?
Yep, they took x-rays and it's almost certain it's twins.
Well, you certainly hit the jackpot, didn't you? If I'm using the right metaphor.
I think we'll buy a house maybe on the island.
Oh, say, that would be nice. Well, congratulations. I'm very happy for both of you, for all 4 of you.
Seriously, though, how are you? You look great.
Seriously, I'm great. Really great.
Mother and Dad been to see you, I hope. I'd have got here sooner, but you know how it is. Business down at the plant keeps me tied up, and now with the twins, the house, you know how it is.
Well, I don't know that I do.
Pretty rugged.
I'll bet.
But Mother and Dad, they have been here, right?
She was. He couldn't find a place to park.
Oh, he found a place to park, all right.
Well, not near the hospital. She got nervous about it.
He found a place right near a bar and parked himself inside it.
All right, never mind that. So, you're going to buy a house. That's marvelous. What kind of a house? A big one?
Well, pretty big, yes. After all, when the twins are born, that won't be the end of it, you know. We both want children, lots of them. We want children running all over the place, and we can afford it, so...
Where are you, my friend? I need you. Please. Please. I need my friend.
I'm here.
Oh, I knew. Oh, come sit on the bed. I know they say you shouldn't, but I want you near me. I need to talk to you, to tell you.
Then talk to me. Tell me. What's been going on since the last time?
Oh, I know it doesn't sound important, not to anybody but me.
It's you we're talking about. Therefore, it's important.
That's true, isn't it?
Tell me about it.
Well, my mother came to see me.
Yes?
It was very nice of her because...
Nice of her?
Well, she has so much to do at home. I mean, she has to do all her own work, and there's never enough money, never. And what with prices and all, it just gets worse all the time. But it was nice she found the time. Of course, she didn't stay very long.
Why not?
Well, because my father couldn't find a place to park the car, and she got worried about him.
Because he couldn't park the car?
Well, yes. No. She got worried because she thought he'd gone into a bar and was sitting there drinking.
Was he?
Not necessarily. Though he could have been.
Do you think he was?
Yes, I think he was. But it isn't really his fault.
No?
No, because he's been very, very depressed lately.
Really? What about?
It's everything. Things in general. He's always been that way.
Just generally depressed.
But it's been worse the last few years because, you see, my brother has been successful. Very, very successful. He's made pots and pots of money.
That's nice.
Yes, it's nice. It's nice for everybody except my father. My father, he accepts things now and then from my brother. Things like, trips and little vacations and a new car. But you see, he doesn't get any fun or enjoyment out of any of those things because he figures he should be taking my mother to Europe. And he should be buying the new car, and he hates my brother doing it. He hates it. That his own son got rich and successful, and he never did. And I feel so sorry for him I could die. It tears my heart out. And if he wants to drink, we'll let him. You do understand, don't you?
Oh, yes.
And my brother's wife is going to have twins. Twins. Imagine. He's so thrilled, and they're planning on having a lot more children. And I'm very happy for them, only... Don't you think God could have let me have a child? Just one child.
Yes. But he didn't.
Oh, my friend. My good friend. My dear one. My sweet one. Take me with you. Look. I'm crying. My tears are falling on your hands. I'm begging you. Let me go with you. Don't make me stay here because I can't bear it. So take me away with you, please.
I can't. Not yet. And you can bear it.
Have you noticed how illness alters people? How the hardiest man can change to a whimpering child. How the most fragile exhibit fortitude no one ever knew they had. How the placid become hysterical, and the highly nervous can compose themselves. How the complainers may fall silent, and the acceptors fill up with dread and foreboding. We'll be back shortly with Act Two. Attitudes toward illness vary, and so do attitudes toward hospitals. Some check in filled with anxiety. Others seem happy to be there and confident that they'll be well tended. Still others show hostility and are suspicious of nurses and doctors alike. And some look on hospitals as a place of refuge, friendly and full of hope. But all enter the antiseptic walls because at a particular juncture in their lives, there is no other place to go.
Hold on there. I'll get it.
The doctor said I could...
Now, take it easy. Yes? Hello?
Hello, beautiful lady.
Oh, you got the wrong party. This is the nurse.
Oh, well, can I talk to her?
Well, who should I say is calling?
Tell her the big shot from Levy Looms.
Levy Loom? That's my boss. Let me talk to him.
You're your friend?
My boss, my employer. Hi there.
Hello, sweetheart. How's the girl?
Well, I don't know how the girl is, but I'm feeling pretty good.
You sure?
How are things at the office?
Without you, the pits. We miss you.
That's nice.
I've been calling every day, you know.
I didn't know. That's very nice.
This is the first day they put me through, so I figure you must be better.
I am. I really am.
I'll call you up tomorrow. Is that all right?
Sure, it's all right.
Now, you take care of your heart now, because we really need you down here.
I'll take care. Thanks for calling.
I'll call tomorrow.
Thanks very much. Oh, and the flowers were beautiful, too.
I'll call tomorrow.
Fine. So long.
Oh, that wasn't your friend?
I told you he's the man I work for.
Oh, he sounded so nice.
He is nice.
Hey, listen, while you were on the phone, I stepped out. They told me your father's here to see you.
Oh. Well, tell him to come in.
Okay. Are you sure that wasn't your friend on the phone?
I told you.
Oh, will you come in, please, sir?
Oh, thank you.
I could sneak down the hall for a cigarette.
No, don't go. He won't stay long.
Oh, well, come right in, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, Dad.
Hello, sweetie. Hey, you look good.
Take a chair.
I can't stay long. I have to get back.
Well, sit down anyway.
Yes, all right to smoke in here?
No, it's not.
Oh, well, okay. I just wanted to explain to you, sweetie, why I didn't get to see you the other day. Because, darn this thing, I couldn't find a place to park the car.
Mother told me she thought that was it.
I went round and round the block. I tried all the side streets. I couldn't squeeze it in any place. People would double park, but I was scared to do that, so...
It's all right. I understand.
Well, just as long as you understand.
It's all right. Really.
Well, how they treat you here?
Very well. It's a good hospital.
A funny thing, I never could stand hospitals. It's the whole atmosphere of the place being confined and all. It's just not my style. I like my freedom. Is he meant to see you?
Who?
Well, your husband. Who else?
Not yet. But he will.
You hope?
It's not so much that I hope, but he will. He sent flowers.
Oh, that was very sweet of him.
Now, Dad.
Okay. Well, you mind if I run along?
No, I don't mind.
Are you sure now?
I'm sure. It's all right, really.
It's just that the hospitals get me down.
I know. It's all right, really.
Well, then, it's nice to meet you, Miss Nurse.
Likewise.
And you, sweetie, you take care, you hear?
Don't worry. I'll be all right.
And you take good care of my little girl, Nurse.
Don't give it a second thought.
Hey, how much it cost you, that, Nurse?
Daddy, I'm insured at the office for the whole thing.
Oh, that's good. I'm relieved.
Don't give it a second thought.
Of course, your brother could afford to come up with plenty.
Please, the man I work for took out insurance for me. I am covered.
Oh, well, then I don't have to worry, huh? Well, So long, sweetie.
So long, Dad.
And, I'll be back one day soon.
That'll be fine.
That's your father, huh?
That's my father.
Well.
Look, why don't you sneak out for a cigarette?
Oh, no, I couldn't.
You know you want to.
Such a terrible habit, smoking.
Yeah, but you've got it.
No, it's got me.
So go on. I'd really like to be by myself for a while anyway.
Are you sure it's all right?
Please, I insist you'll be doing me a favor.
Well, the buzzer's right here. Just push it and the light will go on and I'll be here quick like a rabbit.
Run along.
Oh, and in case the phone rings.
I can answer it. The doctor said I can answer it. Run along.
But you're not allowed to make any outside calls.
I won't be making any.
Oh, maybe tomorrow the doctor will say it's okay to make outside calls, but you have to wait for the doctor's okay. Okay?
Okay.
Now, the buzzer's right by your hand.
I'll be fine.
Just one cigarette, that's all.
Go, will you?
I'm going.
I can't anymore. I just can't. Oh, my friend. Oh, my sweet friend, my dear one. Help me.
What is it?
I can't do it anymore. I don't love them. I only love you.
You don't love them?
I know that's bad, that's awful, that's terrible. But I can't.
It's not bad or awful or terrible.
It is to me.
I know it is.
I read somewhere, some Russian writer, one of the great ones, he knew. Oh, he knew. He wrote it down.
What did he write down? Can you remember?
Oh, yes. I remember it very well. The greatest suffering is the inability to love. Oh, he knew all about that man, that great man. The greatest suffering is the inability to love. Oh, yes.
Are you unable to love?
Yes. Yes, I think so. I didn't used to be. A long time ago I could love. I think I could love a lot. But then I just couldn't do it anymore. All of a sudden, I couldn't. Now I only love you.
Do you think you really love me?
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. With you, I could be happy.
You're sure?
With you, there would be joy and love and light. Remember the poem? Joy and love and light and peace and certitude and help for pain. I'd have all that with you. Don't you want me? Is that it? Don't you want me either? Doesn't anybody want me?
Don't you want anybody?
Only you.
Think again.
There's no one. My mother, she's just worried about my father because he drinks too much. My father, he drinks and envies his son. My brother, he just rolls around in his money and thinks about the children he's going to have. And I have no children, and I'll never have any children. And I have to be nice to them all. Nice all the time.
Why do you have to?
Because I do.
Why?
They expect me to be nice.
That's the only reason?
Yes. No. I expect me to be nice. And I can't be nice anymore. I can't be nice or sweet or considerate or cheerful or anything. Where's the phone?
Answer it.
You will come back, won't you?
I'm never very far away.
All right. Hello?
Is that you?
Yes, it's me.
This is the big boss speaking.
Well, 2 calls in one day.
Why not?
No reason.
I've been thinking over a couple of things. Look, when you come back, I think we'll cut out those trips to the mills. No sense in doing that.
Well, they do take up a lot of time.
They're a drag.
Well, yes, they are.
So we'll let somebody else do it.
That'll be marvelous. Thank you.
We gotta look after you. I don't know what we'd do without you. Go out of business, probably.
Oh, I don't know about that.
I know about it. Listen, I'll tell you something. The main reason I didn't let you talk to the buyers, I was afraid they'd find out how smart you are and steal you away from me. And that's the honest truth, so help me.
You're very nice. You really are.
No, You crying or something?
No, not anything. I'm just so glad you called up.
I'll call you again tomorrow.
Please do. Please call me.
I will. You sure you're okay?
I'm okay.
Talk to you tomorrow.
Yes. Goodbye.
Hey, didn't I hear your phone ring?
Yes.
Bad news?
No.
Was that your friend called you up?
It was, the man I work for.
Oh, listen, your husband's here to see you.
Who?
Your husband. He's right outside.
My husband?
Oh, that's who he says he is. Should I tell him to come in?
No, I do not want him to come in.
Oh, but you don't want to see your husband?
I do not want to see my husband.
I guess you don't want to see him. I'll tell him to come back tomorrow when you're feeling better, okay? Is that okay? Yeah, that's what I'll tell him.
Oh, my friend. My dear friend. Oh, my dearest friend.
Besides the varying attitudes toward sickness in hospitals, there are vagaries that come over those who are gravely ill. Sometimes the entire personality of a seriously affected person can change dramatically. Sometimes the change is for the better. Sometimes, unhappily, for the worse. We'll come back presently with our concluding act. One has risked one's life in order to live a little longer, it seems to me there must be after effects which cannot be foretold. Relief is to be expected, of course, that one has survived. But in some circumstances, there must be a temptation to ask, survived for what?
He's here.
What?
Your husband. You want to see him this time?
Yes, all right.
You can come in. It's time for me to go to lunch.
Okay.
And Buzz, if you need anything, huh? Right in here.
Hello, dear.
Hello.
Hey, it's really a nice room, you know?
Yes, it is. Really nice.
Yeah, really very nice.
You want to sit down? There's a chair.
Oh, yeah, all right. I was surprised you didn't want to see me the other day.
I was surprised, too.
The nurse said you weren't feeling too well.
The nurse has a swell sense of humor.
What do you mean?
Nothing. Anything.
She told me privately she thought you'd been crying.
Privately, I had.
What about?
Nothing. Anything.
Yeah, you were always very emotional. That's what I told her. Not to worry.
Was I always very emotional?
Well, yes. Weren't you?
I don't think so.
Well, we won't argue about it. Everything's fine at the apartment.
Oh, I'm so glad.
Cleaning woman's been coming in every day.
Oh, good.
That's a bang-up job.
Oh, she's a bang-up cleaning woman.
I've been eating out.
Oh? Where?
Well, here and there. You know. Well, how you feeling?
Not bad at all, really, not bad.
Think they'll be letting you out soon?
They haven't said.
But you are feeling better?
Oh, yes, much. Listen, Where have you been eating dinner? What kind of places? I really want to know.
Oh, any place that was convenient, you know.
Did you get invited out a lot?
Well, some.
Did you enjoy that?
Well, it wasn't too bad most times.
I'll bet it wasn't.
Listen, you don't look too well to me.
Yeah, well, I haven't prettied up yet today.
No, you look all right. It's just that you...
That I what?
Well, you know...
I knew I wouldn't ask.
Where's that smiling face? Where's the little joke?
Oh, they must be around somewhere. Did you look in the closet?
You look like... I don't know... like you're miffed about something.
Miffed? Did you say miffed? You did say miffed. You and only you would say miffed.
Well, are you?
How about irked? Now, that's a good word. Or in a snit? How about that? In a pet? Have I got a grouch on?
Well, have you?
Yes. That'll do for starters.
What about?
Listen, tell me more about eating out places, being invited, the times you enjoyed it.
Of course, without you...
It was nothing, right? Without me, you couldn't enjoy it, right?
Listen, you're not yourself today. Maybe I better come back when you're feeling...
Oh, I am myself today. I am very much myself today. I never felt so much myself today as I do today.
I've never seen you like this. It's very upsetting. It upsets me.
So, be upset. Sit there and be upset. Now tell me about all those dinners you ate out. Go on, tell me. Tell me about the ones you had with, what's her name? What? The big blonde floozy over on 12th Street. Tell me about having dinner with her.
No, come
on. Or tell me about dining with Miss What's-This from the typist pool. Tell me about that.
Look, I'm not going to sit here and take a...
Oh, yes, you are. You're going to sit right there. Would you care to tell me about the lady in the next apartment? The one whose thermostat is always breaking down and you're always fixing it? Tell me about her. Did she invite you to dinner? She a good cook? Is her thermostat in good working order? Come on, tell me. I'm listening, and you're not talking.
I don't know what to say.
Say anything. Just say anything.
I never meant for you to know about any of that.
Well, you didn't marry a dummy.
No, of course I didn't, but... I didn't know you knew about, all that.
Cheating is what you call all that.
Now, hold on. Wait a minute. Just 1 minute here.
I'm waiting.
I want you to know that ever since you came to the hospital, even before that, ever since we knew you had to have this thing done to your heart, this operation, I haven't done any of that. Not once.
Why not? Seems like the ideal time.
Well, it didn't seem right that I should.
Not right? Before it was right, but as soon as I had to have surgery, it wasn't right anymore? Figure that one out for me.
Well, there was always a chance that you might... You know.
No, I don't know.
That you might not, come through it.
You mean I might die?
Well, yes. People do sometimes. Right there on the table.
Well, not a bad way to go, seems to me.
You don't mean that.
Nice clean table. Nice clean knife.
Look, you're going to be all right.
Am I?
Yeah, but you said that the doctor said, and the nurse...
So I'll live. Or then what?
What do you mean, then what? You'll live, that's what.
Live how?
Well, like always.
You want a divorce?
A divorce?
A divorce from me.
No, I don't want a divorce. Whatever gave you that idea? Why would I want a divorce?
Why, indeed.
Oh, you mean because of that? Well, that doesn't mean I don't love you. I do. Listen. I'm weak. I know that. I'm a very weak man. You've always been a strong one. I've always depended on you to... well, you know.
I don't know. What am I supposed to know?
How I am. How you are.
Me strong, you weak.
Yeah, something like that.
I see.
Look, we shouldn't be talking about this now. Gosh, if I thought... I'd never come if I thought... Ooh, I feel terrible.
I'm sorry.
Are you all right?
I'm all right.
I didn't mean to... Gee, if I'd only known...
It's all right, really. It's all right.
Oh, boy.
You better go now. I'd like to be by myself.
Okay. But I'll be back. And I'll call up. And I'm really sorry about... Well, you know...
It's all right. It's all right. It's not all right. Nothing is all right. Everything is all wrong. Oh, my friend, I need you. My friend.
I'm here.
Oh, of course you are. Oh, hold me. Comfort me. Talk to me.
What is it now?
There's nothing left. There's no joy, no love, no light, no peace, no certitude, no help for pain.
But there's always something.
Oh, only you. Only you, if I could be with you.
Then what?
Peace, certitude, no more pain. You see, it's not really his fault.
No.
Because what he says is true. I have always been the strong one. I have been the one to hold things together, keeping everything from falling apart. He never knew how. He never learned. Nobody ever taught him. So I had to do it. Even if it meant pretending, I had to do it.
Why?
If I didn't do it, things would fall apart.
Yes?
But they fell apart anyway, didn't they? Didn't they? Tell me.
You don't need me to tell you.
They did. But it was my fault. Because when they found out something was wrong with my heart, I mean, who wants a wife with a bad heart? That's no good. So you can't really blame him.
You can't?
Of course, even before we knew about my heart and having to have the surgery. Even then.
Yes?
Oh. When they were cutting me open and taking out my heart and fooling with it. Why not then? Why didn't you come for me then? It would have been so easy.
It wasn't time.
When will it be time? When can I come and be with you? Because I tell you, I cannot stand it any longer.
What is it you can't stand?
The foolishness, the nothingness, the loneliness.
What else?
Isn't that enough?
What else?
The pretending. The everlasting pretending. Pretending to be well, pretending to be happy, pretending to have fun. Pretending to like things, enjoy them, pretending you're alive when you know you're not.
But you are alive.
Not really. I'm just not dead. That's not being alive.
No, it isn't.
And there's nothing I can do about it.
Oh, that's not true.
What can I do? Tell me something I can do.
There's always something you can do.
Always?
You'll think of something.
I feel better. I don't know why, but I feel better.
Could you sleep now?
I think so.
Well, Did you have a good talk with your husband?
We talked.
Anybody else been in to see you?
Just my friend.
Was your friend here?
For a little while.
Oh, and I missed him again. Heck. You think I'll ever get to meet him?
Probably not.
You mean he's not coming back?
Not for a while. Not for quite a long while.
Well, who's coming to see you today?
I don't know.
Nobody called up?
Not yet. Hand me the phone, will you, nurse?
Oh, you're going to make a call? Yeah, I'll get you an outside line.
The doctor says it's all right.
Here's the phone. Well, I must say, you're looking chipper today.
I am?
Must have had a good night's sleep.
Actually, I did.
No medication, either.
Yeah? Hello?
Oh, it's you. I didn't expect you to answer the phone.
Oh, the girl's not in yet. You know how she is.
Yes, I know.
I was going to call you, but I figured it was too early. I thought I'd wait. Listen, how are you? What's the medical report?
It's very good. The doctor said I could make an outside call, so here I am.
You called me, your first call, and you called me?
That's right.
How about that? Look, you must be coming right along.
I am, right along.
Will you be back to work soon? I'm not rushing you, you understand, only, well, we miss you. We really miss you, and we need you. Need you a lot.
That's nice to hear.
What's more, I miss you, and I need you a lot.
That's even nicer.
Yeah. Well, I just thought I'd say that.
Listen, the doctor says I can have visitors now, besides the family.
You can?
That's what he says. I thought...
I'll get up there right away.
Visiting hours start at noon.
Noon? Okay, I'll be there.
Good. See you then.
I must say, you look wonderful. Just think what you've been through. I don't know if you know it, but you were between life and death there for a while. Could have gone either way.
I know.
Now it looks like you're going to go on living for a good long time.
Maybe. Yes, it does look that way, doesn't it?
Guessed at some point in our story that the friend who appeared to the woman for whom she professed such love and longing was death. A kindly friend indeed, who would not accept her love or satisfy her longing till she had exhausted every possibility of life. A good friend. The best sort of friend anyone could hope to have. I'll be back shortly. How much of your laughter is forced? How much of your enjoyment is feigned? How much affection do you exhibit that is simulated? How much sympathy do you extend that is sham? The problem of life, it seems to me, probably the problem that is never quite solved, lies in ceasing to be a pretend person and becoming a real one. Our cast included Terry Keane, Bryna Rayburn, Ian Martin, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News. The Mine Workers Union and the mine construction industry Monday night reached agreement on a new contract to cover some 10,000 construction workers at the nation's coal mines. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Picketing by mine construction workers prevented some coal miners from returning to work Monday following their own 3.5-month strike. The miners honored the construction workers' picket lines in various parts of the country. The construction workers build shafts and above-ground facilities at the coal mines. Although the contract must now be ratified, union officials say they will urge the construction men to lift their picket lines immediately so the miners can go back to work in force and relieve the pressure on the coal-starved East and Midwest. More news in a moment.
I'm Charles Osgood, CBS News. Join me on Newsbreak, mornings on most of these CBS radio network stations, as we explore this curious world of ours. Some days, I'll pick a major news story to explore in further detail. Other days, it may be a person who did not exactly make the headlines, but whose story is noteworthy in the course of human events. Newsbreak, one of the many broadcasts of news and commentary, along with hourly CBS News, updates to the minute on most of these CBS radio network stations.
President Carter on Monday offered a multi-billion-dollar plan to help rejuvenate the nation's urban areas. The plan includes the creation of a national development bank, several programs to make more jobs, and increase direct federal aid to cities and states. Some big city mayors said the plan does not offer enough money to be effective, but Republicans like Senator Howard Baker of Tennessee prefer another approach altogether.
I think the better approach is to try to set up programs and techniques that will encourage industry to rejuvenate the cities through private enterprise. And in some cases, there may have to be some federal assistance, either in credit guarantees or direct involvement to avoid catastrophic temporary consequences. But mostly, the only way we're going to improve a lot of our cities is to do it the way we've always done it. That is, by private initiative and individual effort.
Baker also said reducing income taxes could do a lot to stimulate the economy and thus help urban areas. UN Secretary General Kurt Waldheim issued a statement Monday saying he's seriously concerned about a number of firing incidents in southern Lebanon where UN troops are trying to help make a ceasefire hold. Israeli troops declared the ceasefire last week after their invasion to drive out Palestinian guerrillas. UN forces are engaged in delicate operations in the region. Liz Fulton has a report from Beirut.
The French made 2 inroads into what the Israelis call Feta land, Feta being the military arm of the PLO. The French took up 2 checkpoints, one south of Tyre and one north, but the UN forces backed down from taking the Litani River Bridge on the coastal road. The French engaged in discussions with the Tyre Revolutionary Council, made up of Palestinians and leftist Lebanese, but the council said no bridge, in effect saying that's our territory. The PLO says it will continue to use its guerrilla tactics on Israeli troops until they withdraw from southern Lebanon. The Israelis, meanwhile, appear reluctant to pull out until the United Nations shows the strength to hold the so-called security belt. Some Lebanese government officials expressed privately their fears that Israel may not get out of southern Lebanon at all. Liz Fulton for CBS News, Beirut.
On the Tokyo Foreign Exchange market Tuesday morning, dealers said the Bank of Japan bought an estimated $500 million to support the ailing U.S. dollar after it fell to another record low. In St. Louis, Jack Gibbons scored a career-high 41 points Monday night to lead the Kentucky Wildcats to the NCAA basketball championship. Kentucky won the title with a 94-88 victory over Duke. Now this. Starting next Monday, the House Ethics Committee is going to question Tongson Park in 3 days of public hearings. Earlier this month, the ethics panel took secret testimony from the South Korean businessman about his alleged influence buying among congressmen. Park also testified in secret before the Senate Ethics Committee. Senator Adlai Stevenson of Illinois, the panel chairman, called Park's testimony a seamy story of high living, wheeling and dealing, and influence peddling. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
And now, Mystery Theater, brought to you in part by True Value Hardware, your store of first choice.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We've been waiting for you. We knew that you'd be back. We know that by now you've discovered there's no fear like the fear you can hear. And we're going to fill your ears with a story about the most basic fear of all, death. We're going to tell you a story about a man who dispenses death the way other men dispense haircuts. A man known in the parlance of the underworld as the hitman. In case you're unfamiliar with criminal vocabulary, allow me to explain. A hitman is someone hired especially to terminate the life of someone else. Our mystery drama, The Hitman, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Henry Slessor and stars Mike Kellen. Our story begins in a bus terminal of a large eastern city, a place of arrivals and departures. In the crowd, we can see a rather sallow young man searching every face and scowling at his inability to recognize the man he has come to find. But then, he doesn't know what Jim Derry looks like. Jim Derry tries not to make himself too visible a person. Mr. Derry has a very good reason. But now the young man spots someone pulling on a pair of light-colored gloves, and he recognizes the signal, if not the man.
Warm day for gloves, ain't it, mister?
I got cold hands.
Jim Derry?
Yes?
Huh. I'm Earl. What took you so long? Arnie said you'd be on the 2 o'clock bus. I've been hanging around this crummy terminal for an hour.
A gypsy told me never to take a 2 o'clock bus.
They didn't tell me you were a comedian.
What did they tell you about me, Earl?
Come on. Arnie's waiting.
So, this is Harney's warehouse.
Oh, it's his warehouse, but he don't do much warehousing in it. Come on. His office is right here.
Yeah, who is it?
It's Earl, Mr. Harney.
Come in. You took your sweet time getting here.
Well, it wasn't my fault, Mr. Harney. He didn't show until 4 o'clock.
Sad idea, Derry. I hire somebody, I expect a little punctuality.
Well, I told you. You didn't have to go outside the organization. I could handle it for you, Mr. Harney.
I said shut up. I hate these family quarrels. Do you want to talk business now, or should I come back later? We talk now. Good. And give the kid a quarter and send him to the movies. Beat it, Earl.
Yeah, okay.
All right, Derry. The family quarrel's over. Now let's talk shop. Okay. My price is $3,000 for the hit. I do good, clean work, pick my own time and place, and never get my clients involved. How does that sound? Sounds fine. This is a private case. Strictly private. Guy named Eddie Breach. Breach used to work for me. Covered the best slice of territory in the city. His receipts were like $5,000 a week. Only they started to drop, understand? 4 1 week, 2 the next. Whole thing smelled bad. You don't mean he was a crook? I had him followed. Found out he was making book on his own, setting up his own shop. He was robbing me blind. Who fingers him for me? Earl, finger him this afternoon. See if you can make it fast. And see that I'm kept out of it. That's all. Not all, Mr. Harney. In cases like this, our company likes a deposit. Oh, yeah. Okay. Here's the ground now. You get the rest when I read that obituary.
It's almost 6 o'clock. We've been staring at that apartment house for half an hour.
Now you know how I felt, Derry, waiting in that bus station.
I thought you said Breach should be home by now.
Oh, he'll be here. I've been clocking him 3 Fridays in a row. He takes his wife to see the doctor every Friday afternoon, and they get back around now.
You didn't tell me he was married.
What difference does that make?
I just hope he's insured. I like making rich widows.
Hey, there's his car.
Hand me those binoculars.
Don't forget to get a look at his wife. She's worth seeing, even if she is a cripple.
What?
Look for yourself.
A wheelchair? He's taking a wheelchair out of the back.
She's got a nice pair of legs. Only they don't move.
Paralyzed?
That's right. Well, did you get a good look at him?
Yes, I got a good look. Let's go. How come Breach married a cripple?
He didn't.
That was no kiddie car he was pushing around.
Yeah, chick was in one piece when he married her. In fact, what happened to her was all his fault.
How do you mean?
I got into an argument one day and he belted her. She fell down a flight of stairs and busted something in her back.
Sounds like a real nice guy. It'll be a pleasure to do business with him.
Yeah, well, don't forget who you're doing it for. Harney's paying you for this job, not Mrs. Breach.
For her, I do it for love.
Love's no happy marriage.
Hey, you didn't touch your beer.
Okay, Mr. Breach, get in the car.
Hey, what is this?
Get in that car, I said.
Okay, easy on the hardware. Who are you? What do you want?
Start your car, head west of the highway, and keep going till I tell you to stop.
Listen, you want my wallet, take it.
Start the car.
You don't work for Joe Harney, do you?
Keep driving.
I asked you a question.
I work for myself.
Look, if Harney did send you, let's talk about it. I'll pay you twice what he's giving you. Just tell me how much.
How do you know Harney wants you dead? Maybe it was your wife. Harney's not the only one who hates your guts.
Connie? You're crazy.
So that's her name, huh? Connie?
She wouldn't do anything like that. She needs me.
Needs you for what? To belt her again?
Who told you about that?
You must have been a pretty brave boy. Slugging a woman. That took guts.
I'm trying to make it up to her. For Pete's sake, will you give me a chance to make it up to her? That's why I need that money. That's the only reason.
So you did cheat Harney. You admit it?
I'd cheat my grandmother if it helped Connie.
Keep your eyes on the road, Eddie. All right. Take that next side road.
Listen, give me a chance to talk to you, will you?
That's what we're gonna have, a talk. Go on, pull over there near the billboard. All right. Answer me one question. How were you helping her?
What?
How were you helping your wife? This doctor you see every Friday, did he say something could be done for her?
No. He never said that. The spinal cord is all busted up. All he can do is make her more comfortable.
So the sentence is life.
You think I don't feel lousy about it? I know it was my fault, but I didn't mean it.
She might be better off without you.
Maybe she would.
All right. Let's go.
Where to now?
We're going to your place.
Eddie?
Yeah, honey, it's me.
Oh, you didn't tell me you were bringing anyone here.
I decided not to go downtown. I ran into a friend of mine, and we got to talking.
My name is Derry, Mrs. Breach. Jim Derry. I'm sorry to bust in on you like this.
Oh, but I'm glad you did. Really. I love to see Eddie's friends. We don't do very much entertaining.
You got a nice apartment, Mrs. Breach.
Well, thank you. I keep it uncluttered so I can scoot around easily in this wheelchair. My track record is 1 minute, 3 seconds from the living room to the bedroom to the kitchen.
That's quite a record.
Now let me get you a drink. Eddie says I'm the best rolling bartender in town. Watch me.
Don't bother, Mrs. Breach. I don't drink.
Not on the job, right?
Oh, please, let me get you something. You see, I'm grateful to you, Mr. Derry. I was looking forward to a lonely evening when you came along. My husband usually works very late.
Honey, you look a little tired. Did you take your pills yet?
Oh, I'm fine, Eddie. Stop worrying about me. Please sit down, Mr. Derry. It's such a pleasure to talk to one of Eddie's friends.
Now, let's cut this out. He's no friend of mine. I never saw him before in my life.
What?
Tell her who you work for, Derry.
All right. At the moment, I work for a man named Joe Harney.
Harney?
That's right.
And what do you want from us?
I want us to sit down and have a talk.
I'm already sitting down, Mr. Derry.
Joe Harney isn't pleased with your husband, Mrs. Breach. He thinks he cheated him. Cheated him out of a lot of money.
Well, I'm sure that's not true.
I didn't cheat him. I just went into business for myself. I got a right to go into business for myself.
Yes, I know. It's called free enterprise. But just the same, Mr. Harney is very angry. He's not just angry, he's afraid. He's worried that if Eddie gets away with this, he'll set a bad precedent. So he only knows one remedy for the situation. And tonight, this could have been it.
A gun. Please. Put that away.
He's a killer, Connie. The guy's a hitman, a hired gun. He's come here to kill me.
No, he hasn't. Have you, Mr. Derry?
Me? Now, do I look like that sort of person, Mrs. Breach?
Well, you don't look stupid, Mr. Derry. If you were going to kill my husband, you'd have done it by now. Why haven't you?
I'll tell you why. Because he wants a deal. He wants me to pay him more than Harney's paying.
Oh, be quiet, Eddie.
Your husband isn't thinking straight, Mrs. Breach. It isn't that easy. You think that Harney will be satisfied if I let him live? If I walk off this job, somebody else walks in. This isn't the only gun in the world.
He's right, Eddie. Maybe the only way is to give him the money back.
There's nothing to give back. You think money stands still in this business? Look, maybe if we left town, went to Mexico or someplace.
Harney won't give up that easy. It means too much to him.
Well, I'm not staying here. I'm getting out. I'm getting as far away as I can.
Eddie.
Both of us, Connie. I meant both of us.
You expect me to run? In a wheelchair? Maybe Mr. Derry can tell us what to do.
I can think of only one thing. Joe Harney wants a dead body. That's what we'll have to give him.
Well, we seem to have encountered a hitman with a heart. At least a hitman with a soft spot for a beautiful, afflicted young woman. But Jim Derry can't fail his assignment either. If he doesn't collect the rest of the money, he may be collected himself. We'll find out what happens to this strange threesome when I return shortly with Act 2. The hired killer of Eddie Breach sits in Mr. Breach's comfortable living room. But the gun which was supposed to have done the deed rests on the coffee table, and Jim Derry paces the carpet and talks to the loving couple about death.
It won't be easy, understand? But it's the only idea I got. The only thing that'll satisfy Joe Harney permanently.
What do you mean about a dead body?
I don't mean yours. I mean somebody else's. A body that could have been yours if the job had been done.
A substitute? But how is that possible?
There's a way. I have to stick my neck out to do it, and there'll be some expenses.
How much?
I have to let you know. Meanwhile, get ready to move and move fast. Have your bags packed and keep them ready. Get yourself some standby reservations. Mexico, Rio, any place you want. Don't make them in your own name. Oh, and one other thing. Don't leave the apartment for any reason.
But I gotta leave the apartment. I got business to do.
Business? Isn't your life more important?
You can't risk it. Harney hired me to take care of you, but that doesn't mean one of his goons wouldn't try to beat me to it. There's a kid named Earl.
Yeah, I know Earl. He's a punk.
Just the kind of punk who might try shooting you in the back.
Oh, do as he says, Eddie. Please.
I tell you, I gotta get out. I need cash if we're to beat it out of town. I have to make collections.
Mr. Derry, wouldn't you help him? Maybe if he had a gun so he could protect himself, then...
You could lend me yours, Derry. Just until we leave town.
All right. Take it. I'll see what I can do. Okay. I'm leaving now. Just keep calm until you hear from me.
I'll see you to the door. Mr. Derry, why are you doing this for Eddie?
Because he's such a regular fella.
Figaro mortuary.
Fig, this is Jim Derry.
3 cheers. What are you doing back in town? You ain't been here in 10 years.
Business, Fig. I'm here on business. Just like in the old days.
The old days are over. I make more money legitimate now than I used to make crooked. For me, crime doesn't pay, like it says on the posters.
Wow. This is legitimate. Almost. I want to make a purchase.
What kind?
You are the only store in town that has what I want, Fig. I want to buy a corpse.
I don't know what I'm doing this for. I must be getting soft in head.
Tell me about the body, Fig.
He's a short, heavy cookie, maybe 50 years old, full of mustaches. But does that matter?
No. I guess it won't matter. Not after I get through with him. When can I take delivery?
Tonight. You could bring your car around to the back of my place, say, around 11 o'clock.
Okay, Fig. I'll be there. You sure there won't be any complications?
No, the guy doesn't have any family. He'll end up in the city cemetery anyway.
That's fine, Fig. That's just great.
Come on, Derry. Come on, level with me. What are you going to do with a corpse?
Who is it?
It's Jim Derry.
Eddie isn't here. He went out on business.
Would you rather I came back later?
Oh, no, of course not. Eddie should be home any moment. Come on in. He's been out raising money. It's wonderful how many people owe Eddie money. He's like a banker, really. You know what he tells his mother?
What?
He tells her he's an accountant. She's a sweet old lady. She knows the truth, but she never lets on.
And do you know the truth about him?
I never had any illusions about Eddie. Would you like a drink? Oh, sorry, forgot. You don't drink.
I'll take a beer if you have one.
Coming right up. Oh, maybe when we were first married, I had an illusion or two. It's easy when you're young, and you've got a nice straight spine.
You're still young.
Yes. I'm still that, I suppose. Oh, what do you know? No beer.
It doesn't matter. Does he leave you alone a lot?
Beg your pardon?
That banker husband of yours?
Oh, Eddie's a busy man. He doesn't have normal hours like other people. I don't suppose that you do either.
We're talking about Eddie.
You're curious about him, aren't you? You're trying to make some moral judgment to decide whether he's worth saving or not?
I've already decided that, haven't I?
Do you know about Eddie and me?
About the accident? Yes.
We were living in an old brownstone. Eddie was late. I was waiting for him at the top of the stairs with an argument all ready, and I said a lot of nasty things, and so did he, and he started to shake me, and I lost my balance. Well, how do they look?
Your legs? They look fine.
You'd never know they were dead, would you? You know something? I've got my own theory about you, Mr. Derry, about why you're helping us.
You do?
Mm-hmm. I've been a cripple for over a year, and I've become an expert on pity. I can spot pity half a mile away.
You think that's my reason?
That's everybody's reason.
It's me, honey. Sorry. Hello, Derry.
I just came to tell you that everything is set.
What does everything mean?
You are going to be a dead man by tomorrow morning. You can leave town as soon as you get on a plane.
There's one leaving for Mexico City at 4 tomorrow afternoon. We got reservations.
You better confirm them.
What's going to cost me what you're doing?
In cash, $1,000. $500 for me, $500 for a friend of mine. A couple of pieces of jewelry. And that car of yours.
My car? You can't take my car.
You won't need it in Mexico. They got donkeys.
Now, wait a minute.
Eddie, we've got to do as he says.
If you don't like my proposition, you can always say no. Then you can take your chances with Harney.
Okay. What else do you want?
I'll need your wallet, your watch, any other jewelry you carry. That wedding ring, is it inscribed?
Yes, I had it done.
Let's have it.
What's the idea of all this?
Your car is going to be in an accident tonight, Eddie. It's going to catch on fire. There'll be a body in the car, burned beyond recognition. But everybody will know who it is, of course. It'll have your wallet, your watch, your keys, your wedding ring.
But whose body?
Don't worry. The guy will be dead to begin with. It's only what you might call a cremation ceremony.
So Harney will think you did the job.
He'll only believe it if you get out of town as fast as you can. When that body is discovered, you are dead. I don't want you around making a liar out of me.
That's neat, Derry. Very neat. You still get paid that way, don't you?
Eddie.
Get me what I need, Eddie. The money and all the rest of the stuff.
What about your gun? You want that back?
Keep it as a souvenir. I never hold on to a piece after a job. And this job is just about over.
Hey, Derry.
What do you want, Earl?
Just want to give you a message. Mr. Harney isn't happy. Mr. Harney says he sort of expected some action by now.
Tell him to read the contract again. I picked my own time and place. It says so in the small print.
I thought you were supposed to be a pro. I would have had Eddie Breach stretched out and buried 2 days ago.
I'm sure of it.
And Harney's paying you $3,000? I would have done it for half the money.
You would have done it for laughs, Earl.
You know something? I ought to show him that he didn't need you. I ought to take care of Eddie myself.
Harney wouldn't like that. He's liable to spank. So long, Earl.
All right, Earl. Hold it. Right there. Hey, what do you guys want? I'm Lieutenant Gear, Police Department. What I want's very simple, Earl. I want you.
Well, here's the merchandise. Fresh from the freezer.
Thanks, Fig. I knew I could count on you.
You want to take a look at him?
No.
He ain't too pretty. I didn't get a chance to do any cosmetic work on him.
It won't make the slightest difference. Okay. Let's get him in the car.
Where are you taking him, Barry?
To the country.
Oh, boy. First time I ever heard of taking a stiff for a ride.
Okay, Mr. Nobody. Time for the ceremony. First, you gotta get behind the wheel. I'll dump your wallet in the clear. Now, here's your pretty jewelry. That ring is a tight fit. Now your keys, and that's about it. Except for that can of gasoline. There. That ought to be enough to make it hit the gas tank. Now all I need is a match.
And so Jim Derry has completed his assignment. He feels rather good about the job he did, too. It was a nice combination of human sympathy and profit. $500 from Eddie Breach, $3,000 from Joe Harney, and a sense of having done something worthwhile for a change. But will Jim Derry remain pleased with himself? What will the arrest of Earl do to his plans? We'll find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Only one thing remains for Jim Derry to do. He has to make one final call on the man who brought him to town in the first place. He has a good report for Joe Harney. And Joe Harney has $2,000 waiting for him.
Yeah? Come in. Oh. So it's you.
How are you, Mr. Harney?
How do you think I am?
Anything wrong?
The cops picked up Earl on some old assault charge. That kid's more trouble than he's worth.
I could have told you that. Well, at least there's one problem you won't have anymore.
You mean Breach?
You won't be hearing from him again.
Give me details.
He's dead. That's a big detail.
I want to know how.
I got Breach to take me for a little ride in the country. When we stopped to look at the scenery, I slugged him. Then I gave his car a little gasoline bath.
You burned them?
You want to see what's left? Take a drive out on Route 7, make a right on Potter Valley Road. There's not much to see, though.
What'd you do after that?
I took a nice long walk. There's a motel about a mile and a half south. I spent the night there. Didn't even get a chance to shave.
Huh? Sure it went all right? Nobody spotted you?
Our work is guaranteed, Mr. Harney. Money back if not satisfied. And speaking of money...
Yeah, I know. $2,000. And worth every penny of it. Excuse me. Your name James Derry?
Pardon?
I said your name James Derry.
Yes, it is. Why?
My name's Gear, Mr. Derry. Lieutenant Gear, Police Department. We got a warrant for your arrest.
Me? You gotta be kidding.
Step over here, Derry.
Hey, wait a minute.
Now, you know the routine, I'm sure. Hands flat, against the wall.
Whatever you say.
Well, not armed, I see.
Why would an innocent citizen be walking around with a gun?
This wallet of yours is sure loaded. What was it? Payday?
That's my traveling money.
You must be a high-priced man, Derry.
I sold a car for a guy. Second-hand sports job. That's the money he paid me for it.
Yeah, sure. And I'll bet you got a copy of the bill of sale, don't you?
Well, you give me a chance to get it,
We'll talk about it at headquarters. You ever use an alias, Derry?
No. What for?
You know a man named Joe Harney?
I met him once or twice.
What'd you talk about?
The weather.
Now, don't be cute, Derry.
We talked about horses. Mr. Harney likes horses a whole lot.
Yeah, we know all about that. We also know that Joe Harney paid your way into town a little over a week ago. That right?
I can afford my own car fare, Lieutenant.
Harney brought you here to do a special piece of work for him, didn't he?
Wrong.
You see, Derry, there isn't very much we don't know about Joe Harney. For your information, the DA's been lining up a case against him for the last 6 months. You're hard luck that you came into the picture right now.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, maybe I can make it a little clearer. You got something I want to read to you. It's a statement from somebody you may know. Now, here it is. Listen carefully. This guy, Derry, arrived last Friday. He was brought in by Harney to cool a guy named Eddie Breach. Breach once worked for Harney, but then he got to taking bets on his own book. And that made Harney sore, so he decided to kill him. Derry's price for the job was $3 grand. Derry was staying at a hotel called the Gracie. He didn't tell Harney how he planned to kill Breach. Well, how does that sound to you, Derry?
Like a fairy tale.
Is it true or not?
It's junk. They shouldn't make up junk like that.
It's a statement we got last night by somebody who worked for Harney for the last 2 years. You know who I'm talking about?
No.
His name's Earl Clifford. We picked him up on an old charge, one that could have sent him to the joint for a good 10 years. He's willing to turn state's evidence in the hope of getting a lighter rap. He probably will.
I never heard of Earl Clifford.
You can help yourself the same way, Derry. You can help by telling the truth.
I am telling the truth.
We want to know why you killed Eddie Breach.
Lieutenant, have you got the time?
What?
What time is it?
4:30.
4:30, that's what I make it to. And how is the weather out?
Still warm and sunny.
Good flying weather, huh?
All right, what's the joke, Derry?
The joke is over. I'm ready to tell you what I know, just as soon as I get a cup of coffee. Sure. I was hired to kill Eddie Breach. This guy, Joe Harney, called me and gave me the contract. I don't know why he picked me. I never did that kind of work before.
Sure, Derry. We know. Your hands are nice and clean.
Anyway, I came to see Harney. He told me the setup. Seen this guy Breach has been jabbing him for money, and he wanted him dead. Well, I said I'd do it.
I see.
Only I didn't mean it, Lieutenant. I'm no killer. Like you said, I'm clean. No record, nothing.
No convictions, no.
You know what I did? I went straight to Breach. I told him the whole story. Him and his wife. She's a cripple, you see, in a wheelchair. I felt sorry for her. For both of them.
We know about Mrs. Breach's condition. Go on.
I said I wouldn't do them any harm, but that didn't mean that they were safe. Harney would just hire somebody else to do the work.
That was very nice of you.
I wanted to help them, Lieutenant. I told them the only thing was to make it look as if Breach was killed. I said I could arrange the whole thing for them.
And that's what you did?
Yes. I got a body. A dead body from a funeral parlor I know. I put the body in Breach's car. I drove it out on Route 6, parked it on a side road called Potter Valley. I doused the car with gasoline. I set it on fire. You'll find Breach's watch and ring on that body. The wallet is in the grass someplace. Only the body isn't Eddie Breach's.
Well. That's quite a story, all right.
It's the truth. You send your boys out on Potter Valley Road.
We don't have to do that, Derry. We've already found Breach's car.
Well, swell, then you know I'm telling the truth. I mean, you got experts. They won't be fooled by a fake corpse. The guy was almost twice Breach's age. He was heavier, shorter.
Tell me honestly, Derry. You did all this because you felt sorry for the guy?
Yes. Look, I'm not saying he was an angel. He beat up his wife once. He made a cripple out of her. Only now, he's trying to help her. That's why he cheated Harney in the first place, to help his wife.
A real sweet guy, huh? Well, Derry, too bad it isn't true.
What do you mean?
Oh, Eddie was responsible for his wife's injury. We know that. Sure, he knocked her down a flight of stairs. But you know why?
They had an argument about coming home late.
Oh, no. They had an argument about a woman. She caught him in the apartment with a girl named Louise something.
She didn't tell me that.
And Breach didn't give up Louise after that either. He's been cheating on his wife ever since. The fact that she was in a wheelchair only made it easier.
No. I never knew about that.
But his wife knew, Derry.
What?
That was the tough part. Connie Breach knew all about it. And there was nothing she could do. Just had to sit there in that wheelchair and let him do whatever he pleased. That's your good friend, sweet Eddie Breach.
Well, she said she didn't have any illusions about him.
She knew what he was. Too bad you didn't.
All this time, she must have been hating him. Hating his guts. Anyway, they're gone now. They're on their way to Mexico City right now.
No, they're not.
Oh, yes, they are. They took a 4 o'clock plane.
You're a liar, Derry.
What are you talking about?
You tell a nice, touching story. But, Derry, you're a liar. You made a deal with Breach, all right, sure. He gave you $1,000, and you arranged this phony car accident for him. But you intended to collect from both sides, didn't you?
No, I was helping him get away.
Were you? Let me read you something else. Edward Breach, 29 years of age, male Caucasian, shot to death in his apartment at 404 East 75th Street.
What?
The bullets came from a Farrington .38, found at the scene.
That can't be.
We traced the gun to the man who sold it to you, Derry. He can describe you to a T.
Hey, wait a minute.
That's how you got that $3 grand from Joe Harney, by doing the job you were hired to do.
That's a lie. Breach took that plane, I tell you. He is on the plane.
He's in the morgue, Derry, where you put him.
It can't be true.
All right, Derry. I see you need a lot of convincing. Sam, Send in Mrs. Breach.
Connie is here?
Right outside. Come in, Mrs. Breach.
Are you sure it's...
It's all right. Please come in.
Well, they didn't tell me that Mr. Derry would be here.
I'm really sorry to do this, Mrs. Breach, but it's really quite necessary. I want you to repeat exactly what you told me.
Yes. All right. I was in my bedroom last night around 7:30. I heard the doorbell ring, and my husband answered it. Eddie was always having visitors at all hours, so I didn't think anything of it, and then I heard 2 shots. I was frightened, but I opened the bedroom door and looked out. And that's when I saw him.
Saw who?
He was standing there, holding the gun. I screamed, and he dropped the gun on the floor and ran out.
That's all right, Mrs. Breach. It's all right.
Please, can I go now?
Yes, ma'am. You can go.
Wait a minute. Now, Mrs. Breach, Connie.
How dare you call me Connie? You murderer.
That was your mistake, Derry. You should have killed her, too. You were just too soft-hearted.
Or maybe just forgetful, Lieutenant.
About what?
What they say about the female of the species.
And so the kind-hearted hitman falls victim to a revengeful woman. We can only hope that justice finally triumphed, that Lieutenant Gere eventually realized the truth about what happened in that apartment on East 75th Street. Although, who's to say that Mrs. Edward Breach isn't already in a prison of her own contrivance? I'll be back shortly. We hope you enjoyed this tale of the Radio Mystery Theater. If you come back next time, I'm sure we'll have another tale of murder, trickery, deceit, terror, and other goodies. Our cast included Mike Kellen, Alan Manson, Earl Hammond, and Lon Clark. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm here to guide you on an excursion throughout which I believe you'll be very glad to have a guide.
mystery drama The Master Computer was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Field and Farrington and stars Robert Dryden and Augusta Dabney. Loneliness is a burden we've all borne in one degree or another. It throws us back upon our own personal resources, which, in the ordinary course of things, are sufficient to sustain us. But there's nothing ordinary about the loneliness we're going to deal with here, even though two people share it. This is loneliness, intolerably multiplied. Grace and Harry Clayton are returning from a pleasant summer vacation, but they're exhausted. They've driven in one day from Opaquet, Maine to Newton, Long Island, the small suburban town in which they live.
You know something, Grace? I never realized how beautiful Newton is.
Well, I just want to crawl into the house and collapse. Oh, I hope I can make it to the bed.
One stop first. I want to pick up the mail at the post office and tell them they can start regular delivery again tomorrow.
Well, you better hurry then. The post office closes at 5:30.
I'll make it, I think.
Oh, Harry, do you dread going back to work in the morning?
No, not really. Vacations have to end sometime. Otherwise, they wouldn't be vacations, would they? Oh, good. Parking right in front of the post office. You wait in the car. I won't be a minute.
I think that man's getting ready to lock up. You better hurry.
I'll catch him. Now, hold it a minute, will you? Just a couple of seconds. I want to pick up some mail you've been holding for me. It won't take a second. Do you hear what I said? Well, you could answer me at least. Well, I'll be damned. Why do people have to be so damn rude? He looked right through me. You'd think I wasn't even there.
Well, I can pick up the mail in the morning. Come on, let's go on home.
No, that's not the point. You might at least have had the courtesy to answer me.
Oh, I guess he was just doing his job. They do close at 5:30.
So, would it kill him to say, sorry, mister, I can't let you in?
Oh.
Hey, you want to stop somewhere for a bite to eat? You don't feel like cooking this evening, do you?
I don't feel like stopping either. We'll open a can of soup.
This bread's moldy, Grace.
Oh, well, I'm sure there's some kind of crackers in the box. Oh, I've got just about enough energy to eat some soup and make one phone call.
What phone call?
I thought I'd call the kids at the camp.
This evening? What for?
Oh, I don't know, really. I just feel like talking to them.
Okay. I've been worried about Benny's batting average myself. You go ahead and make the call. I'll heat the soup.
I suppose it's silly, but I just don't feel like any.
Can't catch her, what?
Hello, this is Mrs. Clayton, Tim and Benny's mother, and I'd like to speak to...
Can't catch her, what?
Can't you hear me? I want to speak to either Tim or
Hello?
Benny.
Hello.
This is Mrs. Clayton. I'd like to speak to... Well, he hung up. Huh. Well, it must have been a bad connection. I could hear him perfectly well, but he couldn't seem to hear me.
We'll dial them again. Maybe you'll get a better connection this time.
Oh, I guess it's silly anyway. They're probably having supper. How's the soup?
Oh, good. Hey, I think I'll call Pete and Alma Rhodes.
What for?
Oh, just let them know we're back. No reason. I guess we've both got telephonitis tonight.
Okay. Oh, let me talk to Alma before you hang up. Oh, this soup isn't really as good as I make, but it's the spot.
Hello?
Hi, Alma. It's Harry. We're back.
Hello?
It's Harry, Alma. Can't you hear me?
Hello? Oh, I don't know why people...
I guess our phone's out of order.
Same thing? She couldn't hear you?
Yeah. I'll report it to the phone company tomorrow from the office.
Oh, well, what if somebody tries to call us tonight?
I'll be very glad the phone's out of order. What the devil's... Hey, Grace, did you turn the water off?
I can't can't hear you. Wait till I get my robe on.
Did you turn the water off, Grace?
Turn the water off? Of course I didn't.
Well, it is off.
Oh, it can't be. The shut-off valve is clear down in the basement. I haven't even been down there since we got home, neither of you.
Well, look at it. No water.
It must be out of order.
How can the water be out of order? Unless there's a broken main somewhere.
Well, then there must be a broken main somewhere. Why don't you call the water company and... Oh.
Yeah. The phone's out of order. And I'm going to be out of order myself if I don't get some coffee pretty soon.
Well, there must be... Oh. Well, there ought to be enough ice cubes in the refrigerator to melt down so we can make a couple of cups of coffee.
Hey, you know what? You're a genius.
Oh! Harry!
Well, now what?
Everything's melted. Every single thing in the freezer. Oh, just look at that mess.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what next?
Oh, that refrigerator isn't even a year old yet, and...
Wait a minute. No lights. We've got no electricity.
But that's... What's going on here, Harry?
I don't know.
But I don't see how everything could go out of order. I mean, all at the same time.
Well, look, I don't have time to check it out. I've got a train to catch. I'll get some coffee later.
Well, what am I going to do all day in this house where nothing works?
Go down the block and see Alma. She'll give you some coffee, and you can use her phone to call... I'll see who it is.
No. You'll miss your train. I'll go.
You had a look at your hair this morning?
Huh? Oh, okay, you go. I won't be a second. It's probably Alma anyway.
I'm coming.
Good morning. You're Mr. Clayton, aren't you? Harry Clayton?
Yes?
My name's Handy. May I come in?
Well, what is it? I was just leaving.
I understand you've got some trouble here.
Yeah, we've got trouble, all right. Are you from the phone people, or the water, or the electricity? They're all out.
As a matter of fact...
How did you find out? Did somebody report it?
It was reported in a way. May I come in?
I guess you'd better. Grace, I was just getting ready to leave. If I miss the 8:12, I can't get another one until, half hour or so.
I think it just might be better if you didn't leave. Just yet.
Is it Alma? Did you tell her? Oh.
Grace, this is Mr.
Handy. I'm very happy to know you, Mrs. Clayton.
Mr. Handy's from the... where are you from?
I came just as soon as I could get here when we heard about the trouble. If you'll just...
Oh, are you going to fix things? You know, nothing's working. The water or the telephone and my freezer is just a mess.
Wait a minute. You can't be here to fix all three of them. Which company are you from?
The fact is, I'm going to ask you both to come with me. We can get this whole thing straightened out in no time at all.
Come with you? Well, that doesn't make sense.
Oh, it does, really. I suppose it sounds a little strange, but...
Come with you where?
Good question.
It's a matter of computer malfunction. You know how things can get fouled up. You can't really blame the computer, I suppose. It must have been improper programming or... I don't know. It's never happened before, and I'm very sure that it will not...
What good's it going to do our coming with you? I don't know anything about computers. I'm a copywriter, advertising copy.
Nothing to do with that, actually. If you'll just...
Come with you where?
I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to tell you that. Not just yet.
I think you'd better just leave, Mr. Handy.
You won't come with me?
We will not.
If you'd tell us where you want to take us, and maybe...
Forget it, Grace.
Oh, dear. I'm sure I don't know what's going to happen now.
You're going to get out of this house and off this property. That's what's going to happen.
All right. I just hope... All right, I'm going.
Now.
I think you missed your train, Harry.
So, I'll take the next one. And if that kook shows up again, don't let him in. Hi, Archie. Let me have a cup of coffee with you. I haven't even had my first cup this morning, and I'm dying. Did you ever hear of anybody getting a free ride on the Long Island Railroad? You're looking at the man who did it. The conductor walked right past me. Had the ticket out there ready for him to punch, and he walked right past me. Hey, How about that coffee? If I don't get it soon, Archie. You act as if you can't even see me.
Anybody home? Alma? It's Grace. Where are you? Oh, hi, Alma. You know, we tried to call you last night, but our phone seems to be out of order.
Now, I could have sworn I heard that screen door slam.
Hey! Oh, it's me. I slammed the door.
Oh, those rotten kids. I swear, one of these days...
Alma, come on. Don't play games. Are you sore at me or something? What's the matter with you, Alma?
Rhodes Hardware.
Pete, it's me. I'm sorry to bother you at the store.
Oh, that's okay. No business yet. What's up?
Well, it's those neighbor kids again.
Oh, boy. What have they been up to now?
Well, they slammed the kitchen door. It must have been the kids.
Alma, it was me. I slammed the door.
I don't want to scare you, but are you sure there's nobody in the house, honey?
Oh, there couldn't be. I came right out to the kitchen, and there's nobody here.
Alma, what are you trying to do to me?
Okay, I'll speak to their parents again this evening. Any sign of Grace and Harry yet?
Oh, no. And I'm getting kind of worried. I know they wanted to get home yesterday. Harry was supposed to go back to work this morning.
Alma, listen to me, Alma.
Maybe they decided to take an extra few days or something. I wouldn't worry. You lock the doors now, you hear?
Yes, I will. Bye.
Alma, please.
Oh, I wish I knew what happened to Grace and Harry.
Alma, I'm here. I'm here in the kitchen with you.
Well, I guess they can take care of themselves.
Ellen, I'm back. Listen, will you knock it off with the typing and look at me, for Pete's sake? I'm Harry Clayton. I've been here almost 3 years, and you... Damn it, look at me. Stop that typing. All right, if you won't talk to me, maybe Dave Green will. Listen, Dave, I want to know what's going on here. I walk into the office where I've been working for 3 years, and she will...
devil? Helen, why did you open this door?
Open the door? No, Mr. Green, I've been sitting right here.
Funny. Okay, get Mr. Bradwell on the phone. Tell him it's about the Ocean Mist account.
Listen, Dave, I've had just about enough of this.
How could it blow open? There's not a breath of air in this place.
Come on, Dave, a joke's a joke. You know perfectly well I'm standing right here beside you.
Yes. Oh, how's it going, Ernie? Listen, about that Ocean Mist copy. I know, but Clayton hasn't come in yet this morning.
Dave, for Pete's sake!
Oh, he'll be here, all right. He's a dependable guy. Let's give him another day. He may have had some kind of car problem, you know. He's fast. We won't lose any time waiting. Don't worry. He'll show up. Or he'll be good and sorry.
Is it possible for a man suddenly to become invisible to the people around him? Unable to make himself either seen or heard? Well, it certainly isn't ordinary, but since it seems to be happening to Harry Clayton and to his wife Grace, it must be possible. Imagine the feeling of total isolation. Imagine the loneliness. I do hope you'll be able to hear me when I return shortly with Act 2. Something has gone terribly wrong in the usually quiet lives of Grace and Harry Clayton. They find, first of all, that their telephone, water, and electric services have been cut off. And then, worse still, far, far worse, they find that they themselves have been cut off. Cut off completely from the comfort and warmth of human interchange. Other people, friends and strangers alike, are unable either to see or hear them.
Grace, honey, what are you doing sitting out here on the curb? Grace, what is it? What's happened?
mad at me. She won't speak to me. Just act like I'm not even there.
Well, what are you doing sitting out here on the curb?
No, I locked myself out. I took my purse, but I can't find my key in it, and I can't get in the house.
You say Alma acts as if you're not even there?
Yes, and I think it's mean. And I told her so.
The same thing's happening to me, Grace.
Alma's mad at you, too?
I mean, people don't see me or hear me when I speak. The counterman at the diner, Helen, the receptionist at the office, even Dave Green, the copy chief.
But why should everybody be mad at us all of a sudden?
I don't think they are, Grace. I think they really can't see or hear us.
Really? Can't? Oh. But that is impossible. Is it?
I would have said so yesterday. I'd have laughed at the idea, but today, it's happening.
I don't see how it's possible.
If it's happening, it's got to be possible. Let's go in the house. I haven't got them.
Your keys? They're right there in your hand.
Not the front or back door keys. How could they have got lost off the ring?
Oh, they must be there.
No. They've gone. I had them last night. We got in all right last night.
Oh, dear. Should we try a window?
Now they're all locked. Hey, I've still got the car keys. We can... What, go to a restaurant? No, we can't order.
I'm not hungry anyway. Are you?
No, I'm not. Now that you mention it. Well, we've got to go somewhere. We can't just stand here.
Harry, let's go and try Pete and Alma again.
I can tell you right now, it won't work. And it's not an experience I enjoy, being treated as though I don't exist.
But we could try once more, couldn't we?
If it'll make you feel better, sure.
Alma?
Out in the kitchen, Pete.
You hear anything from Grace and Harry?
No, not a word.
Hey, what's that smell so good?
Oh, just plain old stew.
Love it.
Well, how was your day?
So-so. Better than yours from the way you sound.
Well, I can't get Grace and Harry off my mind.
Well, it is funny they didn't call or something if they decided to stay over at the lodge for a while.
I just... Now, don't laugh at me, Pete. I almost felt as if Grace was here. Right here in the house with me.
Oh, come on now.
I could have sworn. You know, right after that screen door slammed. Honestly. I could have sworn I heard her call my name.
I bet you a quarter if we called, they'd be right there in the dining room at the lodge having a drink before dinner.
Oh, could we?
Could we what?
Call the lodge and see if they're still there.
Well, sure, if you want to. Sure, why not?
I've got the number written down here somewhere. Oh, yes, here it is. 2, 4, 6. Hey, keep your eye on the stew. Don't let it stick.
A pleasure. Tastes about ready to me.
Is this the Poquet Lodge? I'd like to speak to either Mr. or Mrs. Harry Clayton, please.
Is that quarter bet on?
Quarter bet? Oh, okay. You win if they're there, and I win if they're... Yes? Oh, I see. Well, can you tell me when they checked out? Yesterday morning. Early yesterday morning. Yes, well, all right. Thank you. Well, you heard what he said.
Yeah, but it's a long drive. They most likely decided to stop at a motel last night.
Okay, but why aren't they back now? They've had the whole day off to drive half the distance from Opoquet if they stopped at a motel last night.
I don't know, Alma. Hey, what do you want to bet that's Grace and Harry right now? I'll go see.
Oh, if they just got in, tell them there's plenty of stew here for 4.
Anybody here?
Is it them, Pete?
Rotten kids.
Who was it? Wasn't it Grace and Harry?
Kids next door ringing doorbells again, I guess. There wasn't anybody there.
Pete, I've got the funniest feeling.
Serve the stew, Alma. What you need is some good, solid food.
The funniest feeling, like they were here.
There must be something we could have done, Harry. Something to make Pete realize that it was us ringing the doorbell.
I don't know what. It's the most frustrating thing that ever... Come on, get in the car, Grace. I don't know what's happened to us, but I do know that things don't go the way you expect them to anymore.
I'm scared, Harry. Scared.
So am I. Ah, the car goes. That's something, anyway.
Harry?
Yes?
Can we drive up to Camp Patchawa, see the boys?
You sure you want to?
Oh, yes.
What if they can't see us or hear us, like everybody else? What if they don't even know we're there?
But surely the boys. After all, we can see each other.
Yes, but we don't know why. All right, we can try it, I guess. We've only got about a half tank full of gas, though.
Well, there'll be plenty of gas stations along the way.
So? For one thing, I don't have much money, $6 or $7. And I don't know any way to get any more. And if I had $1,000 in my pocket, how would I go about getting a gas station attendant who doesn't even know I'm there to put gas in the car?
I don't know what to do, Pete. They didn't stay on at the lodge in Apoquid. They checked out yesterday morning.
Well, they could have decided to go somewhere else. I mean, is it really any of our business?
Pete, they're our friends.
Okay. I don't like the looks of it either.
I think we ought to call the police.
Now, look, Alma, you don't call the police and say you have a feeling something's wrong. They don't operate that way. They'd write you off as a crackpot.
Well, maybe they would. Maybe I am a crackpot, but I do have this feeling. Well, they can write it off if they want to, but I can't.
Well, all right. If you feel that strongly about it, I'll call them.
No, I'm the crackpot. I'll do the calling. What do I do, Pete? Just dial the operator?
516 0000.
Oh, okay.
Now, if you'd rather I talk to them.
No. I'll do it. Hello? Police headquarters? I want to report what I believe is a missing person. 2 missing persons. Their names? Harry and Grace Clayton. Yes, they live at 145 Hillside Avenue here in Newton. My name is Alma Rhodes. I live just down the street from them at 141 Hillside. Well, you see, they've been away on vacation. They stayed at Apoquid Lodge in Apoquid, Maine. Well, they were supposed to be back home sometime yesterday. And, well, they haven't come back. Yes, we tried the lodge. Yesterday morning. Yes, they checked out yesterday morning. Well, I suppose it doesn't sound like much to you, but... Oh, yes, that's what I thought, too. Well, will you let us know? No matter what you find out? Oh, thank you, officer. That's very good of you. There, you see, Pete? He said I was right to call.
I don't think this station's open, Harry.
Well, we're running pretty low on gas. Maybe they don't lock their pumps.
Isn't there a light in that window around there on the side?
Huh? Oh, yeah, looks like it, Okay, I'll go around, and if there's somebody there, I'll offer to buy $6 worth of gas. And if there isn't anybody, or if he doesn't hear me, I'll just help myself.
Well, I don't know whether to come with you or wait here.
Wait here. I won't be long. Hello there. I'd like to buy some gasoline. $6 worth of gas if you're open for business. If you don't sell me $6 worth, I'm going to steal a whole tank full. Okay, if that's the way you want it.
Did you talk to him?
Yeah, sure I talked to him. He didn't answer me, of course, but I talked to him. He may have been asleep. He was leaning back in a swivel chair with his eyes shut.
Well, didn't you shake him or anything?
No, I didn't want to touch him.
Hmm?
Now, wait a minute. Let me see if I can make this pump work. Ah, it works. Turns itself off when it's full.
Harry,
Yes?
why didn't you want to touch him?
I don't know. I've been thinking about that. I haven't felt like touching anybody all day. On the train earlier, I kept dodging and ducking so I wouldn't touch the other passengers.
Why?
Well, I guess I don't really know. Maybe I was afraid that they wouldn't feel it if I touched them.
But you picked up the pump hose and put it in the tank. I mean, if you could do that...
Yeah, I know.
Let's go, Harry.
As soon as the tank's full. See, the gas hose is a thing. I'm afraid to touch people. I'm afraid to.
I'll get it.
It could be the police.
I'll get it anyway, Alma. You've already done your part. Hello? Yes, Mr. Rhodes. Oh, yes, Sergeant. It was my wife who called you earlier. Well, I don't know exactly. I'd say early 40s. Maybe she's in her late 30s. Oh, Lord. Well, no, that doesn't seem likely. Well, yes, I guess we could do that. About 20 minutes? Yes. And thank you very much, Sergeant.
Have they found them?
Well, they don't know yet. There was an accident yesterday afternoon, just the Manhattan side of the Cross Island cutoff.
Oh, no.
Now, wait, please, Alma. They don't know yet. 2 people, a man and a woman, were hurt, but they didn't have any identification on them. Now, that doesn't seem likely, does it? I mean, that Grace and Harry would travel without identification?
Are they... I mean,
They're still
are
alive, but it looks bad.
Oh.
They want us to come over to Union Hospital and make an identification, if we can.
Harry, are you sure you made the right turn back there?
I've driven this road 100 times.
Harry?
Huh?
You remember that man who came to see us this morning? What was his name?
Handy. Mr. Handy.
Yes. I wish we'd gone with him. Wherever it was he wanted us to go.
Maybe. Didn't seem like a very good idea at the time, though.
But at least he could see us and hear us.
Yeah, you're right. Come to think of it, he's the only one who's been able to all day.
Harry.
Yes?
Do you want to know what I think has happened to us?
All right.
I think we're dead.
The most perplexing mystery of all, death. Philosophers have devoted lifetimes to puzzling over it, and the best they've come up with is pure surmise. It is, to be sure, the cessation of life as we know it, but few of us can believe that it represents the absolute end. There must be a continuation, and in the nature of this continuation lies the mystery. Are we nearing a solution? Well, one solution, perhaps. We'll see when I return shortly with Act 3. To the rest of the world, Grace and Harry Clayton have apparently ceased to exist. Although they move about among people as they've always done, these people are now quite unaware of their presence. Grace has come to believe that they are actually dead, and that the mysterious thing that has happened to them is life after death. They're on their way now to see their two boys, Tim and Benny, at Camp Kachawa. They suddenly feel a great need to do this.
No, I don't think so.
Don't think what, Harry?
That we're dead. I mean, would it be like this? Is this, just this, what it's all about?
Well, then what is it, if it isn't death?
I don't know.
Could it be some kind of an in-between thing? I mean, like purgatory or limbo or I don't know what you'd call it. But could it be something like that?
It could be anything. It could be... Oh, I make a right here, don't I? Won't the boys be in bed by now?
I don't care. We can go into their cabins and well, we can look at them at least. Nobody can keep us from doing that.
No. You think it's for the last time, don't you, Grace?
Yes.
You stay here in the waiting room, Alma. I'll go in and see them.
I ought to go in there with you. If I weren't...
What would be the point? In case it should be Harry and Grace, it wouldn't help matters for both of us to have to see them.
Pete?
Yes.
It is Grace and Harry.
Yes.
Are they...
They're still alive. Doctor says he doesn't see how it's possible, but they're both still alive.
Is there any hope at all?
Well, there's always hope. I'm quoting the doctor.
I don't understand about no identification.
Yeah, neither does anyone else. There just wasn't anything in his pockets, or her bag either.
Could they have been robbed?
I don't think there was time. Look, I told the doctor we'd wait, but if you'd rather...
No, I want to stay. The only thing is, I think I'm going to cry.
Yeah, you go ahead. Maybe I will, too.
What's this? The office? Why are you stopping at the office?
Well, maybe the counselor will talk to us. Well, he might. Just because we...
You know better, Harry.
Yeah, okay. But anyway, we don't know what cabin Tim and Benny are in. They must have a record of it somewhere in the office.
Tim wrote that they have a little cabin all to themselves.
These prices, they should have room service. If you're right, what about the boys?
I don't know. My sister, I guess, and her husband, Alice, and Fred, they'll be good to them, and... Oh, Harry.
Honey, we don't know. Not yet. We're not sure.
Okay.
Good evening. We're Mr. and Mrs. Clayton, Tim and Benny's parents,
Yes,
and...
is Clara there? Yeah, this is John Finch.
I'm sorry to bother you while you're on the phone,
He
but...
doesn't hear you, Harry.
Hey, Clara, how's it going? Yeah, I'm stuck here tonight, just waiting for the phone to ring or whatever.
If you could just take a second or two and tell us which cabin Tim and Benny Clayton
We'll
are
have
in,
to find it for ourselves, Harry. He doesn't know we're here.
Right. Let's check this filing cabinet.
So as long as I got this place to my... What the devil? Hey, just hang on a minute, Clara.
Health charts, these look like.
Who did that? Now, wait a minute. Who's in here?
This could be it.
Yes, Arnold, Barlow. Yes, here it is. Clayton, Timothy, and Benjamin. Cabin number 7.
Wait a minute. Put that folder back in there. Oh, Lord.
Let's go, Grace.
Clara? Hey, Clara, something screwy's going on here.
Can you read the number on the door there? It's so dark.
Yes, this is it. Number 7. Are you going to try to talk to them, Harry?
We'll see. There must be a light switch somewhere. Oh, here.
Oh, They look like angels when they're asleep.
All kids do. You don't have to whisper.
Oh. Habit, I guess.
You want to try to wake them up?
No. No, I think I'd rather not.
Look at that tan on Benny. He's been living in the sun. Yeah, I think it's bleached his hair some, too.
Oh, Tim's got a big scrape place right on the end of his nose. Oh, Harry.
I think we'd better get out of here, Grace.
Not just yet, please. It might be the last. Can't we stay for just a little while?
All right. We'll have to go eventually.
Benny's been biting his nails again.
Mr. Handy, will you come in now?
Yes, sir.
I'm sure you know why you're here, Mr. Handy.
The Clayton situation, of course. I'd just like to point out, though, that if the computer hadn't malfunctioned...
We managed for a good many hundreds of years before we had the computer, you know.
Yes, sir.
The situation as it stands is quite intolerable. We've lost them.
Lost them?
They wandered away. Drove their car, I believe. And the computer, even now in good working order, hasn't been able to locate them.
Oh, dear.
Yes. You made contact this morning and then let them get away. Isn't that true?
They wouldn't come with me, sir. They absolutely refused.
Well, it's still your assignment.
My assignment?
Go and find them, Mr. Handy. Go and find Grace and Harry Clayton.
But if the computer can't find...
Then you must.
Pete, what did the doctor say?
They're gone, Alma.
Oh, Pete.
It's a blessing, really. They were so... They were just too badly banged up. Brain damage in both cases, and just too much. Well, we've got to call Grace's sister. You want to, or shall I?
No. I'll do it.
Now what?
Are we out of gas?
No. Not according to the gauge. Damn thing just stopped, that's all.
Oh. What are we going to do now, Harry?
I don't know. Just sit here, I guess. Or get out and walk in the fog. I don't think it matters much.
But we can't just leave the car sitting here in the road like this, can we?
How long since we've seen a car, Grace?
Well, not for a long time.
Listen.
For what?
Just listen. Do you hear anything? Anything at all?
Well, it's nighttime. A foggy night. Nobody's...
No frogs. No crickets. Absolutely nothing.
It's scary. With the fog and everything.
Yeah. Especially everything.
Mr. Clayton! Mrs. Clayton!
Yes! We're here. We're right here. Do you think it's Mr. Handy, Harry?
I don't know. Somebody knows we're alive, at least. Or that we're not.
Is it you, Mr. Handy?
Yes, it's me. Don't go away. Oh, my goodness, what a time I had finding you. You shouldn't have left the house.
Oh, we couldn't get back in. We both lost our keys some way.
Yes, well, it doesn't matter now, does it?
Mr. Handy, are we dead?
Yes, you are now. The computer's been fixed.
What's a computer got to do with it?
You see, when the truck crashed across the divider and hit your car on the way home from Maine, you know, just at that moment, the computer malfunctioned. It didn't record your deaths. So, Well, of course, you weren't properly dead or properly alive either, and all sorts of things went haywire. We're really terribly sorry.
So that's how it was. It seems so strange. We didn't even notice.
It was instantaneous, or would have been, except for that miserable computer. You've been in a coma while we got it repaired.
So, what happens now?
Well, you aren't going to make trouble about coming along with me this time, are you?
Oh, no, not this time.
Oh, good. That's fine. Then everything's all right.
Except we have 2 children, you know, Mr. Handy.
But they're provided for, aren't they?
We'll never see them again.
What do you mean you'll never see them again?
We're dead. They're alive.
Well, but they'll die, of course. What? Eventually. Everybody does. You know that.
Oh. Well, at least we get to see them once more.
But to wait a lifetime.
No, my dear. It'll hardly seem longer than drawing in a breath and breathing it out again. We're dealing with eternity here, you know.
Well, perhaps that's the way it happens. Perhaps it isn't. All we can do is pass the story along to you as it came to us. Each of us, whether he is aware of it or not, has his own thoughts upon death and what follows it, based on what he has witnessed, what he feels in his heart, and maybe on what he has heard on Mystery Theater. I'll be back shortly. There is no way to give you a follow-up on what happened after the end of our story. We're not privy to that information. We like to believe, and do believe, that all went well, and that we've given you as happy an ending as a story about death can have. Our cast included Augusta Dabney, Robert Dryden, Joan Shea, Nat Polan, and Robert Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Stay tuned for the news next on KIXI. Temperature in downtown Seattle at 70 degrees, 68 at SeaTac Airport. Time is 11 p.m.
CBS News. A man thought to be a key figure in the hunt for Patricia Hearst hints that he might know where she is. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. Walter Scott suggested in an interview Wednesday night in Philadelphia that he knows the whereabouts of Miss Hearst. Scott also says he has seen Miss Hearst twice, claiming that was last year in New York City and in Las Vegas. Walter Scott is the brother of Jack Scott, the author and sports activist, who's also been a figure in the hunt for Patricia Hearst. Walter Scott also charges that his brother Jack has offered to turn Miss Hearst over to the FBI for $100,000 and guarantees of immunity from prosecution. The kidnappers of 21-year-old liquor heir Samuel Bronfman reportedly have sent a tape recording of his voice to his parents. The tape was apparently sent to prove young Bronfman is alive and in the hands of abductors. It's reported the family has agreed to pay a $4.5 million ransom for Bronfman, who vanished last weekend from near his parents' home in Westchester County, New York. More news in a moment.
In today's economy, when it's tough enough handling the bills you expect, what would you do if you got hit with an unexpected bill?
Oh, brother, I wouldn't know where to get the money.
Get another job?
I don't even want to think about it.
Well, something can help.
Quaker State your car.
Quaker State Motor Oil.
To keep it running young.
You see, regular oil changes with Quaker State can help avoid unexpected expensive engine repair bills. Made from Pennsylvania-grade crude oil, the world's choicest, and refined an extra step, it's the #1 selling motor oil. And now that you need Quaker State more than ever, you can find it in more places than ever. Quaker State can't stop the bills you expect, but it can help you avoid the unexpected.
Quaker State your car. To keep it running young. To keep it running young. To keep it running young.
For the third time, that big brush and timber fire in Southern California's San Fernando Valley has jumped fire lines and continues to burn out of control. Authorities now say the blaze has covered over 8,000 acres. Firefighters, over 1,000 of them, are doing their best, but many are growing weary of the long battle. Ed Waldefeld of the California Forest Service flew over some of the blazes and told what the men below reminded him of.
It looked like soldiers going from one battlefield to another. They had just been taken off one fire. They hadn't had a chance to change their clothes. They were tired. They hadn't shaved. They slept most of the way down. And fatigue is a very serious factor at this time with the firefighters. But as we're gaining control of these fires, we're able to not leave them out on the lines long and give them more rest and relaxation.
At least 2 of the men fighting the fire in California have been hospitalized. Police in Belfast have arrested 1 man in connection with a bomb and machine gun attack Wednesday night at a tavern. The bomb and gunfire left at least 4 people dead and more than 30 others wounded. The target was a bar patronized by militant Protestants. There was more trouble in Boston Wednesday night. Police reported 7 officers and 12 civilians were injured in more street violence. Trouble thought to have grown out of a racial confrontation last weekend over access to a beach. Israeli and American negotiators will meet again Thursday in Washington as the pace quickens toward another Middle East agreement. Israeli Ambassador Dinitz met again Wednesday evening with Secretary of State Kissinger to present his government's reaction to the latest Egyptian ideas. Asked whether an agreement is imminent, Dinitz would only say, "The fact we are working together should speak for itself." President Ford has a meeting lined up Thursday with his energy administrator, Frank Zarb. They'll be talking about that court ruling this week, which said the president acted illegally in imposing the $2 a barrel oil tariff. Presidential News Secretary Ron Nessen said Wednesday he assumes the president will appeal the ruling to the Supreme Court. General Motors has announced it'll raise the base prices for its 1976 cars, an average of 4.4% or $206 per car. That's lower than some industry experts had been predicting. GM Board Chairman Thomas Murphy said he hopes the pricing action will help the industry recover from a 22-month sales slump. Bethlehem Steel, the nation's second-largest steel producer, announced on Wednesday it is raising its prices an average of less than 4%. Now this.
Walt Disney World can be yours for a free, all-expense-paid vacation for 4. During August, CBS Radio Mystery Theater is holding weekly drawings for a week in the vacation kingdom of the world. Fly first class, enjoy luxurious accommodations, meals and attractions, including Disney's spectacular bicentennial celebration, America on Parade. 400 Mickey Mouse watches for runners-up. Get details on Mystery Theater today over this CBS Radio Network station. Promotional consideration by Walt Disney World.
Come on, America, refresh the natural way. Have a glass of summer juice any time of day.
Hi, Anita Bryant here for Summer Juice. 100% pure orange juice from Florida. 100% pure, yet costing the same or less than many carbonated and synthetic beverages. Now that's pure value.
Orange juice, America, summer juice.
From the Florida Orange Growers.
Wednesday marked the 14th anniversary of the Berlin Wall, the infamous barrier set up by the Russians to keep people from fleeing to freedom in West Berlin. A senator from West Berlin, Horst Korber, dedicated a memorial to the 70 people who have died trying to cross the wall. Most of them were killed by East German border guards. This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
This is your friendly music station, KIXI. Dial 91 AM, Seattle.
in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Fate, the power of fate, is today's story. Who can control his fate? Cried Othello the Moor. And that cry still resounds today. The twist of fate, we say. Bad luck, ill fortune, or it's all in the lap of the gods. Many of us believe our lives are preordained. Does man really have a chance to stop destiny? Our mystery drama, All Things Are Possible, was adapted from the classic by Leo Tolstoy, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars Paul Hecht. The time is now, but it could have been yesterday or the day before. When Leo Tolstoy wrote this tale, it was his today, and so we shall tell it in our today. The people have not changed, nor have their dreams, their hopes, their fears, or possibly their fate. John Agar, a young merchant who owns 2 haberdashery stores and his own home in northern Ohio, tells the story.
I did it all on my own. I was raised in the town of Cavalier, named after the first white man to explore Ohio. Married 2 years ago. My wife, Virginia, has a baby. 6 months old she is. The 2 stores are doing well. I guess I've just been lucky, that's all. Until I got that invitation.
Jack, this is the second time I've called you to come to dinner. Now, it's all getting cold.
I'm sorry, Jenny. I'm just looking at the mail. Hey, this looks good. What is it?
Meatloaf?
I didn't have a moment to myself today.
Does that mean you didn't have any lunch?
How's Sarah?
Oh, she's been asleep since 6. She just loves that little rubber duck you gave her. I couldn't get her out of the tub. So you didn't have any lunch, Jack?
Well, how could I? Didn't even have time to look at the mail. That's what I was just doing. Hey, look at this.
What is it?
Yeah, go on. You read it. It'll make you proud of me.
I'm already proud of you.
No, you read it.
On behalf of the menswear fashion industry, because of your outstanding sales record, you have been selected to represent the retail trade of the Lake Erie region at the annual menswear convention in Toledo. Isn't that nice?
Nice, Ginny. It's an honor. It's a lucky break.
Do you really think luck had anything to do with it? Sounds like common sense to me.
More like dollars and cents. Both our stores, Ginny, High Fashion 1 and High Fashion 2, are in great shape.
How long will you be gone?
A couple of days, I guess. Let's see, when does it start? Friday the 13th. Hey, that's the day after tomorrow. Wow, I got a lot to do before that.
Friday the 13th. You've got to be kidding.
No, that's what it says here, this Friday.
But the 13th.
Oh, come on, Ginny. You're not superstitious, are you? This is almost the 21st century. You don't believe in all that spook and fate stuff.
Oh, I guess I don't really. It just seems strange.
Oh, it's only a little trip to Toledo for a few days. What can happen?
I know I'm being silly, Jack. Forgive me and finish your dinner. What time is it, Jack?
It's only 6. Go back to sleep, sweetheart.
Why are you getting up so early?
Well, I was thinking last night this would be a good chance for me to stop off and see my folks. I haven't been up that way since summer, so I've got to hurry up and get things in order at the stores and take off before lunch.
You're leaving today?
Yeah, well, what's the matter with you, honey? I mean, are you still asleep? I told you I was. Maybe I'll spend the night with Mom and Dad. Maybe I'll hit the road and make Toledo tonight. Gives me a little time there before the convention starts to, shake a few hands, find out what's going on.
Oh, Jack, don't go today. Wait till tomorrow.
Why?
Just don't go today, for my sake.
You gotta give me a better reason than that.
Well, I had a bad dream about you.
Yeah, you're afraid when I get to the big city, some beautiful high-fashion buyer will turn my head?
Oh, I don't know what I'm afraid of. All I know is I had a bad dream.
What was it?
Well, I dreamt you came back from Toledo, and when you walked in the door, you were all stooped over like an old man, and your hair had turned white.
Boy, you sure dream the craziest dreams.
Oh.
I'm going to take a shower. Would you get down the overnight bag from the closet and stick a few shirts and socks in it for me?
Please, Jack.
Honey, what is this? Come on, let go of me. I want to take my shower.
I'm asking you, please don't drive out there today.
You're crazy. I can't just change my plans because you had a nightmare. A dream is a dream. That's all it... Would you let go of me?
Jack, you've got to listen to me.
I'm sorry, Ginny. Look, I didn't mean to push you, but no, you're really too much. Stop it, Ginny. I didn't hurt you. I accidentally shoved you, and you just landed back on the bed. Oh, now look what you've done. You've awakened the baby. I hated myself all that morning while I was preparing our ad campaign for the end of the month sale. I'd never done anything like that to Ginny before. I don't know what had come over me. When I got home at noon, I apologized, but Ginny didn't say a word. She just looked at me as if she'd never seen me again. I backed out the car, headed north, and about 5 o'clock pulled into my folks' place. Nobody home. A note in a bottle for the milkman said they were going away for the weekend. I was so angry at myself, I drove into Canes Falls, found a bar, and went in.
Hey, John. John Agar. Over here, pal.
Hi. Hey, Billy. What are you doing in this berth?
Just passing through, pal. Now, ease yourself gently onto one of these stools. What's yours?
Oh, well, I don't know. Beer, I guess.
Like that, too, Harry. Oh, let me see, John. When was the last time I saw you, huh? Oh, don't tell me. I remember over Christmas and New Year's. Remember? I came through Cavalier. We were pushing those nylon shirts with the button-down collars.
Yeah,
thanks, Harry.
Thanks.
Well, tell me, how's the wife and the baby?
You got a good memory.
Yeah, salesman's got to have a good memory. That's half the job. Besides, your Virginia is one swell-looking woman. No one could forget her.
She's fine. They're both fine. Baby, too. Jenny didn't want me to go to the convention.
Oh, is that where you're headed? What luck. So am I. So you just ducked in here for a refresher, eh?
Actually, I came this way to drop in on my folks, but they're away.
Oh. Well, why don't you try the hotel? There's only one in town. I mean, it's not your fancy motel type of thing, but it's good for a night. Or were you going to push on for the big city?
No, I'm bushed.
Hey, John, we got a new line of indoor-outdoor cold-weather shirts in suede, corduroy, flannel, plaid, you name it. I can really make you a deal. I got my samples at the hotel. Now, why don't we head back? You get yourself a room. It's just up the street here. And I'd like to show you my stuff.
I couldn't shake that salesman. I got myself a room in the kind of a hotel that should have been torn down years ago, and finally, when I did get rid of Billy West, it was 11 o'clock. I tried calling Ginny, but no answer. I knew she was home all right, but she turned off the phone, so next morning I called her about 7.
Jack, is that you?
Yeah, I'm in Canes Falls, Ginny.
Give my regards to your mom and dad.
They're not here. I'm in a hotel. Such a flea bag. You wouldn't believe it.
Darling, I'm sorry we quarreled yesterday. I miss you.
Don't you worry. I'm on my way out for breakfast. I'll be in Toledo by lunchtime. I'll call you tonight from there.
Jack, will you take care?
Of course. What do you think?
Please be careful. I don't know why I have this premonition, but I do.
Nothing to worry about.
You'll be careful, won't you?
I promise.
Jack, will you say I love you?
Sure. You know I love you. Always have. Always will. See you soon.
Oh, I hope so. I'll pray for you.
I made Toledo in a little under 3 hours. I checked into the Netherland where the convention was being held, hung up my other suit, left my bag on the bed. I'd unpack it later. I wondered if I should call Ginny to tell her I'd arrived safely. Then I thought, I'll call her tonight. And then there was someone at the door. Just a moment.
Mr. John Agar.
Yeah, that's right. That's me.
Detective Brennan, Toledo Police. May I come in?
Sure. Is there anything the matter? Hey, you got a policeman standing out there.
He'll wait in the hall for me. Now, Mr. Hagar, did you spend last night at the Canes Falls Hotel?
Yes, I did.
Which room did you occupy?
I was on the first floor at the end of the hall by the fire escape. I think it was the only one they had.
Do you know who occupied the room next to you?
No, I didn't know anybody there.
Are you sure? Now, please be careful in your answer. This is a serious matter. I want the truth.
Oh, wait. Yeah, I did meet a salesman I knew, Mr. West, Billy West, earlier in the day. We had some dinner, and then I went to his room to see some men's apparel he was selling. But I didn't see him after that. He must have been asleep when I checked out.
What time was that?
Oh, about 8 o'clock this morning. I packed, had breakfast, and then I came back up to my room to pick up my bag and my suit.
Do you always check out that early?
Well, I wanted to get an early start. Say, what is all this?
We had some information wired to us that you spent quite some time yesterday in a bar and later at the hotel with Mr. West.
Yeah, I did. I'm not denying that, but why all these questions if I were a thief or I don't know what? Look, I'm here in Toledo for the convention. Billy will be showing up here, too.
I'm afraid not, Mr. Hagar. Mr. West was found this morning in his hotel room with his throat cut.
Good Lord. That's awful.
I'm afraid I'll have to ask you to look through your bag.
Sure. Go right ahead. I haven't unpacked it yet. Here, it's not locked. I'll open it for you. I don't know what you're looking for. Well, help yourself.
Thank you. Yeah. What's this?
What? It's a knife. I never saw that before.
There appear to be some fresh stains on it, maybe blood. And on the handkerchief wrapped around the handle.
I don't understand it. My suitcase...
I had better warn you, Mr. Hagar, that anything you say may be held in evidence against you.
But, I just don't understand what a knife would be doing in my bag.
I'd like you to accompany us to police headquarters.
This is like a nightmare. I'm dreaming all this. I've got to be.
It's like a nightmare. It is truly happening to you. You remember, we introduced today's mystery drama with a few words about the power of fate. Now we ask, what web is being spun around our young husband? What's in store for him? We shall find out whether the black ace of spades is in the cards for John Agar when I return shortly with Act 2. Men at some times are masters of their fates, writes the great dramatist. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves. But is this true? Young up-and-coming John Agar, a guest of honor at a business convention, has been suddenly held for questioning on suspicion of murder. How could this be young John's fault? A knife, perhaps bloodied, perhaps a murder weapon, has been found in his luggage. What happens now?
I was locked up. The blood on the knife was that of poor Billy West's. Why would anybody want to kill him? Why would I want to kill him? They told me I could make one telephone call, and so I called Virginia at home. She left our baby with a neighbor and arrived at the jail a day later.
Oh, my darling Jack. You look so ill.
Well, I haven't slept for 2 nights.
I called Harold Baker to ask him to take the case, but Shirley says he went on a hunting trip and won't be back for 3 weeks.
Well, I gotta have a lawyer. How about old Mr. Simmons?
I thought of him and I called, but he's retired. He doesn't do any more legal work.
Perhaps the Hammonds know someone.
You've forgotten, darling. The Hammonds moved to Cleveland.
Oh, yeah. What am I gonna do? I gotta have someone to hear my side of it.
What do you mean, your side of it, Jack?
This is a murder case. Out and out murder. It's not a parking violation. It's murder, honey.
Well, is it true what they told me? It was Billy West?
It's all circumstantial. Somebody killed him and put the knife in my bag. Why implicate me? I don't know. Hey, wait a minute. I didn't know you knew him.
Well, he stayed at the house, don't you remember? We put him up for a few days over New Year's.
I clean forgot.
You forgot we had our biggest quarrel about him?
Yeah. I guess it was all so unpleasant, I just put it out of my mind.
You were very nasty. And it didn't mean a thing.
No, I don't know. You don't like to find your wife kissing a shirt salesman in the kitchen.
It was under the mistletoe, Jack. It wasn't anything.
Yeah, it comes back to me now.
I knew you shouldn't have gone a day early to that convention. I had a feeling. And last night I had that dream again. You all bent over with white hair.
I'd forgotten all about Billy West and you. Isn't that something?
Jack, I have to know. Did you...
Did I kill him? Ginny, is that what you were going to say?
No.
I think you'd better go now. The guard's looking at his watch anyway. My visiting time is probably up.
Well, what are you going to do about a lawyer?
I guess the court will appoint someone. That's what they usually do when you don't have your own. Goodbye, Ginny. Take care of Sarah.
You want me to go now?
Well, it's no use in you staying on in Toledo. Better go back home.
Don't you want me here for the trial and everything?
No. I'd rather you were home with a baby.
Oh, I'm sorry about what I said, Jack. I didn't mean it.
No. You didn't mean it. That's exactly what you said when I found you and him in the kitchen.
I wish you wouldn't bring that up again. I'd had too much wine. That's all it was.
Yeah. Take care, Jenny.
Oh, I hate to leave you here like this.
Well, there's nothing much you can do. Say a prayer, maybe. The next weeks were a jumble of events. Drunks in the cell next to me and visits from a very young, pink-faced lawyer the court had appointed. He was very nervous. Mine was his first big case. "I'll get you off with life," he said. "I think that's the best we can hope for." "But I'm innocent," I told him. "Somebody planted that knife on me." "And they found out your wife was having an affair with Billy West. Used to go visit him in Cincinnati." But that's not possible. That's not true. Ask her. They've got witnesses, he says. They've built up an awfully strong case against you. But a man doesn't murder for those reasons. Not me. Life is sacred to me. Murder is a sin against the Almighty.
John Agar, you have been found guilty of murder in the first degree. You are hereby sentenced to life imprisonment in the Ohio State Penitentiary.
Don't ask me what years in a prison are like to a lifer. I couldn't tell you. 10 years, 3,600 days, each day compacted against the last, just like garbage and just as worthless. Ginny came to see me on visiting days less and less. An appeal was made by the same young attorney, but refused. The case was closed, and I was closed along with it, to be forgotten. 15 years in the pen, then 20.
Hey, Grandpa, I want to talk to you.
Grandpa, he calls me. I was 45. I looked 70.
I got a message for you.
You have?
You got a daughter called Sarah. She's 21.
Yes?
My old lady knows it. She knows Sarah's mother, too. Used to be your old lady. Name's Virginia, huh?
Yes? Who are you?
My name's Red, like the color of my nose. Before I got bald, I had red hair, see?
You're new here, huh?
I've been here 6 months.
What are you in for?
20 years. They think... Listen, the message I got is that your old lady is sick, like to die. If you got any drag with the warden, maybe he'll let you out to see her.
Ginny? Ginny is dying?
Well, pass it along for what it's worth. I do you a favor, Grandpa? Maybe someday you'll do me one, huh?
I didn't know if I wanted to see Ginny again. I didn't know if she wanted to see me. Like I did every night, I prayed to God For over 20 years, I'd been believing in him, asking him to find the real murderer and set me free. But what could I do, Lord, about Ginny? The next day I knew. The warden gave me a week of liberty.
Who is it?
Ginny? It's me. John.
What are you doing here? Are you out of prison?
Ginny, how are you?
I can't see you so well. My eyes went bad on me. Come closer. Am I dreaming?
No, not Ginny. It's me. They let me out to come visit you.
It's just like that dream. Your hair is white, like snow.
It's been a long time since you came to the jail to see me. A long, long time.
I got married again, Jack. My husband ran out on me. But I still got Sarah. She comes around.
I thought maybe I'd go see her. She must be all grown up by now.
She's married. They have a baby.
Wish I could see him.
You can't, Jack. She wouldn't understand her father was in prison.
What did you tell her?
That you were dead.
Dead? Well, you weren't far wrong.
I thought it was for the best, Jack.
Yeah. Do you still think I killed Billy West?
I never really believed that. I don't know why I said it.
Why did you stop coming to see me?
My husband wouldn't let me. Oh, Jack. Oh, I'm glad you're here. Your voice is just the same. But you don't look the same.
I'm not the same, Ginny.
Do you forgive me?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I do. It was hard for me when you stopped coming to see me, stopped bringing Sarah, but I understand.
Oh, that's good. Stay beside me and keep talking. I'll just close my eyes. I'm so tired. Oh, your hair is so white.
Now, you lie quiet. Don't you strain yourself. Let me see. What to tell you. Hey, I was talking to a fellow the other day, and he told me that our state flower, the Ohio state flower, is a red carnation. Isn't that a pretty flower?
I love carnations.
Yeah.
They smell like cinnamon.
And best of all, I bet you can't guess this one, Ginny. What's our motto?
Motto.
Yeah, the motto of Ohio. With God, all things are possible. How about that? Did you hear me, Ginny? Maybe your husband will come back if you believe that. All things are possible. Ginny? Ginny? Oh, Ginny. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. My Ginny was no more. I sat there for a long time, and then I got up and went back to my prison. Half my life I'd been locked up, paying for someone else's crime. That night before going to bed, I prayed again to God and asked him what was the meaning of my wasted life. What was I here on earth to do? In the morning, I remembered I'd been dreaming of sitting in my own house in Cavalier, in the kitchen, eating meatloaf with Ginny and baby Sarah laughing to herself in her crib. The prison was getting more crowded by now, so they moved me into another cell.
Well, look who's come to share my suite. Grandpa himself.
Hello, Red.
This is my bed. That's yours.
Thanks.
Hey, I heard about your wife. My old lady came yesterday and told me. I'm, sorry. That's bad luck. Hey, you want a piece of chocolate cake? My old lady baked it.
No. Thanks, Red.
Sure, I get you. You don't feel much like celebrating. But I tell you something, Grandpa, I'm celebrating. Just because I got 20 years hanging on me don't mean I aim to be here that long. And you're going to help me.
What do you want?
I want out. Oh, you...
Yeah, they all do.
But I'm really innocent.
Yes, but I'm not the man to persuade. You should have convinced the jury.
Look, I mean, the money was mine by rights. I was cheated out of it. I only stole it to get it back.
You got 20 years for that?
If you're a 3-time loser. Yeah, I done other things which nobody knows about. Anyway, I won't be here that long.
Why do you tell me?
I need your help, Grandpa.
What can I do?
Look, watch this. I lift off my mattress. I take apart the frame. You see? I put this together. And there you are. A shovel. I work in the laundry, see? And there's a place in the back where no one comes. I've been digging my way out. Every day I fill up my pockets and shoes with the dirt I dig out, and I dump it in the yard when no one's looking. I've been making me a tunnel. And it's pretty long already.
They'll catch you.
No, they won't. Because, see, I got you. And I trust you.
But I'm not going to help you.
Oh, yes, you are, Grandpa, just by keeping quiet. That's all the help I want. You won't want to cross me. A shovel ain't the only thing I make out of a bed. Look at this. Feel that edge. It's a nice, sharp shiv. Me and knives are old friends.
I done other things which nobody knows about. Yep, that was what he said. All the while I was trying to pray that night, I could hear those words. It was a man just like this, quick to use a knife, who could have killed Billy West. God wouldn't turn his back on me like that, make me share a tiny cell with the same man who had choked off my freedom and my life.
They say fortune and fate share the same wheel and are born and die in the same bed. John Agar, who for 24 years has served time for someone else, now suspects the man in the cell with him is the very man who wronged him. If it is so, if it is not so, we shall find out when I return shortly with Act 3. For many years, John Agar took comfort in the certain knowledge that God was his friend, his protector. He believed with all the sincerity of his soul that somehow, somewhere in his early days, he must have sinned sufficiently for God to take away his freedom. But surely by now, he's been punished enough. Why now is he being tortured so with these horrible suspicions? It affects his days, it haunts his nights.
Let me go. Let me go. I don't know anything about it. It's not mine.
Hey.
It's not mine.
Hey.
Somebody put it there.
Hey, what's the matter, Grandpa?
Where am I?
Oh, wake up.
Where am I? Oh. It's you. It's you.
Yeah. You ain't been sleeping too good since you moved in with me.
That's nothing. It's a dream. That's all a bad dream.
Yeah, like what?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know? You just been screaming your head off.
Yeah.
I live here, too, you know.
Yeah, they were. I was being held for something I didn't do.
So what was the something?
My wife, Virginia. My wife, I was in a hotel where I'd been before a long time ago, and I opened the door, and she was lying there, dead, killed. They said I did it. Somebody.
Listen, Grandpa.
And my daughter, Sarah, she was a grown-up woman, and she looked at me and ran away.
Grandpa, your trouble is you got too much conscience.
Oh, what time is it?
Listen to me. I know all about what they say, about how you killed someone. I heard about that. And how you say you didn't. Okay, take it from me. Don't let it get to you. You'll get stir crazy. Huh? Oh, the time. Still dark. Now, how about you and me trying to catch some more sleep?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry I woke you, Red.
Oh, you didn't wake me. I've been lying here thinking, planning. They'll never catch me again.
You don't think a person ought to pay for their crimes?
No, I don't. Do you think you should have spent most of your life here in a pen?
There could only be one reason. I must have deserved it. It was God's will.
God's will, nothing. I made my plans without him. Listen. I told my old lady to sell out and move to this old hotel that I know about, to take a room under another name, and I'd meet her there. It's a crummy old joint in Canes Falls. I was there years ago.
Did you say Canes Falls?
Yeah. Nobody'll ever look for me there.
Dear Lord, what have you done to me? He said Canes Falls. He was there years ago. How can I go on taking all of this? The old hotel in Canes Falls. This Red, he's like an albatross around the neck of the ancient mariner. Release me, Lord, from this. Every day, when Red went out to the laundry to dig more of his tunnel, I would pray that he'd get caught.
I've been watching you, Grandpa. I don't think you like me.
I try not to think of you at all. It's better for me if I don't.
You're not getting any ideas, are you?
Ideas?
I wouldn't want to interfere with your lifespan, as the saying goes.
You don't frighten me, Red. There's nothing you can do to me anymore.
Don't get wise with me, old man. Look, I'm making you an offer. When that tunnel is through, you can take off with me. Is that fair? But if you talk so much as a whisper, you'll wake up one morning with your throat cut.
I have no wish to escape. And you have no need to kill me. You killed me long ago. As for informing on you, maybe I will. Maybe I won't. As God tells me. You asked to see me, Warden.
Yes, I did, John. Thank you for waiting.
One of the accomplishments of prisoners, Warden.
I'm going to put my problem to you right away. After lockup last night, when everyone was returned to his cell, one of the guards discovered a tunnel being dug out of the laundry. Now, every inmate has been questioned. No one, not a single prisoner, knows a thing. Of course, it's not possible that this could have been done without someone's knowledge.
Why are you telling me all this, Warden?
Because every single prisoner questioned has put on a blank face and denied any knowledge of who dug that tunnel. Now, that can only mean whoever it was has so intimidated those who share his secret that they won't talk.
Well, how can you ask me, then, to inform if this man is violent?
Oh, John, I've known you for 25 years. You were already here serving time when I became warden. I know you have a sense of truth and honor. Every time your name has come up for clemency, you know I've gone to bat for you.
Yes, I know that, Warden. I cannot repay you. But one day, God will.
I ask you, John, before the Almighty, will you tell me who dug that tunnel?
Why was I being put to this trial? Supposing I told the warden what I knew, and they put Red into solitary. Well, that would be justice. Why should I protect the man who ruined my life? Solitary confinement for him is nothing compared to what I've suffered. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm putting 2 and 2 together and making 5. And even if Red did murder Billy West, paying him back now, what good would it do to me? A week went by.
John, have you changed your mind?
Warden, I can't be the judge.
What do you mean?
It isn't given to me to judge someone else or even to accuse him.
Are you sure the man you're protecting is worthy of your protection?
Please, Warden, don't ask any more of me, I beg you.
Well, the only conclusion I can draw is that you are an accomplice. And as an accomplice, I have no alternative but to place you in solitary.
What? Me? In solitary? Good Lord. I am still being punished for him. It's mad.
Punished for who, John?
Mad. It's mad.
What is it?
I can't tell you. It isn't God's will that I should be the instrument. It is not for me to tell. Do what you like with me, Warden. I am in your hands.
They told me you wouldn't rat to the warden.
Red, do you mind if I just don't talk to you anymore? The words seem to stick in my throat. Yeah, what's the use?
Listen,
I look at you sitting on that bed and I ask myself, why?
Oh, so you guessed, huh?
Now, I know. Oh, why don't those guards come? Every minute in this cage with you is terrible for me. I'm being torn apart.
Oh, John, boy. John, forgive me.
Me? Forgive you?
Yes, forgive me. It was me in that hotel in Kingsville.
No, I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear.
No, you got it. You're my priest. This is my confession.
Tell it to someone else, for God's sake.
I gotta tell you.
No.
Look, see, I'd gone up the fire escape in the night, and I found a door unlocked. And when I was leaving, the man woke up. He saw me. I had to cut his throat. Then I went next door. Your door was open, too, and I was going to rob you, but I heard a noise, and I hit my knife with the handkerchief I'd held it with in your bag, and I ducked out the fire escape. You never woke up.
I knew it. I felt it all along. It was you.
I could have killed you, but I let you live.
You? You let me live?
Look, Grandpa, forgive me.
What do you care if I forgive you? What good is that to you?
Look, John, I'm on my knees to you. Forgive me. But I'll tell the warden. I'll go and tell him it was me who killed that man in the hotel, and they'll release you. You'll be free, and you can go home.
Oh, yeah. Where would I go? Huh? To who? 25 years? My wife is dead. My daughter believes I'm dead. I have nowhere to go.
God's sake, forgive me.
I will not. I cannot. God will forgive you. Who knows? Maybe I'm 100 times worse than you.
No, Guard! I want to talk to the warden! Guard! I want to see the warden!
I can hear myself telling Red it was not up to me to judge or forgive him, and I can feel what I felt as I was saying those words. I was stepping out of my house on a warm, sunny day, and Ginny was waving to me from the doorstep. It was a beautiful day to walk to work. Here in this cell, I felt a lightness and a happiness. All the confinement of years in this prison was lifted from my shoulders, and I could breathe. It was intoxicating. So many, many times had I longed for the chance to walk out of here a free man. But the lightness and happiness now was upon me. I didn't need to leave my cell anymore. I prayed, if indeed with God all things are possible for him to release me.
Leo Tolstoy, who gave us that enduring classic, War and Peace, ends his story this way. The man we have called Red, the criminal, confessed his guilt. The order came through for the reprieve of the man they called Grandpa. When the warden himself came to the cell, he found that death had stolen a march. John Agar had received his reward, eternal deliverance. I'll be back shortly. A few words about that genius Leo Tolstoy, whose story, God Sees the Truth But Waits, inspired our dramatization. One of Tolstoy's beliefs, one that is reflected in many of his works, is that death is the glorious completion of life. That fear of death is a superstition. That belief in God is inevitable. And the hand fate deals you is always for the best. Our cast included Paul Hecht, Martha Greenhouse, Ian Martin, and William Griffiths. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Washington Monday night announced Israel will accept an immediate ceasefire in southern Lebanon, provided the Palestine Liberation Organization agrees to put down its arms also. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS radio network. The statement says Israeli Defense Minister Ezer Weizman met with the UN Peacekeeping Force commander in the Middle East and expressed Israel's readiness to stop fighting. The embassy said Weizman also expressed Israeli willingness to permit villagers in southern Lebanon to return to their homes. But in Washington, CBS News diplomatic correspondent Marvin Kalb reports an Israeli pullout from Lebanon is apparently dependent on replacement by either a UN force or a beefed-up Christian Lebanese force or a combination of the two. The announcement comes on the eve of Israeli Prime Minister Menachem Begin's talks in Washington with President Carter. More news in a moment.
All week long, the feeling strong, the best is yet to come. Weekends were made for special friends. Weekends were made for you and me. Weekends were made for special things. Weekends were made for Michelob. It's the time to have that smooth and mellow beer. It's Michelob, yeah. Weekends were made for Michelob.
If you're a once-in-a-while Michelob drinker, you know how special it tastes. Why not let it be special more often?
Weekends were made for Michelob.
Yeah. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
An armed man who'd been demanding that police supply him with narcotics surrendered Monday night after holding 2 women hostages, including his ex-wife, inside a California bank at gunpoint. The incident, which lasted 7.5 hours, took place at a Wells Fargo bank in Santa Clara. Police Captain Lauren Pierce told CBS News the incident ended peacefully.
The suspect surrendered himself about an hour ago, and after a long negotiation, he just put his hands on top of his head and walked out the front door. All hostages have been freed. No one was injured. There was a third hostage all of the time hiding upstairs in the bank, and she concealed herself until the suspect surrendered. Then we found her upstairs unharmed.
Police said the man, identified as 27-year-old Robert Foster, fired as many as 15 shells from his shotgun during the ordeal. They also said he was given a quantity of morphine about an hour before he surrendered. An 18-inch military shell exploded in a mobile home in Riley, Kansas Monday night, killing 2 people and injuring 5 others. Neighbors said a 14-year-old boy, one of those killed, apparently discovered the shell near the home, brought it inside, and dropped it on the floor. Federal authorities have brought criminal charges against 2 officials of International Telephone and Telegraph. Fred Graham in Washington has details.
Edward Garrity, a senior vice president of ITT, and Robert Bareilles, an ITT public relations man, were accused of 6 felony counts of perjury, obstruction of government proceedings, and making false statements during their Senate testimony about ITT's activities in Chile. It was 5 years ago today that the men testified, and the statute of limitations would have run out today, but the Justice Department got in under the wire by filing informations, the legal equivalent of grand jury indictments, charging that the 2 corporate officials lied when they swore that ITT had no part in financing the CIA's unsuccessful efforts to prevent the election of Marxist candidate Salvador Allende as president of Chile. The Justice Department issued a statement that no charges will be brought against Harold Janine, the chairman of ITT's board of directors, who also testified and had been a target of a grand jury investigation into possible perjury. Fred Graham, CBS News, at the Justice Department.
The Senate on Monday defeated 2 attempts by opponents to add crippling amendments to the main Panama Canal Treaty, but the lawmakers have not been able to work out a timetable for a final vote. The Joint Economic Committee of Congress Monday said the lawmakers should seriously consider a $33 billion reduction in Social Security taxes this year, half of it for individuals and half for corporations. It was only late last year Congress approved huge new increases in the retirement tax, but now, faced with mounting pressure from taxpayers, many lawmakers are ready to moderate those increases.
This is Doug Poling, CBS News.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome to our world where real demons exist in this strange and brooding land behind the creaking door. Yes, we offer you real ghouls. No artificial anything. Curiously enough, authentic ghouls are not decaying bodies rising from the slimes of time. They are found almost anywhere, cleverly disguised as pleasant and attractive people. In fact, the people you're about to meet live in an attractive and fashionable home in Rose Hill, one of New York City's more affluent suburbs. They are young and attractive, all right, but to hear them talk... Our mystery drama, The Waiting Room, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The forces of darkness don't always linger in the shadows. Sometimes the most evil beings take the guise of sincerity, honesty, and openness. Who would imagine, for instance, that evil could be found in a swinging, noisy, jumping discotheque in New York City, a place of music, swirling lights, and life? Let's visit just such a disco now. And while the forces of evil may not be too immediately apparent, as our story unfolds, well, don't say I didn't warn you.
This place looks promising.
It's supposed to be the hottest disco in town.
See anyone you like?
Let's circulate. Keep your eyes open.
Certainly jammed.
Mm-hmm. Nice young crowd, too.
How about that couple over there? The one's just going back to their table.
Mm-hmm. Not bad. Let's try that. Excuse us, wonder if we could join your table. The place is so crowded it looks like we'll have to double up.
Sure, come on, sit down. We're all in this together.
Oh, thanks a lot. I'm Bob Carson. This is my wife, Rhoda.
Oh, Marty Lanning. My wife, Charlotte.
Hi, how are
You two look as if you're celebrating. Corsage, champagne. Our first wedding anniversary.
Oh, congratulations.
Thanks.
Do you live in the city?
The village. You?
Suburbanites. We're from Rose Hill.
Rose Hill, pretty classy. Oh, we lived in the village ourselves. I love it.
What's your line, Marty?
I'm a phys ed instructor at Columbia.
Do they need a good coach at Rose Hill High?
I don't know.
We could always ask.
Oh, there's another one of our favorites. Excuse us.
Yes, certainly be our guest.
Come on, Charlotte. Let's dance.
Back soon. We never miss a number. I like them. What do you think?
I agree. They do fine. Maybe, we ought to shop around a little more.
Waiting room's getting awfully crowded.
Yes, I know.
I think they're ideal.
Well, we can try. If they don't measure up, we can always let them go.
Here it is, Lundy Lane. Wow. These home.
They're okay.
Imagine being invited to Rose Hill for the weekend.
Okay, what do we look for now?
Oh, 2 white pillars and a sign that says Carson.
We sure hit it off with Bob and Rhoda Carson.
I like them right away. I mean, they're rich and all that, but they make you feel comfortable.
Oh, I see 2 pillars up ahead. That must be it.
Yes, there's a sign.
Some driveway. You can't even see the house.
Marty, look at that bird on the left pillar.
What? It looks like a crow. It is a crow.
It's huge.
I didn't think crows got that big.
There it goes.
Oh, we startled it when we turned in.
This really is country.
Wow, there's the house.
It's just what you'd expect at the end of a drive like this.
Sure is quiet.
It's so peaceful in the country, so they say.
Yeah.
Marty, what's the matter? You sound so down all of a sudden.
All of a sudden, I don't think I want to go through with this weekend.
Why?
I don't know. I'm here, and suddenly I want to go back to New York.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, we can't do that.
Well, I know we can't, but... Charlotte, look. Up there.
Where?
That window on the left wing of the house.
It's the crow.
Sitting on a perch on the windowsill.
It belongs here?
I don't know. I've heard of people training falcons. Maybe the Carsons train crows.
Hello, you two.
Well, here we go.
Oh, cheer up, Marty. We'll have a good time. I saw you drive up. We're delighted you could make it. Hi, Rhoda.
It's quite a bungalow you've got here.
Now, just leave your things in the car. Robert will get them later. Come on around to the pool. Oh, we have another guest for the weekend. I'd like you to meet him.
Say, Rhoda, is that your crow we saw? It was on one of your windowsills.
That's Caligula. You'll see him from time to time. He won't bother you. He's a friend of ours. This place is just heaven. Oh, Bert. Meet Charlotte and Marty Lanning.
Hi.
It's Bert Thompson.
Oh, nice to know you.
Hi, Bert. Oh, sit down, everyone. I'll get the martinis going. Oh, and there are fresh bathing suits in the bathhouse if you want to take a swim.
Quite a layout, isn't it?
Fabulous.
Rhoda says you're from the village.
Yeah, Christopher Street.
I'm on West 44th. And I sure appreciate a weekend away from the city.
Say, Bert, what does Bob do for a living? There must be stocks or something to keep a place like this.
You mean you don't know?
No, they never mentioned it.
Well, I thought you and the Carsons were friends.
No, we only met last Saturday night at the Pearl Fishers on 3rd Avenue.
Oh, I thought I was the newcomer. I met them last Sunday at Jones Beach. They had their blanket next to mine. We got to talking, and they invited me here.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, we thought you knew them.
Not till last Sunday.
Well, it seems to be a hobby of theirs, inviting strangers home for the weekend.
What do you think of our candidates?
So far, so good. We'll know better by dinner time.
Yes. You know, that Thomas chap has the physique if his history is right. We'll start tomorrow night.
And take the couple on Sunday. We've got to ease the tensions in the waiting room. I'm getting worried.
Relax, my dear. It's nothing new. We've been at this for centuries.
Come on in, But I've had enough for one day. I should think a former Olympic swimmer would live in the water. I'm out of training. Swimming strictly for pleasure now.
I wish some of my students were in good a shape as you.
Well, you never really lose it.
You must have been healthy all your life.
Never a sick day in all my 24 years.
Oh, that's good. Very good. No allergies in your family? No history of cancer? Heart trouble?
My great-grandparents are still living.
How wonderful.
And you're relaxed, too. You're not the nervous type.
Robert, I think you ought to get the barbecue fire going.
Yes, that's a good idea. Give me a hand, Bert.
Oh, glad to.
We'll be ready to eat in an hour.
So you and Charlotte are practically newlyweds.
Yeah, we met in college, but we waited till I got my master's.
You both seem to be in good health, too.
Oh, fitness is my business.
Well, good. Stay that way.
You and Bob seem unusually interested in fitness.
Oh, we are. It's very important.
I mean, our fitness. Why did Bob want to know about Bert's family history?
Hey, Marty, give me a towel, will you?
Oh, Robert didn't mean anything by that. It's just, polite interest.
Oh, water's wonderful. Oh, I don't see why you don't go in.
Oh, maybe later.
I'm going to start laying out the salads. Now, you two just relax. I'll have some chores for you later.
I'm going to go get dressed.
Charlotte.
What?
There's something... I don't know how to put my finger on it.
Marty, what's the matter?
There's something here that's... Oh, well, nothing. Forget it.
Good night, Charlotte. See you in the morning.
That's the last of them. They've all gone to bed.
Good. I'll lock up, and then we'd better make some preparations.
Good. I'll meet you in the waiting room. Oh, my lovely creatures, how restless you are tonight. There you are. Fresh water. Feed should hold until the morning. I'll freshen it all up tomorrow.
All secure. Not a sound from any of our guests. The suburban air must be too much for them.
I'll be glad when we're finished. The birds are terribly restless.
We're never finished, Rhoda.
Well, you know what I mean. Suppose they get suspicious. Suppose they decide to leave before
They won't leave until we're ready to have them leave. Caligula will see to that.
I hope so.
Really, Rhoda, you act as though this was our first time.
I'm always nervous just before we begin. So many things can go wrong.
All right. Suppose we do begin and try to concentrate, huh? Now, let's get the formula started. Did you get the blood?
Yes. I think you ought to double the dexachlorine.
Yes, that's a good idea. I don't want to take any more chances on halfway happenings.
Alcohol?
Less of that if we're increasing the dexachlorine.
That all right?
Good. Now, 3 drops of the blood. Perfect. Yes, it's working. All right, seal it up and give it 24 hours. And tomorrow night at this time, we'll start the first one on his way. Now, Caligula is going on patrol.
Marty.
Oh, what? What's the matter?
There's something outside the window.
What? What do you mean, something?
Listen.
I don't hear anything except the crickets.
Something's watching us. I feel it.
We're on the top floor. You want me to see if someone's clinging to the vine?
Don't be sarcastic.
Well, you're the one who said I was imagining things.
All right. Go back to sleep.
No, I'll take a look. But in the morning, I think we'll just tell the Carsons that we... Grief, it's that crow.
Oh, get it away! Oh.
It was on the windowsill.
Keep it out! Keep it out!
It's all right. It's gone.
Oh, well, where is it now?
It flew off into the pine trees.
Oh, that was such a shock.
That's what was looking at us.
Oh, gosh. I guess it has the run of the place. We're the intruders to him.
I don't know.
Oh.
There was something about the way that bird looked at us when we drove in. Do you remember? Sitting on the pillars?
Yeah.
That's no ordinary bird. Crows don't react this way to people.
What do you mean, Marty?
That crow didn't land on our windowsill by accident. I told you yesterday when we drove up I didn't want to stay. I couldn't put my finger on it. But there's evil here. Real evil.
Marty.
And I don't think there's anything we can do to get away from it.
It would seem that a pleasant weekend in the suburbs is strictly for the birds. It's certainly turning into an ordeal for a couple of New Yorkers named Charlotte and Marty Lanning. But maybe they're overreacting. So what if a crow happens to land on their windowsill? So what if the Carsons seem unusually interested in their state of health? So what if the house seems pervaded with evil? So what? Well, we'll find out when I return shortly with Act 2. It's time now to return to our weekend in the country. Our three guests have no idea what their strange hosts are up to. And as a matter of fact, neither have I. But from the things they say and do, I'm sure it bodes evil for Bert, Marty, and Charlotte. It's morning now, and somehow the mysteries of night don't seem so menacing in the morning light.
Good morning.
Hi, Bert. You're up early.
I'm going to jog 2 miles before sunup.
Oh, you put me to shame.
I'd have gone further if I had more sleep. Those damn birds kept me awake half the night.
Any sign of our host yet?
Yeah, Rhoda's in the kitchen. Said she'd serve breakfast out here on the patio.
You mean Caligula paid you a visit, too? Caligula? Yeah, the Carsons' pet crow. It was watching us till I got up and chased it off.
No, this wasn't a crow. It was a whole bunch of birds.
A bunch of birds?
Yeah. They seemed to be inside the house.
We didn't hear anything like that.
Your room's on the other side from ours. Are you sure they were inside?
Oh, it sounded like it.
I wouldn't be surprised at anything strange around here.
What's with the crow you mentioned?
You haven't seen it? There's a perch outside one of the upstairs windows. It was waiting for us when we drove in yesterday.
It wasn't waiting, really. It just happened to be sitting on the pillars by the drive.
And it just happened to be looking in on us last night?
Marty thinks it's spying on us.
That's just what it's doing. That bird is trained.
Well, why would it be watching us? This is just a fun weekend, isn't it?
I'm not so sure.
Oh, Caligula's just curious, Marty. I'm so sorry he disturbed you last night. More coffee, anyone?
Well, it's just a little disconcerting to wake up and have a huge black bird on your windowsill.
Shades of Edgar Allan Poe.
Cheek of the devil, there it is.
Oh, it's flying right toward us.
I think it's joining us. He's landed right on your chair. Well, good morning, Caligula, you naughty bird. You kept our guests awake.
Oh, that's Caligula. He's big, all right.
You have him trained, don't you?
Well, in a way, I suppose. But he has an independent spirit, don't you, Caligula?
Now that I see it up close, it
what?
The eyes are so strange.
They're just crow's eyes to me.
Oh, they have an intelligence.
Well, of course birds are intelligent. But only bird lovers seem to acknowledge it.
That's weird. Those eyes almost look familiar.
It's the first time he's seen a crow that close.
Oh, it gives me the chills. I'm afraid I'm not really a bird lover, Rhoda.
Oh, for heaven's sakes, Marty, you've insulted him. No, not really. Caligula never stays long. Look at him fly.
I was telling Marty and Charlotte I heard birds all night. From my room, it sounded as though they were in the house.
Of course. We have a small aviary upstairs. Of course, sometimes the birds are restless at night. Would you like to see them? I'd love to. Well, come along then. I'm afraid our country living can be distracting at times.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry I'm late.
Morning, Robert.
Oh, I was just going to show our guest the aviary, Robert.
All right, you go along. I'll get some coffee.
We won't be long.
I thought we'd spend the day on the yacht. I called Rusty, told him to get it ready.
Lovely idea. Oh, they're all so beautiful. It seems a shame to keep them cooped up. Oh, they don't mind. They're safe from harm.
They certainly know you. Look at the way they all flock to your side of the cage.
Yes, you're my lovelies, aren't you? Now, this large black one, that's Eva.
They all have names?
Well, of course. And the blue jay is Napoleon. And this little finch here is Carl. How are you, sweet? And this one's the Fuhrer. He has a mean streak, but we love him.
I don't see how you can keep track of so many.
Oh, but they're all special to us. Each one has its own distinctive personality.
That one seems to like you, Bert. Look at him.
It's giving me the eye, all right.
Oh, look at that. It's rubbing its head against your finger.
Affectionate little thing.
Birds give me the creeps. I don't like the way they stare.
Oh, you're just a city boy, Marty.
Well, shall we go? Robert wants to go on the yacht. I know you'll all enjoy it. Bert's been accepted.
Good. I didn't think there'd be a problem. And the others?
There seemed to be a favorable response. Nothing individual, but favorable.
Well, now we can relax. Until tonight.
Oh, pardon me. All that sun and salt air today. I can't keep my eyes open. It was heavenly, though.
And all that food. Yeah, I think we'll both turn in, if you don't mind. We want to get an early start for the city tomorrow.
Oh, please, do as you wish. It is getting late. Today was tiring.
Good night, everybody.
I think I'll go up, too.
You want to ride into the city tomorrow, Bert?
Oh, sure, if you don't mind. Good night.
Night.
How long do you think?
We'll give him an hour. I have some things to attend to down here.
I'll meet you in the waiting room.
Our mixture is ready. In fact, it looks better than usual.
The blood was very rich when I drew it.
This one's going to be a complete success.
It better be, considering who we're dealing with this time.
Nothing is going to go wrong. We've had our mistakes, but then who hasn't? Lucifer himself isn't perfect.
Robert, don't blaspheme at a time like this.
Relax, my dear. This will be one of our biggest successes.
I dread facing him if it isn't.
I should think after all these centuries you'd realize that we are in control. We may have our orders, but the fact remains that we are in control of the waiting room.
Are you going to wait the full hour?
No, I don't think so. Caligula is going to check on the landings now, and then we'll get started. Oh, open the window for me, will you, dear? So I can let him out?
Of course. Make it quick.
Oh, I'm bushed. But it's been such a pleasant weekend. I don't know why you wasted so much time being suspicious.
I don't either. It was just a feeling I had. I guess I made more of everything than I should have.
Thinking that crow was spying on us was really, well, not silly exactly, but a bit overdone.
I'll still say those eyes were familiar. When it sat on Rhoda's chair this morning, I knew I'd seen those eyes before.
Well, nothing's happened. The Carsons have been wonderful. They just like birds, that's all.
You're right, I guess. I'll be glad to head back for good old Manhattan tomorrow.
Good night, honey.
Wait a minute.
What is it?
Shh. Outside the window. Shh.
What?
I thought I heard that crow again.
Can you see anything?
No.
Come back to bed.
Oh, it doesn't matter. The heck with it.
See you in the morning.
Night.
Good, you're back.
Thanks.
Well?
The Lannings are in bed. Marty heard me outside the window, but he didn't seem to care. He's completely unsuspecting.
They're planning to leave in the morning.
But we both know they won't be.
Can't we take them tonight,
We don't have to. Don't worry about them. We'll get to them tomorrow afternoon. Let's get down to the business at hand. Now, you get things ready, and I'll go for Bert. Bert? You still awake?
Yeah, just a second.
I'm sorry to bother you.
It's okay. What's up?
I need a hand for a minute. Do you mind?
Oh, not at all.
Follow me.
Yes, my lovely, we're on our way. Just be patient. The waiting's almost over. Oh, Robert. Oh, hello, Bert.
What are we doing in here? You said you wanted to help with something.
Yes. You're going to help us.
What is this? What's going on?
Relax.
I just want you to lie down. Here.
Lie down? On that?
Lie down, please.
What are those straps for? What are you doing?
Rhoda, the syringe.
You're crazy. I'm not staying here.
This will calm your nerves.
What?
Just a little pinprick.
Look, I don't know what you're doing, but... Ow!
I'm not going to hurt you. This doesn't hurt at all. You won't know anything is happening.
What are you doing with that bird? Why is it out of its cage?
Just lie down. You can't resist.
No, I can't resist. I don't want to.
I'll adjust the straps just as a precaution.
Just a precaution.
He's going under fast.
Yes, so much the better.
Robert.
What is it?
In the south wing. The light just went on in the landings room.
Oh, damn. All right, finish the straps. I'll be right back.
I knew I heard it in the house.
So what? It's none of our business.
Will you go and see?
Oh, all right. I feel like a fool. It's a bird, all right. You happy now?
Well, it sounds as though it's in trouble or something.
Look, the Carsons have hundreds of birds. They'll take care of it.
That's the point, Marty. They're not doing anything for it, or it wouldn't be so frantic. I think we should tell them. Come on.
Darn it, Charlotte. You think they can't hear it, too?
Well, I'm going to find out what the matter is. Something's wrong.
What is this all of a sudden? You wanted to leave well enough alone. It's none of our business. It's their home. It's their bird.
Are you coming with me or not?
All right, I'm coming.
Marty, Charlotte, is something wrong? You're not ill.
Oh, no. We were just coming to find you. There's something the matter with one of your birds. Don't you hear it?
Oh, yes. Rhoda's with it now.
Oh, it sounds so frantic. What's the matter with it?
Just a minor upset. Some species are very susceptible. There. It's quiet now. Please, go back to bed. I'm sorry it disturbed you.
Come on, Charlotte.
I assure you there's nothing to worry about.
All right. I'm sorry I made such a fuss. Good night again.
Good night.
What did they want?
They heard the bird. They were coming to investigate.
It's good we caught them in time. The bird and the vessel are both under.
Good. We're ready then.
The wait is over, my Führer. The wait for you is over at last.
What time is it, hon?
Oh, 7 o'clock. We'd better get down for breakfast.
What's it like out?
Beautiful. Clear. Oh, there's Bert by the pool. Morning, Bert. We'll be right down.
The Carsons won't mind if we leave right after breakfast.
That's funny.
What?
Bert. He looked up when I called, but then he turned away and hurried into the house.
So?
Well, he could have waved and said hello or something.
No, that's true. Well, maybe he hasn't had his coffee yet. I'm dying for mine. Let's go. We'll load the car later.
Okay.
If you think that's best.
I do.
Oh, I guess some Carsons must be in the kitchen. I hear voices.
It is impossible for me to remain any
Stop.
longer.
I agree, my Führer. The sooner the better.
And again, I must compliment you on your
Bert.
choice of a vessel.
The German accent.
The young man's
What's
body
he doing?
is perfect. It was worth the wait.
We're happy you're pleased, Führer. We thought we made a good choice.
What a relief to be free at last. I'm most anxious to get back to Germany. And I shall use the cover identification of, what's his name?
Bert Thomas.
Bert Thomas. Splendid American name, too. Makes it much easier.
I suggest you take a cab to the station. Arrangements have been made in New York for everything.
Good. And you're sending the others?
Today, Führer.
Splendid. And I'll be on my way. You both do an excellent job. It will take us a while to regain control, but this time we'll certainly line up a more dependable group of allies.
Marty, is he kidding? Am I dreaming?
Maybe we both are.
Hitler?
Hitler? The spirit of Adolf Hitler released from the waiting room? But then we did hear that conversation, if we can believe our ears. And if we are to believe them, we know that Hitler is once more abroad, this time in the body of a healthy young American man. That's what's happened so far. What is yet to happen, we'll learn when I return shortly with Act 3.
returned, as I promised, with Act 3. But I'm not sure I want to return to that creepy house and that weird Carson couple. I'm afraid we have no choice, though. We simply can't leave Marty and Charlotte alone with such people. And I'm rather curious to learn if that really was Adolf Hitler who walked out in the body of the fellow we knew as Bert Thomas. It was a neat trick. And perhaps we'll learn how it's done.
They've gone out the front door. What'll we do?
Come on, out to the patio. We've got to act as though we didn't hear anything. And we've got to leave here fast. I don't know what's going on, but we're getting out of it.
That was Bert we heard and saw. But they called him Fuhrer. He talked about going back to Germany.
It doesn't make sense. It isn't true. It couldn't be. It's a crazy charade they're all playing, and somehow I think we're the ducks. We don't know anything about the Carsons or Bert Thomas. I don't know what they want from us, but they're not going to get it.
What do you think they meant by the others? I mean, Bert, whoever he is, said, you're sending the others?
I have a hunch it has something to do with us, but we're not waiting around to find out.
Oh, I can't help thinking about that bird last night. And Robert showing up in the hall just as we went out.
Yes, I know what you're thinking.
But none of it adds up. It doesn't explain what happened to Bert.
Charlotte, look at this.
What?
A spot of fresh earth by the house.
What are you doing?
I'm just poking around with a stick. Fresh dug earth usually means something buried.
Artie.
A dead bird.
I'm sure that's the bird Rhoda said they called the Fuhrer because he had a mean streak.
The bird is dead, and Bert's...
Oh, Marty, it can't be.
Come on, back to our room. We're getting our things and Uh-oh.
Where did it come from?
I don't know, but Caligula has his eye on us.
I didn't even hear him land. There wasn't a sound.
Neither did I, but he's there all right. And I don't think he wants us to get by.
We can get past him, can't we?
I don't know. With that beak and those claws, if he's as trained as I think he is...
You mean he has us trapped?
I don't think we'll go anywhere he doesn't want us to.
How can a bird like that?
Look at it closely. Look at the eyes.
You talked about the eyes yesterday. What do you mean?
Look at them. Don't you see?
What?
Those are Robert's eyes.
Marty.
Come on, Charlotte, we'll try it. Around the front of the house.
Oh, get it away!
Get off!
Oh, get it away!
Get off, you!
Oh, what's happening? What's happening?
This way, quick! Back this way!
Oh, he won't let us get away! It's there everywhere we turn!
Yes, everywhere we turn.
Oh, why?
There's no use fooling ourselves. The Carsons have us right where they want us.
Not quite. You'll both come with me, please.
Rhoda, what is this? Oh, please, Rhoda, what are you doing to us? We came up for a pleasant weekend.
And now you'll serve our purpose. Come inside.
No, we won't. You listen to me, Rhoda. I don't know what's going on here, but I want to know what happened to Bert. What's all this Fuhrer stuff? What are you trying to do?
How do you know about that?
We heard and saw him this morning.
That was a mistake we should not have made. Come inside.
No, we're leaving now.
Caligula's already shown you how futile that idea is.
Why, Rhoda? Why us?
It has to be. You've been chosen and accepted. Now come with me.
First of all, forget about any more resistance or violence, Marty. There's no escape.
You have no right to keep us.
And arguments are useless, too.
What are you going to do to me?
What we did with Bert. Exchange a soul for a soul. I'm sorry you have to be strapped down, but it's necessary.
What did happen to Bert? Why was he putting on that Hitler act?
Oh, that was no act. He now is Hitler. Don't you see now what the waiting room is?
I think I'm beginning to.
In each of our little feathered friends here is a spirit waiting to be released. A spirit waiting for a new body and another chance to finish what they started in another life. Last night we gave Adolf Hitler his new chance. Adolf Hitler now inhabits Bert Thomas's former body. Only Rhoda and I know the process of transformation.
Then there are others?
Oh, hundreds, as you can see. But the spirits we care for here tend to be what you and the world would call unsavory. Criminals, murderers, political tyrants. Have you ever thought what might happen in the world if Adolf Hitler and Napoleon Bonaparte were allies?
You are crazy.
Oh, think what you like. The fact is that soon, very soon, these two giants will combine their genius for destruction.
Oh, you're going to turn me into Napoleon?
Well, I see you take it lightly, eh? No, it doesn't matter. There are many preparations before the final tyranny envelops the world. But we know what we're doing. We've been practicing for centuries.
Robert, stop talking and let's get on with it. Please.
This is the start of the grand finale. All the evils of history released on Earth at once.
Shut up. You're giving away too much. Now stop it.
All right. Give me the syringe. Marty, you are the first person other than Rhoda and me to ever witness a transformation. It's quite miraculous.
Stop. Please. Whatever madness you're doing, don't do it to Charlotte.
Her appearance won't change at all. Just a short sleep, and then you'll see.
Oh, here's Eva. She's ready, but she's very upset. I don't know what's the matter with her.
Well, she's excited because she knows she's on her way back to Argentina to prepare the way for Juan. And in such an innocent and beautiful body. You see, Marty, the Perons, of course, are most important.
Oh, more restless than usual. I don't like it.
Well, put her in the electro-look, Kaiser. She's all right. There's nothing wrong.
No, something is definitely wrong. I don't think we should go through with it now. Releasing Hitler first may have been a mistake.
What's done cannot be undone. We will continue. Right now. Stop. Stop that.
I can't control her.
Get it off me.
I can't. They're all going wild.
Off.
They've gone crazy. Robert, it's out of control.
Close the cage.
It's out of control. I can't.
Satan,
They're all over me.
Get back. Get back,
Robert,
you devils. Get back.
Help me, Robert. Help me.
I can't.
Charlotte, I'll get the straps off. We've got to get out if we can.
Marty, what's happening?
The birds are attacking. We haven't a second to lose. There. That's one way. Now your feet.
Get away.
That's it. Get up, Charlotte, quick. They're not after us. They only seem to be after the car.
Rhoda, I can't see. My eyes, I can't see anymore, Rhoda.
Let's go. Run.
I can't anymore. I can't change.
Down the stairs and outside, fast. Sit down here, Charlotte. We're safe now.
Oh, it's not real. It can't be. It can't be happening.
They're still flying all over the house. They're tearing it apart.
Marty, let's get out of here. Now, please.
Hey, look. Up there. They're all flying out of the house. One great flock.
Oh, they're after us now. Marty!
No. No, look. They're flying off. All together.
Oh, thank heaven. They're gone. They're gone.
Just like that.
Now's our chance. We've got to leave.
There's not a sound from the house.
I won't go back there.
I have to. I have to see. You stay here.
No, I won't leave you. I won't be alone.
Come on, then. Good Lord, look at it.
It's horrible. It's a shambles. The drapes, the upholstery.
It's like a cyclone hit it.
Let's not go upstairs.
I have to, Charlotte.
Oh, those beautiful paintings. Slashed to ribbons.
It's unbelievable. You can't believe they could cause destruction like this.
I can't go in that room, Marty. I can't.
Wait here. Don't come any closer, Charlotte. You shouldn't see this.
Them?
Yes. What's left of them.
Oh, Marty, let's go. I'm going to faint.
Come on downstairs and sit down. I'm going to call the police.
What time is it?
8:30. It's only been a half hour since we first came down and this whole thing started.
Oh, I wish the police would get here. What are you going to tell them? No one could believe what we've been through.
We'll tell them the story. That's all we can do.
They'll think we're crazy if we try to tell them Hitler's alive. Or that Napoleon and Eva Peron are flying around as birds. They'll think we killed the Carsons and wrecked the house.
I know. But I saw too much not to believe it.
I wonder where Bert or Hitler is.
Here come the police.
Oh, thank God.
morning. You the people who called? Yes, I'm Marty Lanning, and this is my wife, Charlotte. Yeah, sorry I took so much time getting here. I had another call to answer. What's the trouble here? Come inside. You'll have to see for yourself. I'll give you the details. Wow. Never seen anything like this in Rose Hill. The birds did it. It all began... wait a minute. You said birds did this? I know, it sounds impossible. The whole thing's been impossible, but what I'm going to tell you is true. Where did these birds come from? The Carsons kept them as pets in a room upstairs. The birds went crazy. They did this to the house, and then they flew off. The bodies of the Carsons are upstairs.
It's the truth, officer. It was hideous.
The Carsons are dead.
It's not a pretty sight.
I gotta get to my radio. Gotta get help out here and get out an alert fast.
What, an alert?
Yeah, we got real trouble. That call I was on before I came here was at the railroad station. A flock of crazy birds attacked a guy waiting for a train.
What?
Yeah, according to the witnesses on the platform, they came out of nowhere. Hundreds of them. They flew around as though they were after something in particular. Then they swooped down on this poor guy. That was the end of him.
Marty.
Do you know who he was?
Yeah, he had identification. A young attorney from the city. His name was Bert Thomas. What's the matter? You know him?
He was a guest here, too. He left earlier this morning.
Oh, this gets deeper all the time. Why would the birds go after Thomas the way they did the Carsons?
I don't know.
Oh, we got a flock of crazy birds out there. Heaven help Rose Hill if we don't get them. They are killers.
Yes. Indeed they are.
They'll never catch the birds. But don't worry about a flock of killer birds being on the loose. They've already done in their intended victims. The resurrection of Hitler, if you believe it, proved to be too much even for history's most hardened criminals. So the waiting room is empty. And until someone comes along to take the Carsons' place, those birds will just be birds. I'll return with some more thoughts on the subject shortly. We hear so much about the evildoers, those of yesterday and today, and so little of the good. Much of the good in the world seems to go unnoticed. I suspect, though, that evil is the tip of the iceberg, because somehow we like to dwell on it and give it more visibility. But underneath the surface lies that vast concentration of good, so overwhelming in its power that throughout history, evil, in the end, has always been defeated. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Marion Seldes, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. You're acquainted, of course, with the game of chess. So absorbing a game of skill that Thomas Fuller wrote,
When a man's house is on fire, it's time to break off chess. If you play the game, you understand what he meant. Luck plays no part in it. Mistakes do, caused by the superior strategy of your opponent. You're attacked. You retreat and form your defenses for the king. Can he be saved from checkmate? Life is like that, isn't it? Had Jeff Powers made a mistake, or had he been outmaneuvered? Tim Whalen, an insurance investigator, wants to know. Our mystery story, Your Move, Mr. Ellers, was written especially for Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Jack Grimes and Bobby Reddick. In many ways, life is like a game of chess. For instance, what else could be meant by putting your best foot forward? All of us try to do just that, appear at our best to others, evaluate the other person in advance so he doesn't think you're overly confident, arrogant. Again, to repeat, very much like a game of chess. You must think about your opponent because he's thinking about you, and one thoughtless move can be your ruin. Another costly gem has been stolen from the showroom of Maudley & Son. Gentle old Mr. Ellers is distressed.
This is terrible. Terrible, Mr. Whalen.
Well, my company is very upset.
Of course, it's understandable.
We may have to refuse to renew the insurance policy.
What? Maudley & Son is the most respected...
Yes, we realize that. But these unsolved thefts have cost us tens of thousands of dollars over the past few years. Your company has become a bad risk.
Yes, all of us are aware of that. I don't really know what to say. I've worked for the firm for 35 years. Proudly, our reputation... But we won't go into that. It's the times. Years ago, it was unthinkable that anyone would steal from us. Today, an emerald worth $30,000 was stolen from a showcase. Your security officers swear that no outsider pocketed the gem. Now, they've said that before. And they're honest men. We know, we've checked. The thief, Mr. Ellers, is an employee. But how? Every one of us is thoroughly inspected before we leave the store. It's embarrassing but necessary. How? How is it done?
I'm still trying to find out.
You've talked with each of our employees, I know. I'll vouch for every one of them. So will Mr. Maudley and his son. Members of our staff are carefully screened. They're dedicated to our kind of work. They admire our products, appreciate the beauty and craftsmanship of our gems.
Yes, I've talked with each of them. Mr. Ellers, tell me about Jeff Powers.
You certainly don't suspect Jeff.
I suspect everyone.
But not Jeff. He's exceptional. I expect that young man to advance quickly in the firm. He's bright, direct, and personable.
Yes, I agree.
I'm very fond of him. We share an enthusiasm for chess. You mustn't suspect my chess companion.
I noticed the men set up on your side table.
Well, Jeff and I often have a game at lunchtime over a sandwich and coffee. He's quite a good player. Chess is our hobby.
I enjoy the game, Mr. Ellers.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'm glad to hear it. We should play sometime. Jeff and I belong to Check and Mate, a private chess club. If you'd like to be my guest...
Well, thank you, whenever you're free.
Well, this Wednesday I'll be at the club after dinner, say 9 o'clock.
Fine. And the address?
I'll write it down for you.
Well, these are fine big chess pieces. The classic Staunton kind. Wooden. I like the feel.
Here you are. It'll be a pleasure to see you, especially after this unpleasant morning. How do we solve the unsolvable?
Well, the stolen gems didn't fly away, Mr. Ellers. And none of the staff has an artificial limb.
Good heavens, you've thought of that.
And many other possibilities.
Such as?
Well, I think it's better if I keep my own counsel. Or I could turn you into a spy.
But I want to help.
I know that. Just be reassuring to everyone. Keep your eyes and ears open. Given time, the thief will give himself away.
He hasn't so far.
True. But we now have detailed information on everyone who works here. By a process of elimination, I've reduced the suspects to only a few.
Then you have made progress. I'll tell Mr. Maudley. He'll be pleased.
I've already told him. And he wasn't pleased at all.
Mr. Whalen.
Well, hello, Mr. Powers.
Well, that was some grilling you gave us this morning at the store. You're the last person I expected to see here.
Well, Mr. Ellers invited me to have a game with him at 9. I'm a little early. Are you playing?
No, I just finished. Mr. Ellis should be through pretty soon.
Who's the man he's playing with now?
Oh, it's an old pal of his, Will Minton. They're regular opponents. Minton's big on the Queen Gambit Decline opening, but Ellis defends well against anything. He's pretty tough.
Well, Ellers and I talked about you and your chess games at lunch.
Oh, I see. Nothing else?
No, I'm not tailing you, if that's what's got your back up.
I'm sorry, but all of us at Maudley's are pretty uptight.
Well, so am I. An insurance investigator is supposed to produce results.
Yeah, I understand. Where are you, or can't you say?
I think I have a clue.
Well, can I be of help? Oh, I don't mean spying on the others, but, I don't know, talking about the staff, my impressions. Isn't that kind of thing useful? Yeah, I know it is in books.
It's very useful. I appreciate your offer, Mr. Powers.
Make it Jeff. Huh?
Well, I'm Tim.
You know, it bugs me. It really does. Maudley is a fine firm, and these gem thefts kind of tarnish its reputation. Now, it has to be one of us employees, and that's creepy. I've thought about it, and I'm nowhere. You say you've got a clue. That beats me.
Well, it's my job. The thefts have been going on for years. And only today did I see a glimmer of light.
Oh?
I'd like to take you up on your offer to chat. What if I drop around after my game with your boss?
Well, sure. You, know where I live.
I know where everyone on the staff lives. What he does, spends, and many more things besides.
Okay, then I'll wait up for you. I'll say goodnight to Ellis. Game's over. Minton's laid his king on his side, and, yeah, there he is, bringing his captured pieces out of his pocket. Ellis is now ready for you. Come on.
I haven't seen that before.
What, Minton pocketing the pieces he's captured? He always does that with everyone. That's a little crazy. Evening, Mr. Ellis.
Jeff and Mr. Whalen. Mr. Whalen, Will Minton, my worthy though vanquished foe.
I'm glad to make your acquaintance.
Thanks. You playing this tricky old devil?
When you make a stupid mistake, Will, you say I'm tricky. Chess is the complete game, and luck plays no part in it. You're so impetuous, bullying and flailing away, but you don't intimidate me. I wait until you've overextended yourself, and then I strike.
I've been playing for 30 years, and I still have to listen to Edward Ellis' little sermons of chess truth. And then I strike. I ask you, is he far out?
Well, how about a game with me, Will?
That's an idea. One condition. If you win, which is unlikely, no 30-second sermons. Agreed?
Absolutely. I've heard all of them. He hands me one at least twice a week.
There's nothing worse than losing a game of chess. Sit down, Mr. Whalen. Well, which hand do you choose? Here, my closed hands. The left. The white pieces. Let me turn the board around. There we are. Handsome, aren't they?
Some quite new. At least some of the pieces are.
Oh, they get hard use. The club replaces the worn or broken ones. All right, sir. Begin. Well, pawn to king 4.
One more, Will?
Not tonight, young man. Bloodthirsty, aren't you?
Lucky.
You heard what Ellers said. Except for who picks the white pieces and begins, there's no luck in chess. I played like a dummy. By the way, who's the guy with Ellers? He introduced him as Tim Whalen. Prospective member?
Well, I don't know. Maybe. He's an insurance investigator. Did Mr. Ellis tell you about the latest at Maudley's?
Yeah. Someone copped an emerald for one of the showcases. Well, it's a big firm. Got to expect a loss now and then. Whalen give you a going over?
Oh, boy, me and everyone else. Mr. Ellers told me that our insurance may not be renewed. It's kind of a slur on Maudley, and you know how Mr. Ellers feels about the firm.
It's his life. What does Whalen say? Does he think he knows who pinched the emerald?
Oh, not yet, but he did say he had a clue.
He told you that?
Yeah, he wouldn't talk about it, naturally.
Naturally. Well, we all have our troubles. I'll see you another evening, Jeff.
Yeah, sure, and then thanks for the game. Good night now.
By the way, Jeff, have you any idea who stole the emerald?
What?
Don't get that expression on your face. I know you didn't swipe it.
I should hope not. If I did, I'd report it.
That's why I asked the question. Don't.
Don't? Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Someone has a lot at stake. The thief. If he or she suspects that you or anyone else knows him, you could get wiped out.
What? You're not serious, Will.
But I am. Rather than risk exposure, the thief might act, so ignorance is bliss.
Hey, you are serious, aren't you?
Very. I know you like your job, but would you give up your life for Maudley and Son?
Hi. Come on in, Tim.
Thanks. Well, nice place. I won't take up much of your time.
Oh, that's all right. Please sit down. By the way, how'd you make out with Mr. Ellers?
Well, I'm proud to say I played him to a draw.
Hey, you must be good.
And he's a cautious player, but so am I. We both played well.
Well, I'd like to play a game with you sometime.
Well, we'll do it. I don't know quite how to begin.
Well, at the beginning, of course.
No, I think not. I'm going to make you angry.
Oh, you are? Why?
Because you're straight and loyal.
I don't get you.
What do you know about Will Minton?
Well, I'll be darned. I didn't expect a question like that.
Well, tell me what you know about him.
Well, I like him. He's rough, but he's bright. Will's in the import-export business, somewhere in the downtown area.
And he and Ellers are good friends?
Well, the best. Will's a chess bug, too. They've known each other for years.
Well, Will Minton has another hobby, which you wouldn't know anything about.
No, I don't know him well, personally.
He's a fence.
A receiver of stolen goods?
Receiver and disposer. The police know about him, and so do I.
How about that? So?
He specializes in stolen gems.
Ah, I see. So he's the clue you mentioned.
He doesn't know me, but I recognized him. Minton's well known for slick deals. Many a stolen gem finds its way into his hands and into Antwerp, where it's cut up. And so far, he hasn't been caught.
And you think he has the emerald stolen from Maudley's?
Yes.
Where did he get it? Who gave it to him? If you're thinking what I think you're thinking, I guess you've taken up all of your time.
Well, I haven't made an accusation, Jeff. Not yet.
Yes, but your inference is obvious. Edward Ellers. Ah, you're spaced out. Mr. Ellers is the most trusted employee at the firm. Forget it. I respect him and I love the old man. And he's not so old. He's not 60 yet. You can't suspect him. If you even hinted at it, both Mr. Maudley and his son would throw you out. You wouldn't have a chance to cancel the insurance. They'd cancel it.
Yeah, that's quite a speech. And now that you've got all that off your chest, you think you can listen to reason? You've made your statement. Can you listen to mine? Loyalty is a virtue, but sometimes loyalty, like love, is blind. And if it isn't reciprocal, if a loyal person discovers that he has been deceived, he is stunned, angered, and filled with hatred. He feels diminished. Can we trust anyone? Of course. But each of us, I'm sure, has experienced betrayal. And it's hard to believe, and it makes us angry. More on the subject when I return with Act 2. He who filches from a person's good name
and makes him poor indeed is a universal truth because it obtains every day in every walk of life. A rumor can ruin a man's business career, and a well-placed hint has destroyed marriages. And this viewpoint applies here. Jeff Powers is loyal to old Edward Ellers. Is that loyalty well-founded? It would seem to be. The insurance investigator Tim Whalen has, by inference, filched from the good name of Mr. Ellers because of his association with a man named Will Minton.
Hello. Yeah. All right, I'll be there. What's up? Judas, you don't dare. Not so soon after. How big? They'll go crazy. Police all over the place. Can't we wait a month or so? Jeff told me last night that Whalen has a clue. Yeah. Any idea what it could be? What? Jeff? You'd pin it on him? Yeah, it should work. And I'll meet you at the club. When? 8? Okay. Now remember, bring out the Queen Rook as soon as you can. Yes, I'll have it with me. Good luck.
Hi, Jeff. Oh, Mr. Whalen. Can I sell you anything? A string of matched pearls, the newest Swiss watch? Or do you want to hear that Mr. Helm over there across the aisle wears a vest and has been dropping jewels into it every time my back is turned? I have this mirror, you see.
Don't waste your sarcasm on me, Jeff. Are you still angry?
You're bad news.
I suspect you're in for a great big shock, Jeff.
I told you I just couldn't spy on Mr. Ellers. He's a friend. If he thought I was spying on him, he'd be horrified and hurt.
You played chess with him?
You know that.
You're playing in his office today at lunchtime.
Well, I guess so.
Well, enjoy yourself.
How can I with your lousy suspicion stuck in my mind?
Well, then you do share it, huh?
Neither, not at all, but you planted it in my mind, and it sits there.
Well, then do what I asked.
I can't. He'd wonder right away. I'm no good at being devious.
Now, what's devious about examining the chess pieces?
Well, I've never done it before. We play. I capture a piece and place it on the table next to the board and wait for his move. Now, how can I pick up the captured piece and turn it upside down and study it? You'll think I'm nuts.
Not if he's innocent. Well, you do what your conscience tells you to do. I'm sorry if I've distressed you, but my job is to arrest a jewel thief. I've got the accomplice pegged, and his very good friend is Edward Ellers. The natural conclusion...
Look, why don't you get lost?
Are you loyal to the firm or to Ellers? You want to protect one man at the expense of the others?
You have nothing on Ellers, and you know it. Confront him. Make your charge against him. Examine the chess pieces yourself. Why not?
If I show my hand too quickly, I'll come up with a blank.
Oh.
Don't you think that Ellers, as a chess player, has anticipated any move I might make? Well, of course he has. That's why I need your help. Now, it's your privilege to refuse. Then I'll have to work through Will Minton.
Well, you do that. I don't want any part of your dirty scheme.
Okay. Don't get caught on the switches.
Now, what's that supposed to mean?
Well, if Ellers feels that I've got a clue to the identity of the thief, he'll act.
I see. Ellers wonders about your interest in me, suspects that I might be dangerous, and some dark and gloomy night shoots me with a gun with a silencer. You know something, Tim? Except that all of this is so ugly, I'd find it funny.
Now, don't make that mistake. It isn't funny at all.
Very well played, Jeff. I congratulate you. You've been studying.
Oh, a little. My end game is getting stronger, isn't it?
Oh, much. Very good defense. Good. If I may say so again, what you must do is never to forget the cardinal rule of once attacked, once defended. You know that, but like Will, you sometimes become impetuous. I enjoyed our game. How about another cup of coffee?
Well, me too. I'll get them, Mr. Ellers.
Not only a good chess player, but a gentleman, too.
Well, I won't be but a minute.
Take your time. It's only 1 o'clock.
Hi. Have a good game?
Oh, no. You again. I told you to get lost, Tim.
Yes, I know. I'm hard of hearing.
Okay, now what?
Did you look at the pieces?
No, I did not. I'm on my way to get some coffee. You want a cup? We'll have it in Eller's office, and you can hold him while I search everything.
You going to be at Check and Mate tonight?
Don't tell me you're coming around again.
Yes, I think so. Careful with those cups. You're spilling.
I know what I'd like to do with them.
Thank you, Jeff. Just what I needed. By the way, was that Whalen out there? I thought I noticed him through my door.
Yeah, it was Whalen, all right. He's always out there. It seems he's driving all of us crazy.
Oh, dear. That's not right, is it? He's a very conscientious man. I know he's determined that this time he'll capture the thief, but I don't want him to harass the staff.
Where did I leave my cigarettes? Oh, the chess table. Excuse me, Mr. Ellers, you were saying?
I'll speak to Mr. Whalen. He's turned all of us inside out, and he's found nothing. I'll ask him to drop the investigation until he has a lead, and that may be never.
Well, he has some kind of clue.
Oh?
Well, he said so last night at Check and Mate.
Is that so?
Yeah.
Well, that's encouraging. What is it, Jeff? Do you know?
No, sir.
Well, you don't say that with much conviction.
Well, that's because I think he's talking to his hat. He thinks there's a thief and someone who disposes of what's stolen.
A fence?
As a matter of fact, yes. Do you know about that kind of thing? Fences?
Or every knowledgeable jeweler does. Would you believe that at one time Will Minton was such a man?
Will? Well, I thought he was in the import-export business.
He is, entirely. It was a very long time ago. Will's been my friend for over 25 years. Back in the early 50s, he was out of work. A man he'd gone to school with turned out to be a petty thief, borrowed money from Will in exchange for a stolen watch. Will sold it at a profit, and for a while he was in business.
I'd never guess.
Don't mention it. This is confidential, Jeff.
Oh, of course.
I take credit for making Will come to his senses. I helped him get started in the import-export business. You can be sure he's very glad that I did. The fence business is far behind him. He'd burn a hand before he'd handle stolen goods.
Well, I'm very glad to hear that. I knew Whalen was off his rocker.
Oh? He has his eye on Will?
I think so.
And I certainly will speak to Whalen. I don't want Will to have his past raked up and to be embarrassed by it. You know what that could do. Ruin his business. Let me see. 1:30. We better get back to work. Good game, Jeff. Thank you for the chat. I'll make quick work of Mr. Whalen. Good gracious.
Mr. Ellers, you know what that means?
What's gone?
Well, security says it's that Indian ruby worth $50,000. It's missing from Mr. Helm's showcase.
Helm? It's impossible. He's been framed.
All the same, every one of us will have to be searched.
This is an outrage.
Yeah, well, I sure agree. And only a day after the emerald disappeared. We'll have to go through a lie detector test.
Oh, that's humiliating. And, think of the devil.
What are you doing here?
Oh, snooping around. I, walked in just as the alarm went off.
We're sick and tired of your snooping, Mr. Whalen. I intend to recommend to Mr. Maudley that you be removed from your investigation. You haven't been very effective, and you've begun to harass the members of our staff.
You're right, Mr. Ellers. I have failed. I'll withdraw from the case.
And you'll also, I hope, withdraw your suspicions about Will Minton. He has a record, it's true, but he's been straight as an arrow ever since he went into business.
I told him, Tim.
Now, that's obvious. Now, that's what I call service. This is going to be a new experience for me. Along with everyone else, I'm going to be searched. Then maybe I'll be allowed to help the police.
Well, are you satisfied, Mr. Whalen?
Completely. Why are you so upset? Wouldn't you rather be searched by me than by a strange cop?
No matter who searches me, it's an indignity. Now may I put my clothes on?
Yes, and then you may go. Are you next?
I'll go when I please, Mr. Whalen. Don't forget this is my office.
Okay, all right. Stick around. Now get going, Jeff. Down to the shorts. Give me your coat, then your trousers, socks, and shoes.
Okay, here's the coat. You better check inside the lining. I've got the ruby taped in there with a Band-Aid.
I don't think that hasn't been tried. Coat seems to be all right. Wallet, pen and pencil set, cigarettes in your handkerchief pocket.
Perhaps you should cut open each cigarette, Mr. Whalen. An ideal hiding place for a jewel.
Well, that's a thought.
Tim, for gosh sakes.
No. Mr. Ellers has a very clever idea, but I'm not going to go through 15 cigarettes right now. Later.
You're going to keep the cigarettes?
Let's have the rest. Trousers, and then...
I know.
Absurd. Jeff, if you'll excuse me, I'll see you at the club.
Yes, sir.
All right. Put your clothes on.
Huh? Well, what about...
Forget your clothes. I have what I want. I want to examine those chess pieces.
So that's how you got to examine this. But the police are in on this.
Of course, we worked together. I told them about my hunch, and they said play it. I don't see anything here. Maybe that's good.
Well, just what are you looking for?
You wouldn't believe me if I told you. If you knew what I'd found already, you'd go through the ceiling.
You found something?
If I hadn't, you'd be in jail.
Oh, you're really too much.
No. If these pieces are okay, where's the phony one? Jeff. No. I don't have to ask. You came out for coffee about 1 o'clock. Yeah, that's when it was done. But how? Jeff, give me a straight answer. Where do the employees hang their coats when they come to work?
Well, we've got lockers downstairs.
And the executives?
Well, we have closets in their offices. That's Ellers over there.
Now, wait a minute. He didn't wear a coat when he just left.
Yeah, but he brought one to work. I know that. I saw him wearing it when he went in to see Mr. Maudley at 5 o'clock. He was prepared to go home.
But I found the two of you in here just before the burglar alarm went off.
Well, Mr. Ellers came back to get some kind of report from Mr. Maudley. What's wrong with that?
Everything. So when he left a few minutes ago, he returned to Maudley's office and picked up his coat.
Well, sure, I suppose so.
I know so. And then he just slipped away into the traffic.
Well, sure.
Now, you still don't see it, do you? No, obviously you don't. When Ellers left the store, that ruby left with him. Will you trust me, Jeff?
Go ahead.
Invite me to check and mate tonight for a game of chess.
Well, okay.
I think I know how it's done. But I want to see for myself. And now I'd better alert the police.
It is only natural that men who are avid chess players carry their kind of thinking over into the game of life. So far, Mr. Ellers seems to be playing the white pieces and is the aggressor. Tim Whalen, several times over the years, has had to resign. This time, however, he seems to know his opponent's strategy. We'll find out more when I return shortly with Act 3. There's a 13th century proverb, opportunity makes a thief. That's true enough, I'm sure, but it takes a certain kind of mentality in a man or woman to make stealing a career. I leave the explanation to the psychiatrists. Is a person born a thief, or do conditions make him resort to thievery? Under certain circumstances, even an honest man will steal. But what about our Mr. Ellers? Is he a thief? If so, why? And what about his reformed friend, Will Minton?
Why, Jeff.
Well, hi. Well, you look as if you'd seen a ghost, Will. What's the matter?
Nothing. You surprised me, so.
Oh.
I thought you, all of you, would be stuck for hours with the police.
Oh, you heard the latest. How'd you find out? Was it on the news?
Why, Ellers told me, called me at home. Said he might be late because of what happened.
Oh, is he here?
Yeah, in the game room. Just went in. I stopped at the bar here.
Is he all right?
Why shouldn't he be?
Well, he was very upset when he left his office. 2 thefts in 1 week.
The police found nothing?
No, and they made a thorough search. All of us had to strip, even Mr. Ellers.
I'll bet he liked that.
Yeah, not much. But he sure was angry with Whalen.
The insurance guy?
Mm.
You say, he searched Ellers?
And me. He said it was okay with the police.
Unusual. Well, I'll see you later.
Yeah, if I'm here. But how about a game, Will?
And not tonight. After I play Ellers, I have to run along. Some other time, thanks just the same.
Oh, sure. Have a good game.
Oh, Will, thank you. How thoughtful.
Guess who's here, Edward?
The ghost of Christmas past?
Jeff Powers.
That's so. Extraordinary.
That's how it struck me. What went wrong?
I don't know. Let's begin the game. Make a pretense play.
We better call it off.
Can't. We may not have another chance. I'll play the black pieces.
Jeff said that Whalen searched him and you.
Yes, a humiliating experience.
What about Whalen?
So, pawn to king 4.
Conventional. Well?
Whalen, persistent, but not much imagination. Jeff told me that Whalen has a clue. I doubt that. Let's not prolong this, Will. Surprise me in 15 minutes.
It is the Queen's Rook.
As prearranged, yes.
They're playing now?
In the game room.
Anyone else playing?
Well, 2 guys I haven't seen before. I don't know who they are.
Good.
That's a funny thing to say, Tim. You know, your cloak and dagger routine gives me a pain.
Well, of course it does. The kind of work I do is alien to most persons who essentially are trusting. I'm not, because I can't be. You should be able to understand that.
That's a lousy way to make a living.
Well, it's not much different than being a doctor.
Oh, come off it, Tim.
No, I'm serious. Crime is a disease. Without the police or a guy like me, you wouldn't sleep comfortably tonight.
Well, I won't anyway.
Oh, yes, you will. Because the case will be closed within a very few minutes.
You mean you know who's been stealing the gems?
Yep, and I intend to prove it.
Well, if you know who it is.
I want to catch the thief in the act.
You came here tonight to make the arrest?
No, I don't have the authority to arrest anyone. The police will make the arrest. I came here to watch Ellers and Will Minton play a game of chess.
You can't even see them from this bar area.
I realize that. I realized that earlier when I knew Ellers suspected I might have found the clue to the thefts. I wish you hadn't told him I found a clue. Until then, he thought I was just a bumbling amateur detective.
Well, he asked me.
It's all right. It's all right. No great damage done. Only it did prevent me from watching for myself.
And what would you be watching for?
The transfer of that ruby from the thief to the fence. Ellers to Minton.
Well, how was it done? Do you know?
Yes. When a chess player captures a piece, he sets it down behind the chessboard. Not Minton.
Well, that's true. For some reason, he shoves the pieces into his pocket and... Tim.
You got it? Think about the number of new chessmen that replace old or broken ones here at the club. And then picture the chess set in Ella's office. Are all the pieces equally worn? Sometimes isn't there a new knight, king, or rook?
I see. It's ingenious.
Especially when the thief is the most trusted man in the firm.
Tim, you're not going to arrest him in the club.
Certainly not. It's a fine old club. You don't want it harmed by publicity, and neither do I. Now, there are 2 strangers in the game room right now. 2 plainclothesmen.
One of your plainclothesmen has just come out.
Yes, he's leaving. So is the other man. Well, they got what they wanted.
What are you doing here, Mr. Whalen?
Well, Jeff invited me.
Did he indeed? After what this man has put us through, Jeff, I should think you'd have better taste. May I buy you something from the bar, Jeff?
No, thank you, Mr. Ellers. I was about to leave.
You mean you and Whalen have already played?
No, we intend to, but Jeff's a bit depressed.
So am I.
Edward, I'll say goodnight. Busy day tomorrow.
My top coat...
I know which one it is, the Chesterfield.
That's right. Next to Jeff's reversible. You'll find the book about the end game in my left-hand coat pocket.
Thank you, Edward. Good night. Good night, Jeff.
If you'd like a game, Jeff.
No, sir. I really am kind of done in. I'll be getting along.
Very slow here tonight. Can't understand it. I'll see you in the morning.
Tim, when does the action begin?
By now, it may be over. Are you susceptible to colds?
You flipped?
Are you?
No. You're the weirdest gumshoe I ever heard of. Since when is my health a factor in who's got the $50,000 ruby?
I wanted to know because I'm pretty sure that your reversible top coat has been appropriated.
You don't make any sense.
Ellers is a cagey player. He tipped off Will Minton to get rid of the chess piece. Now, Ellers missed once today. This was his second chance.
To do what?
Put you behind bars. While we're waiting in Captain O'Hara's office, I have a surprise for you, Jeff.
Swell.
Have a cigarette.
Yeah, but you don't smoke.
This your brand?
Yeah.
Well, the package is yours. I thought I'd return it.
Oh. Well, thanks.
Remove all the cigarettes.
Okay. Look, how long are we going to play games? I'm exhausted. I want to go home and hit the sack.
Now, tip the cigarette package upside down.
Okay.
And what do you find?
Hey, Tim, a diamond.
Good for you. It is a diamond. It's the one taken from Mr. Helm's showcase and placed in your cigarette package where it was supposed to be found.
No.
When you stepped out of Eller's office for coffee, he slipped the diamond into the package. Remember his suggestion that I cut open the cigarettes? He said it in a very superior manner. But his intention was very clear. He was leading me by the nose to the stolen diamond.
Oh.
A diversion. If you had been found with the diamond, you'd also be suspected of having stolen the ruby. And that would have made it much simpler for Ellers to have left with it.
Mr. Ellers set out to frame me?
What else would you call it? You shocked?
Worse than that. Almost as bad as if my father had double-crossed me. Mr. Ellers taught me everything I know about the jewelry business. He's been my friend.
Quite a jolt to find out he's got sticky fingers.
Hey, you know something, Tim? You've talked pretty big for the last hour.
You want proof? Well, the police have it. That's why they let me use this office. I wanted to talk with you alone and uncover this planet evidence. Prepare you for the ugly truth about gentle, clever Mr. Edward Ellers. Now let me show you something else. Here. Examine it.
Well, it's a black rook. Where'd you get it?
From one of these strangers at your club.
The cops?
That's right. Now examine the bottom of the chess piece.
So?
Bring a little pressure on the bottom with your thumb.
I'll be darned.
Understand?
It's hollowed out, and there's cotton in it.
And in the cotton was that stolen ruby.
It's incredible.
It sure is. That's why Ellers and Minton have made a fool of me for years. Yes? Fine, send him in.
You mean Mr. Ellers stole gems and hid them in one of the chess pieces?
Exactly. Then he'd substitute a new piece for the one with the false bottom. Walk out with a stolen piece and make another exchange at your chess club with Will Minton, a well-known fence.
But Mr. Ellers said that Will's been straight for over 20 years.
And you believe everything that Ellers says? Am I right?
Yes, I do.
Come in, Mr. Ellers.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. Ellers and I have to finish the game. Don't we, Mr. Ellers?
Is this necessary, Mr. Whalen?
Don't you think you owe Jeff an apology?
He's disappointed in me, I feel certain, because I usually win. Oh, I see what you mean, because I took his reversible coat.
Which the police took, and in which they found this.
Those two strangers at the club. A move I overlooked. Will cautioned me, but I had to take a chance. One never should. You do well to remember that, Jeff.
This is unreal, Tim.
Just as a matter of curiosity, Mr. Whalen, may I ask what gave you a clue?
2 facts. First, as the firm's oldest and most trusted member, you were not suspect. Second, Will Minton's habit of stuffing captured chess pieces into his pocket. And, of course, the new chess pieces. A new black rook in your office set. A new black one here on the board, where you and Minton played tonight. And then you overextended yourself about Jeff's cigarette package.
I underestimated you, I'm afraid. I've denied everything, of course.
Well, the police expected that, but you won't get away with it.
Will is a known fence. My reputation is sterling. You've recovered the ruby, and I assume Will was seen slipping the black rook into Jeff's reversible coat. So he'll do time in prison. I won't. There's no way you can prove that I had any connection with the theft.
What if you've already proven it yourself?
Don't speak in riddles, Mr. Whalen.
All right, how about this? Remember your conversation with Will before you began to play? Well, the police have that on tape, Mr. Ellers.
Have they really?
That's right. And we will, of course, check further into your financial status. You seem to be an affluent man. Where's your share of the sales returns? Banked in Antwerp? Probably. Easy to find out. Minton will supply it. Oh, your move, Mr. Ellers.
I have none.
Checkmate?
Checkmate.
The origin of chess is lost in obscurity. Its invention has been ascribed to the Greeks, Romans, Egyptians, Persians. Who originated it? We have a famous array ranging from King Solomon to Aristotle to the Brahmin Sissa and the celebrated Persian astronomer Shatranshah. The game never loses its appeal because its moves parallel our own in life, as Mr. Ellers found out. I shall return shortly.
Both Ellers and Minton, of course, were imprisoned for a very long time, where the former could ponder something Thomas Huxley wrote 100 years ago. He speaks of a chess player's opponent, and he says, "We know that his play is always fair, just, and patient. But also we know, to our cost, that he never overlooks a mistake or makes the smallest allowance for ignorance." And that pretty well describes our persistent insurance investigator, Tim Whalen. So, a small bow to him. Our cast included Jack Grimes, Bobby Reddick, Roger DeKoven, and Jackson Beck.
The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. What beckoning ghost along the moonlight shade invites my steps and points to yonder glade? Evidently, Mr. Alexander Pope sees his ghosts at night in a garden. However, each of us has his own private ghost, and every now and then it beckons us. To what unknown place shall your ghost summon you? Our mystery drama, The Forever Alley, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Larry Haynes and Marion Seldes. It is not as chic as tennis, nor yet as stylish as golf, but they say it has more adherents than both those games combined. I refer here, of course, to the ancient sport of skittles, which has evolved into the modern sport of bowling.
Who can fail to be fascinated by the heavy ball as it careens swiftly down the glassy, smooth, and gleaming wooden lane and smashes into the head pin? Just a trifle off-center, and in the blink of an eye, none are standing. All 10 are lying on their sides, some still spinning from the violence at impact. Well, bowling, as you know, is a sport. And like all such pastimes, there are those who can take it and those who can leave it alone. Then there are those to whom it's a religion.
Please sit down, Lieutenant Mulvaney.
Okay.
Now then.
Hold it, Doc. Now, before we go into now then, can we go over the ground rules?
The ground rules?
Well, you're the official psychiatrist. You're working for the police department.
I'm paid by the department. I'm working for you.
For me. Well, I just suppose after we go round and round a little bit with this thing, you should come to the conclusion that I'm nuts. Do you report that?
That's a very complicated question.
All I want is a simple answer.
I understand your problem, but I'm a doctor. I have an obligation to my patient. But as a public official, I have an equally important duty. Perhaps it might be best if you consulted a private psychiatrist.
I did.
Oh?
But I can't afford it anymore. I've already been there 10 times. We still haven't got past what happened to me when I was 5 years old.
But sometimes it's vital.
Now, look, Doc, what's bothering me right now has nothing to do with what happened when I was 5.
Can you be sure of that?
Yes, Doc, I'm sure.
What's your departmental assignment?
Missing persons.
Is the problem, as far as you know, job-related?
Oh, yes. Yes, but it's also personal. You see, I'm trying to find a man who's reported missing. He's also my brother-in-law, my sister's husband.
Yes?
And he's been gone a month.
Well, have you been able to make any progress at all?
Now, this is where it gets difficult.
Why?
Well, you see, the fact is, I know where he is.
You know where he is?
Yeah.
Then he isn't missing.
Oh, no, he's missing, all right. He's just as missing as he ever was.
You'll have to explain.
Henrietta, my sister, she marries a fellow named Bobby Clover. He's got a job, sells stocks and bonds. They live good, no kids, so they got plenty to spend on themselves. He's okay with money, so she's got no complaints in that department. However...
Yes?
He's got a sickness.
What is it?
Bowling.
Bowling? Do you call bowling a sickness?
Well, in his case.
Bowling? What other game calls for such coordination, such timing?
I'm only repeating what my sister tells me.
It is a game of consummate skill, completely devoid of all pretension.
Excuse me, Doctor, I didn't know you were a fan.
Yes, I'm a fan. In the literally derived sense of the word, fan, a shortening for fanatic. Let me understand. You say your brother-in-law is missing. Then you say you know where he is. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Then you add that despite the fact that you know where he is, he's still missing. You were about to expand on that.
Yeah. Now, I know things weren't all that smooth between Bobby and Henrietta, but I had no idea how bad it was until one night somebody rings my bell. And who's standing there but my sister, Henrietta?
I have to talk to you, Joe.
All right. Can I get you something?
No. No, Joe, you've got to do something.
About what?
About Bobby.
Now, Bobby's your problem, Henrietta.
I never see him.
Never?
All day long. He's out working.
Well, you can't hate him for that.
But he isn't home at night either.
Oh? Is there, someone else?
Not someone, something.
Something?
Some women have to worry about a blonde. My rival is a bowling ball and 10 sticks of wood.
Now, look, you knew he liked bowling before you married him.
To like it is one thing. To worship it is something else.
Hey, that's a pretty strong word.
I never see him.
You still love him?
Yes.
Well, there's only one sure way you'll keep him. Become involved. Go bowling with him.
I tried that. It doesn't work. I only embarrass him half the time the ball rolls into the gutter.
Well...
When it doesn't, it kind of teeters along the edge. And then maybe it knocks over one single solitary pin. Maybe, if I'm lucky, too. My highest score is 23.
23?
And I cheated. Please, Joe, talk to him.
All right. What do you want me to tell him?
You always know the right thing to say at the right time. I have every confidence in you. And did you go to see your brother-in-law, Lieutenant?
Yes, Doctor.
And what did you say to him?
I went to the lanes where he hangs out. It must have been 2 a.m. The place was practically empty. I think they were getting ready to close. He was the only customer left. He was all by himself. And he was still bowling. Bobby?
Oh, Joe. What are you doing here?
Looking for you.
I didn't know you bowled.
A little, now and then.
Oh, you want to roll a few frames? I think it's too late for this place, but they've got some all-night alleys a little ways from here.
No, some other time, Bobby.
Oh. Well, what can I do for you?
Want to stop off somewhere and have some coffee?
Sure.
And talk?
Well, she asked you to see me, didn't she?
Sure. But she's got a pretty good case, you have to admit that.
I'm never home. She never sees me. We never spend time together. You don't get married to live this kind of life. Marriage is companionship. Marriage is doing things together. Marriage is sharing. Marriage is caring. Joe, I know what I'm doing isn't right.
Well, if you know it isn't right, why do you keep on doing it?
Because I can't help myself.
Oh, come on, Bobby.
I'm hooked. Do you understand? No. No. How could you understand? Here. You see this ball? This is what I live for. Watch me aim it. Watch me approach the line. Watch me release it and send it down the lane. Now look. See it? It's a strike. You see him scatter? Look, that's what I live for. Sounds crazy, huh?
Oh, well.
Right now, this is the only time I feel alive. Oh, sure, I can go through the motions, I can do my job, and I do it well. But everything else is just killing time. This, right here, this is living. I just want to spend the rest of my life bowling.
Yeah. What do you say we have that cup of coffee anyhow, huh?
Sure. You got your car? I came down with some other guys, but they had to leave early.
No, I'm parked right in front.
Okay, let me change my shoes and stuff and settle my bill. I'll meet you outside.
Yeah, okay. And that's when he disappeared, Doctor.
Is he a good bowler, your brother-in-law?
Yeah, I suppose.
Would you happen to know his average?
No, I don't know. I think I heard him say something like 220.
220?
Mm-hmm.
That's tournament caliber, 220. If I could bowl 220, I'd shut up shop and... I'm about 180 myself. I think I'm getting better all the... Oh, yeah. Now, you said... That's when he disappeared. Please explain.
Well, all he was going to do, as I said, was change his shoes, pay his bill, and meet me in the car. How long does that take?
It doesn't take me more than 3 minutes.
Yeah, sure. So, I go out the door, get into the car, even start up the motor. I turn on the radio, find one of those nice, easy music stations. I figure he's excited. It'll help calm him down. Maybe we can talk sensibly. So I'm sitting there and sitting there. It's a couple of minutes, then 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then I see a guy. He turns out to be the manager. He comes out, starts to lock the door. Hey, hold it a second. Wait a minute. Now, you can't lock up.
Who says I can't lock up? I gotta go home and go to sleep, too.
Now, just wait a minute, huh?
You want to bowl? You get here at a decent hour. First, you make a reservation. Sometimes we got leagues.
I don't want to bowl.
Then what are you doing here?
There's still somebody inside.
Oh, there ain't nobody inside. I make sure I'm the last one out.
My brother-in-law is still in there.
I'm trying to tell you.
My brother-in-law, Bobby Clover. Do you know Bobby Clover?
Do I know Bobby Clover? Bobby Clover is sending my kids through college.
Well, he's still in there.
It's an exaggeration, but you just give me some more customers like Bobby Clover.
I tell you, Bobby's still in there.
He is, huh? Oh. Look, pal, you have maybe a little bit of a load on you?
No,
huh?
but I'll tell you what I do have. I made this badge.
Oh, well, you're a cop. Look, is Bobby in a jam?
Come on, open up.
Sure.
Turn on the lights.
Well, you can see. The joint's empty.
Bobby? Where could he have gone?
What do you mean? Where could he have gone? This is it. Over there beside that glass wall. You know, right behind it, we got the coffee shop. Those 2 doors are the restrooms. That door's my office.
All right, let's look.
Look where? Before I close, I always double-check everything out.
Well, let's do it again.
Well, you satisfied? There's nobody here.
There's no way out except through the front doors, right?
This is it?
Yeah, wait a minute. I remember he said to me, I'll change shoes and settle up. Wait for me in the car. Now, there was nobody else in the place. Everyone had already gone. I remember you were sitting there at the counter reading a paper.
Maggie,
and I went out. Now, what did you see? What did you hear?
Bobby sings out, "Hey, Fred, what do I owe you? Let's settle up." So I totaled the tab. And I see I don't have any more receipts left in the book. "Hey, Bobby," I say, "I gotta go in an office for a second and get a new receipt book."
Yeah?
Well, that's what I do. I go into the office. I pick up a receipt book, and I'm on my way out again when the phone rings. It's the wife. "Hey, Fred," she says, "bring me home a quart of chocolate ice cream." And I says, "Hey, Ruthie, how you gonna lose weight, huh?"
How long were you on the phone?
With Ruthie? That's my wife. It's 1, 2, 3, you know. How long go by?
How long would you estimate?
30 seconds, maybe 45 seconds. A minute top.
All right. And then?
Well, then I pick up the receipt book and come out, and he's gone. Bobby's gone.
How could he be gone?
He's gone. G-O-N-E, gone.
Look, didn't it strike you as strange? He said he wanted to settle up, and then when you came out, he was gone.
So what? I figure he's in a hurry. It can wait till tomorrow. I assume he just left.
Well, it's impossible for him to just walk out of this place without my seeing him. There's only one exit, right?
Right.
And I'm parked directly in front of your door.
You are?
So you tell me, how could he leave without my seeing him? How could he? Come on, answer my question.
Hey, Lieutenant, what do you want from me?
It's a question we hear quite often. And what can we want from poor Fred, the manager? At any rate, let us review. Do we have all the elements? There is only one way out of the bowling alley, and Lieutenant Joe Mulvaney had it covered. There's no place to hide in the bowling alley, and the place has been thoroughly searched. So, what are we to assume? Well, we can safely assume that we shall all meet here for the second act. The stone, and ye shall find me. Cleave the wood, and there I am. Yes, if only it were that simple. Bobby Clover was sitting in a large, bright bowling alley, and suddenly, mysteriously, unaccountably, he just disappeared. There is absolutely no place to hide. And even if there were, there's no way he could get there without being seen. What's to be done? Right now, all we can do is support that arm of our local police department that's concerned with it.
Lieutenant Mulvaney, a man cannot simply vanish into thin air.
Oh, come on, Doctor. You have to do better than that. A man obviously did.
I'm not a police detective, but...
Yeah?
It would seem to me that somehow the man, this brother-in-law of yours, was able to make his way out of the building undetected.
Now, Doctor, I explained to you there was only one exit, and I was watching it.
A rear window?
All the windows were locked from the inside.
The cellar?
There is no cellar, no basement. The place rests on a concrete slab.
The room for utilities, the heat, the air conditioning?
All that is in a metal shed attached to the outside of the building.
Very well, Lieutenant. Then there must be some secret door or panel or passageway.
No. We played that game, too. I got guys in from loft and burglary. You couldn't hide a mouse in the floor, the walls, the ceiling. These guys would spot it. No, they checked out every square, or I ought to say every cubic inch of the premises.
Suppose... I'm not trying to do your work for you, but suppose the manager, Fred, suppose he had wanted to murder your brother-in-law.
No, a homicide's already been there. First, he would need a motive, and they couldn't find one. Besides, why would Fred kill his best customer?
We are exploring possibilities.
Sure, we're also clutching at straws, Doctor, but go on with it. Now, say Fred killed him. How did Fred dispose of the body? Huh? Now, Bobby Clover is 6 feet tall, weighs 190. What do you do with him?
There's no place to hide him, no way to make him disappear. I mean, you might think of ways to reduce Bobby's body to nothing, but they'd all require two things. A, Fred did not have time, and B, various kinds of equipment.
Then there can be only one explanation.
Yes, Doctor?
He walked through the door. You failed to see him.
All right, just for the sake of argument, we'll say that's possible. Where could he go? He was 10 miles from home. He didn't have a car.
That's what he told you, but he may have had one parked nearby.
Now, why? Why would he do
Perhaps
that?
he felt he had to disappear.
All right, once again, why?
You're a missing persons detective. Why do people disappear? A variety of reasons. A situation at home or on the job becomes intolerable.
No, I checked that out.
Yes?
I said to myself, Joe, it's a blow to your pride, but face it like a man. Somehow, he managed to sneak past you, all right?
And once you faced it?
I decided to forget that Bobby Clover was my sister's husband. Even that Henrietta was my sister. So, I went back to her house.
Joe, come in. Do you have something to tell me?
No, I'm here to find out if you have something to tell me.
What do you mean?
Henrietta, why would Bobby want to disappear?
I don't know.
How were things at home here?
I told you. There was very little doing at home. He was hardly ever here.
Now, look, Henrietta, I want to help you, but I'm not doing you any good unless I ask the right questions. It wasn't going well here, was it?
I told you.
He walked out on you, didn't
No.
he? He had to. He wasn't kidnapped. He wasn't murdered. A guy leaves his wife. Why?
He didn't leave me. He would never leave me.
Then why isn't he here now? He's got another woman, hasn't he?
Another woman? Why would he What would he do with another woman? He didn't even have time for me.
All right, come on now. Tell me the truth.
There was no other woman.
Is that your pride talking?
How could there be another woman? All day he's working. All night he's at the bowling alley. Maybe a wife has to hold still for that, but a girlfriend wouldn't tolerate it.
Henrietta, I want to help you.
Then don't ask stupid questions.
A woman knows. She can sense when her husband's got someone on the string.
I'd stake my life on it. He had the bowling. That was his other woman.
Okay. If it isn't love, it has to be money.
Money?
Yeah, sometimes a man gets into debt.
Not Bobby.
Over his head. He can't see a way out.
Bobby had no money troubles. He has all the money he needs. He gives me all I want. I'll even show you the bank books. He didn't behave like a man who was pressed for money.
Oh, maybe we're not talking about the same kind of money, Henrietta. Now, Bobby has access to a lot of cash at the office.
What are you trying to say?
Maybe he was tempted.
Joe, you're talking about my husband.
What if he's in so deeply?
Never. What are you trying to do to me?
I'm trying to find Bobby.
Are Mr. Clover's accounts in order?
Yes, Mrs. Soames, that's what I asked you.
And why would you think that they might not be in order?
Well, you could answer that question with one word. Yes or no?
The answer, Lieutenant, is yes. They are in perfect order. And now, sir, I trust that since that question was the object of your visit, there is nothing else.
But have you answered the question, Mrs. Soames?
Please explain yourself.
A trusted employee of a brokerage firm appropriates a sum of money. The theft is discovered or about to be discovered, so that person leaves.
Are you implying...
I haven't finished. His employers are in a dilemma. If they report it to the police, if they prosecute, the thing becomes public. Unfortunately, that harms their image and hurts their reputation, and could cost them more in the long run than the money they're out of pocket. So they bite the bullet and eat the loss. Is that what happened here?
Mr. Clover's accounts were in perfect order.
Now, Mrs. Soames, I'm not saying Bobby Clover ran away from here because of money, but if he did, and if you're letting him get away with it, what you're doing is telling all your other employees that the cash box is open.
Mr. Clover's accounts were in perfect order, and we have no idea why he should have disappeared. And now, sir, if you will be kind enough to excuse me. Do you believe her?
Yes, I believe her.
Very well, then we may assume there was no irregularity at the office. Did you believe his wife when she claimed there was no other woman?
Yes.
Then at this point, You're a city detective on a routine investigation. You're having problems, and that's to be expected. Why do you think you need a psychiatrist?
Do you remember I told you I know where Bobby is?
Yes. And I'm waiting for you to get to it.
It's crazy.
Where is he?
I started at the beginning. I asked myself, what really happened? I got to the bowling alley just as they were closing. That's what I told you, right?
Yes.
And there were 3 of us in the place. Me, Bobby, and the manager, Fred.
I remember.
And Bobby says, go out and start the car. All I have to do is change my shoes and pay the bill, okay?
Very well.
So I go out and sit in the car and wait. And finally, the manager, Fred, he comes out and starts to lock the place up. Now, so far, this is it. You agree?
So far.
So, we go back in. No Bobby anywhere inside. And no way for him to get out without my seeing him. And most important, no reason for him to even want to sneak out. Do you follow this?
I think so.
All right. There can only be one answer.
And what's that?
He's still in there.
But we've established beyond the shadow of a doubt that there's no place where he could be inside that bowling alley.
You know, it's funny. You should have used that word.
What word?
Shadow. And why did you say that? Why did you just say the word shadow?
Why do you make an issue of it?
Because I've been given to understand that no word is ever used idly. Subconsciously, every word we say, even the most offhanded remark, is deliberate.
And what does this have to do with the fact that I happen to use the word shadow?
Because I know now that maybe shadow is what this whole thing is about.
Shadow?
Did you also figure it out?
Figure out what, Lieutenant?
Maybe you're not aware of it.
Suppose you tell me what I'm supposed to have figured out.
Well, since the answer has to be in that bowling alley, I went back there about 2 a.m. And Fred, the manager, is about to close up. So I say to him, Fred?
Yeah?
Is it okay if I look around?
I'm closing up. Can you come back tomorrow?
No, I want to be here when the place is empty.
I promised the wife I'd come right home. Look, I can give you a spare key. All you gotta do is turn the lock as you leave, huh?
I walk inside. I sit down on one of the benches behind the alleys. The empty lanes look just like a part of some huge underground cavern with tiny lights twinkling in the ceiling. And then I hear it. Someone is bowling. But where? Who? And then I see him. He's standing right in front of me. He's about to bowl again. Bobby! Hey, Bobby!
Don't do that, Joe. Don't ever do that again.
Yeah, but Bobby...
You can't do that to a man when he's about to bowl. You can't yell and break his concentration.
Listen, Bobby...
No, you listen, Joe. Look at what you made me do. I hit the head pin too fast, and now I got a split. I got a 7-10 split.
Okay, Bobby, I'm sorry.
Well, you should be.
Bobby, are you real?
What do you mean, am I real?
That night, what happened?
Wait a minute. I got something more important to do. Oh, too much outside spin, so she goes into the gutter. I gotta work on that, Joe. Hey, Terry, we're down by 2. It can cost us a match.
Bobby, who are you talking to?
Oh, a guy by the name of Terry. He's my partner tonight. We're bowling against 2 guys who are really great.
Bobby, listen to me.
The truth is, I'm even better than either of those 2 guys. But Terry's a little weak, you know? I'd give anything for a new partner. Wait a minute. Hey, Joe? Is that why you're here?
What are you saying?
Is it what you wanted? More than anything in the world?
No. I'm just here because I'm looking for you.
That means you can leave, huh?
I guess so.
Are you sure? Could you just get up from that bench and walk to the door? Could you? Try it.
Sure. Look. I can do it.
Oh.
Do you mean You can't.
No. I can't.
Why not, Bobby?
Because maybe I really don't want to.
We seem to have a rather strange bowling alley here. Or maybe it's only strange because it's closed for the night. Maybe all bowling alleys are strange when they're closed for the night. Which should open up a whole new line of conjecture. What happens on golf courses, in ballparks, concert halls, and theaters when they're closed for the night and theoretically empty? Well, we can't close until we bring you Act 3, and we shall shortly. Where lies the land to which our ship must go? Far ahead, that's all we ever know. Whither are we drifting? Where are we bound? There is a place of heart's desire. Call it paradise, call it heaven, and perhaps some of us will make it there. Evidently, a gentleman named Bobby Clover has already arrived.
Bobby, what happened?
Wait, I have to roll. That should put us back in the lead. You know, that partner of mine's a lot of dead wood to carry around.
Bobby, wait a minute now. You say you have a partner?
Yeah, he's bowling in number 7 right next to us.
Well, I don't see him. I don't hear him.
You don't?
Well, I see you. I hear you. I hear your ball when it rolls down the alley, but that's all.
That's all? This place is so crowded, so noisy, I can hardly hear myself think.
Now, Bobby, what's going on?
What's going on? With what?
With everything. Now, I remember the last time I saw you, just before the guy closed up for the night. You know, Fred?
Fred,
the manager.
I don't know any Fred. I guess I lost him.
You lost him?
Oh, you start losing people from the other place.
What other place, Bobby?
The other place, where you used to be. They start dropping out of your mind. I guess the more unimportant people fall away first.
Now, you remember me, though.
Oh, you? Joe? Oh, sure.
Yeah, and, Henrietta?
Henrietta. Yeah, I'll remember her longest of all.
That sounds as if you're going to forget her. After a while.
After a while, you have to forget everybody.
Hey, Bobby, wait a minute. Am I dreaming? What's happening?
I don't know if you'll be able to understand it, but you remember that night you came here and wanted to talk to me?
Yeah.
I was bowling, right?
Right.
And we talked about it. I said to you, this is what I live for.
Yeah, I remember.
And I said, what I really want, I could never have. And you asked, why not? And I answered, I said, I just want to spend the rest of my life bowling. Just bowling.
Yeah, so?
So I meant it. Did you ever get to say anything that just expressed everything that mattered to you? It's like you reduced your whole life to one complete statement. Did you?
No.
Well, I did. And no sooner had I done it when I felt something happen inside me.
Like what?
It was like a sudden warm current that runs through your blood. Maybe I kind of blacked out for a minute, but then suddenly I was bowling again. Here. Right here. And I've been bowling ever since.
Bobby, I'm going to ask you what might sound like a crazy question. Are you dead?
Well, to tell you the truth, Joe, I don't know. All I know is I'm doing what I always wanted to do. Bowl.
You don't want to go home to Henrietta?
Henrietta?
Your wife.
Oh, I know she's my wife, but I can't make her happy.
Bobby, she loves you. She misses you.
After a while, she'll forget me, and it'll be for the best.
But you had a great job. You could go places.
A job? Did I have a job?
Now, you know you had a job.
Yeah, I guess I did. I'm forgetting. Help me remember.
Do you remember you worked for Morley and Soames?
Oh, yeah. Right. Millicent Soames. Yeah, she took it over when her husband died. Frosty dame, too. Well, when I first came there, something bothered me. You see, we have some old dead files nobody ever looks through, and by mistake, I guess I put an envelope with $40,000 worth of bearer bonds in those dead files.
$40,000?
I was afraid that old lady Soames would think I stole them. I wanted to come back and tell her, but it was too late.
Why? Why do you say it's too late?
Everything fades away except what you really want to do.
How does it happen? I'm able to see you, Bobby, and hear you. How was I able to find you?
Because, well, I guess you wanted to find me more than anything else in the whole world. After all, you love your sister and you want her to be happy, but the only way you can make her happy is to tell her to forget me.
Now, listen, Bobby.
And you forget me, too. Goodbye, Joe.
Now, Bobby. Bobby? Bobby, where are you? Where did you go?
And then?
He was gone, Doctor.
I see.
What do you see?
You told me a story that consists of several separate, distinct elements. First, you went to see your brother-in-law at your sister's urging.
Yeah, that's true.
Second, you met him late at night at a bowling alley. Talked to him. Fred, the manager's told us you were there.
You mean you've been checking my story?
Now, bear with me, please. From here on, every element rests on your own say-so. You say you'd arranged to wait outside in your car for your brother-in-law.
Yes, that's true.
You say you waited, and he never came out of the bowling alley.
He never did.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Let me tell you what could have happened. He was going to pay Fred, but Fred had to go into the office. Instead of waiting for Fred to return, Bobby decided to leave. He walked out and got into your car.
Now, wait a minute. You haven't been listening. He never came out of that place.
That is what you say. Suppose he did. Suppose he did get into your car, and suppose you killed him.
Okay. Why? Why would I want to kill him?
Because you love your sister more than anyone or anything else in the world.
And that's why I would kill the man she's crazy about?
Yes, because he was not going to be good enough for her. He didn't love her, or at least not as much as she loved him. After a while, he would have broken her heart, destroyed her. Well?
Therefore, I killed Bobby.
And when Fred, the manager, began to lock up, you pretended that Bobby hadn't come out yet. Thus, you set in motion the entire charade that has been going on for almost a month.
And this is what you infer from what I've been telling you?
Yes.
Well, it isn't so. I've stated the truth.
I'm sure that by now you believe it is the truth.
Have you reported any of this to my superior officers?
No.
Do you intend to?
I have a clear-cut duty.
You intend to accuse me of murder?
I think you have told me a story which points very strongly in that direction.
Well, suppose you're wrong. What happens to my reputation? Now, Doctor, I've been watching you while I was talking about how Bobby Clover was bowling. And you have the same look in your eyes he has in his. I think you're just as hooked as he is.
What does this have to do with...
You think I'm crazy.
That is an extremely dangerous and misleading word. I think you're not quite sane.
Oh, yeah? Why?
Consider. Your basic premise. Bobby Clover expresses a desire to spend the rest of his life bowling. Therefore, suddenly, somehow, he's transplanted or transmuted into another world where he may indulge this passion forever.
And that is why I'm nuts, huh?
That's another unfortunate word.
Yeah, but it tells a story. You know, I learned something from Bobby you didn't.
And what was that?
I knew how badly I wanted to find him, and I realized how badly he wanted to just bowl for the rest of his life. So I learned that if you want something badly enough, you get it.
Oh, if that were true, there would be no frustration in the world.
Well, wanting it badly means wanting it completely. It's the kind of want that exists in very few people. It's just too strong, too overpowering. Is that how you feel about bowling, Doctor? I said before I could see it in your eyes.
It's my weakness. Yes. I love to bowl. I can lose myself.
Are you game for a test?
What sort of test?
Let's go down to the bowling alley tonight.
Oh? Why?
I'll tell you when we get there.
Hey there, Lieutenant.
Hello, Fred. I'd like to introduce you to Dr. Underhill, Dr. Fred, the manager.
How do you do?
Hey, Doc. How are you?
The doctor would like to bowl a few frames.
Go right ahead. Hey, those are some shoes. And that ball. Doc, are you one of the pros on the tour?
I wish I were.
Oh, you're on number 7. Best lane in the house.
Thank you.
That was beautiful, Doctor.
Thank you.
You know something? You're beautiful, too.
Probably.
Well, that's a funny way to accept a compliment.
But it's true.
You know, I never noticed it before. You are beautiful.
Yes, when I bowl.
You know, I looked at you before this as a kind of quiet, pale...
nondescript middle-aged lady.
No. I wouldn't say middle-aged exactly, but now, here, your eyes are sparkling, your cheeks are bright, you kind of vibrate with excitement.
Now I'm living. When I'm doing this, I don't know what this game does to me, but it's the only time I'm completely alive.
Don't say any more.
I go through the motions of a job and a career.
Now, stop.
I do what I do to get paid. I even do it well.
Now, stop right now. Stop, unless you want to do it forever.
But this is all I want.
No, it isn't. It isn't, believe me.
I live to do this, to aim the ball, approach the line, swing and release, and down the lane. Yes, just this.
No.
If I could only spend the rest of my life doing this.
Now, Doctor.
Hey, Lieutenant. How's it going? Hey. Where's the doctor?
The doctor?
Yeah. What happened to the doctor?
I guess she left.
Well, didn't she come in here with you?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she was going to leave here with me.
Oh, I get it. Well, you know how dames are. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, that's right. Right, Fred.
Yeah. Good night, Lieutenant.
Missing persons, Lieutenant Mulvaney. Oh, yes, Inspector. Who? The police department psychiatrist. Yeah, I'm taking it down. Martha Underhill, age 46. Miss Missing. Yeah, I'm getting it. You say her hobby was bowling. Well, we'll certainly check all the alleys. Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir, you can depend on me to make a most thorough and intensive search.
And because he's a most conscientious detective, we know he did. But where she had gone, there was no following her. Only a comparatively few dedicated people could arrive at the place, and then they couldn't get back. Well, we hope she teamed up with Bobby Clover, who certainly needed a new partner. I'll be back shortly.
possible that a person whose entire being can focus and concentrate on a desired result can actually harness a unique cosmic force and simply make it happen? Whether or not you approve of or even believe in it, the fact remains that millions of people devoutly do. On the other hand, Lieutenant Mulvaney might have murdered his brother-in-law and then discovered that he would also have to kill the doctor to cover his tracks. Which version is true? It's not for us to say. Our job is to provide you with choices, options, and food for thought. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Marion Seldes, Catherine Byers, and Bob Caliban. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Consider the word uncanny. What do we mean when we say a thing is uncanny? Well, Webster's New International Dictionary, second edition unabridged, gives as its first definition, not safe to deal with, dangerous. And as its second, the one we use familiarly, ghostly, mysterious, eerie, weird, unnatural. But I like best Sigmund Freud's description of the uncanny as something familiar but forgotten. Our mystery drama, No Way Out, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Earl Hammond. We all feel that we know what we mean when we say a thing is uncanny, but perhaps it is not the thing that is uncanny, but the feeling it arouses in us. And if we accept Freud's interpretation of the uncanny as something familiar but forgotten, well then, there's always the chance, isn't there, that we will remember what it is. Listen now to the story we have elected to call No Way Out.
I'll tell you the truth. I never liked my Uncle Edgar. Well, actually, I never liked my Aunt Catherine either. Still, at the time all this happened, I was seeing him fairly frequently and with some regularity. After all, he was my only living relative, Aunt Kate having died some years before, and I was his. So, it was natural that we should keep in touch. Also, he was very rich, and I was not. Another reason for keeping in touch. At the time of the events I'm about to relate, I was, as they say, involved with a young woman, but not, as they insist upon saying, committed. Her name was Mimi McGowan, and she was a bit of a featherhead, but even Mimi had heard of my Uncle Edgar.
Edgar Logan? You said Edgar Logan?
Yeah, that's what I said.
He's your uncle? You mean to sit there and tell me Edgar Logan is your uncle?
I'm sitting here, and I'm telling you.
Why didn't you ever tell me before?
Well, the subject never came up.
But Edgar Logan? Goodness gracious, Mark. Edgar Logan, your uncle? And you never told me?
What do you know about Edgar Logan?
He owns all kinds of oil wells all over the place and...
Silver mines. He owns silver mines.
Oh, I thought it was oil wells.
No, not silver mines.
Silver mines are nice.
Very nice. He has several.
Is he married?
Oh, he was. To my Aunt Kate.
He's divorced. How long has he been divorced?
He's not divorced.
You said...
Aunt Kate died a few years ago.
Oh, what a shame. How old is he?
About 50, I guess.
Oh, that's not old. Not really old. Tell me about him.
Why?
Because I'm interested.
I'll just bet you are.
Why wouldn't I be interested in somebody who's related to you?
You never have been before.
Honey, I never even knew you had any relatives. You never mentioned any.
There aren't any except him. My mother's dead, and so's my father. And I've got no brothers or sisters or
Your
cousins.
Uncle Edgar and, what's her name, his wife?
Aunt Catherine. I call her Aunt Katie.
They didn't have any children?
Nope, not one. Hey, where are you going? What?
I'm not going anyplace. I just want to get a paper and pencil.
What for?
Never mind. Go right on talking. I can do this and listen to you at the same time.
What are you doing?
Tell me about his wife, your Aunt Kate. What was she like?
Aunt Kate? Well, we'll see. Aunt Kate was... she was the most totally depressed woman I ever met.
Depressed?
Completely.
Oh, well, what did she have to be depressed about?
Mimi, there are lots of people who are just depressed. Not about anything. They're just depressed. I myself am somewhat depressed about 6 days out of 7.
I never knew that.
But Aunt Kate was chronically depressed. You know, depression hung all over her like a shroud.
My goodness.
Of course, she wasn't well.
She was sick?
I didn't say she was sick. I said she wasn't well. She was always having to go lie down.
She was tired.
Tired. Or dizzy.
Why was she dizzy?
Well, she got dizzy every so often from hyperventilating.
What's hyperventilating?
Taking big, deep breaths.
I thought that was supposed to be good for you. Taking big, deep breaths.
Not if you take too many.
Oh, I see.
Well, sometimes she'd faint.
From taking too many deep breaths?
Yeah, I guess so. So what the heck are you doing? Are you writing a letter?
No, I'm not writing a letter. I'll tell you in a minute. Go on about your Aunt Kate.
Well, they lived in this big penthouse.
Penthouse, huh?
Uh-huh, with a terrace on all 4 sides.
All 4 sides?
Oh, it was spectacular.
I've never even seen a penthouse with a terrace on all 4 sides. I've never even seen a penthouse. All I've ever seen is dumps like this one, or like yours. Well, go on.
Well, one day she went out on the terrace. She was hyperventilating, and she got dizzy. And I guess she fainted. Anyway, she fell off.
Oh, that's sad. Did she die?
Well, she fell from the 22nd floor.
Very sad. How long ago did this happen?
Oh, 5, 6 years, something like that.
And your uncle never got married again?
No. Well, yeah, I guess he really loved her. He still talks about her a lot. What a wonderful woman she was. You know, still takes flowers out to the cemetery and puts them on her grave.
Really?
I drive him out. Oh, in his car, of course. He has a chauffeur, but, when he goes to the grave, he likes me to drive him.
Sure.
I wait in the car while he takes the flowers to the grave.
That's nice.
He stays 5 or 10 minutes. Then he comes back to the car, and I drive him home.
Uh-huh.
It's the least I can do.
Oh, no!
Hey, what's wrong?
Oh, no!
What's the matter? What happened?
Oh, he's a 4.
Oh, what?
Your uncle is a 4.
Oh, yeah, what? Well, what's a 4?
Numerically, Edgar Logan adds up to a 4. Look, see? Here's how it adds up. Edgar, 54719. Logan, 36715. Add them up and you get 40. 4. Oh. The O doesn't count, so that makes him a 4. Oh, that's terrible.
Why is it terrible? What's so terrible about being a 4?
It's the worst you can be. Unimaginative, uninspired, a clod. Absolutely a clod, a complete clod.
Oh, you don't believe that stuff, do you?
Of course I believe it. I myself am a 5. Clever, a risk taker, very active sexually. Did you know that the word sex actually adds up to 5?
Oh, I never knew.
But your uncle, a 4. Well, of course, 4s are also very industrious. They work hard.
Oh, that's him.
But the sad part is, 4 is the number of failure.
That is not him.
Don't tell him I told you this. It might depress him.
Oh, no, I wouldn't dream of it.
Maybe there's some way we can fix it. Maybe he could come out of 5 like me. Probably not a 9, which is the very best. But maybe a 6 or an 8.
Well, how do we do that?
I don't suppose he'd change his name.
At his age? Yeah, I don't think so.
We'll think of something.
You know, I just can't believe that you're serious about this whole thing.
Mark, numbers rule our lives. Numbers have mystical significance. Numbers have vibrations, like light and electricity and magnetism and molecules. Didn't you know that?
No, I never knew that.
And vibrations, Mark. Vibrations control our characters and our destinies.
A few days later, Uncle Edgar called me for lunch. Always a big treat for me, and I look forward to it. Well, by the time we went to lunch, I'd practically forgotten Mimi's horror at Edgar's being a 4, with its concomitant attribute of being a clod and a failure. Nothing about that luncheon suggested anything but well-larded success.
You had enough?
Oh, are you kidding?
Satisfied?
Oh, better than that.
Now then, we'll get the check. Waiter, check here. Won't be able to drive you home, Mark.
Oh, that's all right.
Darndest thing happened. On the way here, got sideswiped by a taxi.
Oh? Do much damage?
Ruined the paint job.
That's too bad.
Of course, I had the chauffeur take it right to the shop. Can't drive around with it looking like that. Hey, I ever tell you what I paid for that car?
You told me. Plenty.
Anyway, that's not why I brought it up. Thing is, I got the license number of the cab that sideswiped me. It was 217... Oh, here's the check. Yeah, thank you. 2172, that was the number of the cab. Isn't that the darndest thing?
Oh, I don't know. Is it?
Well, don't you get it? 2172.
Well, I don't think
That's my address. That's where I live.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah, 21 South 72nd. Yeah. Well, what do you know? And then, what a coincidence, huh?
Uncanny, isn't it?
Well, I'll have to tell Mimi.
Mimi? Mimi who? Who's Mimi?
It's a girl I know.
How do you meet all these girls? I never meet any.
You don't get around enough.
Yeah, no, I guess not. Well, at my age...
Okay, you're not that old.
Keep remembering Kate.
It's been a long time.
I know. But I can't forget her, Mark. Such a wonderful woman. I was her whole life. She never gave a thought to herself. Just me. I was her whole life. Wonderful woman. Here, you do this.
What's that?
Add up the check. I always do that. They'll cheat you if you give them half a chance. I can't see so good. My eyes get all misty talking about Kate. Clouded my glasses.
Yeah, I'll do it.
It's about time we made another trip to the cemetery, Mark.
Yeah, anytime you say.
And I think of that little lady lying out there, all by herself in the cold ground.
No, Uncle.
Breaks my heart. When I get the car out of the shop, 2-3 days, we'll go out to the cemetery, okay?
Yeah, okay.
And meantime, maybe you'll introduce me to this Mimi person.
Sure, if you want me to.
Yeah, gotta get out more. Gotta stop brooding about Kate.
That's right.
Haven't you got that check added up yet?
Huh? Oh, yeah, I just wanted to be sure.
Well, you can add, can't you?
Yes, but
Get yourself one of these pocket computers if you can.
Uncle, I've added it 3 times. It always comes out the same.
Then it's correct. Hand it over, I'll pay it.
Here.
$21.72.
Yeah.
Good Lord. 2172. The license plate? My address? Now this. Why, it's...
Uncanny. I kept telling myself it was a coincidence. Just a coincidence. That's all it was. The same number turning up on the same day 3 times. A coincidence. That's all. But that didn't stop a shiver from running through me. That didn't keep me from feeling that the whole thing was uncanny.
There it is again. That word uncanny. Dangerous, not safe to deal with. Or mysterious, weird, unnatural. Or, and this is the definition not given in a dictionary, familiar but forgotten. It is this last meaning that we shall explore when I return shortly with Act 2. you've been through high school, you have heard of Pythagoras, the great Greek mathematician who lived in the 6th century B.C. You know his theory about the right-angled triangle. But did you know he was the first man to teach that the world is shaped like a sphere? That the morning star and the evening star are the same, and not a star at all, but a planet called Venus. Even if you knew all these things, it is unlikely that you know that he was the originator of the magic practice called numerology.
When the phone rang the day after my luncheon with Uncle Edgar, I thought, well, I certainly worked fast about fixing his car. All set to go to the cemetery, I thought. Make our periodic visit to put flowers on Aunt Kate's grave. Hello?
Mark, this is Uncle Edgar.
Oh, yes, sir. I was expecting to hear from you.
You were?
Yeah, well, I mean, one of these days. Your car's okay?
I'm not calling about my car.
Oh, I thought you were.
It's not out of the shop yet.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were calling about going to the cemetery.
Oh, that.
Yeah, well, anytime you want to go, it's all right with me.
No, before we do that, Mark, I was wondering, you remember at lunch we were talking about, me getting out more?
Yeah, I remember.
Meeting people?
Yeah, you should do that.
I'm not that old.
Well, you certainly are not.
So, I thought, remember you told me about a girl, I think her name was Mimi?
Yeah, Mimi McGowan.
Yeah, that's the one. I thought maybe you could introduce me to her.
Yeah, I could do that.
Fine, that's fine. I thought the three of us could have lunch together, at the usual place. You think she'd like that?
Did I think she'd like it? I knew she'd like it. She'd be crazy about it. Why, she'd eat lunch any place with a man who owned a string of silver mines. So, I arranged it, the luncheon, the three of us. And then I arranged another one, and then I arranged a dinner. And pretty soon I didn't have to arrange anything anymore because Mimi and Uncle Edgar were arranging things between themselves. I'll admit I was a little upset. After all, Mimi and I were involved, if not committed. And one day I stopped in at her place without calling first.
Mark! How nice. Come in. Guess who's here?
Oh, I couldn't possibly.
Hello, Mark.
Well, hello, Uncle Edgar.
Mark, you want a drink or anything?
No, I don't want anything.
We were just about to open a bottle of champagne.
Are you celebrating something?
Kind of. I'm moving out of here. I'm taking a new apartment.
Is that so?
Well, I happened to see one I thought would be just right for the young lady here.
Well, isn't that swell?
I happen to know the owner of a high-rise that's just gone up.
You know how hard apartments are to find these days.
Oh, yes.
And I was able to persuade him that Mimi here would be a very desirable tenant.
Isn't your uncle the sweetest, dearest man ever? The kindest, the most thoughtful, the most generous?
Have you told him he's a 4?
What?
Have you told my Uncle Edgar he's a 4? A hard-working, industrious, but doomed to failure?
What are you talking about, boy?
In other words, a clod?
No, hold on.
A complete and total clod?
It so happens that you know nothing whereof you speak, Mark.
You told me so yourself. He's a 4.
It just so happens, Mr. Smarty, your uncle is a 9, a number of high mental and spiritual achievement, large-minded, visionary, idealistic, romantic, and passionate.
You don't say.
9 is the best.
How did he get to be a 9 from being a 4?
I used his nickname, Eddie.
I was always called Eddie in my youth.
And Eddie Logan adds up to a 36, and 3 and 6 added together equals 9. So there.
I was ready to give up. Not only had I lost my girl to my uncle, but she had him freaked out in this numerology gonk. I was disgusted with the both of them. Well, still, so when Uncle Edgar phoned me a few days later and asked me to have luncheon with him, well, I accepted. After all, I could use a good meal.
I can't tell you, Mark, how grateful I am to you. Introducing me to Mimi the way you did. It's made a big difference in my life.
Yeah, hers too, I imagine.
I hope she likes me. She seems to.
Oh, by the way, have you ever told her about that amazing coincidence? You remember the last time we had lunch here, you told me how your car had been sideswiped by a taxi and you got the license number? And it was the same as your address?
Yeah, 2172. Yeah.
Yeah. And remember when the bill for lunch came, you asked me to add it up and it came to 2172? You remember that?
Yeah.
3 times in one day?
Yes. Wasn't that the darndest thing?
Why don't you tell Mimi about it?
No, I never did.
Why not?
I don't know.
Well, she's so interested in numbers.
Yeah. How about me turning out to be a 9, huh? How about that?
Hey, 9 is the best.
What are you?
I have no idea.
Aren't you interested?
Nope, not particularly.
You never knew I used to be called Eddie, did you?
To me, you've always been Uncle Edgar.
At school and at college, I was always called Eddie. And then I met Kate. We got married, and I wasn't called Eddie anymore. Kate didn't like calling me Eddie.
Lucky you remembered that, about being called Eddie.
Yeah.
Or you'd be a 4. By the way, is your car fixed?
Huh?
Where the taxi took the paint off. You get it fixed up?
Oh, sure, long time ago.
Looks all right?
Good as new. Mimi thinks it's quite a car. She loves being driven around in it.
You know, when you called me, I thought you wanted me to take you to the cemetery. It's about time, isn't it?
Matter of fact, Mark, the reason I called you for lunch, I wanted to ask you to do something else.
Oh? What's that?
Mimi moved into her new apartment today.
Oh, yeah, the one that you found for her.
Yeah. And I thought maybe we'd go up there and look at it. Maybe take some champagne, kind of to christen it.
You really want me to come along?
Oh, I do. Yes, I do. After all, if it hadn't been for you, Mark, I'd never have met Mimi. It would be nice if we went up there together, not just me alone. Will you?
Sure. Why not?
Good. And later we'll talk about going out to the cemetery.
It was a beautiful apartment building, all right. The lobby had a marble floor, and the walls were paneled, and there were a few tall potted plants here and there. Very simple, very good. The elevator was noiseless and swift, and the hall down to Mimi's apartment was done in rice paper. Couldn't have been nicer. I looked with some affection at my Uncle Edgar. He seemed like a little young boy who was taking you to see a Christmas tree.
Eddie! Oh, Eddie! I'm so glad.
I brought Mark.
Well, Mark, hello.
Hello.
Both of you come in and look around. What do you think of it?
It's nice.
Hey, it's really nice, Mimi.
Of course, it needs some new furniture. This old stuff.
Oh, don't you worry your little head about furniture. We'll find some furniture. Look, I brought champagne.
Oh, Eddie, you're so wonderful. Isn't he wonderful, Mark?
Oh, he is a 9, all right.
Glasses. How about some glasses?
I'll get some. I don't know if I've got the right kind.
Any kind will do. Well, Mark?
Very nice, really.
Actually, she wanted a place with a terrace, but I just couldn't go for that, Mark.
No, of course you couldn't.
Kate and all that.
No, I understand.
But this will be all right, don't you think?
Well, better than all right.
I got them. Oh, they're kind of big for champagne, but they've got stems.
They'll do fine.
I know champagne glasses are supposed to have stems. Eddie, when are you going to open the champagne?
Right now. Right away.
Is there more to the apartment? I can see there's a kitchen.
Of course there's more. There's a bathroom and a great big bedroom. Only I can't take you in there right now.
Oh, later's all right.
The telephone man's in there, putting in my new telephone. Oh, isn't it exciting?
Hold out your glasses, folks.
Fill them up. I've never been so excited my whole entire life.
Well, to Mimi and her new abode. Miss.
Oops, almost spilled. Yes, what is it?
You want to take a look?
It's the telephone man. Yes, I'll be right there. He wants me to check if the phone's in the right place. I got a pink one.
So good to see somebody so happy.
Yes, it is. Well, I expect you'll be spending a good deal of time in this apartment.
Well, if she'll let me.
I think she'll let you.
It'll be good for me.
Yes, it will, Uncle Edgar. Or should I say Uncle Eddie?
Oh, now, never mind about that. It's a lot of nonsense, that numbers business.
You think so?
Well, do you believe any of it?
No.
Well, neither do I. No, not really. Still, you never know, do you?
No, you never do.
Kind of fascinating once you get into it.
But seriously, though, I think you ought to tell Mimi about the 3 numbers that showed up on the same day.
2172?
I don't think she'd be interested.
Well, she might.
Maybe sometime. When we got nothing better to talk about, I'll tell her. If you think she'd really be interested.
Well, it's just a thought.
Oh, that's marvelous. Thank you so much. Look, it's got an extension cord, a big, long one. I can carry it all over the apartment, see? I can bring it right in here if I want to. Isn't that wonderful?
Wonderful. Wonderful.
Don't you love the color? I adore pink, and this is such a pretty shade of pink. Not too bright.
What's the phone number?
Oh, heavens, I forgot to look. Let's see. It's 555-2172.
I spilled some champagne, I think. Edgar just stared at Mimi with his mouth open. The same number. 2172. For the fourth time. It was too much. Really, too much.
Pythagoras really started something, didn't he, when he became obsessed with numbers? It all started when he discovered that if you shortened the strings of a musical instrument, the sound they made was of a higher pitch. And a string twice the length of another string gave out a sound precisely 1 octave lower. From this revelation, he leapt to the astounding conclusion that everything in the whole universe was ordered to one great mathematical design. Who's to say he was wrong? I'll be back with our final act shortly. Besides numerology, Pythagoras believed in reincarnation, that your character and your destiny were determined long before you were born by your previous existences. The name, moreover, that your parents gave you was determined by their previous existences. It would seem, would it not, that no one has much, if any, choice in what one is or becomes. I don't know about you, but I find that rather depressing.
The fourth coincidence of the number 2172 turning up in my uncle's life was, to say the least, disturbing. I tried not to think about it. But, as so often happens, it is impossible not to think about something you're trying not to think about. 555-2172. Mimi's phone number, nothing more. That's what I told myself. That's what I was telling myself when the phone rang. Hello.
Mark.
Oh, Uncle Edgar, I thought it might be you.
I'm all shook up, boy. I don't mind telling you. After what happened yesterday.
Well, I'm a little shook up myself.
How could it happen?
I don't know, Uncle. I can't even guess.
Is somebody out to get me?
Okay, come on now. Oh, you mean the taxi company and the restaurant and the phone company? You mean they're all in cahoots or something? You really believe that?
I don't know what to believe, Mark. Mark, look, I'm in a bad way.
I wish I could do something.
Well, there is one thing you could do.
Name it.
Drive me out to the cemetery.
Of course.
Would you do that?
Well, sure I will. When do you want me to go?
Today.
Today? Sure. What time?
Well, in about an hour. That'll give me time to get some flowers. Is that okay?
Sure.
Mark, I thought I'd get a whole lot of white carnations. They don't last long, but they're pretty. And they were Kate's favorite.
I've never felt worse in my whole life. I'll grant you, I'd been more than a little jealous when my uncle and all his money moved in on my girl. Well, true, she was stupid and silly and mercenary to the core, but we'd been involved, though never committed. And I didn't like losing her. But the sight of this middle-aged man who thought he'd found a little pleasure, a little gaiety, a little relief from the barrenness of his days, it wasn't easy to look at. And all because of a telephone number, 555-2172.
Car runs nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Handles easy. Don't you think?
Very.
Yeah, first time I got one that wasn't black. All the others I bought were black. Until this one.
It's dark gray.
Yeah.
A very dark gray.
Yeah. Can't think why I put off this trip for so long.
Huh? Oh, no. It hasn't been very long.
Well, longer than usual.
Well, maybe a little longer, but not much.
I used to go to the cemetery regularly. Well, you know, you always drove me.
Uh-huh.
I used to go regularly. And I was planning to go when that number business happened.
2172?
I can't understand why it happened. Can you?
Oh, it's coincidence. It's pure coincidence.
I wish I could believe that.
Believe it.
I was starting to believe it. I was beginning to just, dismiss it from my mind.
Well, that's what you should do. Dismiss it from your mind.
But Mimi's telephone number, 555-2172. Why'd they give her that number?
By chance, Uncle Edgar. Sheer chance, that's all.
Maybe.
No, maybe. Absolutely.
I should never have taken up with Mimi.
Oh, well, I don't know about that.
Your Aunt Kate was such a wonderful woman.
What's one thing got to do with the other?
I don't know. If Kate hadn't had those fainting spells, none of this would have happened.
She wouldn't have fallen off the terrace, that's true.
The thing is, Kate couldn't stand an argument.
Oh? I didn't know that.
Simply could not stand an argument of any kind. Whenever we'd argue, she'd start hyperventilating. And then she'd get dizzy, and sometimes she'd faint. I should never have argued with Kate. A wonderful woman like that. She lived for me, Mark. I was her whole world. Nothing counted for Kate but me. I should never have argued with her. About anything.
Wait, isn't this the turn off of the cemetery?
Yes, it is, yes. Carnations are pretty, don't you think?
Yeah, very pretty.
They were her favorite flower.
You told me.
Did I? I must have forgotten. Sign of age.
You want me to stop up ahead, don't you?
Yeah, the regular place. Then you wait for me.
I know.
I'll try not to be too long.
Oh, no, take as long as you like. Oh, here. I'll hand you the flowers. You got them?
Yeah, I got them. I hope she likes them. They were her favorite. White carnations. Oh, I told you that. Getting old.
I sat in the car and watched him trudge off toward the grave. His shoulders were bent, and he leaned forward a little as though against a wind, though there wasn't any. The great sheaf of white carnations nodded gaily at me over his shoulder, and I never felt so sorry for anybody in my life. I think I was starting to cry when all of a sudden... They were dreadful cries. The most awful sounds I've ever heard. I jumped out of the car and ran to the grave. And there was Uncle Edgar, ashen-faced and trembling all over. The carnations lay carelessly on the ground, and my uncle's shaking forefinger was pointing to the headstone of his wife's grave.
Look what it says. Catherine Logan died May 21, 1972. You see that?
Well, what am I supposed to see?
Catherine Logan. K.L. The initials are K.L. You see that?
See what?
Died May. You get it? She died in May. May is the 5th month of the year.
But I don't...
Kate died May 21st. 2-1. Don't you get it?
No, I don't understand the word you're saying.
Adds up. K.L. On the telephone dial, K.L. is 55. Then the month of May, another 5. May 21. 2-1. 1972. 7-2. They're the same. Mimi's phone number and the day Kate died.
I sat with him for a long time, on the ground strewn with the white flowers. He wept, and I tried to put everything together in my mind. Could it all be just a coincidence? After a while, quite a long while, I got my uncle back to the car. He stopped crying and just sat beside me without speaking, like a man in severe shock, which he may well have been. When finally he did speak, it was very quietly, but very distinctly.
I killed her.
Now, Uncle Edgar, you did nothing of the sort.
I killed Kate.
Uncle, she got dizzy and she fell. We all know that.
She didn't fall.
Yes, she did.
I pushed her.
You what?
I pushed her off the terrace. No, don't stop the car. I want to go to the police station. Keep going.
I can't believe what you're saying.
I want to give myself up.
Uncle, I just can't believe it.
I'll try and explain it to you on the way to the police station. So keep going. Such a wonderful woman, your aunt. I couldn't stand her. But it's very hard, Mark, to live with somebody so wonderful when you're not so wonderful yourself. You know what I mean?
I think so.
Very difficult. Did I ever tell you they wanted me to run for state senator?
No, you didn't.
Of course, I might not have made it. Probably wouldn't have.
Oh, I don't know about that.
Kate wouldn't hear of it. Said it would ruin my health.
Oh?
And it would take me away from her.
Oh.
And the thought of me being away from her, she just couldn't stand that. I was her whole life.
Yeah.
She loved me so much. That's what she kept saying. She loved me so much. I was all she had. What would she do if she couldn't be with me? I'd forget her. I'd be ashamed of her. She wouldn't fit in. I'd get to hate her. A whole lot of stuff like that. She went on and on until I finally said, okay, I wouldn't run for senator.
Oh, it's too bad.
That was the only time they ever asked me. They never asked me again.
Gee, you made a good senator.
I thought so. But Kate, that was what we were arguing about when you came in that day.
Oh, I never knew that.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, why didn't you ever tell me?
Well, after that day, there wasn't any question of my running.
Tell me exactly what happened, Uncle Edgar, that day.
Well, I told you. We had this big fracas about me running for state senator. Got pretty bad. Pretty bad.
Yeah?
Kate started hyperventilating. You know the way she did?
Yes, I know.
Big, deep, gasping breaths. Deep, deep. And she started to sort of sway a little, hang onto the back of a chair.
Then what?
Well, of course, I stopped. Stopped arguing. I always stopped arguing when she started hyperventilating because I knew she might go into one of her faints. I said, okay, forget it. Just forget the whole thing. Forget I ever mentioned it. Just forget it. But she was still gasping for breath and sort of swaying back and forth. So I said maybe she better go and lie down. That's what she usually did.
Yes, I remember her lying down.
Yeah, she said she would. And then the doorbell rang, and it was you. I said I'd let you in, and she said make her excuses, etc., etc. And I started for the door to let you in, but instead of going to a room, she headed for the terrace. I said, where are you going? And she said, just get some fresh air. She'd only stay a minute. And then she went out there.
And you let me in. And then what?
Well, and you and I talked. What did we talk about? Do you remember?
Something about the ball game.
Yeah. I thought she'd been out there too long, so I got up and went to the door of the terrace. I could see her standing there. And Mark, I hated her so much. I hated that woman so much. I stepped out on the terrace and came up behind her and gave her a shove. And she went over. Now you know all about it. Now, what are you slowing down for? I want to get to the police station.
Uncle Edgar, I want you to listen to me very carefully. You didn't kill your wife. I was there and I know. Everything you told me, it's true enough, except the very last part. You never went out on the terrace. You stood at the door and looked out. So I remember seeing you standing there while I was babbling on about the ball game, and I remember thinking how unhappy you looked. And now I know why.
I hated her. I hated that wonderful woman.
But you were still standing at the door when I heard her scream.
She went over the side.
Yes, but you didn't push her, Uncle Edgar. You may have thought of it. You may have wanted to, but you never went near her. I was there, and I know. I wasn't making it up. That really is the way I remember that tragic day. But sometimes I lie awake at night and say the numbers over to myself. 2172. Why do they keep turning up? The last time with the numbers 555 in front of them. Was there some nemesis pursuing my uncle? Some persistent hand of fate reaching out for him? Something mystical from beyond the grave, telling him he was a murderer? I don't suppose I'll ever know.
Mark is not the first to muse on the possible mystical attributes of numbers. Pythagoras and his followers believed in them implicitly, and that in order to divine the future, one had only to discover the fundamental numerical relationships between one thing and another. Whether he ever solved this extraordinarily complicated equation, I do not know. He never wrote it down. I'll be back shortly. Incidentally, it's said that the followers of Pythagoras believed other things, too, besides the supremacy of numbers. They believed in putting the right sandal on before the left, but in washing the left foot before the right. Things like that. I just thought you might find it interesting. Our cast included Earl Hammond, Charles Irving, and Roberta Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. One of the most beloved of all books is Mother Goose. I dare say everyone in the world knows Ring Around a Rosie, Mistress Mary Quite Contrary, Ba Ba Black Sheep. Many of those nursery rhymes were based on actual fact. Ring Around a Rosie depicted death from the plague in the 14th century. Mistress Mary was commonly thought to be Mary, Queen of Scots, and Ba Ba Black Sheep was a protest of the common people against confiscation of property by the royalty. But I wonder what promoted Hickory Dickory Dock. The mouse ran up the clock. The clock struck 1, and down he runs. Hickory Dickory Dock.
Charlie, look. The door to the clock.
It's opening.
All by itself.
At this point, I'd believe anything.
Our mystery drama, Hickory Dickory Doom, was written especially for the Radio Mystery Theater by Bob Juran and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. One of our more popular American pastimes is attending garage and tag sales. There seems to be something about buying someone else's junk that fascinates most of us. But of course, not all garage sales offer junk. Some of them have some very usable merchandise, and occasionally you might pick up a real antique. The garage sale we're about to visit now with Charlotte and Charlie Tucker contains the belongings of a recently departed minister, a bachelor, who left his earthly possessions to his nephew, a Richard Lum. Let's join them on the lawn of the Lum's home in southern Pennsylvania.
There's some real nice things here, Charlotte.
I'm amazed at the prices. Everything's underpriced.
They probably want to get rid of it fast. See anything you like?
It's all beautiful. I'd like to find a pretty lamp if there are any. Mother hates that one I have in the guest room.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, she gets in day after tomorrow.
And remember your promise, Charlie. No golf or cards for the 2 weeks Mother's here. You know she adores you. I think she makes her visits more to see you than me.
Hey, I hope she brings her tarot cards.
And that's another thing. No teasing her about her interest in the occult. The last time she read the cards for you, everything she said came true. You landed that job with the Cromwell Agency and made art director 6 months later.
Yeah, but that might have been because...
Can I help you with anything? I'm Mr. Lum.
Oh, well, I would be interested in a lamp.
Lamps are up on the porch. My uncle had some lovely ones.
Your uncle was the minister?
Yeah, and I was his only living relative, and he left all this to me. I really can't keep it. We have no room for it all.
Then this isn't his home?
No. I live here. My wife and I carted the things from the parsonage in Milford. I'll leave you to browse. I hope you like one of the lamps.
Hey, you want to head for the porch?
Well, let's just stroll and look around. We'll get to the lamps.
Hey, check that grandfather clock. That's an oldie.
What a beauty.
It doesn't know what time it is. It just struck 1, and it's 10 minutes to 11.
Looks so old. I bet it costs a fortune.
Hey, you just wanted a lamp, remember?
Oh, but I didn't mean we'd buy it. But it is awfully good looking.
It's in great condition, too.
Charlie, wouldn't it look perfect in the south corner of the dining room? It almost matches that antique hutch Mother gave us when she moved to Florida.
Yeah, it would. But ask the price first before you start redecorating.
Well, it'll probably be more than we can afford. It's got to be at least 100 years old.
Older than that. I saw you admiring the clock.
How much?
I priced it at $200. Not much call for grandfather clocks today in the newer homes. Rooms are smaller, more modern, and this one doesn't chime.
But it just did.
You say this clock struck?
Yes, just as we passed it.
Oh, that is extraordinary.
$200, you said. We'll take it.
Sold. Now, do you still want to see the lamps?
Oh, but yes, I still need one for the guest room.
I'll help you to the car with the clock.
Thanks.
And I'll go and check out the lamps.
They're on the porch, remember? I'll be back in a moment to help you move the clock.
And a very beautiful one, too. Funny what he said about it never chiming, though. Isn't it?
Careful now. Watch the chair.
See it.
Oh, the clock weighs a ton. I never found one this heavy. Okay, your end down first.
Here we go.
Oh, there we are.
Oh.
Now, come around here and just steady her as we stand her up.
Oh, it looks so much bigger inside here than it did on the lawn.
It's a matter of perspective. There we are.
It is imposing, isn't it?
It looks better there than I thought it would.
Well, let's polish it up first, and then see if you can get it going.
Okay.
Here, you rub it down with the linseed oil, and I'll do the glass on the door.
Hey, this wood is fantastic. I can't tell what it is, but maple, maybe, or even oak?
I think we found a steal today.
Hey, you know, Charlotte, the grain in this wood has a sort of design to it. Look, like foreign characters or something.
Yes. I see what you mean. This looks like a row of A's.
Yeah, and see here. Look, here's a ram's head.
But they're not carved. The wood's as smooth as glass.
Yeah, well, it couldn't be paint.
No. Could it be that the wood just grew that way?
That's possible, I guess. But these figures are so clear. It doesn't seem like an accident of nature.
Look, there are more on the other side. You don't really notice them until you look for them.
This oil really brings out the color and the grain of the wood.
I want to clean the inside of the door. Have you got the key?
Oh, yeah. Here in my pocket. Here. Gee, maybe these are some sort of religious symbols, huh? They belong to a minister. But they don't look like...
Charlie?
Yeah?
Put your hand inside here.
Inside the clock?
Go ahead. Feel it?
Yeah. Yeah, the air is sort of cool and damp. I didn't feel that when we took the pendulum out to bring it home. But then the clock was out in the hot sun.
Why would the air inside the clock be cooler than room temperature?
It beats me.
Oh, Mike's awake. I'll have to heat up the bottle, darling.
Yeah, you go ahead. I'll finish. I want to fool around with the works and see if I can get it going and figure out what goes with the chime. Speak of the devil. There it goes again. Second time this morning.
You spent half of yesterday working on it. It's obvious there's something wrong with it that you can't fix. Oh, better hurry and finish your lunch. Mother's plane gets in 2 hours.
You sure you won't change your mind about coming along?
No, and Mother won't mind. Mike's been so fussy and restless these past 2 days. I think he's coming down with something.
Probably another tooth.
And Tinker hasn't been around all morning. It's not like her to stay away so long. I'm going to go and look for her.
Hey, cats do as they please, and you know it.
But yesterday she wouldn't come in at all. She'd start up the porch steps, and then she'd arch her back and spit. She refused to come into the house.
Oh, she'll be all right. Cats know how to take care of themselves. And I'd better get going. Traffic to the airport might be heavy. And wait till you see how your grandson's grown. He grows some every day, it seems.
He'll be walking soon. He's 10 months old tomorrow.
You'll be seeing him in about 30 seconds. We're home.
Oh, there's Charlotte. Oh, she looks a little thinner, don't you think?
Yeah, well, she's taken up jogging.
Hi. Hello, darling. Oh, Mother. Oh, how good to see you again. Oh, you look wonderful.
And feel it, too.
Oh, I'm so sorry about not coming to the airport.
Oh, that's all right, dear. What's the difference?
Now put your bags in your room, Mother.
Thanks, Charlie. How was the flight?
Oh, rough and bumpy. I skipped the food and stuck with my old-fashioned.
We're cooking out tonight. You'll get one of Charlie's steak specials.
Oh, that'll be nice. Charlie tells me you've taken up jog...
What's the matter? Mother, what is it?
I feel...
Charlie? Mother, are you sick? Here, sit down.
No, I'm not sick. I never felt it in this house before.
What do you want?
Felt what?
A force. Very, very faint.
What's the matter?
What kind of force?
When I stepped inside the house, it brushed me ever so lightly. Oh, I could even be mistaken.
Hey, what is this?
Do you feel it now?
No, not at all now.
Come on upstairs and lie down. You said you hadn't eaten. Maybe that's it.
No, I don't need to lie down, dear. I shouldn't have alarmed you. It was nothing. I want to see my grandson.
Are you sure you're all right, Mother?
Of course. Now, where is that Mike?
Oh, he's still sleeping. But it's almost time for his dinner.
All right. I'll go upstairs, unpack, and freshen up.
Well, you can look in on him. He might even be awake.
I'll just tiptoe in and see. I'll be down in a little while.
Hey, what was she so upset about? I still don't understand.
Neither do I. She said she felt a force, but then she tried to brush it off as though it wasn't anything at all.
Yeah, I heard.
It kind of bothers me, though. Mother is sensitive to those things, but what kind of force could be in our house?
You think that's what's spooking Tinker? You said she's gone again.
I don't know. I certainly don't feel anything.
No, neither do I. And you know how I feel about psychic phenomenon. Huh? Look, if Mom doesn't bring it up again, let's forget it.
I hope I can. Are you going to work a while? I'm going to bed.
Just a minute or two. I want to look at this new hosiery layout and then sleep on it.
Mother and Mike are both dead to the world. Those flights always tire her. Charlie, did Mother say anything more to you about her feelings? I mean, about the force, as she calls it, and the clock.
No, not really. Just that she I thought the marks on the clock were ancient symbols or something.
Yes. Remember how she dismissed it while we were having dinner? I couldn't pin her down to a direct answer.
So she doesn't want to make you nervous.
Well, it only makes me more nervous. There's something I didn't mention. When I told her we thought the cool air inside the clock came from the type of wood, she said that could be one explanation.
Oh, she has another?
She wouldn't say.
Charlotte, hey, you didn't mess around with my drawing board, did you?
What? I never go near it when you're working on a layout.
Well, the sketch I did yesterday is all smudged. Look.
Well, darling, I have no idea how
it didn't blow to the floor, maybe. You picked it up?
No, absolutely not. I've told you.
Well, how could something no one touched smudge up like that? I mean, these inks don't blur.
Charlie, I give you my word.
I know, Charlotte. I'm not accusing. I'm just mystified. I'll have to do the whole thing over again in the morning.
Well, come into bed then.
Yeah, I'll be right in. Gee, that's strange. It just couldn't happen like that.
Charlie, wake up. Charlie.
What? What's the matter?
It's the clock. Listen. It hasn't stopped. Usually it's only 1 or 2 strokes. Charlie, I'm scared.
So what time is it?
2 o'clock.
Well, I'm going down. I just don't hold with that supernatural
You're
stuff.
going down there?
Of course.
Well, I'm coming with you. I heard you two in the hall. What's the matter with the clock?
Well, that's what I'm going to find out. I'll stop that chiming if I have to break the whole damn mechanism.
I'd be very careful, Charlie. Hey, take my advice and don't touch it.
I'm going to do something to stop the chimes. It's gone haywire.
Do as Mother says, Charlie, please. Don't touch it.
But it looks like I don't have to. It's stopped. Hey, wait. Do you feel that?
Yes. A little gust of cool air?
Yeah. Damp. I'm going into the dining room. Uh-oh. That's where it's coming from. The front of the clock's open. Look.
The whole room's cold. Something opened that door to the clock. Something? Well, it couldn't have been someone, could it? Charlotte, put on some coffee. It's time we faced facts.
And high time, I'd say, wouldn't you? Whether Charlotte and Charlie want to admit it or not, there's something strange going on in their home. Charlotte's mother realizes it, and realized it the moment she set foot in the house. So while the coffee's brewing in the Tucker household at 2:15 a.m., we'll take a short break ourselves and join them shortly in Act 2. Things always seem more sinister in the middle of the night, don't they? At 2 o'clock in the morning, our little fears are magnified many times. And at 2:15 this morning, in the brightly lighted kitchen of Charlotte and Charlie Tucker, the sinister happening of the past few moments hangs heavily over the three figures, huddled over their coffee.
There is something strange in this house, Charlotte. Something psychic. Oh, really? Now, wait.
Well,
I know you both take my interest in parapsychology lightly. Oh, you have every right. I'm not going to make light of it, Mother. Not after this. You never did tell me your explanation for the cool air in the clock. Well, I don't know what causes that. But something psychic is developing in this house.
Developing?
I felt it the moment I came in yesterday afternoon. I tried not to make too much of it. I avoided your questions. But I'm too concerned now. I really am.
But why? Why would our house all of a sudden be possessed, if that's what you mean? And what's the clock got to do with it?
Well, I think whatever it is in this house started when you brought that clock home.
For what reason?
Well, again, I have to say, Charlie, I don't know. But have you noticed anything else strange in the house, other than the peculiar behavior of that clock?
Well, the baby's been awfully restless lately. I mean, more than usual. And Tinker, she wouldn't come in the house yesterday. She's run off. And Charlie, your layout.
Well, now you've got me wondering.
What was that about a layout?
Oh, it's a hosiery ad I've been working on. It's been smudged, and nobody in the house could have done it.
Except perhaps a spirit.
Oh, Mother.
Well, now that seems even more unlikely. How could a spirit smudge a physical drawing?
Poltergeist can actually hurl furniture around.
Oh, we've got poltergeists?
Charlotte, I'm very serious. I think you should call in a psychic investigator, a ghost breaker.
You are serious?
Very much. Now, there's a particularly good one I know of. Oh, I don't know him personally, but he has an international reputation. Now, he might be interested in this.
I thought these guys just prowl around old English mansions.
No, far from it, Charlie. They're willing to make a preliminary examination almost anywhere, and they can usually tell right away if there's a hoax involved, or if it's just coincidental events. But I personally think there is nothing coincidental here.
Well, how would we get in touch with this investigator?
His name is Paul Carlton. Yes, the American Society for Psychical Research could get in touch with him. Oh, they'd be sure to be interested, too.
Charlie, do you think we should go that far? It scares
Charlotte,
me.
The sooner this thing is brought out in the open, the better.
Well, I'm with you, Mother Lee. I'm all for this Paul Carlton having a look, if he's willing to come.
Would you like me to get in touch with him?
Yes.
All right. I'll call the society for you first thing in the morning. Hello?
Mrs. Lee?
Yes?
Paul Carlton. The society gave me your message.
Oh, yes, Mr. Carlton. Thank you for calling.
Not at all. I'm very interested in all you told them. When may I examine the house and the clock?
Oh, just a minute, please. Charlotte, he wants to see the house. When can I tell him?
Well, the sooner the better. Tomorrow, if he wants.
Mr. Carlton?
Yes?
Any time is fine with us.
Well, I have a speaking engagement in Philadelphia tomorrow night. I could be there a day after tomorrow. Say 10 in the morning?
Yes, any time.
And Mrs. Lee, today and tomorrow, be very alert to anything else that occurs in the house. The more details, the better.
I understand.
I'll see you Thursday morning.
Here he is. There's a cab pulling up out front.
Oh, I'm so nervous.
You and me both.
He's just going to look around, isn't he? I mean, he's not going to conjure up a lot of evil spirits or anything.
Of course not, Charlie, but I'm anxious to see if he confirms my feelings.
Well, look, we might as well go out and welcome him. We know he's here. Mr. Carlton.
Hello. Mr. Tucker?
Yes, welcome. We appreciate your coming.
Oh, thank you. But I'm the one who's appreciative.
Come in. This is my wife, Charlotte.
How do you do?
My pleasure, madam.
And my mother-in-law, Mrs. Lee.
Ah, yes, we spoke.
Oh, it's an honor to meet you, Mr. Carlton. I've read both your books.
Well, thank you. You're interested in parapsychology, then?
Well, I dabble.
Now then, let's get to work. May I see this celebrated clock?
Right there in the dining room. Follow me.
Ah, yes. A beauty, isn't it? Certainly an antique.
Charlotte, he didn't feel anything strange, like I did. He might have, and not mentioned it.
Mrs. Lee, you were right about these characters in the wood.
Oh, they are symbols, then. Oh, I was pretty sure.
Would you open the door, please? I want to examine inside.
Sure. We've kept it locked ever since that experience the night before last.
Well, I want to get into that in more detail later.
There you are.
Yeah, it's definitely cooler. I'll just shine my pocket flash in here. Doesn't seem to be any reason for it.
Good heavens.
What is it?
Your voice. It's echoing like a canyon.
What do you mean?
Well, when your head was inside the clock, your voice echoed.
Show me. You speak in there.
All right. Hickory, dickory, dock. The mouse ran up the clock.
That is extraordinary. I didn't hear my own voice like that.
As though you and Charlie were talking into a long tunnel.
The inside is solid all around. Sound should be muffled.
There is something psychic about it, isn't there, Mr. Carlton?
Well, at this point, let's say there is need for more explanation. I'm going to take another look. Solid wood inside, all right. There's a name etched in here. Probably the maker. Might give us a good clue.
Can you read it?
Yes, it's faint. Sargatanas.
Saga something?
It's either a wry joke or...
What is it?
Sargatanas, Mrs. Lee. In witchcraft.
Oh, yes. One of the devil's lieutenants.
Brigadier, to be exact. Yes, Sargatanas, whose specialty is opening locks.
Devil. Brigadier. Oh, really?
You do have a curiosity here, Mr. Tucker. There's much justification for further investigation.
I thought so.
With your permission, I want to return with a medium I work with frequently. She's gifted and brilliant. Enormous sensitivity.
You mean a seance?
Oh, not exactly, but if the strange qualities of the clock are the result of spiritual forces, Margaret Egan will know it.
Charlotte? Well, we've gone this far. We might as well.
Now, keep the door to the clock locked, as you have done. By the way, has the cat returned?
No.
That's a very definite sign. Animal behavior is almost always an indication of the unseen. I'd like to go over the entire house now, and then I'll be in touch with you after I talk with the medium.
Hello?
Margaret, it's Paul Carlton.
Oh, hello, Paul. How are you?
Fine. I have a job for you, a fascinating case. It's a home in Pennsylvania. Everything centers around an old clock with the name Sargatanas etched on the inside.
Sargatanas?
I thought that would impress you.
The devil's locksmith.
When can you work with me?
Oh, any time. Oh, perhaps the sooner the better.
Good. We'll drive down tomorrow. I'll fill you in on the details on the way.
Anything special you'll need, Mrs. Egan?
No, Mrs. Tucker, no. Just a comfortable chair.
I might explain that hopefully, through Margaret's trance, we'll be able to learn the nature of the spirit that inhabits the clock.
Are you serious?
Oh, very much so.
Oh, there is a spiritual force at work in this house, Mrs. Tucker. I felt it the moment I entered.
We believe it's the only explanation for the phenomena you've experienced.
But you're not going to make anything appear, are you?
Oh, no, Mrs. Tucker. This is not a seance. No hand-holding or dim lights. In my trance, if I can contact my guide, we may be able to learn how to deal with whatever force is in here.
Why don't we get started, Margaret?
Well, I'm ready. Just let me relax a moment. Leona, we need your help, Leona. I am here. This is Leona.
What can you tell us of Sargatanas?
Why do you wish to know?
We believe he's at work.
Sargatanas is imprisoned. He has been imprisoned for 103 years.
We have reason to think he's at work.
Impossible.
We have in our possession a clock with his name etched into the wood.
Subrit, therefore Dundee.
What? Speak again, Leona.
Board 2 prom.
Oh, she's losing contact. Leona, Leona, can you hear me?
Sargatanas imprisoned. Charlie, look. The door to the clock.
It's opening.
All by itself. That cold air again, too.
Look. Something floated out of the clock.
I saw it, too. What was it?
I don't know. I don't want to know.
She said she wouldn't make anything appear.
Margaret. Margaret.
What? Oh, did I make contact?
Briefly. We lost her.
Mr. Carlton, look at the clock.
Yes, I saw it opening during the trance.
Then you saw something float out while you were talking to Mrs. Egan. Something floated out of it?
Yes.
An ectoplasmic manifestation?
There was a manifestation of some sort. But all we got from Leona was gibberish. Except at the beginning, when she said Sargatanas was imprisoned.
Oh, I've got more work to do. I don't have the strength for another trance now. But I want to consult my books and my charts. I've got to do more research on Sargatanas.
And that does seem to be the key to this.
Yes, I think so.
But what was it that came out of the clock? Is it still here?
Very likely.
Look, I think we're going too far with all of this.
Oh, it would not be wise to stop now.
Are you going to get rid of these spirits for us?
Well, we cannot promise that. What we are trying to do now is identify them.
But we don't care how they're identified. We want them out of our house.
I know how you feel, Mrs. Tucker, but try not to be frightened or discouraged. So far, there seems to be no evil spirit involved. Playful, perhaps. And often they'll simply leave a dwelling of their own accord. But we do want to continue our investigation.
All right. We'll go along with anything. Only please, the sooner you can clear this up, the better.
Yes, we will be in touch in a few days after my research. Is there anything I can do to help? I'm so fascinated by all this.
Thank you, Mrs. Lee, but at the moment I don't think so. Just be alert to anything that may happen. You'll hear from us very shortly.
Paul, it's Margaret. I think we have stumbled on the case of the century.
Explain.
Sargatanas is the key, all right. Now, can you get in touch with the people the Tuckers got that clock from?
Well, I don't know. I suppose so. Why?
Well, if my calculations are correct,
yes,
and the information I have so far points to it, that clock the Tuckers bought used to be known as the Gate to Hell.
Certainly glad she said used to be. Although with all those strange goings-on at the Tucker household, I wonder if someone or something is trying to open the gate again. But why? Why now all of a sudden? And why pick on the innocent Tuckers? I don't have the answers, but perhaps someone or something will when we return with Act 3. In Dante's Inferno, the poet tells us the inscription above the entrance to hell is, "Abandon hope, all ye who enter here." Well, that inscription is not on the antique clock purchased by Charlie and Charlotte Tucker. Only the strange name Sargatanas, supposed to be a disciple of the devil. But our medium friend, Margaret Egan, thinks the clock was an entrance to hell, which seems surprising. For if I were to imagine an entrance to hell, I'd picture it in some deep jungle, Arctic waste, desolate mountain range, or perhaps even a New York City brownstone house. Hardly a clock.
Oh, it's becoming more incessant, isn't it? Oh, it's really driving me crazy. I want Charlie to get rid of it. Just
take it anywhere, destroy it. I'd let Paul Carlton and Margaret Egan have another go at it first. They're coming tomorrow, aren't they? Yes, and I hope this... What's the matter? There he is again. Who? That man crossing the street. I saw him yesterday. At least I think it's a man. Well, so? Look at him. Hunchback. So oddly dressed, as though he were trying to hide his entire body. Now, why should you think anything of it? I had the feeling he was watching our house. Oh, now, Charlotte, I know we're unnerved by what's been happening, dear. But... I know. I'm imagining all sorts of things. Oh, I hope these people can solve something for us tomorrow. I can't go on like this. I know I suggested having them in. But maybe it's just intensified things. It's simple, really. If the clock is spooked, we get rid of the clock and the spooks along with it. I'm not sure it's as simple as that. Oh, you're sounding like them.
I'm going to the village, dear. You want anything in particular?
What about wolfbane and frankincense?
I wish I could laugh at that.
Oh, dear. Here he comes.
Who? What?
Yes, he's coming up the walk. That oddly dressed man. I saw him yesterday. He has been watching the house.
Well, I'll see what he wants.
Well, don't let him in. I have a strange feeling, that's all.
Yes?
I must see the clock.
What? Who are you? What do you want?
I must see the clock.
What do you know about our clock?
I must see it, please.
If you take that scarf off your face, maybe I can understand you better.
Get rid of him, Charlie, please.
I know about your clock, which chimes. I have heard the chime. I must see it.
You an antique dealer?
No.
Well, what do you mean you've heard the chime?
Charlie, don't.
May I just see it, then I'll leave. I'll leave.
What do you know about it?
Perhaps a great deal.
Well, maybe you could answer some questions for us. About the clock.
Perhaps.
Well, just a look, then. It's in the dining room. Come in. Charlotte, look, he just may be able to shed some light on this.
How do you know about the clock? That's what I want to know.
I have heard it chime. Ah, yes, there it is. It's locked.
Charlie, what is he doing?
Hey, now, look, wait a minute. Look, you can't open that door. It's locked.
At last, after all these years.
He opened it.
Hey, what the...
Good heavens, he's stepping in.
Hey, get out of there.
Him,
What the devil do you think you're doing?
I'm going to summon the others.
Ah! He disappeared. He just disappeared. It didn't happen.
I can't believe it.
It didn't happen.
It's empty. The guy is gone. But, hey, look in here.
I'm not staying in this house another minute. Charlotte, wait a minute. Charlie, we better call Paul Carlton at once. They can get a plane. We don't dare wait until tomorrow.
Did you get a look at his face at all?
No. No, he kept it wrapped up in a muffler type of a thing.
Mm-hmm. And he vanished inside the clock.
Yeah, like that.
We'd better begin.
Yes.
I'll try harder. Paul, be sure to press Leona for details. I'll try for a deeper trance. You still haven't told us who you think that creature was. I'm sick with fear now.
We understand, Mrs. Tucker. Believe me, this is the most unusual case Margaret and I have ever worked on. You have every right to be nervous. I think we'll have some of the answers in just a few minutes.
But who or what was that creature that disappeared inside the clock? That wasn't possible. But we all saw it happen.
Well, now, let's see what develops in Margaret's trance.
You know what the creature was, and you won't tell us. We didn't see it, Mrs. Tucker. How can we know what it was? Please, let us get on with the work at hand.
Yeah, I think we should, Charlotte.
All right. I'm sorry. Go into your trance and tell us how to put an end to this evil thing.
Leona? Leona, are you there? Leona?
I am here. There's much concern here. Much excitement.
Leona. Sargatanas.
Sargatanas has returned. His imprisonment is over. There is so much excitement here.
Help us, Leona. Tell us.
Sargatanas is telling them his way to the world was through the clock. His gate to hell. Dormitory Lemon.
Leona, please.
103 years ago, the clock was bought by a minister. Sargatanas was ecclesiastically imprisoned.
The clock with his name inside it.
Yes, the clock is one of the gates to hell.
She was right. Margaret was right.
It chimes to reveal its whereabouts. For 103 years, the gate was closed. Ecclesiastically closed. Now the gate is free. The clock strikes to let Sargatanus know where it is. To let the demons know the way is again open.
Now, Leona, I am in the presence of the clock. It is here, in the next room.
It is the way. Sargatanus has come to summon the others.
The others? For what? What others?
The way is now open. From hell to earth. The clock strikes to lead the demons to the exit.
When? How soon?
The way is open now. Soon. Tobit, transit.
Leona, when? When?
Tobit.
We're losing contact again.
What in the world does she mean?
Well, you heard. The clock is a gate to hell. Every chime is summoning an evil spirit.
All right, look, I've had enough of this mumbo-jumbo. I know there's something wacky going on, but all this seance business isn't helping at all. Now, it's making things worse.
Charlie, please.
What happened? Oh, did we make contact?
Yes, Leona confirms what you thought, Margaret. The clock is a gate to hell.
She said that?
Yes.
Oh, it's true then. Oh, I was sure of it.
What is going to happen?
Mrs. Tucker, we must get that clock out of this house and into a church as quickly as possible. Paul.
Yes?
Did Leona say anything about an emergence?
No, she just said the way is now open. It will be soon.
Oh, dear Lord, we've got to move fast.
Are you really serious?
Mr. Tucker, if we do not get that clock out of here and onto hallowed ground soon, believe me, all hell will literally break loose.
Listen to it. It's calling.
Oh, get it out. I'll be glad to get rid of it.
Charlie, we better do what they say.
All right. I'll be glad to see the end of the damn thing, too.
That's what it is. It is damned. Oh, do hurry.
Give me a hand, Paul. It's not heavy.
I'll call the church. Reverend Childs is probably there now.
No, he's not going to believe this.
Tip it toward me.
I'll go bring the station wagon around.
It isn't moving. I can't...
Well, lay it on its side. We'll carry it.
I can't budge it.
What?
We brought it in without any trouble at all, but now I can't move it.
Well, here, let me get on your side. All right? Now, push.
No, it won't budge.
You've got to get it out.
Well, we can't move it an inch.
Well, throw your weight against it with me. Now.
It's no use.
Oh, Sargatanus is having his way.
Is there anything you can do, Mrs. Higgin?
I am a medium, not an exorcist. Unless that clock is on hallowed ground...
Mr. Child says to bring it. He didn't understand what I was talking about, but he said...
We can't budge it.
What do you mean?
The clock is rooted to the floor.
Oh, dear heaven, what are we going to do?
I'm going to smash it to bits.
Oh, that's impossible now, I think.
Look. The clock. Flames inside.
Oh, the fires of hell. Oh, they're on the way. The whole house may go up.
The baby. Mike is upstairs.
I'll get him. Get out. Everybody out.
My baby. I've got to get my baby.
Get out, Charlotte. I'll get Mike.
Come with me, Charlotte. Hurry.
All hell is breaking loose, and we can't stop it.
If only I'd gotten the connection soon. Sargatanus. Oh, I should have seen it right away.
Flames are spreading. Come on, Margaret. We must get out with the others.
Everything is gone. Everything.
This is only the beginning, I'm afraid.
My baby, we're safe now.
Shh. We're safe, Mrs. Tucker. But I wonder for how long.
What do you mean?
This is not the end of it. Look!
Oh, my. The Andersons' house, it's going up, too.
There is no escape. It's too late. The world is doomed now. Hell hath triumphed.
Hickory dickory doom, a clock stood in a room. The clock struck well to summon hell. Hickory dickory doom. I couldn't resist a little parody on the popular nursery rhyme. Something to bring us back to the real world, to realize that such things just don't happen. Do they? Uh-oh. I'll be back shortly. I see by the old clock in the corner that our time is up for now. The next time you happen on a grandfather clock, I hope you'll take a peek inside. If you feel cold, clammy air in there, I'd suggest you tell whoever owns it to get rid of it quickly, preferably to a nunnery. That is, if there's still time. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Sam Gray, and Joan Shea. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Welcome this time to the world of actuality, but a world more terrifying than any imaginary Gothic romance of witches, ghouls, and goblins. The world of the mind, through whose secret chambers wander shapes and specters whose drives can be as weird, as hair-raising as any ghost story. And the modern heroes who battle these forces of evil, who fight as bravely as any St. George against the dragons, are the psychiatrists. Male or female. Consider the case of Dr. Margaret Hunter.
Good night, Parksy.
Oh, good night, Dr. Hunter. Now, don't be after going out the back way without the security guard.
Oh, my car's only a short walk into the parking lot.
So was poor Eileen. Do you know what happened to her? And even after that dirty fiend had warned.
I know, but I'm not a nurse. Nor as young, and thank heaven, I haven't had any phone calls yet.
Well, you've got whites on, and the sweet Lord knows you're pretty enough for any filthy-minded maniac like... Oh, Doctor, what drives a man to want to rape a woman?
Oh, that would take more than an elementary course in psychiatry to define. But now you've got me nervous enough, Parksy. I'll have the guard show me to my car. Night.
Our mystery drama, The Disembodied Voice, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Celeste Holm. It was a dark, overclouded evening, and the parking lot was deserted and forbidding. But the security guard was reassuring and saw Dr. Hunter safely into her car. Feeling slightly foolish, she locked her doors from the inside and rode home uneventfully. After parking the car in the basement of her multi-room apartment house, she entered the elevator again, feeling a little foolish at the slight nervousness she felt in the empty automatic elevator. But the elevator took her straight to her floor, and she entered her apartment and closed the door with an unaccustomed feeling of relief and annoyance that the phone was ringing.
Hello? Yes? What did you say? Yes, I thought I heard you the first time. Who are you? Your what? Well, really, if you're so desperate, it isn't a woman you need. It's a doctor. After that outburst, I'm quite sure you ought to see me, because I happen to be a psychiatrist, and you're a very sick... Hello? Hello? Damn. Well, Dr. Margaret Hunter, your hand is shaking. What's the matter with you? College? 3 years med school? 7 years residency in psychiatry? And suddenly you're nervous because a man says some, quote, dirty things, unquote, to you over the phone? You should be concerned with the patient and his problem, not yourself. At least this one didn't threaten to kill you after he'd had his way with you. Go to bed. You need some sleep. Yes? Oh, no, not you again. I'm not interested in any further suggestions. Believe me, I know variations you haven't even dreamed of. Hello? Oh, brother. If you knew just how much I'd like to make the same suggestion for you to do the same. Hello, service. Dr. Margaret Hunter. Intercept all calls and tell the hospital, unless it's an urgent emergency, I don't even want to let them through. Oh, I'm bushed. I've got to get some sleep. Thanks, Judy. Good night. If I can sleep now anymore. Morning, Parksy. Still on duty?
Good morning, Dr. Hunter. Mary Daly called in saying she would be a few minutes late, so I'm still covering. Oh, but you're in early.
Yes, I didn't sleep too well. I got some anonymous John on the phone who kept me up most of the night with romantic notions and some others not quite so romantic.
Well, now, didn't I tell you? Oh, heaven help us, it'll be the Grim Reaper himself.
The who?
Well, that's what they're calling him in the tabloids. The one who called up 2 nurses on the phone and then killed them.
I think with me he got the wrong number.
Did you call the police?
I talked to them this morning. They'll contact the phone company and I suppose put some kind of monitor on my line.
And they might be able to trace the call. And then they could catch him and put him behind bars.
I doubt if that would solve his problem.
Well, it would solve yours. Keeping you awake the whole night and scaring you half to death.
You know, I'm not so scared as I am bushed. I need help a lot less than the man does. Or the young man I'm going to see now. If only we could find the magic key, Parksy.
Oh, what is that now? A key? And for what?
To unlock the box we keep our brains in. And let all the creeping ancient bugaboos fly out and blow themselves out of the world. Oh, here comes Mary. Go on home, Parksy. Feed your old cat and water your flowers and count your blessings, because there's nobody who doesn't love you. Morning, Larry. Morning. Still feeling totally antisocial?
What do you want from me? Thanks for the royal suite and the service. Heavy screened windows, restraining straps on my arms and legs. I guess I'm lucky I'm not in a straitjacket.
Well, the nurses tell me you wouldn't stay in bed. They had to put you in restraint.
There was no cop outside anymore. I figured I was free to get out of the cage a little.
Well, I persuaded the police you didn't need a guard. You kind of let me down, you know.
Well, how come?
The little girl's mother lodged a pretty severe complaint against you. In your position, I want to keep it out of the papers.
Why don't you just let me alone?
Larry, you're going to have to answer for what you did. If I can tell them the why, or understand the why, you may not have to be locked up.
Look, maybe I need a shrink, but I don't need a dame.
I know you're ashamed of it and can't face yourself and would like to work out your hostility on someone, anyone, to try to wipe out your shame, but it won't work that way. You want to make one deal?
What?
Promise me you'll stick to your room and do what the nurses tell you. Look, I happen to be a fan of yours, and I want this to stay as small and as unimportant as I think it really is. We all flip one way or another because life is a little more than any of us can handle. Most people get away with it. Nobody knows. You're not most people. And with you, if anybody knows, the world knows. You don't want that.
Oh, Lord, no.
So we got a deal?
You got a deal.
Good. Now, for the record, I signed you in as a concussion case. You're just under observation till it can be written off. Forgotten. Cured. Dr. Hunter here. I'm on my way home. Do me a favor. Call my telephone service and tell them. I'm so pooped I haven't even the strength to dial.
Dr. Hunter?
Who's that? What happened to the light?
Oh, either burned out or someone knocked it out.
Who are you?
Oh, don't be alarmed, Doctor. Here, my credentials. Detective Sergeant Grant.
Oh, I'll have to take your identification on trust. It's so dark I can't see anything. What are you doing here?
Well, you did call the police. I checked the hospital and found you were on your way home. I got up here, and with the lights out, I thought I'd better hang around.
Thank you. I appreciate the protection.
In your case, we're willing to go a little further. I'd like to come in and talk to you, if I may.
Why not? Excuse me. Well, come in.
If you wish. That was rather foolish, Dr. Hunter. You still haven't checked me out.
You want to know something? I'm honestly too tired to care. Anyway, I prefer to trust my instinct. It's more dependable than my knowledge of police credentials.
Well, you have a nice place.
Well, it looks better in the right light. How about that?
Better. I got the report on you when I came in this evening. Even without having met you, I thought this was rather a special case.
Oh, why?
Well, first, because your caller may be a man I'm sure you've read about in the papers.
I hadn't, but one of our nurses tells me he's quite notorious. The Grim Raper?
It isn't funny, Dr. Hunter. He's killed 2 nurses. Both of whom he'd warned in advance. I hope you'll cooperate with us in trying to trap this man.
I don't like the word trap. It has other connotations. The man is sick. I want to help you find him and cure him, if possible. More important, to stop him from harming anyone else and destroying himself. So how do we do it?
Well, it isn't quite that simple. This phone thing goes on all the time. And we don't know if the man who called you is the man who murdered those girls. Now, the phone company is more than cooperative. They go along when it's important. And in your case, they agree it is.
Well, what's so special about me?
Well, you're a psychiatrist. You don't start at shadows. You can handle a man who's potentially dangerous. Now, for example, if by chance he should call tonight, I have everything set up at Central to trace the call. Your line is being monitored now. But you'll have to hold him on the phone as long as you can for the company to be sure of making a fix. Could you do that?
I can try. I can also tell you that I'm just as anxious as you are. But I don't think my man has any connection with your Grim Raper.
How do you know?
I don't know. It's instinct. I just think the man who called me was no run-of-the-mill psychotic. I've got the feeling that he was, or is, a man with a temporary aberration.
Wasn't it about this time that he called you last night?
Yes.
It's someone who knows your habits, has some idea of your schedule. Midnight. Is that about when he started last night?
Yes, but it could be the hospital.
Now, wait, as long as we dare.
My service picks up after 4 rings.
You have an extension in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay, pick up. I'll get on the extension.
Hello?
Hello, my lovely. This is your unseen admirer. Why did you have to spoil it?
I don't understand. What do you mean, spoiled?
You went to the police.
No, really, I didn't.
We would have been so wonderful together. All the things I told you we'd do. Now, it's over.
No, wait. Why does it have to be? Give me a chance to tell you.
You'll never be able to tell me anything. I'm going to put an end to it. Once and for all. Don't worry. It'll be quick. Farewell, my lovely.
Damn. I'm afraid he got away. Hang up, Dr. Hunter, and let me check the phone company.
I'm going to put an end to it once and for all. An end to what? To the obscene and furtive phone calls? Or does he mean to Dr. Margaret Hunter's life? I'll return shortly with Act 2. Margaret Hunter's reaction at her unwanted suitor's rejection is at first relief. Then, as a doctor, comes a feeling almost of guilt. Dangerous as he might have been, the man is in need of medical attention. But in the kitchen, checking with the phone company, Detective Sergeant Pete Grant is troubled from his professional point of view with a different reaction entirely. The anonymous caller's last words spell to him not necessarily goodbye, but a dangerous threat.
I don't suppose they were able to trace it.
Nope.
Well, that appears to be the end of that.
My fault. I must have been clumsy. Well, I guess I ought to get along. You must be tired. Sorry I wasn't more help.
You were a lot more than you know. Even though my conscience bugs me a little, I'm glad it's finally all over. It's kind of a spooky experience. Look, can I offer you a drink?
Yes. I mean, well, I don't want to scare you, but...
But what?
You may not be out of the woods yet. Anyway, I'm taking no chances till you are. Would you answer me a question?
If you let me take the couch, it would be a welcome switch. You can have the chair.
Now, the voice was disguised, of course, but are you sure it couldn't have belonged to anyone you know?
Quite sure. Well, as sure as I can be. I mean, I'm reasonably certain it doesn't belong to any of the men, the friends I have.
How about patients?
Well, life has a way of going in cycles. There aren't any male patients that I'm treating at the moment whose disturbances would drive them in this direction.
Yes?
There's one boy at the hospital, but...
What's his diagnosis?
More or less a classic manic depressive.
Well, could he have been the one who called you?
I don't think so.
Who hospitalized him? When? What was the reason?
I don't want to talk about that boy.
Why?
Well, he's quite a famous athlete. And this is the first time he's done anything like this. He comes from quite a troubled home, and his first chance at making a solid life for himself has been through his athletic prowess. He's with one of our local teams, and if the story ever gets in the press, his career will be, well, if not over, it will be certainly over in this town.
And he broke the law, right? Police case?
Yes. He's on our detention floor for observation. Except I persuaded him to leave the police guard off.
Why?
I want a cure, not a conviction. Even the little girl's mother didn't want to press charges. The child was too young to have been affected by it. I made sure of that.
What was the guy on the police blotter for?
Well, nothing very pretty to have on your record. Indecent exposure.
I quite agree. And you take that right in your stride?
Well, in my book, it's a symptom, not a crime. It doesn't need punishment. It needs treatment.
Which is not always successful.
Which is not always successful. In this case, though...
In this case, how can you be sure it's only a symptom? Isn't an anonymous phone call just as indecent, particularly the earlier ones you received?
Yes, but it wasn't Larry's voice.
You said yourself the voice was disguised. I heard that.
Even so, I don't think Larry could get that deep or so gruff. Look, just because the boy made one mistake...
Now, look, Dr. Hunter, believe it or not, on the psychiatric side, a cop sees almost as much as a doctor. I'm not leaning on this boy. I'm concerned for myself and for you. Myself, because this case of the guy who killed the two nurses at your hospital has been my baby from the start. Now, both of them reported obscene phone calls prior to what happened to them. But we couldn't pin the guy, and we didn't stop him. This time I'm not taking any chances, since at least there's a possible lead. I'm going down to the hospital right now.
But he couldn't have called me.
Are you sure?
Well, he was under restraint until...
What is it?
I had him taken off restraint and heavy medication. He could have called me tonight if... Wait a minute.
What are you doing?
Checking with the hospital what time he was put under restraint.
So it couldn't have been Larry.
Impossible. They had him in a wet sheet first at 11 till he promised to behave, and the rest of the night they had a harness on him. And the nurses were in and out. He couldn't have moved. And anyway, there's no phone in the room.
Okay, that washes that out.
Detective Sergeant... Heavens, what a mouthful that is. Do you have a name?
Peter. Pete to my friend.
So far, you're still a friend. But speaking of being washed out...
I know, Doctor, but I'm not quite ready to leave yet.
Why not?
Because you're too unconcerned for your own good.
Now, what does that mean?
I think I ought to shake you up a bit. The guy who's been calling you, how do you know you're through with him?
He just said so, on the phone. Goodbye, my lovely, remember?
And he also said, I'm going to put an end to it. Maybe that's what he said to the two nurses before he raped and killed them. Now, this case isn't closed yet, Doctor. No, I want to ask you to be careful. I wish we had enough personnel to cover you around the clock, but we haven't. Would you like a gun?
No, thanks. Not my style. Besides, I wouldn't know how to use it.
Well, then at least promise me to take it easy. Don't travel alone. Keep your car doors locked. Keep the chain on your door when you open it. This is my home phone if you can't reach me at the precinct number. The precinct number's there. The badge number is 352.
I don't need a number. I have a name. Thanks, Pete Grant, PD.
Don't mention it. Margaret Hunter, MD.
I appreciate your concern, Sergeant. But I think it's all over for me, so I'll say goodbye.
I don't like your choice of phrase.
Which one?
Both of them. I hope this isn't goodbye. For personal reasons, I mean, of course. It's been nice meeting you, Doctor.
Same here. We could even things up a bit. It's Margaret. My friends call me Marge.
Good night, Marge.
Good night, Pete.
I'm not leaving till I hear those bolts go home and the chain on.
Okay, Bulldog Drummond. Satisfied?
For tonight, anyway.
You should have listened more closely to your mother, Marge. A policeman is your friend.
Good afternoon, Dr. Hunter.
Hi, Parksy.
You're on your way to see Larry Hamden?
Right.
Well, he's been waiting for you all day, and a plainclothes policeman was in to see him early this morning.
Did he upset him?
No, not the way I understand it. Now, Larry's been a doll ever since you had the talk with him yesterday, and I just don't see the sense in keeping him here anymore. Tying up a room we could use.
Well, I'm glad everyone else is busy arranging his future. Do you think it might be all right if his doctor gives him a check over?
Oh, well, no. I don't need a kick in the behind to know my leg is being pulled, Dr. Hunter. And you know I wouldn't give you a bum steer. Go and see the boy for yourself.
That cop told me how you took up for me and what's been going on around here. I sure owe you a vote of thanks all the way down the line.
I've got a season pass at the stadium, Larry. I want to see you out there again as soon as the team's back off the road.
When do we start our session so I can understand why I could have ever done a dumb thing like I did?
I told you today was our first. I'm going to leave you to get dressed. Then I'm going to march you down and sign you out, and then I'll walk you to the bus, and we'll talk on the way. Then you'll go home. Now, starting tomorrow, I'll see you twice a week after practice. And the story, as far as anyone else is concerned, is what I said at the beginning. You had a slight concussion, which cleared itself up physically. You were only on the psycho floor for observation.
You know, Doc, you are something else.
Wait till you get my bill.
You just write the figure, I'll pay it. There's another dude who thinks you're something else, too.
Oh, who?
The cop who checked me out this morning. But he's worried about you.
Oh?
He's written me off as the nut who's after you, but he still feels you're in danger. How'd you like a defensive tight end who goes 235 in top shape as your bodyguard?
You solve your own problems, Larry. I can handle mine. But thanks anyway. Go on now, get dressed and let's get out of here. Dr. Hunter, I'm going home. I don't expect to be taking any calls, but you leave me live till I cut you off. If I don't answer by 4 rings, forget it and just take the message. That's right. No, if I don't answer, I'm out and can't be reached. Thanks, Judy. Night.
Oh, Dr. Hunter.
Yes?
Well, I wonder, would you mind... Could you help me back to bed?
Why, of course. Where's your room?
It's just down the hall. Oh, I appreciate this. I just guess I'm not quite as strong as I thought I was. I just had a baby, you know.
Congratulations.
Oh, this is my room. Now, if you could just help me into bed.
Use the step.
Uh-huh.
Here we go.
Oh,
there.
Oh, thank you. That feels good. My husband's coming to see me any minute now, and I wanted to be on my feet.
Well, no sense in hurrying it.
I'd like you to meet him.
Well, it's rather late, and
Oh, you don't recognize me, do you?
Should I? You do seem a little familiar somehow, but I'm afraid I so seldom get to the maternity pavilion.
No, you wouldn't know me from here. It's just that I live in the same apartment building as you.
Oh.
Yeah, my name is Louise. I'm Mrs. Charles Benson.
Well, how do you do? I should apologize, but I'm afraid I'm a typical cliff dweller. I'm there so little, I don't know any of my neighbors.
Oh, that's all right that you're a busy doctor. And, well, we don't even live on the same elevator bank, but, well, you're like well-known. I mean, a woman psychiatrist and all. And, well, I'm just glad that I have the chance to say hello.
Me too.
I wish you could wait to say hello to my husband. He's the one first pointed you out.
Well, I wish I could, too, but I've had a long day, and I really must get home. Tell your husband I'm sorry I missed him.
And... Here he is now. Charles, will you look who helped me back into bed? Dr. Margaret Hunter from our own building.
Well, how do you do, Mr. Benson?
How do you do?
My congratulations on your new baby. And now I really have to run.
But Charlie, what's the matter with you? Has Cat got you down?
I'll leave you two alone.
Charlie, that wasn't very polite.
Hello, my lovely. Don't you look wonderful?
What? Hello, my lovely.
Hello, my lovely. Scarcely the most modern of phrases, a little stilted and old-fashioned. Still not necessarily that individual or damning, and Margaret Hunter was too tired and hungry to make any more of it, which was her mistake, as we shall see when we return shortly with Act 3. It was a weary Dr. Hunter who ate a light dinner at the hospital cafeteria and then headed for home. There comes a moment of exhaustion when the mind simply suspends itself and refuses to function any further. Coming out of the elevator to her apartment, she was even too tired to be annoyed that once again the hall light was out, and she had to scrabble with her key by feel to open the door. But she was rudely awakened to full perception as the door opened, and with a silent rush, a gloved hand was over her mouth, the other arm pinioning hers to her side.
Don't scream. Please, don't scream. Just move inside, huh? Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Now, I'm going to take my hand off your mouth. But don't scream. I warn you, I have a knife and a gun.
I have no intention of screaming, Mr. Benson.
You know who I am?
I'm reasonably sure it's the voice I heard at the hospital this afternoon. Now, will you let me go?
If I do, promise not to make me do something I'll be sorry for.
It's a promise I'm glad to make. I don't want anything to happen that we'll both be sorry for.
Can I trust you?
Well, that's my question. Can I trust you?
Mrs. Benson?
Yes.
My name is Pete Grant. I thought I might find your husband here.
Oh, Charles was here, but he left early. He had a lot of work to catch up on. Are you from his office?
No, I have some business with him. When did he leave?
Oh, about an hour ago. I could call him at the house.
Oh, that's all right. I can catch him some other time. Oh, call him myself. I'm sorry to bother you.
Oh, it's no bother. I wish you could stay and chat.
I wish I could, too, but this is a busy evening for me. Excuse me.
I have to answer it. It might be the hospital.
No! Let her ring.
If you insist.
I have to, Margaret. I can't let Louise be hurt. Now, when she's finally had the baby we always wanted, it would kill her. Kill? Is that what I have to do? What? Why did it stop ringing? Why did the phone stop ringing?
I have a service that intercepts.
If the phone rings?
Yes.
Then that means you're not home. Good. You'll give us a little time together before... You'll give us time.
Look, Service, I'm calling from the hospital. I understand, but this is police business. I don't care what Dr. Hunter told you. You keep ringing her till you get through to her. Yes, I'll hang on.
I thought you said the service intercepts.
Supposed to.
Then why don't they?
It must be some emergency.
That ringing is driving me mad. Don't you have a cut-off switch or something?
Only on my bedroom.
Well, go in there.
If you just let me...
I told you I had a knife. Move.
All right, I'm moving. Just don't do anything foolish.
Don't you? Now cut off the phone by the bed. Quick!
All right, all right.
Damn! Will it never stop?
Maybe if you let me tell the service not to put through any calls.
No. Stay away from the phone. If we wait long enough, they'll give up. That's better. I thought you'd never know who... And now you hold my whole life in your hands, Margaret. Once I might have wanted that. But not now. Now that Louise has had the baby, I have to think of her first. I have to protect her. Don't you see? You see that, don't you? What else can I do but kill you? What else can I do?
You could face your real problem.
Huh? What problem?
That you need help. Psychiatric help.
Aren't you afraid of me, Margaret?
No.
Why not?
Because if I were, you might kill me, Charles.
Why do you call me Charles?
You call me Margaret.
That's the way I always thought of you. Margaret. And I had no right. Not with Louise. Well, you see, she must never know. You see that, don't you? I have to get rid of you. Then there's no one to tell her.
That makes sense. On a pathological level.
You understand?
I understand a great deal about you, Charles.
You think I'm mad, don't you? Insane. Lunatic.
I do not.
You said pathologic.
That's a scientific word. The others don't mean anything.
You think I'm sick?
What do you think, Charles?
I'm not sick. I'm just... That collar's too tight. It's hard to breathe. You don't know what it's like. You couldn't understand. Look, I never had a girl. any other girl but Louise. Well, she's not pretty, but she's a good girl. We were married after college. I was never any good with people. I was too shy. I was even worse with girls. Talking, dating, everything. Louise understood. She was so patient. Except for the child. We never could have a child like she wanted. We went to doctors for years and years. I hated it. What business was it of theirs? Our private life. What did they think? Did they think I was the one to blame?
Were you?
No. Well, you see, we worked it out. We did have a child.
You worked it out, or the doctors?
What's the difference? Well, anyway, there were other things. Louise was having the baby. She didn't need me anymore. She didn't want me that way. All she thought about was the baby. And I was alone again. I was more alone than I'd ever been in my life.
Is that when you started calling women on the phone?
I wanted to frighten them, to hurt them, to get back at some women for what Louise was doing to me. I only did it twice. And each time afterwards, I was sick and ashamed of myself. What kind of man was I? How could I do such a thing? I couldn't explain it to myself.
You could have gone to a psychiatrist.
No.
He could have helped.
No. How could I even begin to tell him about myself, what I'd done? How could I talk about such private things, even to a psychiatrist?
Well, you're talking to one now.
I knew you were in the building. The first time I called, I was going to ask for help. I was all alone downstairs in the apartment. The walls were closing in on me, so I looked up your number and I called. And then when I heard your voice, all I could think of was you. Soft and warm in a bed. Alone. Like me. Alone. The whole world was against me. Making me alone. And so I wanted to...
Poor Charles. Why didn't you follow your first impulse before it was too late?
Is it too late? You can't help me now?
Give me the knife, Charles.
Knife? Where did I have it? Oh, yeah, here. Here. Margaret, what am I going to do?
I don't know. I wish I could buy back time for you, Charles, and for your poor wife. But it's too late. The girls are dead.
What girls?
The nurses you raped and murdered. Isn't that what you were planning to do to me, too?
What nurses?
The ones you called on the phone before you called... Charles, listen to me. Those first two women, how did you find their numbers?
Find them? Well, I just picked them at random out of the phone book.
They weren't nurses that worked in my hospital?
I don't know.
Then you're not the man in the papers, the one they called the Grim Raper.
That murderer? What kind of a monster do you think I am? I never saw either of those other two women.
Oh, Charles, then there is hope for you.
Hey, who's that?
I don't know.
Open up, Margaret. It's police. Me, Pete. The police? Sure we are. Now put that knife down. I told you I had a gun. Shut up, well, I'm coming in. Trust you.
I didn't know he was coming, Charles.
Margaret, are you in there? Are you all right?
Of course I'm all right.
I'm warning Benson. If he's in there with you, there are three of us, and we're all armed. Now, I'll have to kill you and myself.
Oh, don't be a silly boy, Charles. Give me that gun. That's better. You can come in now, Pete. And you can put your gun away, too, Detective Grant. I think you'll find that Mr. Benson and I have solved all our problems. Home, sweet home.
The candle in the window still isn't burning very bright.
Oh, you mean that bulb? I'll get the super to replace it in the morning.
I wonder if Benson was responsible for that.
Oh, let's not blame any more on him.
Blame? I'd like to have given him one good shot for putting you through what he did. Lady, you sure have guts.
How did you happen to come charging up like St. George in time to save the lady from the dragon?
Oh, that's simple. I got interested from the very beginning in the case.
Oh?
Now, once we picked up the other guy this morning, the one responsible for the nurses, I got to thinking about you. The case, I mean. How did the guy know you'd called the police in? Unless it was someone right in the building. So I ran a building check and came up with 3 possibles.
3 possible what?
Lone birds who might take a notion to make naughty phone calls. Singles. 1, salesman out of town. 2, a guy who's MC at a nightclub and was in the middle of his act when the phone call came the night I was here. So, it looked like it had to be number 3, Benson.
And it was.
Can you really cure him, do you think?
Well, I haven't had time to evaluate his case, but I'm optimistic. Drink?
No, thanks. Yeah, we're both beat. I still have to get a statement from you to close the file.
I'll give it to you right now.
Oh, there's no hurry. It'd give us a chance to meet again and for me to get up enough courage to ask a question. Good night, Marge.
Good night, Pete. Oh, brother, Pete was right. I am beat. It's getting to be a lifestyle. Tonight, nothing keeps me awake. Uh-oh, just to be on the safe side. Lock it up. And so to bed with no more interruptions. Oh, no, not again. There can't be any more left. Hello?
Marge, it's Pete. Calling from the lobby. Did you lock up?
Yes, sir.
I thought maybe I'd better ask my question tonight.
All right. What is it?
Do lady psychiatrists ever go out with lonely detectives with no psychological problems? Like tomorrow night?
A girl gets the darndest phone calls. But I like this one. Why not, Pete? Why not?
A trip through the haunted hallways of the mind. I wonder if Dr. Margaret Hunter ever located the golden key in Charles Benson's case. Now that's interesting. I wonder also if men ever receive obscene phone calls from lonely ladies. Only one way to find out. I'll let you know when I return shortly. As a matter of fact, Dr. Hunter did find that golden key, and Charles Benson did find a cure for his schizoid tendencies. Well, at least his paranoia. And just as Margaret Hunter had predicted, Louise was patient and understanding, and most of all, forgiving. They pass each other every so often in the hall and nod pleasantly. Neighbors, if not friends. Something else. Oh, yes, that phone call. Just a wrong number. Still, for a long while, every time I pick up a phone, and perhaps you too, will have just a momentary flutter of butterflies under the heart. Our cast included Celeste Holm, Wesley Addy, Robert Dryden, and Mildred Clinton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
station, KIXI. Dial 91 AM, Seattle.
CBS News. A man in St. Joseph, Missouri seized a Continental Trailways bus tonight and threatened to kill 2 women hostages unless police let him and his brother leave the city. I'm Jim Kilpatrick reporting on the CBS radio network. The brother was arrested earlier in a bar. The man finally agreed to trade the 2 women hostages for 2 policemen. He then demanded a police car to make his getaway.
They were given a police car to use to leave the area, and they are now in the process of trying to drive away from the area. And we have got the sister down from Lincoln, and she is talking to the brothers over there now.
A police officer in St. Joseph, Missouri. The sister is talking via police radio. Former White House counsel Charles Colson, sentenced to a maximum of 3 years for obstruction of justice in the Ellsberg case, was released from prison Friday evening after serving only 7 months. He is home tonight with his wife.
It really has been an experience that we're going to have to put together. I'm very grateful that Judge Gazelle showed compassion and got him home to us because we need him.
Mrs. Colson apparently referring to Judge Gazelle's statement that the sentence was shortened because of serious family difficulties. Colson was the last of the Nixon White House associates to be released. John Dean, Jeb Stuart Magruder, and Herbert Kalmbach were freed earlier.
You felt a little bit lonely that first night with the other 3 gone, and I was still there. You hoped you weren't forgotten, but I knew I wasn't.
You said you'd never forget the others you met in prison. Will you stay in contact with them?
I hope to. That's one of the things that Patty and I are planning to do, is to go back to Maxwell to visit with some of the men that I spent a lot of time there with this past fall.
Colson talking with newsmen tonight. President Ford's $1 per barrel tariff on imported petroleum is in effect along the eastern Gulf Coast. Weather is a problem in Texas, and many ships failed to make the deadline.
The Houston Ship Channel is still fogged in. It has been for several days now. We have 2 tankers carrying almost 1 million barrels of crude, and we don't know whether or not the fog is going to lift tonight.
Exxon spokesman Chet Bushnell. The deadline is still 2 hours away on the Pacific coast, and San Francisco harbor authorities report no rush to beat the deadline.
We have 1 ship, the SS Callao, from Chevron, who is trying to make it in. And if they beat the tide situation, they will arrive before the deadline. There's been no surge of shipping trying to beat this deadline. There has been no change of schedules.
Senator Kennedy says President Ford's tariff on U.S. oil imports is an overreaction to the energy problem and threatens serious damage to the nation's economy.
I propose the introduction on a gradual, deliberate basis of a mandatory allocation program for gasoline, with parallel quotas on gasoline and crude imports. But this must not be a sudden, drastic program that will twist our economy out of shape, drive up the oil price, and bring back long lines at the gasoline station. And we should review this modest allocation program every 6 months to see its effects on consumption and overall economy.
Senator Kennedy also said he would place a tax on gas-guzzling cars. The Federal Court of Appeals will hear arguments Saturday afternoon on who owns the Nixon White House material. Friday, District Judge Charles Ritchie ruled the government, not Mr. Nixon, owns the material. The appeals court stayed the ruling pending Saturday's hearing.
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. How old were you when you first said, I'm going to run away and you'll never see me again and then you'll be sorry? Everyone has said it, though some did not say it out loud. Some have run and returned the same day. Some have never got round to running at all, and some have run and stayed away. It is one of these who gives us the title of our story. Our mystery drama, The Man is Missing, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric. and stars Ann Williams and Larry Haynes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Within the huge New York City Police Department, there's a small coterie of men who wear no uniforms. They are the investigative detectives. They have one captain, one lieutenant, and 5 sergeants. They receive about 100 calls every day. Out of 16,000 cases, they have solved better than 99%. They are known as the Missing Persons Squad.
I looked up, and there she was, back again. I told her over and over, but there she was, same bright smile, same eager look, like she knew I could do something, and she was just hanging around waiting for me to do it. My name's Wiley Caldwell, and I'm captain of the Missing Persons Squad. Good job. I like it. We know our stuff, if I do say so myself, as perhaps I shouldn't. Runaway kids, we handle a lot of those, and old people. The ones who get tired of feeling useless and unwanted and just wander off. We get a lot of those, too. However, there she was, back for the umpteenth time to ask me, for the umpteenth time, to find her husband.
Captain Caldwell, may I talk to you?
Mrs. McLaughlin.
Why don't you call me Mia? We know each other pretty well by now.
That we do.
So, call me Mia, please.
Okay, Mia, but the answer's the same. We've checked the files, we've called the morgue. Lawrence McLaughlin. Either place. So he's not in jail, he's not in the hospital, he's not dead. What more do you want?
But where is he?
Out there somewhere.
But can't you look for him?
Is he under 18?
Of course not. What do you...
Is he over 65?
He's 29.
Uh-huh. Well, then, even if we could locate him, we couldn't do anything about it. We couldn't bring him in.
Why couldn't you?
Because we would be violating his civil rights. You understand? Unless, of course, he's mental. Then we could take him. Is he?
Is he mental?
Off his rocker, out of his mind. Nuts.
Oh, no.
All right, then we can't touch him. I know it's hard on you, but I must break the news to you. Husbands run off all the time. Has Lawrence ever done the Vanishing Act before?
Certainly not.
All right. Probably he'll never do it again. Provided, of course, he comes back. Now, you run along home and wait to hear from him, okay?
I have heard from him.
You have?
He sent me some money.
Well, then you're all set.
But he doesn't say where he is.
But he's thinking of you. Or he wouldn't be sending you the money, would he? You see? He's worried about you. He loves you. You're his wife, and he loves you. So what? What do you want?
I don't know where he is. Oh, please, Captain Caldwell, please. I know you can find him for me if you just try. I mean, you're the Bureau of Missing Persons, and Larry is missing, and I want you to find him. Now, why can't you? Why won't you?
All right. Now, quit crying. Now, that isn't going to do any good. You know that. All right, now, stop crying, Miriam.
Why won't you help me?
I'll tell you what. I'm going to turn you over to one of our detectives. Ben Chase, his name is. He's a very nice man. Very fatherly type. You like him. Now, you tell him all about your missing spouse, and maybe he can think of something. How'll that be? Okay? Okay, then. Come on. This way. He's right in here. Ben, I got a lady here I want you to meet. This is Mia McLaughlin. Mia, this is Detective Benjamin Chase. Take care of the little lady, Ben, huh?
She was the prettiest thing I'd ever seen in my whole life. Skin like pink and white alabaster, dark brown hair with a shine to it, big round eyes, the exact same color as the blue jeans she had on. It was like spring had just walked through the door. And me, 58 years old. I'm Ben Chase, Detective 3rd Grade Missing Persons Squad. I was a patrolman for 15 years. Then I did a hitch with Public Morals for a short time, and then somebody smiled on me, and I landed here. What a swell job. I mean, here is where you really get the feeling you're helping people.
Please, find my husband.
Your husband's missing, is that it?
Yes, and don't tell me about his civil rights. I want to know where he is.
Well, we could probably locate
That's
him.
all I want.
But we couldn't make him come back to you.
I just want to know where he is.
Yeah, we can check the files.
But the captain did that.
Hospitals, the morgue.
Oh, he's alive. I know that. I don't think he's sick. See, I got this from him this morning.
Oh, you got a letter from him, huh?
It had money in it.
Okay if I take a look at it?
Sure. Look, it was mailed right here in New York. You can tell by the postmark.
Oh, yeah. Mind if I read it?
I don't mind.
Darling Mia, thought you might be short of cash. Love, Larry. Well, say now, this sounds like he thinks the world of you. What are you so worried about? He'll come back.
But where is he? What happened to him?
Now, Mrs. McLaughlin.
You can call me Mia if you want to.
Husbands do get this urge once in a while to, take off, be on their own for a while. Not just husbands either. Wives get it, too. I have to say, I can't see why anyone would go off and leave a lovely girl like you.
Well, he did.
You do know you're very pretty, don't you?
I guess.
You guess, don't you know?
I'm a model, photographer's model. You have to have some kind of looks for that, I guess.
Well, you've got more than some kind of looks.
Well, thank you.
A lot more.
Look, can you help me find Larry?
Well, I can try.
I can't sleep. I can't eat. I can't go out on a job. I just think about him all the time. And what could have happened to him?
Yeah. Well, I'd have to do it on my own, you understand. I mean, it wouldn't be an official police case. And it'll take a lot of legwork. A lot of time, too. And I don't have too much free time. I don't know if my wife will care for my taking on any outside work.
Are you married?
Oh, am I married? 25 years married is what I am. So I know about husbands getting the urge to take off.
Did you ever do it?
Oh, no, I never did. But that doesn't mean I never had the urge. No, I'm married to a wonderful woman. Irma is about the best wife anybody could imagine. But, well, I've had urges now and then.
You're very nice to try to help me.
Yeah. Listen, you mind if I take this envelope home with me?
No, take it, if it'll help.
Yeah, and the note inside, can I take that, too?
Well, yes, but don't lose it. I want it back.
Oh, no, you'll get it back, all right.
It's all I've got of his.
All right. Now, don't cry, huh? We'll find them. That is, I'll find them.
Oh, I hope so.
Yeah, now, I got to run along home. Irma will be wondering what happened to me. And we don't want her to think that she's got a missing husband, now, do we?
I'm Irma Chase, 52 years old, married 25 years to Benjamin Chase. Detective third class, husband first class, all the way. We've never had children, but we never really needed children to bring us together. We were together from the start. Oh, there have been times, a few of them, when I felt that Ben's eye was roving and that he'd kind of like to rove with it. He doesn't know that I know about those times, and I wouldn't let him know that I know because he'd feel terrible if he thought he'd hurt me in any way at all. He's just that kind of man. And at 52, my waist is a good bit thicker than it was when I married him. And the hair has gray in it. And I almost have a double chin unless I remember to stand right. So when he came home that night...
Irma?
Yeah?
I'm home.
Well, you don't say. I'd never have guessed.
All right, don't be fresh. Give me a kiss.
Okay. Now, your beer's next to your chair, and there's some good cheese to go with it. Really sharp cheddar.
You're a great girl.
Well, of course I am. You're a little late tonight, aren't you?
Yeah. What happened, a girl came into the office, see? That is, Captain Caldwell brought her in, turned her over to me. Seems she's been bothering him for quite some time, missing husband.
Oh, one of those.
Yeah, he's been missing for some time. Anyway, Caldwell checked the files, the morgue. He didn't come up with anything, but Mia kept coming back.
Mia?
Yeah, that's her name, Mia McLaughlin. Anyway, I talked to her, and she showed me this note she got from him. It was mailed right here in the city, and there was money in it.
He wrote a note?
Yeah, sounded very concerned about her having some money.
I'd like to see that note.
Are you still hung up on that stuff?
Okay. No, you can't blame me if I try to be part of your work. Or can you? Or do you, I should say? If you'd rather I'd butt out, just say the word.
Now, Irma...
I'd like to remind you that Raphael Sherman...
Oh, please, not again.
Raphael Sherman was attached to the Krakow police force from the start of the century till 1900...
Irma, please, you've got Raphael Sherman on the brain.
Raphael Sherman started collecting envelopes when he was a little boy. Well, so did I, when I was a little girl. I never played with dolls. I just looked at handwritings on envelopes. Fascinating. All different. Some beautiful, some ugly, and everything in between. And like with Sherman, after a while, I started to find things that some handwritings had in common. And when I knew the people those handwritings belonged to, I found out that those people had certain things in common, too. Then, people with heart trouble write differently from people without heart trouble.
Oh, Irma, honestly.
But the psychological differences, that's where it gets really interesting. You can read a person's whole personality in his handwriting, his whole life, Ben, everything that's happened to him.
You really expect me to believe that?
Well, Sherman could do it. He did it over and over, and he did it for the police. Now, I don't say that I'm as good as Sherman, but I do know something about it.
Okay, take a look at this.
Thank you.
Well, see anything?
This man is sick.
What?
Look, the letters get smaller. You see, the pressure of the pen gets lighter, the lines get thinner. No, wait. Maybe he's not sick. Maybe he's only hysterical. Or maybe he's mad.
Raphael Sherman had no peers in his day. After him came Michael Fischel and the French clairvoyant Madame Lucie Vidi. And among the medical men who have used graphology to ferret out clues to mental or physical ailments, we find Erlenmeyer, Hauser, Duparcy-Jeans, and Charcot, famous head of the Parasalpêtrière. I'll be back shortly with Act Two. Captain Wiley Caldwell of the Missing Persons Squad has been bothered by repeated visits from Mia McLaughlin, begging him to locate her husband, who has disappeared. Wiley has turned the girl over to Ben Chase, detective third grade. Ben shows the note to his wife, Irma. Irma, aspiring graphologist, deduces from the calligraphy that Mia's husband is sick, hysterical, or even mad.
Did I know what I was doing when I turned that dumb little chick over to Ben Chase? I thought, of course, he'd feed her a line. Maybe pick up a clue someplace from some connection. In other words, get her off my back. Also, there was always the chance that her husband would show up. A very good chance, because she was a very neat little dish. A fact I felt sure that my friend Ben had not overlooked entirely. Now, I'm a friend of Ben's, and I also know his wife, Irma. A marvelous woman, Irma is. I thought a little interference from me on her behalf wouldn't be amiss.
Yeah, I see. That's all you can tell me, Mrs. Downs? Yeah. Well, it's something. Anyway, thanks. Hi, Captain.
Who's Mrs. Downs?
Her.
Yeah, her. Who is she?
Well, actually, she's Mia's mother, Mia McLaughlin's mother.
That's so?
Yeah, I thought maybe she could give me a lead to go on.
Did she?
No. She says they got along great. He was crazy about her. Seems he wanted to be a painter, a serious type painter. Gave it up and went to commercial art right after they got married.
Maybe he regretted it.
Well, Mia's a model, you know. That's how they met. He was living in this artist colony upstate in the Catskills, Braden Falls. You've heard of it.
Where all the artists starved together.
Yeah. Anyway, Mia was a model up there for one summer. She posed for him for nothing. He was even broker than the others. They fell in love, and they got married. He went with an ad agency. She became a fashion model. Everything was hunky-dory till till he cut out. And her mother hasn't got the foggiest idea why.
Have you?
No, I can't say I have. Why anyone would want to leave a girl like me? Of course, Irma says, I don't put any stock in that.
What does Emma say?
Well, I don't know if you know this, Captain, but Irma's very into this graphology stuff.
I didn't know that, no.
Oh, yeah. She practically worships a guy named Raphael Schumann. He's an Austrian. He's dead now, but he was official handwriting expert for the Central Law Court of Vienna when he was alive.
What's wrong with that?
Well, nothing's wrong with that, but outside his regular job, he had this hobby. Yeah, it was more like an obsession, that he could read people's characters from their handwriting. And not only that, but their past and their future. Now, can you tie that?
That sounds interesting.
And before he died, people said he could tell how a person looked just by his handwriting.
Yeah?
Well, anyway, I showed Irma the note Mia got from her husband. It was only a line or two. And Irma glommed onto it like it was a hot clue. I mean, she said the handwriting told her that the guy is sick or hysterical or maybe even crazy.
She saw all that?
Well, she thinks she saw all that.
What if she's right? Would explain a lot, wouldn't it? If the guy lost his marbles all of a sudden?
A crazy man doesn't send money home, Captain.
How would you know what a crazy man does? Why don't you admit the possibility that Irma's got something there? Let her help you.
No, I'm doing all right.
No, you're not.
Now, you wait and see.
Okay, Ben, okay. One more thing. You're spending too much time on it. That phone call to the girl's mother, you made that from here on official time. And that girl's been here almost every day talking to you on official time. The way you look, you've been spending an awful lot of your off hours on the case, too. Am I right?
Quite a lot, yeah.
Well, cut it out. I don't like it. And I don't think your wife cares too much for it either.
I was shook up when the captain walked out. Part of what he said was true. I was spending a lot of time trying to locate Mia's husband. I'd gone down to the Art Students League and talked to the teachers down there. A lot of them remembered him from the olden days. Nice fella, they all said. Big, strong, very outgoing. No sign of any kind of ailment, no instability. Certainly no signs of being demented. Well, so much for what Irma thought she saw in his handwriting. Irma. What about Irma? What was that last crack the captain had made about him not liking the hours I was giving to the case and Irma not liking it either? She hadn't said she didn't like it. She hadn't raised any objections. She was too busy going over that little scrap of paper. But if I didn't find him soon, was she going to begin to wonder? Hell, I was beginning to wonder myself. Just like that, I made up my mind. I was going to take myself off the case. I should never have taken it on in the first place. I'm crazy about my wife. I had my mind all made up to tell Mia I was letting go of the case when she walked in.
Hello, Ben.
Oh, hi there, Mia. Sit down. I want to talk to you about,
Is Captain Caldwell mad at me about something?
Well, he's not mad, exactly, and not at you.
Oh, look. Look what I got this morning.
Oh, another letter, huh?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This one had money in it, too.
Okay to read it?
Oh, sure. It's about the same as the first one.
Oh. Yeah, so I see.
Only look where it's mailed from.
Braden Falls.
Mm-hmm. That's where we met, Larry and me.
Yeah. Tell me about Braden Falls.
Well, it's a very romantic place. In the mountains. Mm-hmm. Well, certain times of day, the mountains turn blue and purple. Oh, that's beautiful. And then there's the falls.
Yeah, Braden Falls.
Oh, they come tumbling down from way high up. Crash, smash. Some places you can't hear what people are saying. The falls are so loud. Oh, it's just beautiful. Larry and I used to go on picnics, eat sandwiches and stuff, and listen to the falls and make love.
Why do you suppose he went up there? Not just to mail a letter.
I think he went there because it's where we were so happy. He wanted to remember how it was at first.
Then you weren't so happy later on, is that it?
Oh, well, we had fights. Not very many. Not very often. Just sometimes.
Well, when? What about? You mind telling me?
Oh, I don't know. I never knew. Everything would be going along just fine, and then all of a sudden, we'd be arguing. I wouldn't know why. I just know that I was losing.
Losing? Losing what?
The argument. It was going to turn out he was right, and I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Every single time.
Yeah. Look, Mia, I might as well tell you I was going to give up on this case.
Not find
Well,
out.
it isn't official business, and it's taken up a lot of time.
But you have to.
Now, this note from Braden Falls, I ought to follow up on that.
You mean go up to Braden Falls and look for him? Oh, yes. Yes.
Well, tomorrow's my day off.
Well, I'll go with you.
Well,
I can show you around all the different places and the falls where Larry and I used to go for picnics. Oh, your wife wouldn't mind, would she?
That little piece of paper hadn't been out of my sight for days. I picked it up from time to time, and now and then I got what I hoped were flashes of illumination. Other times I sat down with it under a good light and let my unconscious mind just play with it. It's a tricky thing, the unconscious mind. Much trickier than anyone imagines.
Emma. I'm home.
Good. Be right there.
Where's my beer?
I'm getting it.
I really need it.
Did you have a hard day?
Yeah, sort of.
Well, drink your beer.
Where's yours?
I don't want any.
What, are you going on a wagon or something?
No. I just want to keep my mind clear. Psychographology is a very exacting work.
Psycho what?
Psychographology. What Raphael Sherman did.
Oh.
What I'm trying to do. Analyzing people from their handwriting.
Are you still doing that?
Of course I am, and don't try to stop me.
I'm not trying to stop you. Wiley Caldwell says I should encourage you. Now, I don't know if I can go that far.
Captain Caldwell said that?
Yeah. I told him that you said Larry McLaughlin might be psychotic, and he said you could be right. Of course, he doesn't know any more about it than I do, or you do.
I'm beginning to know more all the time. Pretty soon, I may be able to give you a pretty accurate description of the man.
Forget it.
I can't.
Wiley thinks I'm putting in too much time on the case. It's not official business, you know.
But you can't stop now.
I got nothing to go on, Irma.
Just let me help you.
Well, I give it a couple more days, just long enough to track down one more clue. It might mean something.
What? What clue?
Well, Mia brought this in today. It's another note from her husband.
Let me see it.
Yeah, here. Yeah, there was money in this one, too. Doesn't sound like a man who's fed up with his wife. According to Mrs. Downs, McLaughlin was crazy about his wife.
Who's Mrs. Downs?
Mia's mother. She says McLaughlin gave up being a serious artist so he could support his wife. Oh, by the way, you'll notice that the note was mailed from Braden Falls. That's the artist colony place up in the mountains. Well, the McLaughlins met there and fell in love there. Mia did some modeling for him. And, I thought that since tomorrow is my day off, I would go up there.
Mm-hmm.
You know, take a look around.
Mm-hmm.
And, Mia is going with me.
Mm-hmm.
Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
And will you put that thing down, Irma? Put the letter down and listen to me.
What are you so mad about?
I tell you, I'm going off for the day with a young girl, a young, attractive girl, and you got no objection? My day off, my one day off, the day we go to the beach or the movies or do something special. I tell you, I'm going off to the mountains with a young girl, used to be a model, and you don't care?
Ben, I was right. The person who wrote this letter has something wrong with his lungs.
What are you talking about, for Pete's sake?
Some kind of respiratory disease, trouble with his breathing. Now, look, here.
Huh?
Now, you see the little pauses in the writing?
Pauses?
I know they're hard to see. I can see them. But they were in the other note, too. But I wanted to be careful. I wanted to be sure. And here they are again. It's as if every so often he had to stop and lean on his pen. Take a little rest before he goes on. Oh, Ben, give me a little more time and I'll be able to tell you all about the person who wrote this note.
violin in the hands of an average person will have an ordinary sound. The notes may all be correct. The stops, all of the proper length, the speed and volume, all is prescribed. But the same violin in the hands of an artist will take on the quality of real music. Such is the power and the sensitivity of the human hand. I'll be back shortly with Act 3. Psychographology is a fairly recent word. It describes the process by which character and personality can be deduced from the analysis of handwriting. Irma Chase has been attempting such an analysis from 2 notes written by the missing husband of Mia McLaughlin. Among other things, she has inferred that the writer of the notes is emotionally unstable and has some sort of trouble with his breathing. She has not tried to keep her husband from using his day off to travel to a place called Braden Falls, high in the mountains, accompanied by the young girl, in search of the missing man.
Maybe I shouldn't have butted in. I thought Ben Chase was a good man, a good cop with a fine record. As far as I knew, he was a good husband, too. I'd met Irma Chase a few times, been to their house, they'd been to mine. And all I can say is she seemed like a happy woman, very content with her life. Seems she had this interest in what she called psychographology. Almost an obsession, according to Ben. But what was the harm in that? Actually, there might be a lot of good in it. Anyway, when Irma Chase called and said she wanted to come in and talk to me, I said, come ahead.
How are you, Wiley?
I'm fine. Sit down. What can I do for you?
I don't exactly know. Maybe nothing.
Is it about Ben?
Well, yes, mostly. He went off this morning with that young girl, Mia something or other.
McLaughlin?
Yeah, McLaughlin. They went up to Braden Falls together.
Irma, I don't think you got a thing to worry about.
You don't?
She's a very pretty young girl, but I know Ben. I don't think he's really interested in her. They've gone to Braden Falls because that's where the girl's husband wrote his last note.
I know. I've seen the note. Matter of fact, I've got it with me.
There's a chance the man might be in Braden Falls, and they've gone there to check it out. Ben will be back by tonight. Don't worry about that.
Oh, I'm not worried about that.
No, you're not? Well, then what do you...
Wiley, you know I'm interested in graphology.
Yeah, Ben said something
I've been studying these 2 notes from Larry McLaughlin, and I've come up with a few things. Is it all right if I tell you about them?
Of course, Anna. I told you I got an open mind.
Now, the first thing that started to emerge was that whoever wrote those notes is emotionally unbalanced, maybe psychotic.
Ben told me about that.
The second thing, which I got from the second note, is that the writer has trouble breathing. Now, I'm not going to go into how I deduced that. You wouldn't understand it anyway.
You're probably right there.
Now, I've come up with something else.
Well, come on, let's have it.
Wiley, I could be wrong. But I've got a strong intuition that the person who wrote those 2 notes has criminal tendencies.
You said...
I said criminal tendencies.
What direction do these criminal tendencies take, Emma? Can you tell?
I don't like to say because I'm afraid you're going to laugh at me.
I won't laugh.
Whoever wrote those notes is capable of murder.
You could be wrong, Emma.
I could be right.
Yes?
And if I'm right, Ben and that girl are up at Braden Falls tracking down a man who is capable of killing. And they don't know it.
Braden Falls isn't even a whistle stop. It's not on a railroad at all. Mia and I arrived on the bus. We were the only ones getting off. The center of town has a filling station, a grocer, a butcher, a stationery store, and a nice green parlor. That's about all. But tucked away in the mountains are all kinds of houses, from log cabins to Quonset huts. We strolled around talking to the artists who lived in those houses. Nobody had seen or heard from Larry McLaughlin, though a lot of them remembered him pretty well. We planned to take the 4 o'clock bus back to the city when Mia got this idea of climbing one of the mountains up to where the falls had their origin. She said they were spectacular at that height. And we had nothing to do till the bus arrived, so... Yeah, they're beautiful, all right.
Huh?
The falls, beautiful.
Well, didn't I tell you?
Yeah. Hey, how much further?
Oh, not far. You want to rest?
No, I'm fine.
Oh, well, let's sit down for a minute anyway.
Okay.
Well, I brought along a couple of sandwiches and some ginger ale. Well, I hope it's still cold.
Oh, great. You're quite a girl.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah, I do. If I was a little bit younger, 20 or 30 years younger, I'd...
You'd... What? What would you do?
Well, I guess I'd make a pass at you.
Here. Here's your sandwich.
Would you mind?
Would I mind what?
Me making a pass at you?
Yes. I'd mind very much.
Oh, well, I'm sorry. I know I'm much too old.
No, it isn't that.
Oh, you're thinking about your husband, aren't you? You're thinking about Larry. I'm sorry. I should have realized that. I guess you associate this place with him, huh?
We used to come here for picnics.
Yeah. You know, I'm really sorry we couldn't pick up a clue here. He must have come here just for the day, mailed the letter, and left.
Larry and I used to have our picnics up at the top. Let's walk up there, okay?
Yeah, okay. Listen, I hope you'll forgive me being fresh.
That's all right.
You're a very pretty girl. I suppose a lot of men have told you that, huh? I guess a lot of them made passes at you. Am I right? Sure, I'm right. Girl like you.
Shut up.
What?
We're almost there.
Oh.
Wait until you see the falls where they come out of the rock. Great, huge burst of water. Thrilling. As though they couldn't wait to get out. As though they'd been pushing and pushing. And then they fall out and down into the gorge, hitting all the rocks on the way, splashing off of them down.
Must be impressive.
Oh, it's the most glorious thing you've ever seen. Here we are. Stand right here.
Huh?
That's it. Now, look up there. That's where the falls start.
Oh, yeah, that's powerful.
So strong. I can't wait to burst out. Doesn't it give you a marvelous feeling?
Yeah, it does, kind of.
Now look down. Did you ever see anything like that?
Hey, Tom. Wait.
Dirty old man. You dirty old man.
Ben! Hold on!
She pushed him.
Hold on, Ben! Hold on!
Girl, Ben! Hold on!
All right. I'll get you, Ben. Just hang on now.
Hang on, Charlie. Where is he?
No, I think he's conscious. I think so. Just a second now.
Oh, Ben.
I got him. Wiley. Ben, give in. Let go. Relax. I'll get you out. These rocks are slippery. Relax, Ben. All right, let go. I'll get you out. Don't you do anything now.
Falling right into the water.
Yeah, where it's deep. You were lucky.
You're going to make it, honey.
Sure he is.
Give me your hand, Wiley.
Stay right where you are, Emma. Now, take it easy, Ben. We'll make it. Okay. Grab hold of the root of that tree. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
All right. Can you pull yourself up?
Here, give me your hand.
You stay right there. All right. Well, I'm going to give you a shove, Ben.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay. I can make it.
Oh, Ben, that girl pushed you.
Wiley, you okay?
Yeah. Okay.
Where's the girl?
She's still up there.
She's out of her head, that one.
How do you two happen to be here?
We had a feeling. Well, that is your wife had a feeling.
Look! Oh, look over there.
What? Where?
Between those two big rocks wedged in between them.
It's a body.
It's a body. Body of a man.
Who you think it's...
Yeah. Must be. Has to be.
Her husband. The missing man.
And it was, of course. Poor Larry McLaughlin's body caught between two jagged boulders, almost at our feet. Ben and Wiley rested for a while. Then between them, they got the body out. The police picked it up later, and they picked up the girl, Mia, too. She was wandering about the mountaintop, very sweet and very vague. Ben had been cut badly by the rocks. The three of us met the next day in his hospital room. I should have known all along it was a woman's handwriting.
Well, you were right on two other points. She's psychotic, and she's a murderess.
Hey, you were right about the respiratory trouble, too. You know, climbing up there, she's the one who had to stop and rest.
They said at the sanitarium she doesn't remember anything about pushing her husband off the ledge. Or pushing you, Ben, either.
Why? Why would she do it?
Well, according to her handwriting, little Miss McLaughlin is a very frigid lady.
You can really see that?
I think so. She hated men like poison, especially men who were attracted to her. Like her husband. Like
me?
Well?
Yeah. You know, I sort of, it wasn't anything, you know, when we were climbing up there just before we got to the top. Nothing happened, you understand? Absolutely nothing, I swear, Emma.
Ben, I believe you.
Well, I said something. I admit that. Something about making a pass at her that I'd like to, something like that. But that's all. I mean it. That's really all.
Just enough to make her hate you.
Enough to kill you.
Now, what on earth gave the two of you the inspiration to drive up to Braden Falls?
Tell him, Irma.
Well, studying the second note, I thought I could see signs of a criminal personality. I figured I should tell Wiley.
And you believed her?
Half believed her. Enough to drive up here and tell you.
Of course, neither of us knew Mia had written the note herself. We thought we were protecting you from her husband, not from her.
Would she ever be in shape to stand trial, Wiley?
If she ever remembers what she's done.
You think she might?
Yes, she might.
Now, what makes you say that?
Well, look at this. This is the second envelope. How she addressed this to herself, you see? Mia McLaughlin. Take a good look.
So?
Don't you notice anything?
No. Wiley, you?
Looks okay to me.
Compare it with the first one. Look at the M in Mia. Now, you see how it starts at the left?
Yeah, but they both do.
No. The second one has a short stroke at the start that goes from right to left, then shifts and goes into the M. Now, she started to write something else and then changed. She started to write an E. E for Emma.
Emma? Why Emma?
Emma's her given name. I called her mother last night. You see, she was trying, without knowing she was trying, to get back to her real self. If she succeeds, the chances are she'll remember everything she did. And she'll go on trial for murder.
This is a very nice place where I'm staying. I have my own room. And everyone is very kind. They ask a lot of questions, but they're very kind. Too kind, maybe. There's one. A man. I don't like the way he looks at me. I don't like it one bit. If he tries to get fresh... Oh, I didn't tell you. I'm Mia McLaughlin. Anyway, I think that's who I am.
accomplished prodigious feats in outer space, invaded the moon, and discovered what it's made of. Now we're on our way to entering the planets and finding out how they are put together. Outer space will one day be as familiar as our own lakes and prairies. But what of inner space? The space of man's mind. Despite many hints and clues, it is still, in the main, an alien land. I'll be back shortly. Would be so foolish as to suggest that criminals, actual or potential, can be detected solely by the use of psychographology. But the way things are progressing these days, progressing backwards it sometimes seems, law enforcement needs all the help it can get. Our cast included Larry Haynes, Ann Williams, Ralph Bell, and Terry Keane. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Your city station presents Mrs. John W. Castle's Jr. in a Civilian Defense Volunteer Office program, News and Letters from Home and Abroad. Mrs. Castles.
Good morning, radio friends. The last week's events in this country have been so tremendous, so root-shaking, that we have been stunned, and in a sense, I think still we are suffering from shock. The time marches on, and in its march it is pointing out to us with ruthless clarity certain things it is our obligation and our duty to recognize, and know about, and act upon, numbed and bemused as we may be.
Mrs. Castles, it seems very hard to me, for any of us, to think really clearly, yet...
And yet never a time in our history, Mr. Child, when it is so critically essential that we do.
What sort of things do you refer to that you feel it is our obligation and duty to consider at this time?
The relentless rushing of our armies across Germany to meet the equally relentless onrush of the Russians makes evident that this phase of the global war is swiftly drawing to its close. At the same time, from all parts of the world, delegates are gathering on our shores to meet in San Francisco, to discuss with all the wisdom at their command the structure and machinery of an international organization for the preservation of world peace. It is to these things we must give thought, Mr. Child.
But, Mrs. Castles, we here, I mean we as individual people, can do nothing to hasten the fall of Germany. That remains in the hands of our fighting forces and their leaders. As far as the conference in San Francisco is concerned, I'm afraid, well, that there again, there's very little we individuals can do to make it spell success or failure.
I don't like to disagree with you, Mr. Child, but I do. In the first place, I don't believe any of us realize just how much people here at home have individually had to do with the speed of our fighting forces abroad. The individual pairs of hands that have worked night and day building the guns, the planes, the tanks, the ships, making supplies, the individual heart's blood that has made plasma, all these things and so much more, if they had not been done, and done in great quantities, our troops could not move as they are moving now. In the second place, what we have done to make possible the utter defeat of our enemy obligates us, as nothing else, to see to it that what has been so cruelly won must be worthwhile, and that such wars and sacrifices do not happen again.
I see what you mean. You feel we should do everything we can to support the building of an organization for world peace, and that because one war is drawing to its end, it's important that we think about this now and not wait until tomorrow. Is that it?
That's right. Not so very many years ago, Mr. Child, well within the memory of many of us, an effort was made to establish an international organization for peace, the League of Nations. That it failed has now become history. But there is one thing we should remember. People, individual people, were not too clear what it was all about, and consequently not too sure whether they believed in it or not. That is a mistake we cannot afford to repeat.
Well, I agree with you, yet it still seems hard to know just what an individual can do.
We're lucky these days in having many ways by which we can inform ourselves. Newspapers, more magazines than ever before in the time of the printed word, and most recent of all, the radio. By an intelligent use of all these, we can learn a great deal. We can read and hear both sides and come to our own conclusions. There is another way, too.
Another way?
Yes, discussion. Last week, Mr. Child, we listened in on a group of friends who were discussing the Dumbarton Oaks proposals. They became so interested in the subject, they decided to meet every week to study it further. Shall we listen to them again?
Yes, I'd like to very much. It might help us all.
Oh, hello, Margaret.
Hello,
You're early.
Alice.
How nice.
Well, Phil said he'd meet me here, so I thought I'd come over a little early to see if I could help you, Alice.
Oh, no, thanks. Everything's done, Margaret. I've just finished making some coffee.
Oh, good. It keeps me awake, but I love it. Phil says it's the only thing that does.
Does what?
Keeps me awake.
Oh, Margaret.
Oh, here come Janet and Duncan. I can see them from the window. I'll let them in now.
Yeah, yes, do, please. Oh, hello, Olive. You're so nice and prompt, you two. George should be here any minute.
Oh, so should Philip.
We're a little ahead of time, I think, but Janet always gets off to a head start. Boy, that coffee smells good.
It certainly does, Alice. What a good idea.
I'll bring it in, folks.
Oh, here's Philip. Oh, hello.
Hi.
Come on in. We're all waiting. Where's George?
He couldn't come. Perhaps he'll be here later. Where's Alice?
Oh, she went to get the coffee, Phil. Take off your coat.
Margaret, did you bring over those notes of mine?
No, I didn't, Philip. Did you want me to?
Why, of course I did, honey. I had a lot of stuff I wanted to read.
Never mind, Phil. I left my notes at home, too. We'll just have to remember.
Well, here's your coffee, everyone. Now just go ahead and help yourselves.
Boy, that tastes good. Well, has anyone got any questions on their minds tonight?
I have. I want to know more about what you call a Security Council in the Dumbarton Oaks plan.
Why, Margaret?
Oh, I was just sort of wondering, Duncan.
Oh, I bet you read the same article I did, Margaret, about the 5 permanent nations on the Security Council.
I heard someone talking about that on the radio. Wasn't very clear to me.
Well, as I understand it, it's one of the main and most important parts of the whole plan. Isn't that so, Phil?
It's one of the most important, Duncan. But let's go back a bit first. You remember how the Dumbarton Oaks blueprint outlined the way that the World Organization should be set up?
You mean with the General Assembly and its Economic and Social Committee, the International Court of Justice, the Security Council, and the Military Staff Committee?
That's right.
Well, I finally got that much straight, but I'm still not sure what they all do.
I'm not exactly sure either, although Duncan drew me a beautiful chart.
Oh, it's really very simple. Phil drew me a chart, too. Well, it's like looking at the map of a cow in the cookbook. All the different cuts, I mean. Now, if you start at the tail...
Margaret, it has nothing to do with a cow.
Margaret's going to have to see it in her own way, Phil. Seriously, though, as I understand it, each member of the General Assembly is entitled to 1 vote. But how about the Security Council?
That's right, Duncan. Discussions are held in the General Assembly, and questions that can't be settled in this assembly are referred to the Security Council. We'll come to that later.
Well, how do they vote in the General Assembly?
Oh, how silly of you, Alice. Well, they vote like anyone else does. Well, like we did last fall, Phil and I.
Margaret. Alice means what percentage of votes
That's
count.
what I want to know, too.
Mm-hmm.
Well, important decisions like recommendations for the maintenance of international peace and security and election of members to the Security Council and to the Economic and Social Council, admissions of members and so on. Suspension or expulsion of members and budgetary questions require a 2/3 majority of those present and voting.
Well, other questions, like determining the additional sort of questions to be decided by a 2/3 majority, are settled by a straight majority vote. Isn't that right?
Well, that seems easy enough. Do they do the same in the Security Council?
Well, not quite. It's a little bit different system there.
The problem's different. There's a distinction made between the quasi-judicial function of the Security Council in promoting peaceful settlements of disputes and the political function of the council in taking action for the maintenance of peace and security.
Well, I don't see why they have to make it harder. Do you, Janet?
Well, it is confusing, but, well, I suppose it's because the two councils serve a different purpose.
That's it, exactly. Where the Security Council is engaged in promoting peaceful settlements of disputes, no nation, large or small, should be above the law. This means that no nation, large or small, if it is a party to a dispute, would take part in the decisions of the Security Council.
They can take part on 9 specific counts. Isn't that it?
Yes. 1, whether the matter should be investigated. 2, whether the dispute is of the sort likely to threaten peace. 3, whether the council should call on the disputing parties to settle the dispute by means of their own choice.
4, whether a recommendation should be made as to methods and procedures of settlement. 5, whether the council, knowing of a dispute, should make recommendations before it is formally referred to the council.
Well, that one sounds ridiculous. I don't see why they can't wait.
Quiet, Margaret. Listen to the rest.
6, what this sort of recommendation would be if...
Oh, how can they possibly tell?
I do think it would be hard to make recommendations before a dispute was formally presented.
No, that's not so, Alice. The councils are bound to work closely together. If the Security Council sees trouble ahead, it should have the right to make recommendations to the General Assembly, if they are agreed that such a step is wise.
Yeah, I can see that. Look, go on with the rest of the list.
Well, that brings us down to number 7, whether the legal aspect of the dispute should be referred to the Court of Justice for advice. 8 is whether a regional agency should be asked to concern itself with the dispute. And finally, 9, whether the dispute should be referred to the General Assembly.
I thought the dispute came from the General Assembly, Philip.
Well, sometimes it does, and sometimes it doesn't, Margaret, as we've just said.
That's one side of the Security Council. The other side, where the council is called upon to perform its political functions of actions for keeping peace and security, a difference is made between the permanent members of the council, the 5 great powers, and the other 6 rotating members.
Alice, I think I'd like another cup of coffee.
Well, that's a good idea, Margaret. Let's all have some.
Oh, you're not all getting sleepy, are you?
No, Phil, but my brain is beginning to feel like a dish of oatmeal.
Needs exercise, Janet. That's all. I guess all our thinking needs a bit of exercise. We haven't done too much of it in the past, I'm afraid.
That's true, Duncan. Makes me ashamed. Our kids know what they're fighting for. Bill knew before he was killed.
Yes, I know he knew from his letters.
They do know. We have a letter from Bob. I'll read you a part of it later. Yes, they know all right, but they want to be sure that we know.
Well, I feel better now. I'm wide awake. What's the rest of the thing about the Security Council? You left off about there being a difference between the 5 permanent members and the other 6 when it comes to the need for political action for keeping peace and security.
Well, Margaret, I thought you weren't listening to a word.
Of course I was, Philip. I read Bob's letters, too, you know.
Good girl, Margaret. Well, anyway, the difference is made for the practical reasons that the permanent members of the council must, as a matter of necessity, bear the principal responsibility for action.
Oh, you mean unanimous agreement among the permanent members is a requisite, and that in such matters the concurrence of all the permanent members would be required.
Yeah, that's it. For instance, on questions like the determination of the existence of a real threat to or breach of peace, the use of force or other enforcement measures, approval of agreements for the supply of armed forces,
well,
and so
it
on.
certainly is a lot clearer to me now, thanks to you all.
And it ought to work, I think.
If we give it all our support. If the people of the nations fail to support a world organization for peace, it can't work. It's people like us on...
That's just what Bob wrote. Listen, I'll read his letter for you. Here it is. We're all so keen, Dad, about Dumbarton Oaks and the San Francisco Conference. Here's our real chance. It can't be perfect, I know, but it's got to be tried. Dad, you and Mom and everyone at home have got to back it. If you could know what we've gone through because last time people didn't know or didn't care. Oh, Dad, it's got to be given every chance this time. Do everything you can, you and Mom.
Phil, I think it's time we went home. That second cup is beginning to wear off.
It's time we all went home. Well, thanks for everything, Alice.
Oh, it's been a wonderful evening for us and a helpful one, too.
Oh, we'll meet again next week. There's lots more to discuss.
Indeed, there is. Some of the problems.
Look, let's remember, it can't be perfect all at once. But the more we discuss it, the better we'll understand the problems and the need there'll be for patience.
Well, that's right, I think. Good night.
Good night. Good night, and thanks for coming, all of you.
Patience. It's going to take a lot of that, Mrs. Castles.
It is indeed, Mr. Child. I should like to quote to you, however, some lines that should encourage us in the use of patience in these tense days. They are from the late President Roosevelt's message to Congress on January 6th of this year. He said, "It is not only a common danger which unites us, but a common hope. Ours is an association not of governments, but of peoples, and the people's hope is peace. It will not be easy to create this people's peace. The firm foundation can be built, and it will be built, but the continuance and assurance of a living peace must, in the long run, be the wake of the people themselves."
And that's true.
So true, Mr. Child. The wake of the people themselves. It is only with this and with their patience, their tolerance, their strength, and their courage given freely and forever that we can hope to move into that safe and shining world we pray for with all our weary hearts.
You just heard Mrs. John W. Castles, Jr. in the CDVO Consumer Program News and Letters from Home and Abroad. We have a lot of information available on these subjects. We're glad to send it to any of our radio audience or answer any inquiries you may have. CDVO has a list of services in need of volunteers, services in which you can do your part on the home front. Anyone wishing a copy of this list can write to this station, WNYC, Municipal Building, New York 7, or care of News and Letters from Home and Abroad program. Those participating in today's program were Emily Newman, Glenn Lincoln, Rowena Clay, Leo Haas, Ted Field, and under the direction of Sarah Lutsky. Tune in at the same time next Friday for more letters and more news. This is the Municipal Broadcasting System.